At the northeastern foot of Injai Mountain lies a modest bay, which, despite its size, boasts a perennial supply of water. Diligent individuals have cultivated the land, resulting in over 2 acres of fertile farmland. Straw cottages are constructed against the mountainside, surrounded by a wooden fence that encloses a quaint courtyard. Within the courtyard, a small vegetable garden flourishes, where scallions and garlic can be casually plucked for culinary use. The interior of the dwelling is simply furnished, containing only a wooden cabinet, a dish cupboard, a square table, several small stools, and 2 beds. Adjacent to the main room on the western side is the kitchen, which connects seamlessly to the living area. Despite the industriousness of the couple, Nie Shuangyun and his wife Song Kai-mei, they find themselves increasingly vulnerable, having lost the protection of the wealthy landlord Jin Sani from the town. Mountain bandits frequently come demanding provisions, and even with a substantial grain storage, they are at risk of depletion. Their eldest son, Nie Song, perceiving the futility of their efforts to prosper, has sought refuge with the notorious bandit leader, Huang Bei, and has taken to a life of crime. In frustration, Song Kai-mei exclaims, "How could he abandon his family to pursue a life of robbery? This is a misfortune for our household and an affront to morality." Nie Shuangyun responds in a calm manner, "Kai-mei, in these dark times, the impoverished ought not to bring forth children. The Mountain King, Husan, has even set his sights on our daughter Shuangyun, threatening to abduct her and make her his wife come next year." 2 children descend from the mountain. The elder, a young lad of about 15 or 16, carries a substantial bundle of firewood, while the younger, a girl of merely 11, bears a considerably smaller load. Upon entering their courtyard, the siblings deposit their wood near the kitchen, spreading it out to dry in the sun and air, awaiting the time it will be ready for cooking. After dinner, Song Kai-mei remarked, "Shuangyun, it is not that your parents are cruelly forcing you into servitude, but rather that the current state of the world does not allow you to remain at home as a young lady." The little girl stubbornly replied, "I can work at home, I won't go anywhere." "Child," her mother continued, "you cannot stay here. Bandit Husan has already set his sights on you." Your father, upon learning this news, hurriedly sought the help of his friend, Feng Zhihai. Feng then approached the town's official, Feng Zhonggui, who in turn recommended you to the wealthy Jin San to serve his daughter as a maid. If you refuse, once Husan comes knocking, he possesses no sense of humanity, and no one will be able to protect you. The harsh reality lay before them, and with no options left, Nie Shuangyun had no choice but to submit to the dictates of fate. Her elder brother, Nie Hao, stepped forward to their mother and asked, "Mother, is there truly no way for us to deal with the bandits?" With a bitter smile, she replied, "If there were a way, the bandits would not dare to disturb us at our doorstep. You are young and impetuous, unaware that bandits are devoid of humanity. There is no reasoning with them. A mere disagreement can lead them to unsheath their knives and attack. I have heard that the Yu family to the south of the mountains was completely slaughtered by bandits, with not a single survivor among their 7 or 8 family members." Upon hearing this, Nie Hao sank into a chair and sighed. "This world is shrouded in darkness. The common folk lead lives devoid of light." Nie Shuangyun entered with a worried expression, cautioning, "Shao, you must not follow Song Heir's path. You must never venture into the mountains to become a bandit. Such deeds are heinous and will bring disgrace upon the Nie family. Listen to your father and mother. Tend to our fields at home, and when you have leisure, accompany me to hunt in the mountains. In truth, our lives are far better than those of other impoverished families." The girl, despite her humble origins, endeavored to present herself well as she went to serve as a maid. Nie Shuangyun styled her hair in a double-claw bun, secured with a red ribbon, adorned herself in a green garment, and wore a short skirt complemented by embroidered shoes. Nie Shuangyun escorted her to the home of Feng Zhonggui, who remarked, "Shuangyun, I am doing this out of respect for Feng Zhihai. By coincidence, I learned that Master Jin's daughter requires a study assistant. Your daughter is indeed fortunate. She must be diligent in her service, for as the young lady studies, She may even learn a few characters along the way. Nie Shuangyun expresses gratitude, saying, I owe you a debt of thanks, Feng Li Shi. In the future, I shall repay your kindness. While I have little to offer, should fortune smile upon my hunts, I will present you with a substantial game, though it is difficult to predict the size of the bounty at this moment. Feng Changgui, with a carefree demeanor, remarked, I am a practitioner, and I strive to assist others without ever asking for anything in return. Helping others is a blessing, far superior to mere abstinence. Nie Shuangyun replied, Then take me to Master Jin's residence, so I may extend my greetings. Feng Changgui shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, and responded, That is not permissible. If you go, what should be a good deed will turn into misfortune. Master Jin will refuse to meet you. He only acknowledges me, Feng Changgui, as an intermediary. Such customs cannot be easily altered. Noticing Nie Shuangyun in a state of bewilderment, he reassured him, Rest assured, I share a rapport with Master Jin. When I make a request, he is usually inclined to listen. Do not hesitate, it is far better than allowing the girl to remain at home, consumed by fear. If she falls into the hands of the mountain bandits, she may end up as a bandit's wife, and her life would be irrevocably ruined. Nie Shuangyun adjusted Shuangyun's attire with tenderness, saying, Shuangyun, it is not that your father is heartless, you truly have no other path but to serve as a maid. Perhaps this is your destiny. While in their household, you must be diligent, attend to tasks promptly, and strive to execute them with grace. Should the master offer you anything, do not accept it, even if you do, ensure to return it later. Never be too compliant. The girl nodded. Father, I understand mother has already shared much with me. Straightening his posture, Nie Shuangyun addressed Feng Changgui. I entrust my daughter Shuangyun to your care, and I hope you will take great pains on her behalf. With that, he bowed to Feng Changgui and turned to leave. Chapter 2. Companions. Master Jin took a sip of tea and remarked, Nie Shuangyun, you possess quite the silver tongue. Attend to the young lady well. She is in the back room. Go on. Nie Shuangyun bowed respectfully and replied, I shall head to the back room at once. Upon entering the back room, Nie Shuangyun discovered the young lady within and reported, Miss, I am Nie Shuangyun, newly arrived. The master has instructed me to serve you. Come in. The young lady beckoned. Nie Shuangyun surveyed the room, which contained a bed, a toilet in the west corner, and a silver table in the east adorned with several books. Beside the books stood a dressing table, upon which rested a wooden comb and a bronze mirror. The young lady, adorned with a braided hairstyle cascading down her back, wore a shimmering phoenix hairpin and a silver collar around her neck. Clad in a red dress, she epitomized the beauty of youth. Setting aside her needle and thread, along with the embroidery shoes she was crafting, she turned to Nie Shuangyun and said, You are called Nie Shuangyun, correct? Indeed, she replied. Is there something you require of me? I shall attend to it immediately. The young lady picked up the shoes and inspected them, commenting, Well made indeed. Shuangyun, my name is Miaohua. Pray tell, how did you come to my household? Nie Shuangyun smiled, recalling how the master had inquired similarly. I explained that my father urged me to venture forth. Remaining at the foot of the mountain for an entire lifetime would yield little promise. Ultimately, a girl must seek her own path and adapt to the world beyond. Miss, while my skills may be somewhat rudimentary, I am here to serve you. After being introduced to the rules of chess by Jin Miaohua, Nie Shuangyun exclaimed with excitement, Let us engage in a match. The two began their game, and initially, Nie Shuangyun faced defeat. After the 3 rounds of chess, Nie Shuangyun was able to withstand Jin Miaohua's advances, ultimately resulting in a draw. Jin Miaohua suggested, Let us play a game of tossing arrows. Curious, Nie Shuangyun inquired, How is this game played? With a smile, Jin Miaohua explained, It is quite simple. The objective is to throw the arrowheads into a small pot. The one who lands the most wins. Very well, let us begin, replied Nie Shuangyun. The two exited the room and commenced their game in the main hall. They used flower pots as targets and fortune-telling bamboo sticks as arrowheads. Engrossed in their merriment, the sound of their laughter soon reached Madame Jin, who approached quietly. Discovering that her servant Nie Shuangyun and Jin Miaohua were engaged in the game, she was filled with anger and exclaimed, You two mischievous girls. The flower plate on the altar is for venerating the deities, and the bamboo sticks are sacred fortune-telling rods. You are disrespecting the spirits. In her fury, she seized a broom and aimed it at Nie Shuangyun, who resisted. Just as the third strike was about to land, Jin Miaohua grasped the broom and interjected, "I invited her to play with me. Why do you strike her?" Madame Jean retorted, "It is important for Miaohua to learn proper behavior. Sitting in the boudoir, she has become wild, doing as she pleases and speaking so rudely." Jin Sanyi chuckled, observing, "Indeed, rules are essential. Even the maids can become unruly, which is troublesome." Turning to Qing'er, he suggested, "It would be best to send the maid to the study." Madame Jean replied, "You have the authority in matters of the household. When shall we send Miaohua to the study?" "The day after tomorrow, perhaps," Jin Sanyi proposed. He waved his hand dismissively. "I shall visit Mr. Gu tomorrow morning to discuss this. I fear he may be reluctant to accept a female student." Madame Jean reassured him, "If you consult the house manager, Mr. Gu will surely agree." Master Jean nodded. Let that be the saying. Chapter 3. The Back Garden. The Jean family's back garden spans 5 acres and features a small hill adorned with a pavilion that houses 4 stone benches. A gently winding path meanders from the northwest to the southeast, flanked by an array of flowers, grasses, and trees. Most enchanting is the brook that flows from the southern side of the hill, its waters cascading eastward beyond the courtyard wall towards the great river. The northern wall is overrun with blooming roses and surrounded by a grove of bamboo. Jin Miaohua and Nie Shuangyun, 2 young ladies, entered the back garden from the southwestern corner. Jin Miaohua possessed a delicate beauty, her figure graceful and elegant. Her hair was styled in a lofty bun, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, and silver hair clips graced her temples. A braid cascaded down her back, while her vibrant red dress swayed gently in the breeze, enhancing her poise, though her shoes remained hidden, adding to her allure as a refined lady. In contrast, Nie Shuangyun, clad in a red pleated skirt bestowed by her mistress, appeared less vivid, especially with her hair styled in a dual bun that mirrored a servant's attire, typical of a maid. Nevertheless, her face bore a beauty akin to that of a young lady, albeit with a simpler charm. The 2 girls were captivated by the flurry of butterflies flitting about, and they eagerly chased after them, hoping to catch one for closer examination. Nie Shuangyun pursued a butterfly that flitted into the depths of the rose bushes, but alas, she could not capture it. "Ah, I have caught one, though it is rather small," Jin Miaohua exclaimed cheerfully. Nie Shuangyun pointed at the butterfly's wings, remarking, "The patterns on them are truly exquisite." As they reached the bamboo grove, a large snake suddenly slithered out, startling the 2 young women, who quickly darted aside. In a moment of instinct, Nie Shuangyun picked up a dry bamboo branch and began to swat at the grass, causing ripples to appear as they flowed towards the hilltop. They continued along the path, heading southeast. Jin Miaohua smiled and said, "Today we encountered a serpent demon. If one is not cautious, coming too close could spell disaster." Nie Shuangyun replied, "It's nothing to worry about. As long as you do not provoke it, it will not attack you. The serpent's venomous fangs can incapacitate a person instantly, and without timely medical intervention, it could prove fatal." Jin Miaohua remarked, "The sight of a snake sends shivers down my spine." Nie Shuangyun responded, "In truth, large snakes are not particularly frightening, as their presence can be observed from a distance. It is the small venomous snakes that instill fear. Within this bamboo grove resides a species known as the bamboo viper, which conceals itself among the bamboo, rendering it nearly invisible. Its entire body is green, and a single bite can swiftly result in death, leaving no chance for rescue. Otherwise, why would people liken nefarious individuals to the bamboo viper? The green bamboo snake's mouth, the wasp stinger, both are perilous. Yet the most toxic is the heart of a woman." The 2 walked cautiously through the bamboo forest, turning southward before ascending the mountain. "Ah, this tree is not unattractive. It even exudes a fragrant aroma," remarked Nie Shuangyun. "This tree is known as the Magnolia grandiflora. Its blossoms are white, and the fragrance is most potent." Jin Miaohua exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, there are fruits on this tree." Nie Shuangyun glanced up and, filled with delight, said, "These are orange trees. Let us pluck a couple and enjoy them in that pavilion. We should choose the ripe ones, as the unripe ones are sour and unpalatable." Jin Miaohua reached up and picked 3 or 4 oranges, while Nie Shuangyun gathered 3 as well. The 2 hurried to the pavilion and settled down. Nie Shuangyun said, "Miss, please enjoy the oranges I gathered." As he peeled one, removing the white pith, he handed the segments to Jin Miaohua. She tasted a few slices and nodded, saying, "Delicious," with a hint of sweetness. Nie Shuangyun remarked, "Now is the perfect time to indulge in oranges." Jin Miaohua replied, "What a dream. I spend all day cooped up in my chamber, and my father and mother insist I memorize the daughter's classics. It drives me mad. I cannot comprehend why being a woman entails such an array of rules. It all boils down to rendering women into mere wooden figures, subject to the whims of others. Nie Shuangyun responded, after hearing a few lines from you. I sense that the daughter's classics is far from a commendable book. Of course, it does carry a positive aspect. Women should possess self-respect and cherish themselves. Beyond that, it is utter nonsense. Why should a man be allowed to act with impunity? While women are stripped of their autonomy, what distinguishes us from mere pets? In my view, we girls ought to explore literature that cultivates our abilities, so we are not subjected to oppression in society. Take Mu Guing, for example, who bravely ventured into battle. Her life was resplendent and profoundly meaningful. Jean Miaohua clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Sister Shuangyun, you articulate your thoughts splendidly. I wholeheartedly concur. Nie Shuangyun's eyes sparkled as she said, your father will escort you to the study tomorrow, where you will learn to read, write, and acquire knowledge. With education, you will be able to engage with books. Otherwise, if the books recognize you but you do not recognize them, how can that be acceptable? Chapter 4, Classmates. Mr. Jean San led Jean Miaohua and her companion to Gu Tiejuan's study, where both young ladies donned gray robes, resembling scholarly maidens. Upon arrival, the plaque of the study, elegantly inscribed in clerical script, read Shushin Study, exuding an air of refinement. Entering the inner room, they were greeted by a painting of deer, surrounded by verdant grass, depicting the harmonious relationship between the deer and nature. Passing through the back door, they entered the hall. Two female scholars first bowed in reverence to the statue of Confucius adorned with a bodhisattva visage. The esteemed teacher, seated nearby, received their respectful gesture in kind. Upon learning their names, he remarked, to immerse oneself in the pursuit of knowledge is a most delightful endeavor. One must never perceive it as tedious, lest they find themselves estranged from the essence of learning. Jean Miaohua interjected, Sister, did you hear the teacher's words? To read joyfully is to lay a foundation for one's future. Gu Taijun affirmed, to be well-read and enlightened is paramount. Since you can read the book for daughters, you ought to delve into the 100 family surnames and the 1,000 characters classic before progressing to the Analects and Mencius. These 2 tomes constitute the core curriculum. The women's study was situated in the back room, while the men's study was in the eastern wing, with no passage connecting the two, making encounters between the male and female scholars exceedingly rare. Consequently, the prospect of romantic tales was rendered unlikely. Aside from the two, 4 other female scholars were present, Zheng Bifang, Qian Shunmei, and their maidservant Yun Jie, alongside Huang Ziqin and her maid. The young ladies engaged in conversation amongst themselves. Sister Yun Jie, you have already progressed to the Analects, while I, Jean Miaohua, can only manage the book for daughters. Alas, do not belittle yourself. Take your time. For one cannot attain greatness in a single gulp. Yun Jie encouraged with a wave of her hand. Zheng Bifang added, though reading is indeed a joy, we are not permitted to adorn ourselves. We resemble female ascetics, far too austere. Yun Jie chuckled. The teacher's intention is to ensure our hearts are wholly devoted to our studies. Jean Miaohua remarked, indeed, the teacher is genuinely earnest in his efforts. Zheng Bifang continued, the other day I encountered Ma Jiumei. She is training in martial arts at the Nanshan Wuguan, and soon she shall acquire formidable skills to navigate the world. I observe that our young ladies ought to acquire martial skills, for mere rote learning is insufficient. Yun Jie remarked, adults speak with wisdom. In any endeavor, one must endure the trifling hardships for 3 years to truly master a skill. The maidservants convened, exchanging names among themselves. Nie Shuangyun stated, I gather firewood and tend to the fields at home, due to the mountain bandits' threat to abduct me. My family had no choice but to send me to the Jean family as a servant. Qian Shimei added, my family is exceedingly poor, and I was sold to the Zheng family as a maid. Fortunately, the young lady is not overly disdainful, and life is bearable. What of you, Huang Ziqin? Asked one. Huang Ziqin stamped her foot and responded, well, truth be told, my family is not particularly destitute. However, my father gambled away a substantial sum, and when creditors came demanding payment, we had no recourse but to sell me to Master Yun. Alas, we 3 share a hard fate. In the afternoons, the study sessions were relatively relaxed, allowing each individual to share insights and engage in mutual enlightenment, thereby acquiring nourishing knowledge. 2 months elapsed, and the 3 maidservants became well acquainted, yet the young ladies remained strangers to one another. One evening, as dusk approached, The three young ladies began to discuss their backgrounds. Jin Miaohua spoke up. I have been here studying for quite some time, yet I am completely in the dark about your origins. Perhaps you wish to inquire about my lineage. I shall candidly share. My father is Jin Shi, known as Jin Sanyi, who specializes in the trade of goods between the north and south, frequently procuring supplies from the Chungue residents and occasionally venturing to distant lands for trade, even having visited the capital, Pingdu. Recently, he entrusted the business affairs to my elder brother, Jin's son. Yunjie remarked, so? It appears your esteemed father is quite a wealthy gentleman. My father, Yun Rang, previously served as an official in the court and has since resided in Qiushui town. I have now reached the age of 15. After 2 years of study, I shall become a bride in another household. This is merely a superficial embellishment before the inevitable. Ultimately, a woman is like a delicate flower, swaying with the breeze, belonging wherever she may land. Miss Xing Bifang, what of you? Yunjie sighed, alas. Regardless of how illustrious one's family may be, for us girls, it is but a temporary refuge. Once we step outside, we become part of another family. And there is no escaping this fundamental truth. It is a folly to dream of grandeur. Women must rely on their beauty to earn a man's affection. Should that man be successful, our lives may be filled with happiness. However, if he is wretched, it could lead to a life of despair. A tragic existence where cries for help go unanswered. Zheng Bifang responded, given this trend, it is advisable for young women to acquire genuine skills. In times of adversity, they may yet turn their fortunes around. Lacking any skills renders one akin to a crab without legs, susceptible to exploitation and dependent on others. Alas, while we pursue our studies, it would be wise to also learn martial arts, for that would be akin to sprouting wings. Jin Miaohua added, however, one must have the opportunity to learn martial arts. Otherwise, it is merely a futile dream, no matter how appealing the vision may be. Yunjie sighed again. Miss Ma Jiomei, daughter of Master Margio, is indeed trained in martial arts. Zheng Bifang clapped her hands in surprise. How peculiar. If her father is Master Margio, and she is called Margiomei, does that imply a certain order in their naming? Her father, the youngest among 9 siblings, was named Ma Sun. In his childhood, he was affectionately referred to as Little Margio, but as he grew older, he became known as Grandfather Margio. Grandfather Margio fathered 8 sons, all of whom were the brothers of Ma Jiomei, the 9th child in the family, hence her name. Yunjie, wiping her face, remarked, I once played with her 2 or 3 times. She expressed her fondness for practicing with weapons, claiming it was for self-defense when venturing outside. The women present applauded, recognizing that she was indeed a girl who did not squander her time on earth. Chapter 5. Mountain Bandits. The ladies in the study were abuzz with chatter early in the morning. Last night, in the dead of night, I heard distant cries for help. It was quite alarming. I couldn't sleep a wink after that, Zheng Bifang recounted, still shaken. Jin Miaohua added, my room is close to the street. Through the window, I glimpsed shadows moving in the firelight. I was so frightened that I dared not make a sound, and I kicked Nie Shuangyun. To my surprise, she boldly stood by the window, peering into the distance. Yunjie immediately grasped Nie Shuangyun's hand and inquired, Shuangyun, did you see the bandits? They were mountain bandits, she replied nonchalantly. They covered their faces with black cloth and darted up the houses, brandishing their large knives, glimmering ominously in the firelight. Nie Shuangyun continued, though formidable, mountain bandits are ultimately petty thieves. When the townsfolk rallied together and shouted, they scattered in panic. Zheng Bifang remarked, Shuangyun, your words are so casual. If the bandits were to confront you, they might just frighten you to death. Jin Miaohua interjected. Our Shuangyun has encountered mountain bandits before, as they often came to her home to demand provisions. Nie Shuangyun remarked, the mountain bandits have their own territories. Families that have procured provisions plant a triangular flag at their doorstep, thus deterring other bandits from plundering. Otherwise, the bandits would inevitably turn against one another. Yunjie scoffed. What credibility do mountain bandits possess? When hunger strikes, they resort to murder and arson, committing unspeakable atrocities. I heard that a family with the surname Yu, located at the foot of Yinzhai Mountain, was slaughtered entirely by bandits. The scene was utterly tragic. Huang Ziqin interjected. It is said that the bandits who massacred the Yu family were not those from Husan of Yinzhai Mountain, but rather from the Tianping Mountains Tianping Zhai, led by the notorious Pu Tian Diao Lei Yong. There exists a formidable bandit faction at Longtu Mountain, under the leadership of Geng Qingyuan, who commands over 100 henchmen. His third in command is Lei Yong. After receiving a reprimand from Geng Qingyuan, He took offense and ascended Tianping Mountain, selecting the advantageous terrain of Langwashang to establish his stronghold. However, his followers are few, numbering just over 20. Jin Yaohua inquired, Miss Yun, how does Huang Ziqin possess such extensive knowledge? Yun Jie replied, Huang Ziqin's father is a notorious gambler, indiscriminately inviting anyone to wager, resulting in the family losing their entire fortune. Otherwise, how could the Huang family bear to send their daughter to serve in my household? Huang Ziqin wiped away her tears, saying, among those who gambled with my father was a man known as Pu Tianjiao, notorious for preying on wealthy gamblers. It is said he is a swindler, unworthy of trust in gambling, yet my father disregarded the warnings. Ultimately, he fell into his trap, and our once happy family was left in disarray. Nie Shuangyun remarked, our family's circumstances were initially more favorable than those of the average household. However, due to the predilection of the Mountain King, who sang from the Yinjai Mountain, who deemed me, Shuangyun, to possess beauty, I was destined to be abducted in a couple of years to become his mountain consort. My parents were utterly distraught, which led to the fulfillment of Qian Chunmei's words. I was compelled to serve the Jin family. Fortunately, Miss Miaohua treated me well, and we managed to coexist amiably. Chapter 6. Majiume. The matron, in her vigilance over the male scholars, inadvertently overlooked the female students. 6 girls scampered out of the study, frolicking for a good while without sight of either the teacher or the matron. After a couple of days, they engaged in morning studies once more, yet in the afternoon, they continued their playful escapades. Nie Shuangyun discovered a small secondary door in the northwestern corner of the courtyard, albeit secured by a formidable lock. With a daring spirit, she attempted to turn the lock, which surprisingly yielded. As she pushed the door open and stepped outside, she found herself in a dead-end alley. Summoning her courage, she ventured forth, encountering merely 4 or 5 households before reaching the main street. 3 pursuers soon appeared, upon realizing that 1 against 4 was an insurmountable challenge. One of the assailants feigned a punch before swiftly retreating. Ma Jiomei dashed after him and seized his clothing, throwing him aside, causing him to tumble onto the ground. The 3 individuals who followed swiftly subdued him and bound him with ropes. One of them expressed gratitude to Ma Jiomei, saying, Thank you, sister. Ma Jiomei waved her hand dismissively, replying, It's nothing worth thanking for, and then turned to leave. As Nie Shuangyun approached her, she extended her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Sister, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you are a heroine. Ma Jiomei stood in astonishment and remarked, Sister, your attire resembles that of a scholar. Nie Shuangyun chuckled softly. I am merely the book servant of Miss Jean from my household. What brings you out here alone? The master is not at home, and the 3 young ladies in the study have all gone out to play. I discovered a secondary gate in the courtyard. The large lock was faulty, so I turned it open and ventured out onto the street. As they reached the end of an alley, Ma Jiomei said, This is a dead-end alley. Where shall we go now? Nie Shuangyun replied, Follow me. They turned a corner, and in an inconspicuous recess, there was a small secondary gate. Nie Shuangyun pushed it open, and the 2 entered quietly, arriving at the study where the sounds of reading grew louder. Ma Jiomei hoarsely remarked, These scholars are quite impressive. They are diligent and possess great potential. Yun Jie piped up, Oh, Ma Jiomei, how did you end up here? Ma Jiomei smiled. It was Sister Shuangyun who brought me. She mentioned that your Mr. Gu is away on a trip. I inquired if you were reading comfortably in the Shuxin study, and she affirmed, so I followed her here. Yun Jie grasped Ma Jiomei's hand and said, If you assist us, we sisters shall not forget your kindness. Ma Jiomei held Yun Jie's hand firmly, declaring, Ma Jiomei will certainly lend my aid, though I cannot speak for Master Zhao Quan's opinion on the matter. Hence, I cannot guarantee anything in this regard. Qian Chunmei added, Sister, we are capable individuals. Whatever tasks Master Zhao assigns us, we shall ensure his satisfaction. You conveyed to him that should he be dissatisfied, he would refrain from teaching us martial arts, leaving us with no retort. Ma Jiomei nodded, agreeing to this arrangement. However, was it truly feasible for Ma Jiomei to successfully unite the 6 sisters, including Yun Jie, to attend the Nanshan Martial Arts Academy? It seemed likely that some obstacles would arise. Chapter 7. Consultation 2 days later, Ma Jiomei returned to inform Yun Jie and the others. Today, she relayed that Master Zhao Quan had consented to their request to learn martial arts at the Nanshan Academy. However, they were required to assist him in harvesting nearly 3 acres of corn, separating the kernels, bundling the corn stalks for future use as firewood, and subsequently plowing the field to sow wheat. In exchange for their labor, he would intensively teach them martial arts for 10 days. Jean Miaohua exclaimed. Yunjie, this is splendid news. Yet, how can we depart from Shuxin study without permission, and what shall we do about our daily provisions? Have you contemplated these two dilemmas? Yunjie was left speechless. Indeed, it posed a significant challenge. Zheng Bifang, what is your perspective? Zheng Bifang suggested, on the first day. We shall keep this matter concealed from the matron. Once our plan is set in motion, we can strategize further. Huang Ziqin shook her head, expressing, that is unwise. If the matron discovers our absence from the study, it could lead to an uproar. Huang Ziqin continued, I believe we could follow Nie Shuangyun's suggestion. If the master is not at home, we could simply claim that we are studying new texts. What could the matron possibly do? At this moment, Qian Chunmei suggested, let us speak candidly with the matron. In times of turmoil, we girls must strive for survival. We cannot rely solely on others. We must possess a certain level of self-defense skills. Having the means to escape is far superior to being like a crab without legs. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, Ma Jiomei arrived as scheduled and announced, Master Zhao has agreed. He said you sisters must dress simply, avoiding skirts, as you will be working and practicing martial arts, which requires agility. Zheng Bifang chuckled and replied, no need to say, we are well aware of that. Just look at us six. Which one of us resembles a refined and delicate lady? Who among us lacks dexterity? Yunjie interjected, Ma Jiomei, we cannot follow you blindly. We must seek permission from the matron and clarify our intentions. Sneaking away and causing a commotion would be unwise. The matron hurried over, astonished, and inquired, what is the matter? How did this young lady gain entry? Ma Jiomei smiled and explained, I was invited by them. They expressed a desire to learn martial arts at the Nanshan Martial Arts Academy for a month. I merely communicated this to Master Zhao, who instructed them to go today. They will be provided lunch, and for the time being, their meals and lodging will be at Shuxin study. The matron exclaimed, this simply cannot be. What if their fathers find out? Surely, they would scold the teacher. Yunjie responded, we have exhausted our studies over the past few days and require new books. With the teacher absent, we cannot afford to waste time like this. Matron, what do you suggest? The matron was left speechless. Zheng Bifang remarked, in our generation, bandits roam freely, and the national situation remains precarious. Once a tyrant wreaks havoc, we do not wish to be at their mercy. We must learn some self-defense skills. Even in fleeing, it is better to be agile than to be like a crab without legs. Suddenly, Shermu recalled something and inquired, how did you manage to leave? Miss Ma had unexpectedly intruded into my serene study, and Shermu had been entirely unaware. How did you come to know one another? Nie Shuangyun stepped forward and explained. The six of us stepped out of the study for some fresh air, and while playing in the backyard, I noticed a discreet little side door in the northwest corner. The main lock was loose, and with a slight twist, it opened. I slipped out, and Miss Ma was outside, assisting in apprehending a bandit. I was truly impressed by her agility. Upon hearing that her good friend Yunjie was studying here, she decided to join me. Zhang Bifang continued, Shermu, you have grasped the situation. Please grant us our wish. We possess both literary and martial prowess, and once our achievements are realized, we shall never forget your kindness. Chapter 8. Agricultural tasks. Upon arriving at the martial arts school, the customary respect was paid to Master Guan before bowing to the instructor. Immediately, Miss Ma was instructed to take them to the fields to engage in agricultural labor. Once the tasks were completed and the wheat was sown, their martial training would commence. As they husked corn, everyone was filled with joy. However, after a while, Jean Miaohua, Yunjie, and Zheng Bifang found themselves exhausted, lamenting their weary hands. Nie Shuangyun was the most diligent among them, yet she did not complain of fatigue. Qian Chunmei and Huang Ziqin, though not as formidable, continued to pluck the ears of corn without pause. Yunjie remarked, we three are daughters of affluent families. Yet we cannot afford to rest idly like the daughters of the less fortunate. We must strive to gather as much as we can. Every ear we pluck diminishes the burden on Nie Shuangyun and her companions. Zheng Bifang concurred, indeed. It is only natural that we, as young ladies, might struggle to match the industriousness of others, but to be seen as slothful would invite ridicule. Jean Miaohua, having gathered an ear of corn, expressed, at first, I found it somewhat refreshing to collect a few, but as I continued, my hands grew unresponsive, and my body felt increasingly cumbersome, like a tiger attempting to scale a flagpole. Clearly an impossible feat. Yunjie inquired, Miaohua, do you truly wish to abandon the task? Jean Miaohua, her cheeks flushed, replied, my spirit is willing. Yet my hands betray me. Alas, I must endure and persist. In the afternoon, Ma Jiomei also lent a hand in plucking the corn, unexpectedly gathering over 10 ears before hastily excusing herself under the pretense of seeking the master. Qian Chunmei chuckled. Ma Jiomei has developed calluses, yet she feigns pain, claiming to be looking for the master. What could the master possibly want from her? Jin Miaohua sighed. My hands have long since hardened, yet I cannot escape. Yunjie, gritting her teeth, declared, whoever flees midway is naught but a cowardly pup. Alas, look at Nie Shuangyun, who has gathered a bountiful harvest. While we have barely collected a fraction of what she has, it is truly mortifying to admit. Zheng Bifang gently suggested. Suddenly, Jin Miaohua quickened her pace, laboring fiercely, only to create a wider gap between herself and Zheng Bifang. Upon observing the situation, Zheng Bifang chose silence and exerted herself to catch up. They harvested the corn, filling 4 large baskets, which they then placed in the open space before the house to dry in the sun. Next, they set about clearing the withered stalks from the field. Pulling up the corn stalks required considerable strength after the 3 young ladies had uprooted a few. Their hands quickly blistered, leaving them no choice but to concede defeat, too intimidated to continue. Huang Ziqin suggested, you 3 young ladies should bundle the stalks we've pulled up. This task was quite laborious, and with only 3 individuals working on it. It took them 3 days to tidy up the field thoroughly. They then proceeded to remove the corn kernels. The well-dried corn came off easily, while the inadequately dried corn proved exceedingly difficult to separate, necessitating its set aside for further sun exposure. Nie Shuangyun proposed, to expedite our progress. How about this? Jin Miaohua, Yunjie, and Zheng Bifang. You 3 young ladies can handle the corn, while the 3 of us will turn the soil. This task is the most labor-intensive and may take 3 or 4 days, perhaps even longer. She added, you young ladies are certainly not fit for this work. Nie Shuangyun, Huang Ziqin, and Qian Chunmei took up the rakes to turn the earth, each of them developing blisters in succession. Huang Ziqin exclaimed, this task is the heaviest. Look at my blister, it has burst and is quite painful. Nie Shuangyun replied, I too have blisters on my hands, but what can we do? Retreating is not an option. Who else will turn this field? We have accepted the challenge, and there is no room for retreat. Gritting our teeth, we shall continue with the rakes. You are well aware that we women must strive for self-improvement, maintaining our resilience without faltering. Oh, life holds meaning as long as we persevere. To exist in this world and achieve greatness. 3 individuals, engaged in the task of kneading corn, hurried forward, applauding in unison. Yunjie remarked, Nie Shuangyun and her companions are tilling the soil, rhythmically calling out while wielding their rakes, their vigor rivals that of men. Jin Miaohua added, if we were to pursue martial arts, it is likely that we would be outmatched by them. They have endured hardships, while we 3 have lived in comfort, sheltered within our chambers. Should we attempt to wield a rake, we would hardly manage it after just a few strokes. By the 4th day, the plot of land was finally turned over, followed by weeding, which took an additional 2 days. The wheat seeds were sown and then covered, consuming yet another 2 days. Zheng Bifang expressed her embarrassment, stating, it is indeed shameful to admit that the entire task of tilling and planting wheat was accomplished solely by Nie Shuangyun and her companions. We merely ground the corn and tidied up the stalks, ensuring the ground was clean. Yunjie suggested, when it comes time to dine, let us invite them to take the esteemed seats, as a gesture of our respect. This is the least we can do to express our gratitude towards them. Chapter 9. Martial Arts. After more than 10 days, Zhao Quan began to teach the 6 of them martial skills, starting with the basics of boxing. One must establish a solid stance, with powerful legs and vigorous arm movements. The 6 followed their master, mimicking the motions of their arms. The master suddenly realized that the movements performed by Jin Miaohua and the other 3 young ladies lacked any strength. He approached them, grasped their shoulders, and admonished, straighten up. Your steps must be forceful. What use is a limp effort? Apply yourselves. After demonstrating a sequence of movements, the master resolutely stated, now, I shall observe your practice below. No slacking off. If you dare to be lazy, you will achieve nothing. The 6 young women commenced their practice. Nie Shuangyun executed the entire routine, while Yunjie could only recall 5 movements. Huang Ziqin instructed her on the subsequent actions. Zheng Bifang also struggled and implored Nie Shuangyun for assistance. Sister Shuangyun, please teach me. My sister will not treat you poorly in the future. Nie Shuangyun replied, just follow my lead. Once the 6 had completed the first set of movements, the master introduced the second set, which took 4 days to master fully. Had it not been for the 3 young ladies lagging behind, the progress would have been expedited by at least a day or two. Ultimately, the master allowed them to observe their senior brothers engaged in mounted combat and sent them home that afternoon. Ma Jiumei bid them farewell, saying, "You have already learned a great deal. There is no need to be greedy. The key lies in perseverance. Do not skip a day until you find your rhythm." Yun Jie inquired, "Jiumei, will we be able to fight in battle?" Ma Jiumei laughed heartily. "With your current skills, you are not fit for combat. Being able to defend yourselves is already commendable. As for Nie Shuangyun and her companions," Ma Jiumei mused, "perhaps they could manage a few exchanges. Mastery requires dedication. Just as an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle, without diligent practice, how can one expect to attain skill?" Zheng Bifang grasped Yun Jie's arm, urging, "Let us depart." The words of Ninth Sister echo those of our master. It is better to rely on oneself than to depend on others. True skills cannot be easily bestowed. Chapter 10. Calamity. The bandits of Daga Mountain surged towards Chioshui town, causing widespread panic among the populace. The marauders were ferocious, ransacking homes with reckless abandon, leaving no coin unturned. "Where have you hidden your silver? Speak the truth, or we shall search thoroughly. If we find it, not a single coin shall remain." The matron of the house replied, "It is in the cabinet. Take what you will, but leave a little for me." Even the emperor shows some consideration for scholars. "You mountain lords ought to exhibit a semblance of humanity." One who appeared to be the leader responded, "We know how to find the silver. If you place a flag at your door, the others shall refrain from searching here." Zheng Bifang interjected, "The bandits have arrived. Remain silent. Let us hasten our departure." Yun Jie inquired, "Where shall we go?" "It may be wiser to hide for now and devise a plan once night falls." The 6 quickly fled outside, concealing themselves within the dense underbrush of the courtyard. The bandits then invaded the back room, ransacking it thoroughly. One bandit exclaimed, "Damn it! This room has 3 beds, all occupied by women. Look, their dresses tell the tale." Another bandit remarked, "These girls have escaped. Otherwise, they would have been taken to the lair for our brother's amusement." Su Jing becomes fervent at the mention of women. "I fear your weapon may be put to good use. You see, humans are not so different from me." The bandit chief proclaimed, "The women here haven't ventured far. Let us command the entire town to search every nook and cranny. Perhaps we shall uncover the whereabouts of these women. The most beautiful shall, of course, be bestowed upon Master Husan, while the rest he shall disregard, leaving them for our amusement. Engaging with these women will enrich our lives, thus rendering it meaningful." The laughter of the bandits echoed menacingly. Chapter 11. The escape. As darkness descended, Nie Shuangyun rose from the thicket and declared, "We must hastily make our escape. We can no longer linger here. Enduring hunger is a trivial matter compared to the impending peril. How can we find solace in the jaws of a tiger? The only path forward is to flee this town and venture into the wilderness. Even the fruit from the trees can stave off our hunger." Huang Ziqin responded, "Let us depart. We have acquired some skills at the martial arts school. We must deploy them wisely. The bandits are devoid of humanity. Should we fall into their clutches, we shall undoubtedly suffer their wrath." Yun Jie added, "Indeed, we women must uphold our dignity. Escaping is also a means of preserving our self-respect." Zheng Bifang said, "Nie Shuangyun, you are formidable. Lead the way, and we shall follow closely." In a hushed tone, Nie Shuangyun instructed, "Stay behind me and run swiftly." She dashed towards the northwest corner and opened the back door. Once everyone had exited, she closed it behind them. "Now where do we go from here?" they inquired. Nie Shuangyun cautioned, "Yun Jie, refrain from speaking to avoid detection by the bandits." As they discussed their strategy, Ma Jiumei remarked, "Our martial skills are not yet perfected. We can only defend ourselves. With 6 of us together, surely we can protect one another." Upon arriving on the bustling street, Nie Shuangyun noticed bandits in motion and promptly pressed herself against the wall, signaling to those behind her to remain silent. After a considerable time had passed without any further commotion, she swiftly dashed towards an alley, where she concealed herself. Yun Jie and the others followed closely, only to suddenly spot a dozen bandits approaching, compelling them to crouch in a hidden spot, holding their breath in fear. Once the bandits passed, Nie Shuangyun stood up, glanced around, and gestured behind her. The others caught up, and she quietly inquired of Jean Miaohua whether they could accompany her home. Jean Miaohua replied, urging her to hurry, as her sisters in distress were in urgent need of sustenance. The 6 of them steeled themselves and cautiously traversed the northwestern corner of Inji Mountain, but from a distance. It was evident that the mountain path had fallen under the bandits' control. Observing the base of the mountain, They saw the bandits swaggering about with impunity. Nie Shuangyun exclaimed, "This is dire. My home is also in peril, with bandits loitering around both the front and back." Zheng Bifeng remarked, "It seems your home is not a viable option." Nie Shuangyun, "With so many bandits, the 6 of us would stand no chance in a confrontation, and the outcome could be grim. We should go to my house. The walls are high, and my family is skilled in combat." Yunjie interjected, "Your Zheng family is located to the northeast of the town, which makes it difficult to reach. It would be best to head to my Yun family first." Huang Ziqin suggested, "Let us go to the Yun residence. I will lead the way." Despite Nie Shuangyun's agility, she was unfamiliar with the route to Yun's home and had no choice but to follow Huang Ziqin. Suddenly, Huang Ziqin exclaimed in dismay, and upon looking ahead, Nie Shuangyun saw that the Yun residence had evidently been breached by the bandits, with the entrance in utter disarray. Yunjie approached to take a look and gasped, on the verge of tears. Nie Shuangyun hurriedly covered her mouth and said, "Miss Yun, you mustn't cry at this moment. If we alert the bandits, none of us will escape." Zhang Bifeng remarked, "As we approached the Jin residence, the bandits failed to notice us. 7 or 8 of them emerged, searching for us in vain. This is thanks to Nie Shuangyun's keen intellect, which allowed us to evade them. We cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly, for this is not a place for you to mourn, Miss Yun." Nie Shuangyun declared, "Follow me. Let us ascend the mountain and gather some wild fruits to stave off our hunger." Qian Chimei whispered urgently, "Do not speak." It turned out that 3 bandits were passing by. They continued forward until they reached a mountain ridge, from which they could ascend directly. Just as they reached the ridge, 2 bandits suddenly appeared, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing no way to escape, Nie Shuangyun stepped forward to engage one of the bandits in combat, exchanging blows with equal ferocity. Huang Ziqin also found herself grappling with another bandit, while Qian Chimei brandished a tree branch and swung it fiercely, striking the bandit with a resounding thud, causing him to flee in terror. Noticing that one bandit had retreated, Nie Shuangyun seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to the other bandit's midsection, sending him tumbling down the ridge. "Run!" Yunjie called out, and they all hurried up the mountain, unaware of how far they had traveled until they reached the mountain crest, flanked by fruit trees. The 6 of them did not inquire about the type of fruit. They simply began to gather whatever they could find. With keen eyes, Huang Ziqin pointed ahead and said, "There lies the mountain deity's temple. Let us enter and rest for a while." Inside the temple, they found firewood, and Qian Chunmei set it ablaze, with everyone gathering around the flames. Nie Shuangyun sighed, "Alas, I have picked wild apples." As they spoke, they began to nibble on their fruits. Zheng Bifeng remarked, "Oh dear, I picked a pear." She took a bite and found it rather bland, adding, "At this moment, one cannot be particular. Under normal circumstances, I would never consume such tasteless pears. However, my hunger compels me to make do." Yunjie mentioned, "I picked some large oranges, which are likely not very palatable." She peeled one and sampled a segment, wrinkling her brow slightly at its tartness, finding it less than enjoyable. Nie Shuangyun offered her an apple, saying, "If you find that unappetizing, why not have an apple instead?" Indeed, these 3 types of fruit seem to suggest that we, 6 individuals, are not overly unfortunate to have stumbled upon fresh fruit in this place. Jin Miaohua chuckled. Huang Ziqin proposed, "Let us rest here for the night and devise a plan for tomorrow." Nie Shuangyun countered, "That is unwise. Traveling during the day makes us vulnerable to detection by bandits, and we would be unable to escape. We cannot abandon any one of us. In my opinion, if we seek a way out, it is best to do so under the cover of night. Should the bandits discover us, as long as they are not more than 4 or 5, we should be able to evade them. Even if it comes to a confrontation, we might not necessarily suffer defeat. During the day, bandits are more numerous, and if they catch wind of a scuffle, they will swarm in. With their greater numbers, we would stand little chance, and none of us would escape. Just think. If we, as young women, were to fall into the hands of bandits, it would be akin to sheep falling into the jaws of a tiger." Zheng Bifeng then suggested, "If you intend to leave, why not come to my Zheng family home? Perhaps it has not yet been overrun by bandits, and my family servants are all quite skilled in martial arts. At this time, things should still be in good order." Yunjie remarked, "In that case, let us proceed to your residence. If your home has also fallen into the hands of bandits, we shall have no choice but to resort to a life of banditry ourselves." Qian Chimei responded, "I shall guide you to Qiu Shuibei's house. Follow my lead. There is a mountain path ahead that leads directly to the northeastern corner of the town. Once we arrive, it will not be long before we reach Qiu Shuibei's estate. The mountain path is rather lengthy and winding, yet fortunately, There are no forks along the way. After descending the mountain and passing by several houses, we will soon catch sight of the walls of Qiu Shuibei's courtyard. Chapter 12. Reunion. Madame Zheng has departed, and Zheng Bifang, Qian Chunmei, and Anton entered the inner chamber. Anton promptly fetched water for them to wash their faces and subsequently prepared warm water for them to soak their feet. It was then that Zheng Bifang called out to Anton, addressing her as mother, assuring her not to worry, as she was capable of taking care of herself. Ask Chunmei, we have truly acquired valuable skills. You must take good care of yourself, mother. I do not wish for you to fret over me. The road ahead is long, and I must venture out on my own, free from the shackles of dependence. Anton is Zheng Bifang's biological mother, yet lacks official recognition, being merely a concubine. Thus, all her offspring are considered the children of Madame Zheng. In public, Zheng Bifang is unable to address Anton as mother and can only do so in private. It is Anton who genuinely cares for Zheng Bifang. While Madame Zheng's affections are but a fade, Qiu Shuibei has 8 children, 5 sons and 3 daughters. Now at the age of 81, he is frail and does not show much fondness for Zheng Bifang, the daughter of his concubine, merely instructing the household to attend to her needs. Zheng Bifang, however, is reluctant to retire for the night, insisting on checking on Yun Jie and Jin Miaohua, the 2 young ladies, before resting. Zheng Bifang and Qian Chunmei, the 2 attendants, arrived at Madame Zheng's chamber. Madame Zheng inquired about their purpose. Zheng Bifang replied, where have my 4 sisters been placed? Madame Zheng responded, it seems your camaraderie runs quite deep. Let me assure you, they are all well. Their families have taken refuge at Duke Qiu's residence, and at this moment, they are joyfully reunited with their kin, safe and sound. You may rest easy. The following day, Zheng Bifang and Qian Chunmei first visited the rear chamber to meet Yun Jie and Huang Ziqing. They were both adorned anew. Yun Jie wore her hair styled in a traditional bun, embellished with a golden hairpin, her ears adorned with diamond-shaped white earrings. Her slightly rounded face appeared to have a touch of rouge, exuding a vibrant glow, while her naturally red lips completed her exquisite beauty. She wore a crimson dress complemented by embroidered shoes. Although Huang Ziqing was dressed as a maid, with 2 long braids and naturally curved bangs, her gray dress could not conceal her effortless charm, giving her a polished appearance. Zheng Bifang was clad in a more understated manner, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, as she had not yet had the chance to style it. Her oval face radiated joy as she said, I awoke late today and came to see you as soon as I got up. As you can see, I have yet to arrange my hair. I am still unaware of where Jin Miaohua is residing. Yun Jie replied, come to my room, and let us tidy your hair. You should not wear it down, as the elders do not favor it. Very well, I shall style it into a double bun. Zheng Bifang entered the room and gathered her hair into a round bun atop her head, allowing the excess length to cascade down her back. She braided the remaining hair into 3 flower-like braids, securing them elegantly. With a long phoenix hairpin inserted, her appearance was striking, and the large silver earrings accentuated her porcelain-like complexion. Zheng Bifang emerged to bid farewell, saying, Yun Jie, after breakfast, seek out Jin Miaohua. We shall practice our boxing together. Do not forget. Yun Jie replied, if we neglect our practice for just one day, we shall soon become unskilled, and all our efforts will have been in vain. What a pity. After breakfast, Zheng Bifang and the others arrived at the thatched cottage, where Jin Miaohua greeted them with delight, saying, I was just about to summon Shuangyun to join you for. We shall practice our boxing in the western section of this cottage. Zheng Bifang glanced at Jin Miaohua, whose hair was styled in an elegant cloud bun adorned with a step shake, clearly reflecting a young lady's attire. Her neck was adorned with a glistening necklace, and she wore a white pleated skirt, complemented by embroidered shoes. Nie Shuangyun, in a modest outfit befitting a maid, radiated vitality, her oval face accentuating her competence. Qian Chunmei, the most robust among them, possessed large eyes, a prominent nose, and a wide mouth, yet her complexion was delicate. Her hair was styled in a loop bun, with a braided tail cascading down her back. Nie Shuangyun took the lead in their practice, with Yun Jie and the other 5 lined up in formation. The boxing practice commenced, their steps synchronized, and their arms moved in near unison. They completed a full set of boxing techniques. Chapter 13. Strolling in the Garden. Zheng Garden, though not vast, was arranged with great coherence, the pavilions seamlessly interconnected, allowing for enjoyment even in the rain. 2 elevated areas each housed a charming little room, tastefully furnished with 5 or 6 chairs for resting. The western room even featured a bed. To the east lay a peach orchard, while to the west stood maple trees. The northern side was adorned with bamboo groves, and the south was a medley of trees, including citron, white magnolia, mulberry, and osmanthus, along with ginkgo trees. A pathway of crushed stone ensured that one's shoes would not become muddy during rainy weather. Jin Miaohua ascended to a higher vantage point, her hairpin swaying gently. Zhang Bifang remarked with a smile, "Miaohua, now you truly resemble a refined young lady. Earlier, while practicing martial arts, your hairpin was inconstant, which seemed rather unbefitting of your status." Huang Ziqin added, "With my long braid, it constantly brushes against my arms during practice, creating a dissonance. Perhaps a single braid would be more suitable." Nie Shuangyun interjected, "That may not be ideal either. A solitary braid drapes down to the lower back, making martial arts less agile. It is preferable to style the hair in a bun, with shorter braids, which causes no hindrance." Yunjie commented, "A woman without a man appears unrefined. Neglecting one's hair makes one's appearance less appealing, unworthy of the beauty bestowed by the divine." She continued, "Dressing well requires effort, and when going out, one tends to linger." Huang Ziqin chuckled. "People often criticize those who are slow in their movements, saying, 'You don't seem fit to ride in a sedan chair.' Riding in a sedan indicates one is to be a bride, hence one must adorn oneself accordingly, which indeed requires time and effort." Zhang Bifang plucked a magnolia flower and tucked it into her bun, prompting Qin Shimei to say, "Miss, the white flower accentuates your delicate charm." Yun Jie suggested, "Let us venture to the house on the west side. It boasts a bed and we could rest for a while." The thought of traveling at night is both alarming and unsettling, akin to a nightmarish reverie. Jin Miaohua lamented, "In these chaotic times, life is hardly bearable. Bandits roam freely, and no one can do anything about it." Many speak of the formidable Rui Fei in the capital. Some claim she is the reincarnation of the thousand-handed Guanyin, possessing both literary and martial prowess, unmatched in intellect, with many officials in the court unable to rival her. How could a woman be so formidable? Yun Jie gestured dismissively. Zhang Bifang responded, "There have been powerful women throughout history, such as Fu Hao, Wu Zetian, Mu Guing, Hua Mulan, Li Qizhao, and Xie Daoan. The remarkable Rui Fei possesses both martial prowess and exceptional intellect, compelling all to bow at her feet." Nie Shuangyun remarked, "We girls ought to strive forward. Although we may lack significant talents, it is far better than remaining confined to the domestic sphere, adhering to rigid conventions. That daughter's classics offers no valuable lessons. It is, in truth, a source of harm." Huang Ziqin chuckled. "Some young ladies bind their feet so tightly that they can neither walk nor soar, becoming mere playthings for men. Tell me, once such women age and lose their allure, are they not discarded like worthless goods? Truly, the women of Tuo Mountain are heroines. Incredible, simply extraordinary. When our emotions erupt, our strength is unparalleled, capable of shaking the heavens. Who claims that we women are frail? With aspirations soaring to the skies, we are far from delicate willows swaying in the wind. We must learn from the contemporary Rui Fei, refusing to be dependent on men for sustenance, for the experience of being supported by others is quite unenviable." The group engaged in fervent discussions, extolling the feats of resolute women. Chapter 14. Swinging Yun Jie stated, in such a manner, "Women can hold their heads high in both public and private. Alas, we cannot remain cooped up in this grass hut forever. Let us venture outside for some fresh air and to stretch our limbs. There is a swing set at the east end of the garden. Let us play there." Zhang Bifang replied, "Let us go. If we're going to fight, let us get moving." Yun Jie said, "I shall give it a go." Her swinging was modest, lasting only 4 or 5 motions before she concluded her activity. She called for Jin Miaohua to join her, but Jin Miaohua waved her hand, saying, "I have never swung before. I cannot do it." "Shuangyun, give it a try," suggested Nie Shuangyun. "I have never tried before, but I shall give it a go," she replied. With that, she launched herself onto the swing, propelling it with considerable force, causing it to sway significantly. Zhang Bifang, Huang Ziqin, and Jin Miaohua exclaimed fervently, urging her to hold on tightly and not to let go. Yun Jie was astounded by her performance. It was remarkable that Shuangyun managed to swing so adeptly on her very first attempt, achieving over 20 swings. Jin Miaohua cautioned, "All right, Shuangyun, slow down and steady yourself. You mustn't lose your grip." Nie Shuangyun's impressive display inspired Huang Ziqin and Qin Shunmei, who too dared to release their holds on the swing, achieving commendable results. Yun Jie remarked, "While others simply refer to it as swinging, we call it swaying. They might think we are rather unrefined. Alas, Jin Miaohua, you should also try swinging. Even if just for a moment, as it would be lovely to say you have swung before." Jin Miaohua climbed onto the swing, but her stance was unsteady. and as the swing commenced its motion, she panicked and clung tightly to the ropes. Zheng Bifang adjusted her position, advising, when swinging, your body must be relaxed. And your mindset calm. Do not think of anything else. Ensure your hands grip the ropes firmly and keep your legs still. Do you understand? I understand, she replied. Zheng Bifang called out, now pay attention. It is starting to sway. With a gentle push, the swing began to move. After just 4 or 5 swings, it came to a halt, and Jin Miaohua dismounted, exclaiming, I'm dizzy. I shall never attempt this again. Zheng Bifang remarked, Jin Miaohua, you truly possess the temperament of a young lady. With just a few attempts, you are already calling for a second round. Compared to Shuangyun, you are evidently delicate. As she spoke, she ascended the swing set, propelled herself with vigor, and swung vigorously for over 30 times before ceasing. Yunjia commented today. The worst performers on the swing are Jin Miaohua and I. We have failed to achieve any notable results. To be honest, when I mounted the swing, I felt a bit dizzy and did not dare to exert myself. If you are here merely to mock us, then it is beyond our control. We are not as resilient as we appear. Chapter 15. Continuous pearls. The 6 of them settled in the East Pavilion to rest. Jin Miaohua stated, Ma Jiumei is a female general who can take to the battlefield. Huang Ziqin replied, becoming a general on the battlefield does not solely rely on martial prowess. It primarily hinges on wisdom. Zhuge Liang, when he engaged in battle, did so while seated in a wheeled chariot, yet he still emerged victorious. Sun Bin, despite his disability, proved to be remarkably formidable in combat, and the great general of Wei, Peng Wan, met his downfall at Sun Bin's hands. Yunjia paused for a moment and said, how extraordinary are Zhuge Liang and Sun Bin. Their intellect surpasses that of ordinary individuals. In this chaotic era, safeguarding oneself necessitates at least a modicum of martial skill. Otherwise, one must rely entirely on others for protection. Who among us young ladies can expect to receive protection? We are not royal princesses. Yunjia continued, for us maidens. The reality of survival is paramount. If we do not learn some martial arts, we may find ourselves at the mercy of others, suffering indignities that render life unbearable. Huang Ziqin suggested, after our meal, let us return here to play. They say that spending a day as a girl is akin to spending a day in authority. Becoming someone's spouse inevitably limits one's freedom. Time does not linger, it must be seized, and life should be lived vibrantly and joyously. Zheng Bifang remarked. Huang Ziqin's words hold truth. Beautiful moments do not last forever. If one is not attentive, they may slip away unnoticed, and in the future, it will be impossible to relive the present. Jin Miaohua suggested, shall we engage in a poetic relay? Qian Shimei inquired, what is a poetic relay? It involves each person reciting a line of poetry, with the first character of one's line being the last character of the previous line. In simpler terms, it is a chain of verses. What do you think? Shall we attempt this poetic chain? Zhang Bifang consented, very well, let us begin with you, Jin Miaohua, and proceed in proper order. When it was Zhang Bifang's turn, she altered it to a concluding phrase, stating, ambition exceeds ability. Huang Ziqin then responded, unaware of one's own limits. Yunjia followed with, unfamiliar with one's own stature. Nie Shuangyun added, 7 highs and 8 lows. Qian Shimei contributed, mountains high and waters low. Jin Miaohua chimed in, eyebrows high and eyes low. Zheng Bifang laughed and said, heads high and heads low. Huang Ziqin continued, hands high and low. Yunjia remarked, being humble. Nie Shuangyun declared, climbing high while treading low. Jin Miaohua noted, it is my turn again. I say, exceptional talent. Zheng Bifang responded, I say, visionary foresight. Huang Ziqin added, talented disciples. Lofty ambitions, remarkable talents, unattainable heights. Jin Miaohua chuckled and continued, profound and unfathomable. Zheng Bifang pointed towards the distance and said, high mountains and flowing waters. Huang Ziqin also gestured and remarked, lofty mountains and steep ridges. Yunjia responded, profound insight and foresight. Nie Shuangyun commented, elevated sentiments and aspirations. Qian Shimei added, esteemed names and illustrious surnames. Jin Miaohua shook her hand and said, the words within me are soon to run dry. I beseech you to exercise restraint. Zhang Bifang retorted, Jin Miaohua, do not speak with excessive grandeur. Huang Ziqin remarked, Miss Bifang truly possesses eloquence. Yunjia said, Huang Ziqin, you too are aware of the nuances. Nie Shuangyun commented, Miss Yun, you ought to embody noble righteousness. Qian Shimei shook her head and stated, Nie Shuangyun, you must not violate the established decorum. Jin Miaohua exclaimed, the grace of Miss Zheng is one of elevation without peril. Zhang Bifang replied, Jin Miaohua, do not belittle yourself. Aim high and soar far. Huang Ziqin declared, transcending high towers and deep pools. To gaze far and stride forth. To elevate one's hands and sentiments. Jin Miaohua suddenly exclaimed, the grandeur of lofty mountains and scenic pathways. Zhang Bifeng remarked, in that case, I shall follow suit, resting upon the eastern hills, free of worries. Yunjia said, I rest easy upon my pillow. Nie Shuangyun added, both of you are exceptional individuals. Qian Shimei noted, you all can ascend grand halls and lofty edifices. Jin Miaohua exclaimed, alas, it is my turn again. I cannot falter here. It seems you are all talents of the esteemed world. Zhang Bifeng lamented, alas. Also of noble virtues. Huang Ziqin remarked, oh dear, our actions today can indeed be considered as those of the virtuous world. Yunjia laughed heartily. We have all become scholars of the lofty study. Nie Shuangyun concluded, the six of us engage in elevated discourse. Qian Shimei remarked, to dwell high upon the eastern mountain. What a splendid phrase. Jin Miaohua responded, I comprehend. One must exercise caution in the depths of lofty banks and deep valleys. Zhang Bifeng paused momentarily before stating, high steps to the clouds. Huang Ziqin added, indeed, high literary tomes. Yunjia interjected, high chariots and noble steeds. Nie Shuangyun sighed, alas. High crowns and broad sashes. Qian Chunmei declared, high banners and great standards. Jin Miaohua said, I elevate my own standards. Zhang Bifeng pondered for a while and then mentioned, there exists a phrase, high palms and distant footprints. Huang Ziqin confessed, I can no longer articulate the subsequent phrases. How about we speak of terms that signify lowering? I shall say, step by step ascending high. Yunjia continued, journey far to ascend. Nie Shuangyun remarked, the winds are fierce and the waves high. Qian Shimei stated, the water rises and the boat floats higher. Jin Miaohua reflected, our sisterhood's aspirations soar as high as the heavens. Zhang Bifeng asserted, we must not consider ourselves lofty and pure. We must strive. Huang Ziqin stated, longevity and prosperity are high. Yunjia mentioned, the hall of integrity is high. Nie Shuangyun declared, the sea is vast and the sky is high. Qian Shimei noted, labor brings forth merit. Jin Miaohua contemplated and said, old mister. Qiu Shuibai is advanced in years. Our gathering of six will not last long. Zhang Bifeng remarked, the road ahead is vast and steep. We must forge onward. Huang Ziqin noted, emerging from obscurity to greater heights. Yunjia added, the plump escape takes flight high. Nie Shuangyun corrected, it is indeed the plump escape that sings high. Qian Chumei jested, you two are like willows, soaring high. Jin Miaohua recalled, I remembered another phrase, soaring high with a melodious flight. Zhang Bifeng concluded, on a moonless, windy night, the heights are daunting. Huang Ziqin stated, half low, not high. Yunjia proclaimed, a distant view, high steps. Yunjia further asserted, a wealth of knowledge brings forth high talent. Nie Shuangyun remarked, the head is high while the bottom is low. Qian Shimei responded, one may have a low status yet speak eloquently. Jin Miaohua added, the more one looks up, the higher the admiration. Zhang Bifeng stated, to penetrate the solid, one must look upwards. Chapter 16, couplet. Huang Ziqin swiftly greeted Nie Shuangyun, exclaiming, Shuangyun, you appear utterly rejuvenated today. With a heart-shaped face and a coiled bun atop her head, she donned a crimson jacket paired with a sky-blue skirt that elegantly concealed her feet. Nie Shuangyun replied, how can I compare to you, Huang Ziqin, with your dual braids, azure top, and violet skirt, exuding such confidence? Yunjia stepped forth, glancing at the two, and said, Ziqin, Shuangyun, let us refrain from playful banter. As women in this world, we must adorn ourselves, otherwise, we would not do justice to the beautiful visage bestowed upon us by the divine. Nie Shuangyun discreetly observed Yunjia, noting her hair styled in a low bun, heavily oiled and appearing lustrous, adorned with a distinctive golden hairpin and diamond-shaped white earrings. A light touch of rouge graced her cheeks, her lips painted a vibrant red. The crimson qipao cascaded to her feet, reminiscent of a gentle breeze through delicate willows. Jin Miaohua cheerfully suggested, let us visit Zhang Bifeng. The four then traversed through 3 or 4 courtyards, arriving at her room. Zhang Bifeng was engrossed in her studies, reciting, the master said, a gentleman is guided by righteousness. A petty person is driven by profit. The master said, observe the virtuous and aspire to be like them. When encountering the unvirtuous, reflect inwardly. The master also said, when substance surpasses refinement, one appears uncultured. When refinement surpasses substance, one becomes superficial. Only when both refinement and substance coexist can one be considered a true gentleman. Yunjie called out Bifang. Upon hearing her name, she set aside her book and emerged, saying, "You all have arrived. Come in and enjoy some time together." Yunjie remarked, "Bifang, today you have changed your hairstyle to a coiled bun, adorned with a hairpin. The silver pins at your temples glimmer beautifully." Zhang Bifang remarked, "Today, if time permits, I shall style my hair into a circular bun." While a circular bun is aesthetically pleasing, it requires considerable effort. Huang Ziqin opted for 2 braids, which were refreshing and expedient. As she spoke, she adorned her emerald green dress with a vibrant red floral jacket, and her embroidered shoes were strikingly bright. Qian Chimei emerged, also sporting 2 braids, her cheeks seemingly adorned with a hint of rouge, lending her a rosy glow. She had allowed some strands of hair to cascade down her temples, enhancing her allure. Qian Chunmei suggested, "Shuangyun, rather than wearing a double horn bun, why not try 2 braids? It's much quicker." Nie Shuangyun replied, "Let us not discuss it today. I shall braid my hair tomorrow." Jin Miaohua stated, "Bifang is diligently studying, and we must not relax our own studies. 3 days without reading dulls the tongue, and 3 days without practicing crafts leads to neglect." Zhang Bifang confessed, "I am far inferior to Yunjie. She can recite Mingzi." Yunjie shook her head. "I do not know it all. I am still somewhat unpracticed." Nie Shuangyun added, "The teacher said that reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. Would it not be better to discuss it rather than simply memorize it?" Huang Ziqin remarked, "Reading poetry is beneficial. People say that if one reads 300 Tang poems, even without the ability to compose, one can recite them. It allows individuals to appreciate and engage with the material." After their meal, they proceeded to the eastern pavilion of the garden. Yunjie proposed, "Yesterday we played a word chain. Today we shall create couplets. I shall ask Huang Ziqin to bring the brush, inkstone, and paper." Jin Miaohua suggested, "One of us shall produce a line and draw a stick. I shall draw the stick," she continued, "and whoever draws the short stick shall present the line." Yunjie instructed, "Then you shall pinch the sticks." Jin Miaohua went aside to gather some flexible grass, then held them in her hand for everyone to draw. Zhang Bifang drew the winning stick and cheerfully declared, "My line is, on Guanyin Mountain, one observes the mountains and waters. Nie Shuangyun, it is your turn to continue." Nie Shuangyun scratched her head in confusion, exclaiming, "How could I possibly think of something so quickly?" Yunjie replied, "Everyone is pondering. Those who have ideas should write them down with a brush. Ziqin, please distribute a sheet of paper to each person. The ones in front will write what they have conceived, while those behind will have ample time." Huang Ziqin handed out the papers. Nie Shuangyun declared, "I will jot down the sentences I come up with, and perhaps revise them later." She picked up a brush and began grinding ink on the inkstone. Once the ink was prepared, she started writing on the paper. Yunjie took the brush and began to write as well. Everyone was engaged in writing, and Nie Shuangyun was the first to present her couplet. The Yangtze River's waves crash against the long flowing waters. Huang Ziqin followed with, "The sun rises over the summit of the Diyuan Peak." Yunjie contributed, "Marvelous awareness, good fortune, marvelous completion." Qian Chimei offered, "The Buddha statue stands beneath the pine, the Buddha, the pine, and the cypress." Jin Miaohua added, "In front of the Lanqiu terrace, we embrace the beauty." Zhang Bifang stated, "My couplet is, in the path of awakening, one comprehends the truth." Yunjie was the first to speak, holding her paper. She declared, "My couplet is, green bamboo, yellow whips, purple bamboo shoots." Qian Chunmei responded, "My couplet is, the water chestnut rests in the mud, sweetly offering itself." Jin Miaohua chimed in, "Our couplet is, the Tao crowns the Confucian, wearing the Buddhist robe." Zhang Bifang continued, "The couplet reads, in muddy waters, pure white lotus blooms." Nie Shuangyun remarked, "The lotus, crystal clear, reflects the rosy clouds." Huang Ziqin laughed and said, "The couplet for my line is, in the marketplace, the street." The bachelor emerges. On the 5th day of composing poetry, the 6 individuals arrived at the West Pavilion. The 3 young ladies sat together, playfully teasing one another, touching each other's faces. 3 maids stood nearby, laughing. Yunjie commented, "Nie Shuangyun, your laughter is delightful. Your braided hair looks quite charming." Nie Shuangyun grasped a braid and proclaimed, "You mentioned composing poetry today. I have indeed contemplated a few lines in preparation for this." Yunjie interjected, "Miaohua shall surely marry a worthy man, for with such a union, she will relish a lifetime of happiness." Jin Miaohua replied, "Which woman does not desire this? You, Yunjie, when adorned, surpass us all in elegance." With a gentle sway, Yunjie caused her hair ornaments to dance vigorously. After a while, she held up a piece of paper and declared, "I shall go first." Verdant grasses and wild fields flourish unrestrained, as spring envelopes the distant mountains in azure hues. Joyous winds weave through the red blossoms in the willow lanes, tethered by the flowing waters resting upon the mossy stones. Do not decline the generous cup of wine, for who knows how fleeting the blossoms may be. Moreover, with the clear skies of Qingming, let us wander the gardens, lest we forget to return. Zheng Bifang announced, "I shall share my verses." The lines were as follows. In solitude, one fails to overshadow the blossoms, while a mere hint of fragrance speaks of emptiness. A season's cold grace lacks allure, and the frail bones of twilight cast a desolate shadow. In the ice jar, the soul laments the blank spaces, while the jade visage in autumn mourns the fallen petals. A single petal of chill bears a muted hue, as the evening sun on the eastern fence smiles upon the aged man. Huang Ziqin stated, "Mine are these, not in the pavilion does one cherish the self. For feigned madness often leads to genuine folly. Once, intoxicated, I drove past, fearing the burdens of affection would weigh down a man. The bright moon is often but a crescent, and a beautiful face fears the passage of time. Sadness, oh sadness, yet we are acquainted, unrecognized. One can remain free of longing." Nie Shuangyun reflected deeply and penned these lines. Who among the celestial beings can truly attain enlightenment? Only the solitary night knows the unrest of its lament. The drifting catkins echo the melancholy of song, while the willow's blossoms carry the name of fickleness. 9 out of 10 are subject to disdain, perhaps due to the misuse of pure intentions. Do not let the stroke of the pen turn sorrow into prophecy. The spring birds and autumn insects sing their own tunes. Qian Chame concluded, "I have written, the familiar sounds of my homeland have faded into silence, while floating leaves and drifting weeds evoke the deepest pity beneath the slanting branches of the fragrant tree in Zheng Garden Pavilion. I idly squander the vibrant springtime in honor of the aging strings. The red beans evoke memories of joyous days long past, entwined with poignant recollections of fortunate years. Why must we meticulously recount the affairs of Qiushui? In tumultuous times, golden embellishments vanish like smoke." Zhang Bifang proposed, "Each person shall inscribe their verses with their name and submit them to me. I will invite the esteemed scholar Hu Rui, renowned far and wide, to offer his critique and insights. Hu Rui currently resides at my Qiushui estate, making it most convenient for him to appraise our poetic endeavors." Chapter 18, Combing Hair Indeed. Yunjie found the bun to be quite efficient. Huang Ziqin had just tied a bundle of her severed locks, which Yunjie then received and adorned upon her own head. The braids cascaded downward, completing the arrangement with the addition of ornaments. Huang Ziqin remarked, "I too have cut mine to about a foot, to avoid tangling with my waist. It is best just below." Yunjie replied, "You have already styled your hair today. Let us postpone the cutting until tomorrow. We should read some books and see if we have forgotten anything. To learn and to practice regularly brings great joy. Practicing martial arts is an essential daily activity. Their parents do not hinder this, as neglecting the forms leads to clumsiness and the loss of true skill. A day of exposure may lead to 10 days of chill." In the afternoon, Zhang Bifang visited Yunjie, inviting her to play in the garden. Yunjie responded, "It is not that I do not wish to accompany you. My father requires me to study." Zhang Bifang lamented, "Ah, Ziqin, you have cut your braid. It must be about a foot long. This cut is quite drastic." Qian Chame added, "I shall also cut mine by a foot. The braid drags to my waist, which is neither pleasing to the eye nor convenient for styling." With that, she began to unravel her hair. Jin Miaohua and Nie Shuangyun quietly entered, giggling as they remarked, "You lovely ladies have succumbed to the scissors for fear of reprimand from the adults. Yet, Yunjie remains as she is, which is preferable." Yunjie replied, "Miaohua, you are mistaken. Let me clarify. I have indeed cut my hair, and I was the first to do so." Jin Miaohua retorted, "You are merely trying to deceive us. Yunjie, I do not believe you." Yunjie then requested Huang Ziqin to part her hair down the middle, and Huang Ziqin meticulously created a clear delineation. Qian Chunmei proceeded to braid her left side into orchid braids, securing them with a red ribbon. Huang Ziqin mirrored this by braiding the right side, ensuring symmetry. Zhang Bifang expressed her desire for Ziqin to also part her hair, to which Huang Ziqin cheerfully responded, "Oh my, please take a seat, and I assure you will be satisfied." Yunjie warned, "Ziqin, if the adults hear you speak to the young ladies in such a manner, you may find yourself in trouble." However, Zhang Bifang graciously replied, "With the adults not present, it matters not what we say in jest. Qian Chumei also began to style her hair into 2 braids, playfully swaying them as she laughed. This is delightful, with some hair oil. My hairstyling will be much more efficient henceforth. Yunjie adorned her hair with accessories, maintaining her image as a refined lady. Zhang Bifang followed suit, embellishing her hair with a hairpin, a phoenix hairpin, and a decorative clasp. Chapter 19. The assessment left Yin and Qin Liang visited Qiu Shueibua and Zheng Pai, primarily to ascertain his continued vitality. After all, the imperial court's economic resources are finite, and the meritorious must be bestowed titles, necessitating a position. Should Zheng Pai no longer be among the living, others would be appointed in his stead. At the venerable age of 81, Zheng Pai's health was in decline, burdened by grave ailments. At this moment, he was receiving 2 ministers from the court, who requested to witness his daughter's martial prowess upon learning of her skills. 6 young ladies stood before the residence of Lord Qiu, awaiting inspection, while Lord Qiu languidly occupied a chair. To his left sat Minister Zhuyin, and to his right, Minister Qin Liang, with the pugilist Ding Bao perched at the edge, deliberately maintaining distance from Zhuyin. Behind Ding Bao stood 3 servants of the Qiu household, while Hu Tang occupied a seat beside Qin Liang, alongside 2 scholars. The scene was evidently set for an evaluation of the 6 young ladies, including Zhang Bifang. They all performed a set of punches under the guidance of Nie Shuangyun. Following the demonstration, Lord Qiu expressed a degree of satisfaction. However, Zhuyin insisted on having each girl perform individually to establish a ranking. The order of performance would be determined by him. Unfortunately, Jin Miaohua was designated as the first to showcase her skills, and she braced herself to complete her solo display. Qin Liang offered words of encouragement, remarking that it was commendable for a young lady of her standing to execute a full set of punches, indicating a solid foundation worth further practice. Zhang Bifang's performance was visually appealing, yet, the discerning eye noted her movements lacked force, while Yun Jie appeared even less vigorous. Huang Ziqin exhibited a notable increase in strength compared to the 3 ladies, prompting Zhuyin to stroke his beard and comment, "Now, this resembles a true martial artist." Qian Chunmei demonstrated even greater power than Huang Ziqin, showcasing formidable strength. Finally, Nie Shuangyun took to the stage with a commanding presence, her movements precise and forceful. Upon concluding her performance, Zhuyin remarked, "Nie Shuangyun resembles a true pugilist," ranking her first among the 6. Following her were Qian Chunmei, Huang Ziqin, Jin Miaohua, Zheng Bifang, and Yun Jie in subsequent positions. After Zhuyin made his remarks, he rose and stepped onto the stage, proclaiming, "I shall also demonstrate the boxing techniques you have learned. What do you think?" He retracted his feet and, with a swift motion, unleashed a powerful strike that left the 6 young women feeling inadequate. Qiu Shueibua, panting, remarked, "Bifang, you 2 practice boxing, but your strikes are rather feeble. When they land on an opponent, they might as well be mere powder puffs, incapable of self-defense, let alone defeating an adversary." Zheng Bifang replied, "Father, your words resonate with me. I shall remember them." Zhuyin continued, "When executing a set of punches, one must surely work up a sweat. Each blow must possess force. The greater the force, the better. Your arms should move with the strength of iron rods, and your legs must exhibit powerful thrusts. When kicking, the force should be substantial." How substantial? In actual combat, it should be sufficient to topple your opponent, even sending them airborne. Nie Shuangyun performed admirably, but must further amplify her strength. "Come, I grant you this jade bracelet as a reward. Wear it upon your arm." Nie Shuangyun accepted the jade bracelet and adorned her arm, to which Jin Miaohua exclaimed, "It looks splendid. It is a reward from General Zhua." Observing this, Qin Liang remarked, "I too possess a bracelet, though it is merely silver." "Huang Ziqin, this is for you." Quick-witted Huang Ziqin responded, "I already have a bracelet, a gift from my in-laws. I shall retrieve it from my chamber for you to see." Zhuyin interjected, "Minister Can, you are mistaken. The 2nd place belongs to Qian Chunmei." Qin Liang, patting his forehead, chuckled, "I must have misheard. It turns out Qian Chunmei is the 2nd, deserving of a reward." Qin Liang presented the silver bracelet to Zhuyin, who solemnly handed it to Qian Chunmei, saying, "This reward is one to be cherished, for it embodies your achievements." Qian Chunmei accepted it with gratitude. The following day, Qin Liang served as the examiner, designating the order: Qian Chunmei, Nie Shuangyun, Huang Ziqin, Jin Miaohua, Yun Jie, and Zheng Bifang. Each individual was to select their own text for recitation. Qian Chunmei chose Disciples' Rules, a concise text that flowed easily off the tongue, albeit deemed somewhat trivial. Nie Shuangyun recited expanded sayings of the wise, which, while more extensive, also rolled off the tongue with ease. Huang Ziqin opted for 1,000-character classic, and Jin Miaohua chose lessons for women. Both Yun Jie and Zheng Bifang recited analects, encountering some difficulties, but ultimately managing to memorize it. The time spent on recitation was considerable, and before they knew it, an entire day had passed. Zuoyin remarked, "Master Can, perhaps you could rank them." Can Leong replied, "The ranking is evident based on the texts chosen. Surely, you, Lord Zhuo, are aware of that." As for proficiency, all three maidens performed admirably, with Jin Miaohua being particularly fluent. Thus, the order has naturally formed without need for further elaboration. The two officials closely observed the girls they favored, despite his illness. Xiao Shuibo Zhengpai was quite perceptive at that moment, stating, "All 6 of you are remarkable and could very well be the phoenix among men. If in doubt, seek the counsel of a fortune-teller. Indeed, each person has their fate. Wealth and nobility lie within the heavens. Do not dismiss this. Who can truly alter their destiny?" After dinner, 6 individuals unexpectedly gathered in Yun Jie's room. Zheng Baifang remarked, "Today, I encountered 3 elderly gentlemen for assessment. It truly left me, Zheng Baifang, feeling utterly burnt out. My martial arts lacked vigor, and my recitation faltered. Yet, I, Zheng Baifang, concede. There is no point in resisting when the results speak for themselves, rendering me speechless. Though I may falter, our respective maidservants, however, earn universal recognition." Yun Jie chuckled softly, saying, "What Xiao Shui Bo articulates is worthy of contemplation. Each person has their fate, and fortune lies in the heavens." Jin Miaohua clapped her hands and added, "Yun Jie, your words are rather veiled. Lord Zhuo and Lord Qin are akin to hunting hounds. Upon spotting their prey, escaping becomes an impossibility." Zheng Baifang continued, "Yet, Huang Ziqin is cunning. She claimed to possess a token from her future in-laws, artfully deflecting Lord Qin's affections." Nie Shuangyun finally grasped Wei Yin's intentions and remarked, "We girls are too naive and innocent. Once we attract attention, our bodies become claimed." The old man's lecherous gaze sends chills down my spine. In this world, what recourse do we have? Even someone as capable as Rui Fei was compelled to become the old emperor's concubine. Aside from accepting fate, there are no alternatives. Qian Chun Mei lowered her head. Her eyes reddened, yet she remained silent. Jin Miaohua lamented, "Fate is relentless. Some women marry men who indulge in gluttony and laziness, even engaging in infidelity. When they violate the law of the land, as wives, they suffer collective punishment, sometimes even losing their lives on the execution ground. Tell me, in such dire circumstances, is it not akin to descending into a fiery abyss? Alas, for women, marriage is merely a game of chance. Fortune may favor one to ascend to the status of a noble woman, enjoying a life of comfort and ease." Huang Ziqin remarked, "Shuangyun, Chame, do not dwell too much on your thoughts. Whether it be calamity or blessing, the future remains uncertain. Even if one were to fall into a pit of fire, it is far better than being a crab without legs. If circumstances prove dire, one might resort to becoming a bandit on the mountains, possessing hands and feet. The crux lies in being astute when the time arises." Yun Jie replied, "Ziqin, do not speak foolishly. The future appears bleak, and who can foresee what lies ahead? We must live day by day, tackling whatever challenges come our way." Jin Miaohua announced her intention to retire for the night and departed with a swift stride. As the west wind grew ever stronger, they engaged in boxing on the eastern side. Despite exerting themselves, beads of sweat formed, yet the chilling breeze swiftly encroached upon them. On such days, without vigorous exercise, one's vitality would remain dormant. Ironically, the harshness of reality served as their instructor. Those who toiled felt no cold, while those who merely went through the motions found no joy in their efforts. With the wisdom imparted by Zuoyin, Yun Jie struck with vigor and confidence. The morning's boxing had been exhausting, and the afternoon called for a leisurely stroll in the garden to unwind. The 6 of them agreed to braid their hair into twin pigtails, seizing the moment to relish their time together, for such gatherings were becoming scarce. They appeared as young ladies, distinguished only by their adornments. Resting in the western pavilion, they could even retreat indoors for a nap on the bedding, a truly delightful indulgence. Zheng Bifang mused, twin pigtails look rather charming, though they are more suited for unmarried young women. If a woman marries and becomes a daughter-in-law, sporting a pair of braids may seem rather petty." Jin Miaohua remarked that once the braids are styled and adorned with hair oil, they possess an undeniable charm. Huang Ziqin expressed her fondness for braids, mentioning that the noble Lady Rue in the royal court also favored them, even donning them in battle at times. Yoon Jia waved her hand dismissively, stating that it was irrelevant to compare herself to someone of such extraordinary skill. For there is no rival in this world to her prowess. Many assert that she is an extraordinary being, recognized both 500 years prior and 500 years hence. Nie Shuangyun commented on the triviality of women discussing their adornments, contrasting it with men who aspire to achieve great deeds, which indeed holds greater significance. Qian Chunmei noted that whether women engage in discussions about their appearance depends on personal preference, although most women tend to follow this path. Nonetheless, some men also enjoy embellishing themselves, applying makeup and powder. As for me, Qian Chunmei, I am rather unrefined, lacking in sophistication when it comes to matters of decoration. Yoon Jia chuckled, asserting that a woman must take care to present herself well. Otherwise, men may lose interest. Certainly, beyond mere appearance, a woman must possess her own strength. Without such strength, she is relegated to a subordinate position, unable to lift her head in society. There are terms that describe such women, likening them to vases, canaries, or caged birds, which is indeed a disheartening sentiment. If she is also bound by the constraints of foot binding, her situation becomes even more dire. Unable to soar or to run, she finds herself at the mercy of others, with little recourse. Even a life of hardship becomes a source of ridicule. Huang Ziqin gestured, suggesting that a woman of unfortunate fate would be better off marrying a man of humble means, provided he is diligent and not a slothful individual. Although the wives of the lower class endure hardships, they are not subjected to the tyranny of their husbands. On the contrary, they are cherished by their partners, leading to a life filled with flavors, albeit lacking in material wealth. Suddenly, the servant Wan Laosan hurried over and said, "Miss Bifang, Madame Zheng has summoned you. We must go at once." Zheng Bifang replied, "Why would she call for me at this hour? What could it possibly entail? How vexing." Wan Laosan lowered his voice and said, "Did you cut your hair? She is furious about this," banging on the table, and we, the servants, dare not interject. "You must hurry, otherwise she will blame us." Upon hearing this, Zheng Bifang became flustered and exclaimed, "How can this be acceptable?" Yoon Jia suggested, "We shall all go. This matter began with me, and it is unjust for Bifang to bear the burden alone." Jin Miaohua added, "Whatever punishment awaits, we six shall face it together. Let us proceed." Nie Shuangyun remarked, "As maids, our role is merely to provide support and solidarity. Come on, Huang Ziqin, we can shoulder the responsibility." But the elders will not heed our voices. Jin Miaohua grasped Zheng Bifang's hand and reassured her, "Do not fear. Yoon Jia and I will stand by you, sharing fortune and adversity alike." Zheng Bifang felt emboldened by the presence of her two sisters, declaring, "With the two of you as my support, I am no longer afraid of the adult's wrath." At that moment, the six of them followed Wan Laosan in silence, their hearts heavy as they braced for the new trial that awaited them. Upon entering the inner chamber, Madame Zheng commanded with authority, "Bifang, kneel." Zheng Bifang had no choice but to comply, rushing forward to kneel, followed closely by Qian Chunmei, who also knelt beside her without hesitation. Madame Zheng was furious, rising abruptly and exclaiming, "Is this how the maid from the Yun family has been educated? After so much study, she understands nothing of worldly affairs. It is as though her learning has been lost in the void." Jin Miaohua bravely stepped forward and retorted, "Aunt, the world is not a constant. Even the almanac varies from year to year. Reason prevails everywhere, yet strength falters at every step. Speak your mind. We acknowledge our mistakes, if any, but do not cast your judgment through a narrow lens." Madame Zheng erupted in a tirade, "You unruly girls, ungoverned by any matron, have dared to cut your hair and braid it into pigtails. Is there a death in the family? Ask your esteemed parents." Hu Tang, the scholar, and his fellow student sat aloof nearby. Madame Zheng continued, "Bifang, Miaohua, and Yunjia, you three young ladies forsake your status to dress like servants, chopping off your long hair and braiding it, while your tongues are sharp as daggers. This is intolerable. What do the lessons for women and women's intellects say? Let us hear from Mr. Hu and the scholars." The steward, Zilai, interjected, "You all shall kneel and listen to the admonition. Arrogance will not be tolerated. Otherwise, it will be the rod that serves you." The scholar shook his head in disapproval, saying, "You young ladies ought to be well versed in propriety. How can it be that after your education, you are still ignorant of the rules? This cannot stand." The atmosphere in the hall became heavy, akin to that of an official court. The young ladies knelt in the front, while the maids naturally followed suit in the back, forming two lines. They each hung their heads, their pigtails trailing down, not daring to utter a sound. Madame Zheng thundered, "You wayward girls, kneel before me. Keep your backs straight and bow your heads." With that, she seated herself in a huff. Zilai, feigning authority, proclaimed, "Waywardness is tantamount to deviating from the righteous path and deserves severe punishment. Kneel properly. If I do not permit you to rise, you shall remain immobile. Do you hear me?" The two pedants lectured for over an hour before concluding their admonition. The 6 young ladies could do naught but comply, listening attentively, rendered speechless. As they parted ways, Nie Shuangyun said, "Miss Bai Fong, let us reminisce about our delightful moments together. Such thoughts shall uplift our spirits. For one cannot dwell in despondency for long." Qian Chunmei added, "Indeed, we must learn to let go and move forward. What discourse can you have with the feudal lords? They cling to antiquated doctrines, unable to adapt, merely adhering to stale customs." Jean Miaohua remarked, "Sister Bai Fong, I must take my leave. Who knows when we shall meet again? The joyous times we shared as 6 sisters linger in my heart, unforgettable. Farewell." 2 days later, Yunjie also came to bid farewell to Zheng Bai Fong. Zheng Bai Fong lamented, "Sister Yunjie, with both you and Jean Miaohua departing, I shall feel even more isolated in this house. Should Qian Chunmei also be taken away by Lord Can, I shall have no one but my mother to confide in. Yet, her comfort is accompanied only by affection. Beyond that, she offers little solace. Alas, being a woman is truly arduous. It is better to be born into a poor family, for at least one enjoys a semblance of freedom, despite the lack of food and clothing." Yunjie replied, "Do not dwell in sorrow, as Liu once penned, after traversing mountains and rivers, when one doubts there is no way. A hidden village emerges amidst the dark willows and blooming flowers. Perhaps when numerous sisters gather, the scene becomes grander and the experience more delightful. Even in the face of dire circumstances, we must not succumb to despair, for if we do, we reveal our fragility. Those who contemplate ending their lives do so primarily because they are unable to perceive any glimmer of hope, which drives them to extremes. When one embarks on such a path, it invariably leads to ruin. Though General Zhua has painted a bleak picture of my situation, I remain undeterred." Huang Ziqin remarked, "As we frolic in your garden, unrestrained and carefree, these precious moments will forever reside in our memories. To live a life of freedom and ease, one must strive diligently to forge a brighter future." She gestured dismissively, stating, "Such sentiments cannot be taken lightly. The future appears shrouded in darkness, and none can predict the shifting tides of fortune. In times of prosperity, everyone may attain freedom and happiness, while in times of adversity, fates diverge dramatically. Those blessed with fortune may evade the threats of violence, while the unfortunate may fall victim to the ravages of war." Upon hearing this, Qian Chunmei, with a sense of melancholy, embraced Huang Ziqin, saying, "They say that in wealth and nobility, one must not forget their roots. Should fortune favor you in the future, do not forget your companion Chunmei. Alas, I have already fallen into the clutches of that old man, becoming his concubine." Huang Ziqin replied, "Chunmei, do not dwell in sorrow. We women are not without our dignity. We possess our own voices and strength, and men must also seek to win us over, unless they are the most despicable of fools. In the face of future calamities, one must never lose confidence. In essence, life without hope is not worth living. With hope, we can aspire for better days, and surely, there will come a time when we can alter our destinies." Yunjie remarked, "It is not out of cruelty that I bid farewell to you, Bai Fong. I must take my leave, otherwise, my parents will scold me. And they may already be on their way." Zheng Bai Fong replied, "In that case, I shall accompany you. If your parents reproach you, you may attribute it to my presence, and I shall willingly take the blame." On the 8th day of the 12th month, a multitude of devotees gathered at Pu Xian Temple, predominantly ladies and young women, deeply devout in their faith towards the Bodhisattva. The pious worshippers offered incense, kneeling upon the mats, bowing repeatedly, with some even performing the full prostration. Madame Zheng presented 2 taels of silver as an offering, and the abbess, Hui Jing, personally attended to them. "Esteemed benefactor, Madame Zheng," she greeted. Madame Zheng and Zheng Bai Fong arranged offerings of fruits, steamed buns, and 2 large bowls stacked together. Madame Zheng was the first to step forward, taking 3 sticks of incense, lighting them at the candle stand, and placing them into the incense burner. She knelt on the mat, clasped her hands in devotion, and inclined her body forward until her nose touched the ground. After bowing 3 times, she stood aside. Her maid, Shui Feng, pointed at Zheng Bai Fong, prompting her to kneel on the mat and perform the same reverent bowing. Madame Zheng's bow served as a standard. Henceforth, every bow must mirror her example. Zheng Baifeng, of course, adhered strictly to tradition, with no allowance for deviation. However, Anton found herself relegated to the third position, even beneath her own daughter, a reflection of the feudal hierarchy that she had no choice but to endure. Anton's offering and bowing were a mere replica of Madame Zheng's, executed flawlessly. Following Anton, Shuefeng also bowed, perfectly emulating the ritual. Just as Qian Chunmei prepared to proceed with her bow, Shuefeng interjected, "Sufen too, kneel and pay your respects." Qian Chunmei could only take 2 steps back. With a bow, Madame Zheng, supported by her maid Shuefeng, hurried towards the guest room to rest. The esteemed Master Huijing, a nun, was to present her with fragrant tea, a mark of high respect. As for Anton, she was not entitled to such privileges and could only be assisted by her maid Su Fin to find a bench in the great Buddha hall to rest. Madame Zheng stamped her foot and gestured animatedly, exclaiming that these young maids, having entered the study, had grown audacious, practically devoid of sense. What knowledge and understanding do they possess? They have merely skimmed the surface of their studies. Jin Shi remarked that when the 6 girls congregated, trouble was sure to follow. Perhaps, in their company, they were simply unaware of the folly they might undertake. Wang Si, the family servant of the Yun household, lamented that the young lady remained confined in her boudoir, and when she finally emerged, it was as if a bird had escaped its cage, disappearing without a trace. Master Yun had instructed the servants to search for her, but where could they possibly begin? Wu Sipeo, the servant of the Jin family, shook her head, stating that children around the age of 14 or 15 possess a particularly strong rebellious spirit. Though they may not dare to voice their dissent, they harbor significant resentment within. Given the chance, they might engage in actions that could astonish the world. Jin Shi shook his head, asserting that the 6 girls must have conspired beforehand. Alas, the good intentions of nurturing them, equipping them with both intellect and martial prowess, have resulted in their vanishing without a trace. It is what it is. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, only time will reveal their fates. Anton wept, expressing her concern that as young women venturing into the world, what favorable paths could await them? The outside world is fraught with peril, with bandits lurking everywhere. How could they possibly defend themselves against such ruthless marauders? In the vicinity of the mountain god temple, Zheng Bifeng departed from Anton and took Qian Chunmei's hand, whispering, "Let us hasten towards the hall of the heavenly king." Puzzled, Qian Chunmei wondered why the urgency to run. Zheng Bifeng quickened her pace, suddenly veering to the side and heading towards the northern section of the hall. Upon arriving, Qian Chunmei discovered Yunjie and Jin Miaohua awaiting their arrival. "Come quickly, Bifeng," Yunjie urged. "We must swiftly depart from Puxian Temple and convene at the nearby Mountain God Temple." Huang Ziqin remarked, "The Mountain God Temple is currently desolate. Few would venture there." Nie Shuangyun added, "If we are to navigate the world beyond our familial confines, we must expeditiously sever ties with our parents. While it is true that our parents have nurtured us, we owe them our gratitude, yet they seem solely focused on their own pleasures, treating their daughters as mere gifts to bestow upon families they fancy, oblivious to the perils they cast their daughters into, demanding obedience without question. Our maidservants must accept their fates. Let us proceed," Yunjie declared. "As a group of 6, we shall face any adversity together." Zheng Bifeng then took the lead, instructing, "Follow closely and refrain from speaking as we run." Jin Miaohua added, "If we remain silent, ill-intentioned individuals will be less likely to target us." Exiting the temple's rear, they descended the steps, turning southwest onto level ground before ascending once more. The mountain path was steep, necessitating a firm grip on the branches. They continued along the carved path, climbing steadily upward. Upon reaching the mountain summit, we veered to the right, where the ridge path was rather narrow. Proceeding onward, we encountered a slightly wider area, encircled by trees that sheltered a modest dwelling with a courtyard. This was the temple of the mountain deity, which housed an altar positioned to the left of the statue of the deity, though adorned with candlesticks and incense burners. The lack of visitors seeking to pay their respects rendered the space desolate and forlorn. Jin Miaohua remarked, "Having escaped from our parents, we must now forge our own path." Yet, in our current attire, still resembling refined ladies, with our headpieces and phoenix hairpins meticulously in place, engaging in combat would surely result in either damaged jewelry or lost adornments. In my opinion, we ought to discard these trappings and adopt a simpler hairstyle. Yunjie concurred. Indeed, we still present ourselves as young ladies. Once we ascend into the bandit stronghold, the men may harbor inappropriate thoughts, leaving us devoid of even the right to choose. Would we not be akin to captives on a battlefield? Swiftly, They removed their jewelry and stowed it away in their bags, all but Nie Shuangyun and Qin Chunmei, who retained their small round earrings. The jade bangles were the first to be taken off, as their delicate nature rendered them susceptible to shattering upon impact. Thus, they presented a more unembellished appearance, resembling women from a humble mountain village. Yunjie inquired, Nie Shuangyun, have you discerned the truth of the rumors? Nie Shuangyun replied, I fear there is no falsehood. Tales of Madame Ma's insurrection at Longtushan are circulating widely, extolling her exceptional martial prowess and unparalleled courage. Although her husband, Ma Yuanji, is the governor of Chunshui, he is conservative and adheres to antiquated customs, compounded by the fact that his 2 wives have borne no children, prompting him to seek a concubine. In a fit of rage, Shanshu upturned the dining table and forcibly took several servants, absconding with 2,000 taels of silver. That very day, she began recruiting soldiers, and over 100 individuals seized control of Wuyang stronghold. The stronghold engaged in plunder, specifically targeting affluent households. Wealthy families, recognizing the peril, yielded between 50 to 600 stones of grain, which were to be delivered promptly to designated locations. Should they choose to ignore these demands, the cunning strategists would dismantle the defenses of the obstinate rich, confiscating all their possessions. Servants were released, encouraged to join the uprising. It is said that there are now 3,000 troops. Zhang Bifang remarked, we are situated 150 li from Chunshui Mansion. If we were men, we could traverse these mountainous paths with much greater speed. Alas, our feminine forms hinder our swiftness, leaving us with numerous uncertainties. It would be prudent to have 2 or 3 individuals disguise themselves as young men to facilitate our movements. The 3 of us, myself, Nie Shuangyun, and Qin Chunmei, are of taller stature and shall don male attire, she continued. Yunjie suggested, Huang Ziqin. You shall style their hair into conical shapes and adorn them with headgear. Jin Miaohua, you 2 shall assist, while I will provide them with outer garments. The male disguise is quite convenient, but all earrings must be removed, even the smallest, lest they be easily recognized. Once they had completed their preparations, they descended the mountain, embarking on a new journey. As they exited the mountain god temple, a sudden gust of the west wind intensified. Jin Miaohua stumbled, but Qin Chunmei caught her just in time. Otherwise, she might have tumbled over the edge, likely to meet a gruesome fate. Yunjie also felt somewhat unsteady, but Huang Ziqin lent her support. After traversing the ridge, the path widened considerably, flanked by abundant trees on either side. Descending the mountain against the wind, they found themselves unharmed. Zhang Bifang retrieved some cakes from her pocket, distributing them among her companions. As they munched on their snacks, they ran until they reached an open expanse. They intended to traverse the field paths when suddenly, 2 burly men appeared ahead. As they approached, the men brandished their hands menacingly, declaring, to pass here, you must pay a toll. Nie Shuangyun, with a cheerful grin, replied in a coarse voice, Gentlemen, please do not make it difficult for us. We are in a hurry to reach the city for an examination. We cannot spare any money for you, otherwise, we will miss our opportunity. No way. This is my family's path, and no one passes through without paying, one of the men insisted, demanding the toll. Qin Chunmei interjected. If you truly need money, take it from me and let them go. The 3 girls, Yunjie, Huang Ziqin, and Jin Miaohua, advanced, followed by the more delicate-looking Zhang Bifang and Nie Shuangyun. Just as one of the men was about to collect money from Qin Chunmei, she seized his clothing and threw him to the ground, leaving him sprawled helplessly. The other man lunged forward, but Qin Chunmei swiftly delivered a kick that left him reeling, soon collapsing as well. Unfazed, she continued running. The open area was not expansive, merely a dozen acres or so. They ventured into a mountain gorge, where the vegetation grew denser. Jin Miaohua suggested, Shuangyun, take a long stick to clear the way ahead and startle any lurking snakes. The grass is likely to harbor them, and they may be quite large. Yunjie added, Ziqin, you 2 should wield a stick to rustle the grass. If we make noise, the snakes will be frightened and slither away. The sound of grass rustling echoed continuously on both sides, startling several snakes, allowing them to slither through the canyon. They ascended the mountain path in a zigzag manner. Upon reaching a flat area halfway up, they encountered a house, where everyone intended to take a respite. Unexpectedly, a dozen wolves sprang forth from the underbrush, baring their fangs and howling ferociously. Yunjie exclaimed in astonishment, why do the wolves suddenly scatter in all directions? Nie Shuangyun replied, the wolf at the back was the leader, and I have slain it. Without their commanding leader, the pack has dispersed in fear of being singled out and killed. How did you discern which was the lead wolf? Inquired Shuangyun. Nie Shuangyun explained. My father is an adept hunter. He taught us that when confronted by wolves, we should retract our necks and remain as inconspicuous as possible. If a wolf pounces upon you, do not look up. Instead, either maneuver your body or seize the wolf's leg and throw it forcefully forward. When facing a pack, observe which wolf howls the loudest. This vocal leader typically lingers at the rear. If you can vanquish this lead wolf, the pack will inevitably disintegrate. Jean Miaohua remarked. We had intended to rest in that house, but it seems unwise to linger in a place frequented by wolves. We must continue our journey, Zhang Bifeng suggested. Let us head northward. It would be best to find a dwelling with inhabitants where we can rest. Nie Shuangyun led the way once more. And after about an hour of walking, they rounded a bend in the mountain and discovered an inn, comprising 4 or 5 interconnected houses. They entered, and the innkeeper greeted them with a warm smile, asking, Will you be staying the night or dining? Qian Shunmei, her voice coarse, replied, We shall not stay. We only seek a meal. The innkeeper clapped his hands and said, Waiter, serve the dishes and soup. Ensure that the passing guests are well attended. 2 individuals emerged from within, one carrying a platter that held 3 bowls of dishes and a bowl of chive and egg soup, while the other held a wine jug and 6 cups. Yunjie remarked, We are here in the city for the examination and do not partake in wine. Please take away the jug and cups. We only wish to dine. The waiter with the wine jug and cups scoffed, You scholars are truly pitiful. Zhang Bifeng admonished him, Do not judge from the cracks of the door. Once we have completed the examination and returned to your inn, we shall indulge in wine. But not today. The 2 waiters nodded respectfully, saying, Esteemed guests, we shall bring your meal right away. When the platter was presented, the waiter attentively placed the bowls before each person, handing out chopsticks with a forced smile, saying, Esteemed guests, please enjoy your meal. Just as Qian Shunmei was about to pick up her chopsticks, she noticed that the stir-fried vegetables with tofu appeared somewhat burnt, causing her to pause. Nie Shuangyun squinted and urged, Eat your vegetables. Merely consuming rice without the dishes is unthinkable. Suddenly, she feigned disinterest and leaned over the table. Qian Shunmei observed that Jean Miaohua, Huang Ziqin, and Yunjie had also come to slumber at the dining table, while Zhang Bifeng also appeared somewhat fatigued, lacking the spirit to engage. Nie Shuangyun whispered to Qian Shunmei, Let us also rest our heads on the table, waiting for the evildoers to move us into the dark room. Observing this, Nie Shuangyun summoned her strength and kicked the leg of the small 5th waiter, who fell with a thud. Seizing the opportunity, she delivered a swift elbow strike as the innkeeper attempted to assault Zhang Bifeng, sending him crashing to the ground. At this moment, Zhang Bifeng regained her senses and suddenly lifted her foot to stamp on the innkeeper. With a surge of strength, the innkeeper straightened up, coughed up blood, and promptly fell lifeless. Qian Shunmei had already subdued the small thug, delivering a punch that left him bloodied and bruised. 2 individuals burst forth from the room. Nie Shuangyun seized a long bench and struck one of the assailants, then swiftly followed up with a kick. The struck thug regained his footing and engaged Nie Shuangyun in combat. Finding herself unable to withstand his blows, Nie Shuangyun suddenly collapsed to the ground. As the assailant approached, she kicked him away with both feet, sending him sprawling. The earlier opponent, having caught his breath, lunged forward menacingly, but Qian Shunmei wielded the long bench and swung it at him. He managed to evade her strike but continued to advance. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Bifeng had stealthily maneuvered behind him, wielding a rolling pin, which she brought down forcefully upon his head, causing him to crash to the ground. The thug engaged with Nie Shuangyun, sensing the tide had turned tail and fled. Qian Shunmei remarked, We must thoroughly check the 4 fallen ruffians, ensuring that none regain consciousness, for we, as women, may find ourselves in considerable peril. Nie Shuangyun replied, Let us bind their necks with rope, exert a little pressure, and then hang them high, ensuring they can never escape the gates of hell. The 3 women worked in unison, expertly constraining the necks of the 4 fallen men and hoisting them up onto the beams. Zhang Bifeng suggested, Let us search the 3 or 4 rooms of this inn to see if anyone else is present. They discovered a room to the west, but the door was firmly shut. Nie Shuangyun raised her foot and forcefully kicked it open. A flamboyantly dressed woman wielding a bone knife shouted, Stay back. Qian Shunmei seized a small stool and spun around, knocking the woman to the ground. With a swift step, she pressed down on her, forcefully grasped her hand, and wrested the knife away. Nie Shuangyun demanded, Where is the antidote? Speak, and I shall spare your life. The woman cried out, Help. They are killing me. Grabbing a fistful of her hair, Nie Shuangyun threatened, If you scream again, I shall sever your tongue. The woman pleaded, please. The antidote is in the drawer of my room's cabinet. Zheng Bifang rummaged through the cabinet and held up a vial, asking, is this it? The woman confirmed it was. Nie Shuangyun declared, since you have confessed, we shall not kill you. But for now, you must endure some discomfort. With that, she bound the woman's hands behind her back with rope and stuffed a cloth into her mouth, tossing her onto the bed. Zheng Bifang promptly administered the antidote to Yunjie, Wang Ziqin, and Jin Miaohua, who finally opened their eyes and, in a daze, asked, where are we? Zheng Bifang replied, you were almost stripped of your garments and had your flesh carved from your thighs and buttocks, destined to become human dumplings by morning. The three, upon hearing this, sprang to their feet in panic. Zheng Bifang led them to a room, lifted the cover off the cellar, and said, inside lies a collection of corpses, some reduced to mere skeletons. Yunjie, upon seeing this, frowned and remarked, it is too terrifying. I feel dizzy. Jin Miaohua remarked, to dream grandly here is akin to courting doom. This place is nothing short of a devil's graveyard. Wang Ziqin, stamping her foot, asserted, we must not let down our guard. This is not an inn, but rather a den of iniquity. At that moment, Qian Chunmei and Nie Shuangyun approached, each carrying a bundle. Nie Shuangyun urged, let us hasten our departure from this perilous locale, lest we invite disaster upon ourselves. We must move quickly, Yunjie suggested. Should we procure some food? It would be wise to eat well before we leave. Qian Chunmei replied, no need. I have provisions stowed away in this bundle. Our priority is to vacate this place, the farther the better. Zheng Bifang advised, I believe it prudent to take the knives from here. Nie Shuangyun added, we must not take the knives alone. We require their sheaths as well. The two then proceeded to sheath 3 knives from the inn, discarding the bone knife carelessly aside. Upon Yunjie's call to depart, the 6 of them set forth on their journey. As they traversed the desolate terrain, Nie Shuangyun turned about, surveying the area, and remarked, while this is indeed mountainous, the foot of the hill harbors hidden gems, with alluring scenery and a temperate climate. However, there is a scarcity of trees and arable land. Yunjie clapped her hands and replied, oh, Shuangyun, this is a splendid place, yet it is only suitable for planting trees. If we were to cultivate crops extensively, the winds and sands would wreak havoc on the harvest. Planting trees will mitigate the winds and sands, allowing for a modest yield from a limited amount of crops. Jin Miaohua sighed, alas, education is invaluable. It broadens one's horizons. Without knowledge, our understanding remains woefully constrained. The impoverished cannot be spoken of. While those from affluent families often neglect the pursuit of knowledge, their perspectives regrettably narrow. When they express their thoughts, it is met with skepticism and even disdain, branding others as mad, when in truth, it is their own ignorance that prevails. Wang Ziqin remarked, the area we traverse today has been splendidly developed. Observe how the roads are impeccably smooth. Qian Chunmei pointed into the distance, saying, there lies farmland, entirely cultivated with sorghum. Ah, and there is a pear orchard, spanning over 10 acres. Zheng Bifang commented, this place is indeed remarkable. People refer to it as a paradise on earth, and I believe it truly is. The residences are nestled against the northern mountain, with expansive views to the east and west, encircled by a sturdy wall, rendering it futile for wolves or tigers to encroach. And even bandits would find it arduous to plunder. Yunjie surveyed the surroundings and said, the mountain villa is indeed splendid, offering a panoramic view and a delightful scenery. Warm in winter and cool in summer. The path seemed to widen, and surprisingly, there were stone benches by the roadside, presumably for weary travelers to rest. A bend in the road appeared as a graceful arc, leading to a babbling brook, the water flowing gently, accompanied by invigoratingly fresh air. After crossing a small bridge, the path remained smooth, albeit gradually ascending. Qian Chunmei supported, Shuangyun is correct, I will forge ahead, and Yunjie, you all follow closely behind as we ascend the mountain. Wang Ziqin reassured, fear not, my 3 young ladies, though the path may be solitary, some hardships are to be expected. As Qian Chunmei continued along the mountain path, it grew increasingly steep, and upon reaching the tiger's mouth, she halted. Nie Shuangyun advanced, peering ahead, only to find that the mountain path had vanished. Wang Ziqin, witnessing this, was rendered speechless. Nie Shuangyun surveyed the mountainous terrain, suddenly grasping a tree branch. With a nimble twist of her body, she leaped atop the tiger's mouth. Advancing further, she called down, urging, hurry up. There is a path. Yunjie lamented, how can we ascend? There is no path, it's a sheer cliff. Qian Chunmei declared, If you won't go, I shall. To Yunjia, she commanded, keep watch. With determination, she seized a branch, twisted her body, and sprang upward. Once atop the tigeress' mouth, she joyfully exclaimed, "This place is splendid. Come up quickly." It was only then that Yunjia rallied her spirits, grasped a branch, but struggled to ascend. Huang Ziqin supported her, lending strength, and finally, Yunjia climbed up, gasping for breath. Nie Shuangyun chuckled, "Spring May and I pulled you up, and you still find yourself breathless." Yunjia self-deprecatingly remarked, "Alas, I am but a fallen insect, ineffectual in your presence." Qian Chunmei reassured her, "Do not speak so. Neither Shuangyun nor I have ever looked down upon you. In times of peril, it is only natural for sisters to assist one another." Huang Ziqin encouraged, "Miaohua, you go ahead, I shall lend you a hand." At that moment, Jean Miaohua bravely stepped forward, grasping the branch with all her might, and with Huang Ziqin's assistance, she too made it up. Zheng Bifang observed and said, "Ziqin, let me go first. You can come last. You are more agile than I." All six ascended the tiger's mouth and ventured into the cave. In the narrow passage, only one could pass at a time. Nie Shuangyun advised, "Do not rush. I will scout ahead." She sprinted a dozen steps and suddenly spotted a glimmering light. Approaching the source, she discovered an opening above. During the rain, it must have created a pool below. Nie Shuangyun lowered her head to inspect, and indeed found a basin of water, albeit dry. After advancing a few more steps, she exclaimed in surprise. There lay a gathering hall, furnished with a grandmaster's chair, an elongated wooden table, and stone benches flanking it, capable of seating more than 10 individuals. Another passage led to a kitchen area, where 2 hot pots awaited, yet there was a conspicuous absence of firewood, though dishes and chopsticks were plentiful. It was evident that this place had once been a haven for numerous bandits. Upon reaching the main hall, everyone eagerly took their seats. Yunjia settled into the grandmaster's chair, cleared her throat, and declared, "All of you must heed the words of your king. Ah, heir, you shall lead a group down the mountain to intercept merchants. San, you will provide cover from the side." Jin Miaohua chuckled, "Yunjia, you hardly resemble a mountain king. If it were Chunmei in charge, it would be more fitting. A mountain king ought to exude a fearsome presence. Your tone lacks any semblance of intimidation." Huang Ziqin interjected, "Intimidation or not, without food and clothing, your subordinates will only be half-hearted, regardless of their fear. Let me search for something to eat." Upon hearing this, Zheng Bifang joined her in the quest, scouring the area but finding not even a drop of water. Qian Chunmei ventured towards the cave entrance, noticing its concealment, fully cloaked by dense vegetation. She carefully made her way out, climbing higher to survey the surroundings. To her delight, she found the Shunfeng and was not too far away, though a detour was necessary. The area was a basin, encircled by towering mountains and steep slopes. Yunjia, Huang Ziqin, and the others followed her to this elevated vantage point, gazing into the distance. Nie Shuangyun remarked, "Let us all descend the mountain. This place cannot be deemed a resting spot. Otherwise, the bandits would not have abandoned this stronghold." Jin Miaohua agreed. "Indeed, we must prioritize our journey and cannot afford to delay." As they pressed on, Jin Miaohua urged, "We must hasten. The devil's favor and is not far from here. If we linger, we risk being ensnared by the mountain bandits. Once we cross this peak, we can seek a temporary refuge to rest." Zheng Bifang added, "Let us move swiftly. We cannot tarry here for too long." Nie Shuangyun instructed, "Qian Chunmei, you stay behind. I will lead the way." She then handed her pack to Zheng Bifang, saying, "You carry this. It contains clothing and some silver." Zheng Bifang cautioned, "The underbrush is dense here. Shuangyun, please scout ahead. It would be wise to wield a stick to fend off any venomous serpents that may be concealed in the grass." Nie Shuangyun paused momentarily, then retrieved a whistle stick from the dwelling. She stepped forward, using the stick to clear the tangled vegetation, forging a path. The mountain trail appeared to have been forsaken for quite some time. Upon reaching the hilltop, the desolation of the landscape was palpable. After traversing the hill, they entered a narrow passage flanked by towering peaks, which loomed ominously, allowing only a single person to pass at a time, requiring them to turn sideways. The constricted passage soon gave way to a sweeping arc of the mountain. Suddenly, a disarray of graves emerged before them, with numerous bones exposed upon the surface. A chilling wind began to stir, causing the tall grass to sway incessantly. A pall of gloom enveloped the earth, drastically diminishing visibility, while the obnoxious cawing of crows echoed ominously. With heads held high, they gazed ahead into the fog-laden cemetery, sprawling over an expanse of at least 40 acres, uneven and riddled with ditches. Numerous paths meandered through the mist, appearing and disappearing like fleeting thoughts. Perhaps these paths were forged by the varied footsteps of those who came to pay their respects, each creating their own distinct trail. To navigate this graveyard, one would naturally opt for the broader paths. As they approached a low-lying area, a particularly towering figure suddenly emerged, brandishing claws and wearing a menacing expression. "Haha. At long last, I have awaited your arrival," he bellowed. Jin Miaohua exclaimed, "What a giant he is." The figure then seemed to grow even larger. Nie Shuangyun retorted, "Humph. You are but a diminutive specter. I could crush you with a single step." "Oh, such bravado from a mere child. Let us see how I shall deal with you." The figure sneered. In an instant, Nie Shuangyun leapt to a higher ground, brandishing her baton to strike. The monstrous figure shrank considerably yet retained the form of a robust man, his face adorned with a thick beard, mouth agape as he panted heavily. As Nie Shuangyun swung her baton towards him, a strange cry erupted. "Ah, I shall teach you to open your eyes." With that, he exhaled a cloud of black smoke. Undeterred, Nie Shuangyun seized a handful of dirt from the ground and hurled it towards the creature. Qian Chimei and the others followed suit, tossing clods of earth at the fiend. A flurry of dirt was unleashed, and remarkably, the black smoke began to dissipate on its own. Huang Ziqin, who had lingered behind, finally emerged from the low area. "Ah, you cannot escape," the demon shouted, leaping into the air once more. Nie Shuangyun called out, "Use what we have in our hands to combat it." Amidst the cacophony of clangs and thuds, Huang Ziqin vigorously waved a tree branch. Suddenly, Nie Shuangyun was struck by inspiration and said to Zheng Bifang, "I will cover for you. Quickly, start the fire and eliminate this fiend." Zheng Bifang crouched down, noticing some dry twigs nearby, and swiftly gathered them together to kindle a flame. Nie Shuangyun seized a flaming branch and jabbed it at the demon, who let out a cry and collapsed. Unperturbed, Nie Shuangyun struck again. The demon pleaded for mercy, saying, "Spare me. I was merely jesting with you." Qian Chimei picked up a large, flaming branch and shouted, "To hell with you. I shall see you burned." The demon, unable to withstand the searing heat, rolled frantically on the ground. Nie Shuangyun lunged forward with a knife, commanding, "Stay still." Qian Chimei also brandished her knife. Zheng Bifang stepped closer and exclaimed, "Lo and behold. It is merely a coffin lid." Nie Shuangyun proposed, "Come, let us lift it to the fire and reduce it to ashes, preventing it from causing further harm." Together, Zheng Bifang and Nie Shuangyun carried the coffin lid to the pyre, preparing to cast it into the flames. Qian Chunmei interjected, "Hold on, let us sheath our knives." She drew 2 blades, handing one to Nie Shuangyun, and both secured their weapons. Yunjie, Jin Miaohua, and others continuously added dry twigs to the roaring fire. At last, the fierce blaze erupted, and the ominous gloom dissipated, revealing sunlight upon the earth. The coffin lid emitted creaking sounds, and after some time, it finally turned to ash. Jin Miaohua reflected deeply, stating, "The principle holds true for dealing with evildoers. Reasoning with them is futile. It is only by overpowering them that they will yield." 28. The merchant's daughter, Dan Shu, inquired, "Where do you hail from?" Yun Jie replied, "We are all from Qiushui town. To demonstrate our capabilities as women, we have studied both literature and martial arts, traversing over 200 li of mountainous terrain, which has proven to be exceedingly arduous. We have escaped numerous calamities to arrive here at Dinosaur Mountain. Oh, it is indeed remarkable to see such determination in you. However, since you have come to seek refuge with me, you must adhere to my directives without hesitation." Yun Jie responded, "Naturally, O King Dan. As long as you allow us 6 women to showcase our talents, we shall press forward without reservation." Dan Shu smiled and said, "After such extensive discussion, you must be famished. Please, come and dine. Furthermore, you must report to Situ Fei Yanfang, who will assign you responsibilities based on your individual capabilities." Jin Miaohua was the first to be summoned by Fei Yanfang. "Jin Miaohua, your father is a merchant. Do you possess some knowledge of business and can you manage accounts?" Jin Miaohua curtsied and replied, "I, a humble woman, can indeed manage some accounts. The essence of commerce lies in understanding the market conditions, after which one must consider how to generate profit." Fei Yanfang stated, "Here at Dinosaur Mountain, we require logistical support for our troops, and most importantly, we need military provisions. Therefore, you shall assist Manager Tsonggon." "Where can I find Manager Tsonggon?" Fei Yanfang chuckled. "Jin Miaohua, do not be so impatient. We shall certainly send someone to escort you to your post. Captain Li Ji will accompany Jean Miaohua down the mountain, where a sedan chair awaits. Please. Step into the chair. Jean Miaohua replied. I shall run. I prefer not to ride in a sedan. Li Ji chuckled and remarked. Not riding in a palanquin does not befit your status. Please, do take a seat. Thus, Jean Miaohua reluctantly entered the palanquin, and 4 sturdy men hoisted it aloft. After a brief interval, approximately half an hour, Jean Miaohua alighted and walked into the shop. Li Ji waved his hand at the bearers, signaling them to depart, and hastened inside, exclaiming, Manager Song, your assistant has arrived today. Her name is Jean Miaohua. Song Gan replied, Indeed, my general store is in dire need of an assistant. With someone to procure goods, I shall not have to close the shop. Li Ji clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, Manager Song, I have delivered her to you. I shall take my leave now. Song Gan acknowledged with a goodbye, momentarily taken aback, then inquired, Are you from Chiushui town? Noticing Song Gan's peculiar expression, Jean Miaohua introduced herself. I am Jean Miaohua from Chiushui town. My father, Jean Shi, is also a merchant. I studied at Shuxin Study for over 2 years and later trained in martial arts at Nanshan Martial Arts School for more than a month. Though I have only acquired some basic skills, I can certainly handle a few local ruffians. Song Gan finally burst into laughter, stating, You must possess a bracelet from my family, engraved with the character Gan. Jean Miaohua promptly rolled up her sleeve to inspect the bracelet, and indeed, she found the inconspicuous character Gan. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Gan continued, That is indeed a betrothal gift from my family. Who would have thought you would find your way into my embrace today? Jean Miaohua replied, I, Jean Miaohua, have forsaken my parents and ventured forth into the world, traversing over 200 miles of mountainous terrain, enduring numerous hardships, only to find myself ensnared by the very barriers I had once evaded. In these contemporary times, I, Jean Miaohua, can only accept you, Song Gan, as my husband. However, the simple rights associated with our union cannot be overlooked, can they? Song Gan replied with a smile, Indeed. Our marriage is a matter of fate. Let us do this. I will invite Magistrate Jiang from Shigong Town, along with the esteemed Jiang Fuchong and our important client Su Jing. I shall retrieve them and host a banquet this evening. Jean Miaohua, in a playful tone, remarked, Having come all this way, you wouldn't even embrace me? Song Gan chuckled heartily and pulled her into his arms, whereupon Jean Miaohua tilted her head back, and they shared a tender kiss. After procuring meat and fish, they arranged for tofu from the local tofu shop, ensuring that the essentials for the feast were well in hand. Mrs. Zhou Lihua, the wife of Magistrate Jiang, and Xie Zunxiang, the wife of the host, arrived to assist in the preparations, swiftly managing the cooking. As evening approached, the banquet was set. Magistrate Jiang Fuhai took the seat of honor, with Song Gan and Ong Bai positioned at the eastern end, while Jiang Fuchong occupied the west, and Su Jing sat at the lower end. The host effortlessly initiated a toast, and after 2 jugs of wine were consumed, Jiang Fuhai suggested, Let us partake in our meal and promptly attend to the important matters at hand. Soon, the rice bowls were brought forth. After enjoying the meal, the dining table was moved to the west, and 4 cups of tea were placed on the table. Ong Bai stepped outside, setting off firecrackers and small firecrackers, while large red candles were lit at the altar, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Jiang Fuchong assumed the role of MC, and Xie Zunxiang gently guided Jean Miaohua forward, with a piece of red cloth adorning her head. Song Gan then proceeded to exchange vows with her. Jiang Fuhai cheerfully exclaimed, Master Song, please refrain from ushering the bride into the bridal chamber just yet. Lift the red veil so that we, the few present, may behold the bride's enchanting visage. Slowly, Song Gan lifted the crimson veil, revealing Jean Miaohua's elaborate coiffure, which was notably voluminous, adorned with a long hairpin and a vibrant red tassel at its center. Her hair was entwined with a crimson ribbon, while phoenix hairpins were elegantly affixed, and silver hair clips adorned either side. Clad in a splendid red floral gown, she wore a green skirt that gracefully concealed her feet. With a warm smile, Jean Miaohua greeted, Mr. Jiang, Master Su, Master Ong, my hospitality may be lacking. I kindly ask for your understanding. She then performed a courteous bow. Jiang Fuhai chuckled heartily. Madam Song, you are most gracious. We are all dear friends of Master Kong. Zhou Lihua and Xie Zunxiang gently ushered Jean Miaohua into the room. Closing the door, Xie Zunxiang remarked, while the men engage in serious matters, let us women discuss household affairs. Zhou Lihua added, Madam Song, do visit my home often with Zunxiang. We, as women, rarely have the opportunity to socialize, and over time, we risk becoming withdrawn. Nie Shuangyun responded, "The world has rendered us women nearly invisible, devoid of any freedom. When men sow discord, it is we who bear the brunt." Isn't it infuriating? The following day, Nie Shuangyun removed the red ribbon from her hair, donning a simple blue garment instead. Her glossy black hair being the only indication of her status as a bride. She busied herself, tidying both the shop and its surroundings. On the third day, townsfolk arrived to purchase daily necessities, seeking salt and soy sauce. Nie Shuangyun served the goods to her customers with impeccable accuracy, ensuring not a single miscalculation. Once the patrons had departed, she mused to herself, "Who would have thought I would clash with fate so vehemently, only to find myself ensnared in the same destiny as any ordinary woman, devoted to husband and children? Alas, where could Nie Shuangyun be at this moment? After all, we share over 2 years of sisterly affection. In a different locale, Nie Shuangyun, Qian Shenmei, and Huang Ziqin had been dispatched by Fei Yanfang to the city of Chunping. Each woman presented a distinct appearance. Nie Shuangyun embodied the image of an elder sister, her hair meticulously styled, adorned with ornamental hairpins, and a crescent-shaped hairpiece embedded in the lower section of her coiffure. The golden strands of her hair were evenly trimmed. Clad in a blue cloth top and a black embroidered short skirt, she gracefully donned embroidered fabric shoes, her demeanor radiating warmth as she led the way. Next was Qian Shenmei, enveloped in a black headscarf, her hair slightly graying. She wore a black top cinched at the waist and old palace shoes, appearing to be in her 60s. Trailing behind her was Huang Ziqin, dressed in a pink top, hair styled in a single braid, and a modestly long white embroidered dress. From beneath, vibrant floral trousers peeked out, complemented by striking embroidered shoes. At that moment, they were en route to the Jile Temple to pay their respects. As it was rumored that the deities here were particularly efficacious, especially in granting wishes for children, a request that most laywomen found fulfilled. Women seeking fertility at this temple would need to spend a night within its sacred confines to realize their hopes. The Grand Jile Temple stood apart from ordinary temples. Upon entering through the main gate, one would find the Hall of Heavenly Kings. Further within lay a pond adorned with lotus flowers, home to numerous large crucian carp. And ascending the steps led to the Great Hero Hall. Behind this hall stood a 3-story dormitory complex, with an additional lower level below. The first and second levels serve as guest accommodations, where both men and women, seeking solace or exploration, may find refuge. The uppermost level is designated for the monks' quarters, while the nuns reside in the west wing, adjacent to a serene bamboo garden. The eastern wing houses the Xidagarba Hall. Nie Shuangyun, offering a silver coin as incense money, expressed her wish to the Bodhisattva for the blessing of childbirth. Yuan Kan, in a gesture of reverence, instructed, "Devotee, as you present your incense, silently contemplate your wishes and kneel in homage." Nie Shuangyun feigned piety as she offered her incense. The trio then followed Yuan Kan into a side room, where a monk and nun engaged in hushed conversation for some time. The welcoming monk approached with a jovial demeanor and said, "Kind patron, please allow me to guide you to your quarters." They proceeded to a guest room in the northwest corner, where the monk opened the door to reveal a bed draped with a mosquito net, a round table, and 2 round stools. The walls were elegantly adorned, complemented by 2 simple yet refined paintings. "Esteemed patron, you shall reside here, undisturbed and in tranquility," the monk assured. Nie Shuangyun nodded in gratitude. "Master, please attend to your duties." However, she mentioned that the devotee was accompanied by her friend, and they wished to ensure their proximity in case of any unforeseen circumstances. The monk replied, "You need not worry. All guest rooms are of equal quality." Nie Shuangyun asserted, "We are close companions, and should any misfortune arise, it would be prudent to look out for one another." Qian Shenmei added, "As an elderly devotee, my wits may not be as sharp. I kindly request the master to permit me to remain close." Relenting to their insistence, the welcoming monk continued forward. The guest monk turned around, seemingly entering a labyrinth. Qian Shuanmei's guest room was actually located in the northeast corner, a relatively tranquil area, adorned similarly to Nie Shuangyun's accommodations. As for Huang Ziqin, she was a devoted young girl, her lodging arranged on the 2nd floor. The decor of her room was particularly refined, featuring floral and avian screens. Qian Shenmei said, "Master, you may go about your business. As faithful followers, we shall adhere to the rules without any transgressions. However, we have a few private matters to discuss." The guest monk had no choice but to descend the stairs alone. Nie Shuangyun remarked, "The reception area is on the 3rd floor. Only by being near it can we catch the corrupt officials in their deceitful acts. Chumei, you should assert your experience and ascend those stairs. We shall make our way up the mysterious staircase on the east side. Nie Shuangyun and Huang Ziqin entered the enigmatic staircase room, situating themselves in a small circular nook. With a soft creak, they ascended to the third floor, discovering Qian Chunmei nearby, struggling with her steps. The two were momentarily at a loss. When Huang Ziqin noticed a small side door ahead and leaned in to investigate, realizing it was a good hiding spot, she gestured for Qian Chunmei and Nie Shuangyun to conceal themselves there. The space was cramped, barely accommodating 3 individuals. After a while, a monk casually strode past, stepping onto a black square and entering a door. Huang Ziqin observed, "It appears the white squares must not be stepped on. Here is the plan. Chunmei, you remain here while Shuangyun and I proceed." Huang Ziqin, petite and nimble, made her way forward, while Nie Shuangyun stepped ahead with steady resolve. Fag presided, saying, "This is within the territory of Magistrate Huang, and we owe him our gratitude for his protection." Magistrate Huang chuckled heartily, replying, "Your esteemed master finds little solitude here. Many women willingly come to make their vows, eager to offer their devotion. What a fortunate circumstance." Fag smiled in return. "This is a mutual desire. Thus, matters become easily manageable. You 2 gentlemen shall come here to indulge your senses, and I assure you, you shall return with satisfaction." Descending to the second floor, they hurried past a room, entering another spacious maze adorned with a checkerboard pattern of black and white. For them, this was no longer forbidden ground, and they walked through unimpeded. Suddenly, a chilling voice of an old woman echoed, "Night has fallen. Everyone must return to their own quarters. No wandering outside your rooms is permitted." The voice faded into the lower levels. Nie Shuangyun suggested, "Let us find a room to take refuge." Qian Chunmei approached a door, giving it a gentle push, and to their surprise, it opened. The 3 entered. Inside, a young woman, seemingly around 18 or 19, exclaimed in astonishment, "How is it that you 3 are together?" The soul-claiming hag noticed them, and with her soul-disciplining whip, she struck, inflicting excruciating pain, leaving one utterly drained. With no recovery in sight for days, Nie Shuangyun inquired, "What is your name? How long have you been here?" The young woman replied, "I am Shinhua. I curse the officials for their voraciousness, and Magistrate Huang had me captured and sent here. It has been nearly 2 years. There are 15 girls of my age here, specifically to entertain those bald monks, and occasionally, officials as well." Qian Chunmei sighed, lamenting in these chaotic times. "Women as fragile as we should not have to endure such fates." The woman urged, "Hurry to your respective rooms. If the soul-collecting matron is disturbed, it would be disastrous. The consequences could range from the light punishment of the soul whip to the severe intervention of several bald monks, resulting in a fate worse than death. You must leave at once. Do not implicate me, Shinhua." Huang Ziqin took only a few steps before retreating to her own room, while Nie Shuangyun descended the stairs towards hers. However, Qian Chunmei lingered, saying, "Shinhua, if the soul-collecting matron comes here, I shall assert she is merely looking for my daughter and has mistakenly knocked on the wrong door." Shinhua, astonished, inquired, "Who are you? How can you be unafraid of the traps in this place?" Qian Chunmei began to engage her in conversation. At that moment, Huang Ziqin sat at the table, lost in thought. Before long, a man entered, grinning broadly, and said, "My little beauty, it's time for bed." Feigning docility, Huang Ziqin climbed into bed and lay down, covering herself with a blanket. The man remarked, "Why doesn't my little beauty undress? I require your assistance with that." He chuckled lewdly, "Very well, very well." As he spoke, he lifted the blanket, only to find the young girl clutching her long braid, gleefully tugging at Huang Ziqin's trousers. Suddenly, Huang Ziqin raised her hand and plunged a long needle into the man's lower region. He let out a horrified scream and collapsed. Huang Ziqin, rising with determination, grasped his neck. She witnessed his body twitch once before it lay still. Huang Ziqin had taken a life, and now a tremor of fear coursed through her. She approached the door, peering out and calling, "Mother, where are you?" Qian Chunmei, still calmly negotiating with the soul-collecting matron, replied, "Look, my daughter is right there." Huang Ziqin, fearing that Qian Chunmei might inadvertently suffer at the hands of the Grim Reaper, approached with a feigned expression of distress and said, "Mother, I am bleeding profusely." The Grim Reaper, seemingly unfazed, replied, "Oh, it is a common occurrence for women. There is nothing extraordinary about it. Just use a couple of pieces of paper to clean yourself up." Seizing the moment while the Grim Reaper was distracted, Qian Chunmei swiftly thrust a long needle into her lower region. The Grim Reaper gasped and collapsed. Hearing a thud, Shen Huahua opened the door to investigate, only to find the Grim Reaper sprawled on the floor. She retrieved a rope that she had prepared earlier and approached the fallen figure, delivering a kick and exclaiming, "You wicked Grim Reaper, now you too have met your end. I, Shen Huahua, shall tighten this rope around your neck, ensuring you remain forever trapped beyond the gates of the underworld." With that, she secured a knot around the Grim Reaper's neck and pulled with force. Qian Chunmei insisted, "We cannot leave the body here. We must quickly hide it in the room." Together, Huang Ziqin and Shen Huahua grasped the rope and dragged the Grim Reaper's corpse into the room where Shen Huahua had been squatting. Nie Shuangyun anxiously remarked, "This way is blocked. How will we escape?" Qian Chunmei replied, "We must locate the main switch to find an exit. While those bald monks are still oblivious, we should hurry to find it. Let's split into two groups. I will go with Shen Huahua, and Ziqin, you will accompany Shuangyun." Huang Ziqin, clever as ever, began to search inconspicuously in the eastern district. Nie Shuangyun commented, "Your method is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In my view, one might repeatedly search in the places traversed by the monk, for perhaps a trace or clue could be uncovered." Huang Ziqin suggested, "You search over there, and I shall search here." Not far from the staircase, Nie Shuangyun discovered a thumb-sized circular indentation. Upon pressing it, a creaking sound echoed as a small door swung open. Rushing forward to take a closer look, she realized it led outside. She called out to Huang Ziqin, announcing her discovery. Huang Ziqin hurried over and remarked, "Indeed, a small door here, so inconspicuous." Nie Shuangyun instructed, "Ziqin, guard this spot while I fetch Chunmei and the others." Not far into her run, she spotted Qian Chunmei and another companion approaching in haste. Lowering her voice, she said, "We found the door leading outside. We must leave at once." The four of them then filed through the small door. Qian Chunmei declared, "I've disabled the main mechanism here. The bald monk can no longer pass through freely. Let us go." The four made their way to the Tianwang Hall, unlatched the door, and stepped outside. Nie Shuangyun ensured the door was securely closed before they moved onward. Having burst forth from their confinement, silence enveloped them. They paused after traversing a mountain. Qian Chunmei exclaimed, "Alas, you, the talented daughter of the clan, have dispatched a corrupt official. How did you accomplish this?" Nie Shuangyun ran her fingers through her hair and replied, "That scoundrel sought to take advantage of me. I merely told him not to be impatient, and I would naturally make him swoon." Huang Ziqin chuckled heartily. "And here you are, discussing trivial matters, quite an engaging conversation. What indeed have you been talking about?" Nie Shuangyun remarked, "I mentioned that my esteemed lady is missing my Yuni, who hasn't visited for such an extended period." That fellow erupted in laughter, claiming that Governor Ma is under the thumb of his wife and will no longer dare to come here. When I inquired how he knew Governor Ma so well, he introduced himself as Sun Yannian, the livestock supervisor of the Chungue prefecture. I asked what a livestock supervisor entailed, and he explained that he oversees the livestock industry and organizes the training of war horses. Huang Ziqin chuckled heartily. "This Sun's supervisor seems to have his eyes on you. How do you plan to deal with him?" Nie Shuangyun disdainfully replied, "What sort of person do you think I am? I've traversed great rivers and vast seas. Deceiving him would be as effortless as a mere child's play." I discarded my garments and reclined upon the bed, while the lascivious Sun Yannian grinned and leaned over my mother. With a swift motion, I plunged my hand towards him, and he rolled his eyes back, meeting his demise. I struggled, pushing his lifeless body aside and covering it with a blanket. At that moment, he truly lay there, lifeless. "Alas, Ziqin, you always scrutinize me. What about you?" Huang Ziqin recounted her own encounters with lecherous men, causing the three others present to erupt in laughter. Qian Chunmei chimed in, "While you each dispatched a corrupt official, I, Qian Chunmei, managed to eliminate two. One was a soul-collecting hag, and the other, a monk of hospitality." Shen Huahua added, "Her elderly aunt was conversing with the monk." Nie Shuangyun laughed heartily. "Qian Chunmei, you disguised yourself as an elderly woman rather convincingly. Huahua, how old do you think she is?" Shen Huahua scrutinized her closely and, after a moment, nodded in realization. She was not an old woman, but rather a woman in her 30s. Qian Chunmei smiled and remarked, "You have exaggerated my age. I am merely 18 years old and have yet to marry." Huang Ziqin replied, "Lotus, I must confess that I, Huang Ziqin, am also 18, while Nie Shuangyun is only 17. And you?" Shen Huahua responded that she was 19, letting out a long sigh as she lamented, "I, Shen Huahua, am truly nearsighted. I cannot discern your true ages beneath all that makeup. You appear like an elderly matron, while she resembles a young maiden. Huang Ziqin flicked her long braid and said, It is our slight martial prowess that keeps us from becoming mere lambs for the men to conquer. Upon hearing this, Shenhua wept. I, Shenhua, have not trained in martial arts. Just as I was about to get married, I was abducted by a band of ruffians, subjected to torment, and ultimately sold to the pleasure temple, where I was ravaged. They traveled for nearly 2 hours until they arrived at a picturesque location. Approaching a thatched cottage by the brook behind the village, Shenhua found the door locked. A neighborly woman approached and said, Hua, your parents no longer reside here. They have moved to the second thatched cottage south of the bridge in the village. The parents of Hua exclaimed in astonishment, Incredible! The three of you truly caused a sensation. The four of them exchanged words, recounting in detail their harrowing encounters with the fiends at the pleasure temple. The circumstances of the Shun family were well known to Nie Shuangyun and her companions. Shenhua's father, Shen Bifu, was a hunter, while her mother, Yu Finjin, tended to 3 acres of farmland. Shenhua had 2 brothers, both of whom had gone their separate ways to lead their own lives. Nie Shuangyun said she would leave, but Shenhua held onto the 3 of them, refusing to let them depart. Qian Chame remarked, Well, since Sister Hua insists on keeping us, we shall stay here for a couple of days. Not for any other reason, but to cleanse ourselves, to wash away the turmoil that clings to us, and to refresh our garments. It's just that your home lacks enough clothes to lend us. Mother Hua replied, No worries, Hua. Go borrow some clothes from your sisters-in-law, Mangsu, Rumei, and Finqin. Just tell them it's for our benefactors. Shenhua said, Mother, please boil some water. All 4 of us sisters need a bath. Father Hua added, Indeed, you all must wash. Once you are clean, I shall set off firecrackers to dispel any lingering negativity. I will head to town right away. After the 4 had bathed and donned fresh attire, they appeared quite unlike their previous selves, as they were all of similar age. In a humble household, there were no cosmetics, only a bit of oil to slick back their hair. Nie Shuangyun and Qian Chunmei braided their hair into 2 pigtails, while Huang Ziqin still wore her long braid. Shenhua also styled her hair into 2 pigtails. Having applied hair oil, they all radiated the charm of graceful young ladies. As night fell, the Shun household buzzed with activity. Firecrackers and small whips were let off. 2 tables were set for a feast, one for men and one for women, both fully occupied. Qian Chame and Nie Shuangyun took the honor of the top seats, while Huang Ziqin and Shenhua sat facing them. Nie Shuangyun observed, It seems I am the youngest at this table, yet Sister Hua has pushed me to the main seat, which is quite embarrassing. A woman seated to her right remarked, You are the benefactors of Hua. You deserve the utmost respect. Pray, what is your name? Nie Shuangyun stood and declared, I am called Nie Shuangyun. Subsequently, Qian Chunmei and Huang Ziqin were introduced. Shenhua also stood up to present, with the individual to her right being her elder sister-in-law, Xiao Mangtu, and next to her, the second sister-in-law, Dai Rumei. On the left side sat the third aunt, Du Fengying, alongside the old neighbor's wife, Shui Finqin. The third aunt chuckled, remarking, While all you young ladies sport long braids, we mothers and wives wear buns. It seems that unmarried young women are truly remarkable, especially you 3 heroines. The 4 women had exchanged their garments for washing, which were now hanging to dry in the courtyards of 3 families. They strolled around the villa, appreciating the splendid scenery. In front of the estate stood a white pagoda, adjacent to which was a pavilion with 4 pointed eaves. To the right of the pavilion lay a lotus flower pond, where fish swam freely. In the center of the estate flowed a channel river, flanked by pathways paved with bricks. The 4 women ambled along the banks, engaging in light-hearted banter. A group of young men, standing in an alley, pointed and gestured towards them. One remarked, Why do all these girls wear 2 long braids? When they run, they resemble willow branches swaying in the breeze, truly a sight to behold. The taller young man added, Liangyu, you only speak of how beautiful these girls are. Have you set your sights on one? To which Liangyu replied, I find that girl with a single braid quite lovely, but alas, she is unattainable. Another robust fellow chimed in. They say they possess extraordinary skills. I declare, whoever among them I defeat will become my bride. Does that include Hua? I mean, those 3 newcomers from afar. As the 4 women reached the entrance of the channel bridge, the tall young man stood there and called out, Hua, please step aside. The 3 of them must engage with the 3 of us. Only by defeating us can they traverse this bridge. Otherwise, they shall remain as our wives. What say you? Shenhua remarked. These three are my sworn sisters. Li Yuanshou, you must not treat them with disrespect. A robust figure stepped forward, stating, the villagers claim that you three women are formidable. Today, you must demonstrate your prowess. Otherwise, it would be unacceptable. Nie Shuangyun replied, if you insist on a confrontation, we three women shall not retreat. Furthermore, aside from him, named Li Yuanshou, do share the given and family names of the one called Liangyu with us. We adhere to a principle of engaging only those of known identity. Ma Qinggong adopted a stance and declared, you, with the two braids, may initiate the first move. Nie Shuangyun, hesitant to strike first, merely shifted her body and shrugged. Ma Qinggong cautiously advanced, suddenly unleashing a punch, but Nie Shuangyun deftly sidestepped. The two exchanged positions. With Nie Shuangyun now at the bridge's edge, Ma Qinggong launched another punch, yet it too was evaded, inciting his anger. He leapt forward, executing a sweeping kick. Startled, Nie Shuangyun jumped, swiftly turned, and extended her leg, causing Ma Qinggong to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. It took him a while to rise again. Chao Yayu challenged Qian Chumei, saying, come, strike me if you dare. Qian Chumei retorted, Chao Yayu, it would be wise for you to withdraw. If I were to best you again, the reputation of the young men from Xinjiashan would be utterly tarnished. Chao Liangyu gritted his teeth and insisted, no. Unless you reveal your skills, how can I, a man of the Chao family, find peace? Qian Chunmei declared, since you refuse to relent, I shall take action. Prepare yourself. With that, she executed a swift pirouette, advancing to seize her opponent and hoisting him onto her back. In a single fluid motion, she spun again and cast him aside. The young man was flung several paces away, landing heavily on the ground, unable to rise. Nie Shuangyun placed her hands on her hips and remarked, Li Yuanshou, Ma Qinggong, are you still intent on fighting? Ma Qinggong clapped his hands together and replied, no more fighting. Your esteemed aunt can proceed in peace. Huang Ziqin interjected, we must wait for Chao Liangyu to get back on his feet. Struggling, Chao Liangyu managed to rise, lamenting, this girl is incredibly formidable. She might just rupture my insides. After lunch, Nie Shuangyun suggested, Chunmei, Ziqin, we have already spent 2 nights at Sister Hehua's home. If we do not depart soon, we might encounter trouble at Xinjiang Mountain. Though the timing of such trouble remains uncertain, Huang Ziqin said, Sister Hehua, we must take our leave. We cannot overstay our welcome. Qian Chunmei echoed the sentiment. Agreeing to leave, Hehua responded, you promised to become sworn sisters with me. Let us complete that ritual before you depart. The 4 young women promptly gathered to perform the sacred ceremony, bowing before the bodhisattva. Shen Hehua, being the eldest, was designated as the elder sister. Qian Chunmei became the second sister, Huang Ziqin the third, and Nie Shuangyun the youngest. Due to the many inconveniences of their journey, Qian Chunmei and Nie Shuangyun styled their hair in a manner befitting elder sisters, while Huang Ziqin wore her hair in twin buns, appearing as a youthful maiden, carrying a bundle as she followed behind. Shen Hehua and her mother accompanied the trio until they reached the edge of the village. Meanwhile, Shen Fanxiang and his companions hastened towards Dinosaur Mountain to report to Shan Shu, having already crossed 2 mountain peaks, only to realize they were not on the original path. They had no choice but to change direction and inquire a local resident for directions. Huang Ziqin pointed in the distance and said, there are many households over there. Let us ask them. Although the mountain path appeared close, it was, in reality, quite distant due to the necessary detours. Following the trail, they arrived at a checkpoint, where a voice boomed, who are these village women, and where are you headed? Qian Chunmei stepped forward and replied, sir, we are on our way to the villa. Oh, to enter Meijia Fortress, you must part with 10 taels of silver, not a single coin less. Nie Shuangyun retorted angrily, you are asking for too much. That is unacceptable. The burly man responded with a sweeping strike of his staff, prompting the 3 women to leap aside. Just as the man was retracting his weapon, Nie Shuangyun nimbly darted behind him and seized the staff, leading to a fierce struggle. Huang Ziqin quickly joined in to assist. Ultimately, the combined strength of the 2 women proved superior, and they wrested the weapon from the man. The man, realizing his predicament, turned to flee up the mountain. But soon a dozen individuals descended from the heights. One monk proclaimed, these 3 women are notorious bandits. The one with the coarse hairstyle is known as Ziyangzi. The one with the neat bun is called Zonkane, and the one with a single braid is Tang Zuohua. They are responsible for the demise of Master Song Yuan of the Jiao Temple, the female steward Fu Mei, as well as Huang County Magistrate Huang Zhua and Sun Mujing's son Yanian. They have slain 2 officials, leaving us monks in fear, forcing us to flee for our lives. Another monk added, "If you capture these 3 women, we monks shall reward you with 500 taels of silver, not a single coin less." With that, more than 10 individuals lunged toward them. Nie Shuangyun executed a swift kick and casually pushed one man, sending him sprawling to the ground. Qian Shimei, undeterred, swiftly lowered her body and hurled a man into the low ground, eliciting a pained cry. Huang Ziqin, noticing a monk approaching, realized she was no match for him. In a moment of desperation, she seized a handful of mud and flung it into the monk's face, blinding him and provoking a series of frantic exclamations. As another monk advanced, Huang Ziqin managed to fend off 2 attacks before fleeing. Nie Shuangyun and Qian Shimei, sensing danger, also took flight. From the mountains, another group began to encircle them, prompting Huang Ziqin to halt and survey her surroundings. Suddenly, she spotted a side path and quickly turned to escape down it. Alas, 5 or 6 individuals blocked her way. Nie Shuangyun and Qian Shimei rushed over only to find their exit obstructed. The trio of women found themselves surrounded by a throng of 50 or more. A burly man taunted, "Run, you 3. Even if you sprouted wings, you would not escape now. Bind these audacious women." The crowd surged forward, overpowering the 3 women, who were soon subdued and bound to the ground. The earlier monk approached, seizing Huang Ziqin by the hair, and scolded, "You foolish girl, how dare you attempt to strangle Magistrate Huang? I shall end your life." A resounding slap struck her face, leaving a crimson mark and blood trickling from her lips. Another monk covered Qian Shuanmei's mouth and menacingly declared, "You wretched woman. How could you strike down Master Song Yuan and Sister Fu Mei? Now, face the consequences." With a retaliatory slap, blood gushed from Qian Shuanmei's mouth. Nie Shuangyun was struck twice by a man, causing her to curl up in pain. At that moment, a leader rushed over and commanded, "Do not harm them just yet. Bring them to the mountain and compel them to reveal their identities and the factions they serve. For they are here to assassinate County Magistrate Huang and Sun Mujing at the Bliss Temple." Huang Ziqin was forced to walk at the forefront, while Qian Shunmei pushed along, contorted her body in distress. Nie Shuangyun was seized by 2 men, her arms gripped tightly, her head bowed low. Just as they found themselves in despair, a deep voice suddenly bellowed, "Halt! Anyone who attempts to flee shall face death." The newcomer leapt forth, brandishing an iron staff, striking with abandon as if in an unchallenged realm, advancing resolutely. Behind him, 5 or 6 men drove the villains on the mountain into a panicked retreat. The 4 or 5 men holding Huang Ziqin lost their grip in alarm and hurriedly fled into the mountain stronghold. The 3 monks, relying on their exceptional martial skills, surrounded the newcomer. The man roared, "Come at me. I, Xin Fanxiang, am here." With that, his iron staff whirled, forcing one monk to retreat. The other 2, undeterred, one wielding a long whip and the other a Zen staff, engaged in a fierce clamor. Suddenly, Xin Fanxiang executed a swift maneuver, leaping into the fray. Just as the monk with the long whip turned, Xin Fanxiang delivered a kick that sent the monk tumbling down the mountainside like a kite, with its string severed. Xin Fanxiang shouted, "I, Xin Fanxiang, am here. You bald donkey, reveal your Dharma name." The monk replied, "I am the humble Yuyong Zen master." "And who might you be?" "Formidable one?" Xin Fanxiang declared, "I am the general at the gate of Guwang." The monk let out a hearty laugh and said, "So, you have allied yourself with the rebel, Fei Shinin, a traitor to the court. What face do you have to speak to me?" Xin Fanxiang retorted fiercely, "You bald donkey are nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Your vision is woefully limited." Master Yuyong raised his Zen staff and charged forward. But Xin Fanxiang remained unfazed. As the monk approached, he extended his iron staff to block, producing a resounding clang that forced the monk to stagger back 3 steps. Xin Fanxiang struck with a sweeping motion, prompting Master Yuyong to retreat once more. The 2 staffs clashed repeatedly, reminiscent of a blacksmith's forge, with the clanging echoing continuously. Xin Fanxiang feigned a vulnerability, and the monk seized the opportunity to launch an attack. With a swift spin, Xin Fanxiang wielded his iron staff, striking Master Yuyong, who was sent reeling and struggled to maintain his balance. Xin Fanxiang approached and declared, "If you reveal the names of those 2 monks, I, Xin Fanxiang, shall spare your life and allow you to flee." Master Yuyong had no choice but to respond. The first to fall was the reception monk, Zhu Yan, and the one wielding the long whip is Master Dayuan. Xin Fanxiang replied, "You are men of the cloth. I, as a general, cannot bear to see you suffer a brutal fate. Go on, Umatba." The 3 monks limped away down the slope. Meanwhile, the scholar, Zheng Bifeng, shook her head and said, A scholar is a man, while I, Zheng Bifang, am a woman. Upon hearing this, they would surely refuse. Would it not be akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket? Fei Yanfang smiled and replied, "What difficulty is there in this? Simply disguise yourself as a young lad, and all will be well." Zheng Bifang found herself devoid of any further objections and reluctantly acquiesced. The following day, Zheng Bifang, disguised as a young man, met with Shanshu, bowing respectfully and stating, "I am Zheng Bifang, here to see the chief." Shanshu looked up, burst into laughter, and exclaimed, Well, my scholarly friend, come, sit before your sister." Zheng Bifang hesitated, but Shanshu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Do not feign modesty. I, Shanshu, am well aware that you, Zheng Bifang, are a fearless individual. Come, take a seat." Reluctantly, Zheng Bifang complied, and Shanshu continued, "From now on, in my presence, you are free to act without restraint. Just maintain decorum in public gatherings, except in special circumstances." Zheng Bifang replied, "Chief, I, Zheng Bifang, came here with the intention of fighting in battles and earning merit, not to engage in clerical duties." Shanshu smiled and said, "Precisely. That is why you shall temporarily masquerade as a young man. Once you have acquired the necessary skills, your true identity as a woman will be restored." Zheng Bifang chuckled and responded, "Your humble servant will heed the chief's orders and will not disappoint your expectations." Shanshu, relieved, stated, "Zheng Bifang, if you agree, I will send someone to escort you down the mountain to Sangjiadai tomorrow." The master then said, "Very well, I shall teach you how to draft documents." Zheng Bifang took a piece of paper and copied the master's format for drafting. A few days later, Zheng Bifang inquired, "May I ask how to compose a proclamation of war, master?" The master stared at his student and asked, "Why do you wish to learn this?" Zheng Bifang replied calmly, "If one day I am called upon to write such a document, and I do not know how, would that not be embarrassing?" The master nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the concern. He produced a classic denunciatory manifesto, saying, "Look, master, here are more than a dozen samples for your perusal. There is no need for you to compose one for me." Zheng Bifang took the book and glanced through it, remarking, "This contains Wei Xiao's manifesto against Wang Mang, Chun Lin's manifesto against Cao Cao, as well as Luo Binwang's manifesto against Wu, and Xiu Qi's letter to Chun Bo." Zheng Bifang was left speechless that day. The master revealed his name, which was Song Su, who had only recently attained the status of a Xiuzai. Song Su said, "Zheng Fang, you have been here with the master for over 20 days. Due to your diligence and eagerness to learn, the master has imparted all that you sought without reservation. You may return tomorrow. However, before you leave, the master will present you with a gift that will surely delight you." Zheng Bifang replied, "I cannot accept anything from the master without just cause." Song Su, with a stern expression, responded, "Zheng Fang, if you refuse, then you may simply take your leave." Zheng Bifang, now respectful, said, "I shall heed your guidance, Mr. Song, and dare not act contrary to it." Song Su continued, "Zheng Fang, henceforth you must act in accordance with the circumstances. Do not defy the natural order." Zheng Bifang bowed, saying, "Mr. Song speaks truly. I shall never forget your words." Following Song Su into the bedroom, Zheng Bifang noticed numerous books and exclaimed, "You are indeed a great scholar, possessing profound knowledge." Song Su replied, "Zheng Fang, do not place me upon a pedestal. The pursuit of knowledge is boundless. Alas, I present you with this gold hairpin. It serves no purpose in my possession." Zheng Bifang, taken aback, asked, "Why would you give this to me?" Song Su chuckled, saying, "Are you not a young lady? This is fitting for someone of your stature." As the astute young lady entered my chamber, Song Su inquired, "Does this golden hairpin belong to you?" Zheng Bifang lowered her head and replied, "I am indeed a woman. And my name is not Zheng Fang, but Zheng Bifang. At this juncture, there is no turning back. I must accept my fate as your wife." Song Su smiled and said, "Then take this hairpin. In the future, when I achieve success in the imperial court, I shall marry you." Zheng Bifang picked up the hairpin and remarked, "Since I have no token to give you, let me offer you a kiss instead." Song Su leaned in and gently kissed her cheek. Zheng Bifang bowed and said, "As your wife, Zheng Bifang now bids farewell to her husband." Upon hearing this, Dan Shu stood up and took a few steps before finally saying, "This matter cannot be blamed on you. It is merely the result of not having invited Song Su to the mountains. What has transpired is irreversible and no one can change it. Zheng Bifang, await the day when people will call you Madam Song." Zheng Bifang blushed and murmured, "The leader takes my sister as a jest. There is truly nothing I can do about it." After a moment of hesitation, Madame Can conceded, saying, "Very well, you may all rise. Call the master to this room. I have something to discuss with him." Qin Liang interjected, "Listen to me. At present, I have no inner chamber or concubine. If you agree, you shall be the lady of the house, managing all affairs within. If you refuse, there is nothing I can do. It is not about your martial prowess. Even if you were to take my life, I would not cry foul. I await only your word." Qian Shunmei rose to her feet and began to pace, finally deflating with a sigh as she spoke softly, "Qin Liang, you are indeed my husband, and I acknowledge it. However, despite your age, you must treat me as your true wife and refrain from bullying me any further." Qin Liang, overjoyed, stepped forward and embraced Qian Shunmei, leading her gently to the bed. She inquired, "My husband, having surrendered myself to you, shall we observe the proper ceremonies?" Qin Liang nodded in affirmation. "Tonight, your desires have fulfilled my own. Tomorrow we shall certainly perform the rites, ensuring you are well honored." The couple then joyfully embarked on their union. The following evening, the atmosphere at the Qin residence became lively. Numerous tables were laden with food and drink, while Qin Liang donned a red ribbon, cheerfully welcoming the guests. After the banquet concluded, the couple proceeded to the ceremonial rites. Amidst the festivities, guests such as Shi Hao, Feng Bianjiao, and Zhang Liantong called out, "Bride, do not retreat to the bridal chamber. Can Sikong lift the red veil so that we may behold the beauty of the bride?" With a flurry of voices urging him on, Qin Liang could not withstand the pressure and, before the gathered assembly, lifted the veil from Qian Shuanmei's head. What a stunning lady she was! Her hair, adorned with a vibrant red ribbon, was elegantly styled. A crown of phoenix hairpins and jade hairpins complemented her look, while silver clips secured her glossy, lustrous locks. She wore a red floral blouse, a jade necklace gracing her neck, and a delicate green pleated skirt at her waist. Her complexion was rosy, accentuated by a hint of lipstick. Qian Shunmei smiled and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed guests, for your presence. I, Qian Shunmei, am truly honored." Zhang Liantong then urged, "Can Madam sing a song for us, that we may revel in your melody?" Qian Shunmei bent down and said, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed gentlemen. I, Qian Shunmei, am not adept at singing. I can only hum a few local tunes, which hardly befit a grand occasion. However, I can manage some recitations in martial arts." Shi Hao interjected, "It is not the appropriate time for the bride to recite or perform martial arts. I suggest we postpone for another day. Let us not waste the precious time of Master Can, so please disperse." With Shi Hao's directive, all the guests departed. As Qian Shunmei ascended to her chamber, preparing to remove her makeup, Qin Liang entered, embraced her, and placed a kiss upon her cheek, chuckling, "How did the matchmaker adorn you so splendidly? You know, when I lifted the red veil, I could scarcely recognize you." Qian Shunmei replied with a hint of melancholy, "You, old man, have deceived this 18-year-old girl into your grasp. Whether I accept my fate or not, I must comply. I just wonder if the words you spoke earlier hold any weight." Qin Liang reassured her, "Nonsense. I, Qin Liang, have never spoken in vain. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. A true man speaks with sincerity. Empty words are utterly unacceptable. This is the foundation of one's character." Several days later, a servant rushed in to report, "Madam, Nie Shuangyun has come to pay her respects." Qian Shunmei immediately responded, "Please invite her in and treat her with the utmost hospitality." She arranged her hair elegantly, securing it with a jade green hairpin, complemented by a step shake, phoenix hairpins, and a large round gold pendant. Dressed in a deep blue top and a floor-length skirt, she presented herself as a refined lady of grace, followed by 2 maidservants. Upon seeing Nie Shuangyun, she joyfully took her arm and said, "Let us have some tea." The other party respectfully said, "Madam Can, Shuangyun has come to pay her respects. There is no need for formalities." Qian Shunmei replied, "You need not feel ashamed. I, Qian Shunmei, would never look down upon anyone. How could we forsake the bond of sisterhood? Please, have a seat." Nie Shuangyun lamented, "I have become the second concubine in the Zhua household, the first being Sang Xiangxiang, and we are both without proper standing. Fortunately, Madame Chenxiu is kind and has offered me solace. I, Nie Shuangyun, have fallen into Zhuo Yin's clutches. Whether I submit or not, I must accept my fate." Qian Shunmei fell silent, observing her companion closely, her hair adorned in a yuan bao bun, a white pearl necklace gracing her neck, a hint of sorrow on her face, dressed in a large red brocade robe and an embroidered pleated skirt, with embroidered palace shoes upon her feet. As Nie Shuangyun rose to take her leave, Qian Shunmei clutched her arm tightly, insisting, You must stay and dine with us. Otherwise, our past sisterly bond will be lost forever. Should generals utter even a few harsh words to you, I, Nie Shuangyun, shall undoubtedly seek retribution. Come, let us retreat to my chamber. Nie Shuangyun entered the room and settled onto a palace stool. Nie Shuangyun summoned a maid to bring tea and then joined her on the stool, saying, I, Nie Shuangyun, was deceived by Qin Liang into entering this chamber. And upon discerning his intentions, I realized the truth of his words. Your martial prowess is indeed remarkable. Should you strike me down, I would not dare to cry injustice. The situation has reached this point, leaving me in a quandary, and I have no choice but to acquiesce. The old man truly has no other women around him, and thus I have fortuitously become his legitimate wife. His 2 sons and daughters-in-law are older than I. Addressing me as madam, I have resigned myself to this fate, abandoning any other aspirations. Nie Shuangyun remarked, you are fortunate, while I find myself in a dire predicament. Zhuayin is a man of means, with a wife and concubines, and I have unwittingly become one of his 3 wives. How did I find myself ensnared in his web? You may recall that during the martial arts assessment, he promised me a bracelet as a reward. Initially, I was careless and thought the engraving was merely a floral design, but soon I realized it was something else entirely. It was Huang Zichin's words that piqued my suspicion. The bandits intercepted us at Meishan, and I suffered severe injuries. I was taken to the Zhuo residence to recuperate, and it was not until half a month later that I began to heal. One day, the household staff at the Zhuo residence unexpectedly dressed me up, claiming it was the master's command. Zhuayin rushed into the room, declaring it was indeed his chamber. When I inquired about my treatment, he candidly assured me that he would elevate my status and would never go back on his word. After much contemplation, I found myself with no other options but to submit to him. Nie Shuangyun sighed. We once aspired to venture forth and achieve great feats on the battlefield. Yet here we are, reduced to being wives. The joyous gatherings of the 6 sisters from Zhengyuan are but a distant memory. Nie Shuangyun replied, in those days, you all regarded me as your leader, and I reveled in that status, never imagining I would merely be another concubine. Nie Shuangyun added, let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Do visit my home often. Naturally, I shall also make my way to the Zhuo residence. We still possess a modicum of freedom, as Qin Liang and Zhuayin are not overly rigid and can be accommodating. As their conversation deepened, a servant suddenly delivered a letter. Nie Shuangyun opened it and said, Shuangyun, come and see this letter. Nie Shuangyun took the letter, read it, and exclaimed, it appears that Fei Situ has invited us to a gathering at Rui Xiulan's home, stating that the sisters should convene, and has entrusted you with the task of notifying over 10 individuals. Nie Shuangyun smiled and said, Shuangyun, you are the first one I have notified. I hope you will arrive punctually on the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Nie Shuangyun replied, Madam Can. Please rest assured that I will not fail to keep my promise. At that moment, Lu the steward hurried in, bowing slightly as he announced, Madam Nie. The master is in the parlor and wishes to see you regarding an important matter. Nie Shuangyun was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed strange for the master to summon her to the parlor for a significant discussion. As a mere concubine, she felt utterly unqualified to enter that esteemed space. And even if she did, she would merely be a peripheral figure. The steward's proclamation of a critical matter was almost farcical. Despite her doubts, Nie Shuangyun followed Lu the steward to the parlor. She ascended the steps, crossed the high threshold, and, bowing slightly, said, I, Shuangyun, have come to pay my respects to the master. Seated to the left was Madame Chen Xiu, who instructed, Shuangyun, please take a seat over there. The master has something to discuss with you. Zhuayin noticed Nie Shuangyun sitting close to him and said, Shuangyun, I kindly ask you to become the tutor for these 3 children, the eldest of whom is 14 and the youngest 10. Feeling inadequate in her knowledge, Nie Shuangyun was apprehensive about the responsibility. Zhuayin, maintaining an air of authority, pressed, Shuangyun, do you not heed my words? Immediately, Nie Shuangyun rose and knelt, murmuring, I do not refuse to take on the role of tutor, but I am concerned about potentially jeopardizing the children's futures. I earnestly implore the master to forgive my hesitation. Rise and take a seat, he commanded. The husband has not placed any blame upon you, Zhuayin remarked as he moved his body. Lord Qin has requested you to recite the expanded collection of wise sayings, which you have done with remarkable eloquence. It is said that you are not outdone when it comes to composing couplets and poetry. Today, however, when called upon to fulfill a task, you have made excuses. What is the reason for this? Nie Shuangyun rose and bowed deeply, saying, I, Shuangyun, shall heed the commands of my husband with utmost diligence and responsibility. and would not dare to make excuses. Shuangyun stood and declared, Shuangyun, it is settled then. My husband must now depart for long and to attend to matters of the officialdom, so he shall take his leave. With that, he hurried into the inner chambers. Ladies Wu raised her hand and said, Shuangyun, please take a seat in your master's chair. Nie Shuangyun, taken aback, replied, I, Shuangyun, cannot presume to do so. Ladies Wu smiled and reassured her, Oh, Shuangyun, today it is perfectly acceptable for you to sit here. It does not contravene the principles of propriety. You are not assuming the position of a concubine at the head of my seat, but rather that of a scholar in a place of honor. The household spirits are honored by the 5 characters: heaven, earth, ruler, parents, teacher. When one is invited to a banquet, a scholar commands respect and sits at the place of honor. If you do not take your seat when summoned by the 3 students, would that not render the ceremony of apprenticeship void? Reluctantly, Nie Shuangyun sat down and said, Sister, I truly feel quite anxious. I am unaware of the backgrounds of these 3 students, and I implore you to enlighten me. Ladies were replied, All 3 are young ladies. One is the second miss. Names Wu Mingli, aged 14. The second is the legitimate niece of my husband, aged 12, names Wu Rongli. The last is from the next generation, my husband's grandniece. Names Wu Jinglan, aged 10. The second girl followed suit as before, while the third girl addressed Nie as Madame Nie, performing the ceremony of respect with 3 bows. The study is situated near the rear garden, with the front and back sections of the house connected. Nie Shuangyun's bedroom is at the front, while the 3 rooms at the back are devoid of partitioning walls, giving an expansive feel. The central north wall is adorned with a portrait of Confucius, and students must kneel in reverence when reading here. In the eastern room, 2 young ladies, Mingli and Rongli, are engaged in their studies, practicing calligraphy. A solitary 10-year-old girl occupies the western room, as her early education necessitates individual instruction. After ensuring the 2 young ladies in the eastern room are settled, Nie Shuangyun proceeds to teach Zhu Jinglan for a full hour. In the afternoon, as Mingli and Rongli practice their writing, Nie Shuangyun patiently guides their hands, advising them on the proper grip of the pen, emphasizing that it must not be taken lightly. Indeed, classmate Zhu Mingli has mastered the grip, while Zhu Rongli must diligently practice to achieve proper script. At that moment, Steward Liu enters to announce, Madame Nie, there is a visitor who wishes to see you. Without delay, Nie Shuangyun instructs her students to continue their studies, allowing them to engage in free activities after an hour, provided they do not leave the study. As is her custom, she rushes to the parlor, where she is greeted by a woman stepping out with a cheerful demeanor, who calls out, Mr. Nie. My name is Su Komong, the wife of the governor of Longshan, Shuangyun. I have a great desire to visit your study, may I? Not at all, replies Nie Shuangyun. I am here at my husband's behest and dare not refuse. Madam Shang, I am merely fulfilling the role of a teacher. Yet I feel as though I have taken on a burden too great for me, she adds with a hint of humility. The visitor promptly responds, There is no need for Madame Zhua to be modest. I, Su Komong, have come merely to seek your wisdom, nothing more. After surveying the Zhua family study, Su Komong remarks, Mr. Nie, would you welcome me to sit in your room? Nonsense, welcome, welcome. The 2 entered the front room and took their seats. The maid brought in a tray to serve tea, and Nie Shuangyun smiled, saying, Madam Shang, please. Su Komong accepted the teacup and took a delicate sip. As the maid withdrew, the guests chuckled and remarked, Indeed, Madame Zhua is a learned individual, exuding the essence of poetry and literature. Nie Shuangyun waved her hand modestly, saying, Sister, I, Nie Shuangyun, am merely a lowly concubine of Zhuyin. Whatever he commands, I must obey. I hold no fortune akin to yours. Su Komong immediately set down her teacup and replied, Likewise, I, Su Komong, am but a concubine in the merchant's household. When my master instructs me to manage the study, I too must comply. Otherwise, how would I find myself here to observe? Nie Shuangyun glanced at her companion and suddenly remarked, Your hairpin is beautifully styled. If only I, Shuangyun, could adorn my hair in such a manner. Su Komong laughed and replied, Styling my hair does not require much effort. However, your exquisite yuanbao bun demands considerable skill and many adornments. Nie Shuangyun promptly requested Su Komong to arrange her hair, and they both retreated to the inner chamber. Su Komong merely took a hairpin and skillfully styled Nie Shuangyun's hair, finally securing it with a small hair fork. Nie Shuangyun picked up 2 bronze mirrors to admire her reflection, exclaiming, This looks splendid. It saves me from needing numerous ornaments that would make it overly complicated. For those of us in our husbands' households, Simplicity is indeed preferable. Why should we compete for extravagance? Upon hearing that Nie Shuangyun had altered her hairstyle, Zuoyin made a special trip to the study. He called out, "Mingli, read to your father." The second young lady began to read. Confucius said, "The noble man is guided by righteousness, while the petty man is swayed by profit." He also stated, "When one sees the virtuous, one should aspire to be like them. When observing the unvirtuous, one should reflect upon oneself." He further remarked, "When substance surpasses style, one becomes uncivilized. When style outweighs substance, one becomes a mere chronicler." Zuoyin nodded and said, "Well read. Continue your studies diligently. Father wishes to discuss matters with your teacher." Zuoyin hurried to the front room and embraced Nie Shuangyun, exclaiming, "Ah, your hairstyle is quite lovely." Nie Shuangyun pouted, replying, "This is during the day. Come nightfall, Shuangyun will naturally attend to you, my lord." Zuoyin, however, was unyielding and insisted on pulling the woman into the chamber. With no way to resist, Nie Shuangyun stumbled and fell onto the bed, causing quite a commotion. With his beard brushing against her face, Zuoyin returned satisfied, while Nie Shuangyun quickly rose to arrange her hair into an elaborate style. She proceeded to the study to review the lessons of the three young ladies. Just as she was about to instruct Zuo, a maid rushed in to report, "Lady Nie, the mistress is ill and wishes to speak with you." Nie Shuangyun had no choice but to follow the maid. Upon entering, she found the mistress lying on the bed, her eyes sunken and her frame noticeably weakened. Nie Shuangyun hurried forward, saying, "Mistress, you have been unwell for several days. Why did you not inform Shuangyun until today? Have you called for a doctor?" The mistress replied, "The doctor has seen me and declared my illness severe, difficult to remedy at present. I wish to entrust my children to you. Please take good care of Mingli, Jili, and Jiubao." Nie Shuangyun, filled with emotion, responded, "Sister, you will recover. Entrust your affairs to me. I shall surely attend to them well and not disappoint you." The eldest son, Zuo, entered and said, "Mother, you mustn't be anxious. The doctor is confident in your recovery, but it will require effort." Madame Zuo replied, "Jiuhua, you must show respect to Aunt Nie. You cannot be dismissive." The eldest son immediately responded, "Aunt Nie, I, Jiuhua, shall heed your instructions, for you are a learned individual, and I would not dare to look down upon you." Nie Shuangyun said, "You must find a capable doctor for your mother. Her health will improve." At that moment, the second son, Jiu, entered to console his ailing mother. Madame Zuo said, "Jiu, your Aunt Nie is a person of both intellect and martial prowess. You must accord her the respect she deserves. Now, promise me you will address her as Aunt Nie. Can you do that?" "I can," he replied promptly, and then called out, "Aunt Nie." Nie Shuangyun grasped Madame Zuo's hand, saying, "Very well. Shuangyun will not disappoint your sister. Rest assured and focus on your recovery." In the southeastern part of Dai family village, within a lively residence surrounded by mountains and water, the climate was pleasant, ensuring safety from calamities, as the inhabitants could rely on the advantageous terrain for escape when necessary. However, an irritating west wind began to blow, dark clouds swirling in the sky. Rue Sholan expressed her concerns. "The west wind is growing stronger. If Fei Situ cannot reach my home, then the other sisters will not come either." Just as she was feeling anxious, a maid reported, "Madame Dai, Shuangyun, and Chumei have arrived." "Show them in," Rue Sholan instructed. She went to the parlor to welcome them, saying, "Madame Can, please take a seat, Aunt Zuo." Nie Shuangyun remarked, "Madame Dai, I received word from Madame Can and arrived at her residence early this morning. Subsequently, the two of us made our way here, and it appears we are the first to arrive." Rue Sholan replied, "I am aware of your marital circumstances. Chumei, you are fortunate. Although Nie Shuangyun possesses considerable talents, she is relegated to a subordinate role in the Zuo family. In truth, I, Rue Sholan, am not particularly exceptional myself. My father, fleeing from calamity, dined at the home of Dai Chong, and subsequently promised me to his son, Dai Jelly. Can you guess the origin of this peculiar name?" "Dai Jelly?" Nie Shuangyun, perplexed, inquired, "What significance lies in the name Dai Jelly? He is quite dim-witted, lacking coherence in speech, unable to comprehend numbers, let alone engage in arithmetic." Knowing this, I was naturally reluctant to become his wife. However, filial piety is difficult to defy, and finding myself under another's roof at that time, I had no choice but to endure my fate, marrying Dai Jelly and becoming his spouse. Nie Shuangyun lowered her gaze and stated, "When a woman reaches such a juncture, she can only resign herself to her fate. Were it a man, he could easily escape even from a latrine." Qian Chumei interjected, "If it were I, Qian Shimei, I would surely have leaped from the window to flee. Nie Shuangyun smiled wryly and remarked, Madam Can, this requires a premise. Had you not studied diligently in the Shuxin study or learned some martial arts at the Nashan gym? What escape would be possible? With your skills, you could disguise yourself as an elderly woman and blend in anywhere. In such a case, you would not be a crab without legs, but rather a crab with legs. Qian Chunmei squinted and said, What you say, Shuangyun, does hold some truth. Rui Xiaolan remarked. I have spent over a year with Dai Jiaoyou, and to my astonishment, he has gradually become quite astute, swiftly advancing in his education. Remarkably, he has managed to navigate the business world with no formal training. Qian Chunmei clapped her hands and exclaimed, Wonderful. It seems that fate has favored you, Rui Xiaolan. Marrying Dai Jiaoyou will not be to your detriment. Rui Xiaolan continued, Can you guess who my younger sister is? Nie Shuangyun responded, We are unaware. Qian Chunmei echoed her uncertainty. Rui Xiaolan replied, Everyone in Albing knows. How could you two be oblivious? Her reputation is immense. Had it not been for her encountering a life-threatening calamity, my family, the Rui clan, would have faced extermination at the hands of the false Jichao court, and I would never have ended up in this remote locale. Could Rui Ho be your younger sister? They asked in unison. Rui Xiaolan nodded affirmatively. She refused to conspire with the treacherous Liang Mingtai and Xia Peilu, suffering the consequences, and naturally, her family bore the brunt of it. As I am now married into the Dai family and residing in this secluded area, I claim to be of the Li lineage, known as Li Xiaoying, thus evading great peril. To this day, I have only encountered my younger sister 5 or 6 times, and she likely has little recollection of me as her sister. Qian Chunmei remarked, I have heard my husband say that Rui Ho currently wields control over the court, with Emperor Yin Jin reduced to a mere puppet, and all state affairs are dictated by Rui Ho. I inquired of my husband how Rui Ho possesses such power. He responded that she possesses extraordinary talents, excelling in both literature and martial prowess, with remarkable foresight and cunning. Nie Shuangyun remarked, To be a woman, one must possess the extraordinary talents akin to those of the illustrious Rui Ho in order to master her own destiny. Rui Xiaolan shook her head and replied, My younger sister is a rarity in this world. Where else could one find someone like her? She possesses an unparalleled eloquence. Not even the dozens in our family can match her wit. You cannot fathom the depths of her intellect. No one can deceive her. My father has no choice but to acquiesce to her, leaving her affairs unattended. At that moment, a maid announced, Madame Zhong has arrived. Rui Xiaolan gestured for her to enter, saying, This Madame Zhong is indeed a remarkable individual. It is a sight to behold. She sighed, But what makes her so extraordinary? This is something only she can elucidate. Madame Zhong, whose name is Song Jifeng, entered gracefully, adorned in a newly crafted rose-red embroidered gown with a flowing train. Her long hair was elegantly styled in a flowing cloud bun, embellished with a resplendent golden hairpin, from which silver tassels cascaded, swaying gently with each step, creating a melodious sound. She strode in confidently and exclaimed, Lady Dai, I, Song Jifeng, have come to join the gathering. How many guests have arrived? Rui Xiaolan rose and responded, Madame Zhong, you are the 3rd guest to arrive. Please take a seat. Qian Chunmei and Nie Shuangyun also stood to offer their greetings, saying, Greetings, Madame Zhong. Please sit and enjoy some tea. Song Jifeng waved her hand dismissively and said, There is no need for such formalities. Why are you both standing? Nie Shuangyun replied, Madame Zhong is both brave and wise, a truly remarkable person. I, Nie Shuangyun, am merely a humble concubine of the left family. How could I be disrespectful to you? I hope for your understanding. Song Jifeng smiled and remarked, I have heard it said that you, Shuangyun, are a heroine. How is it that you have now become a model of conformity? I believe you should liberate yourself, casting aside any feelings of inadequacy or self-deprecation. Nie Shuangyun, still maintaining her respectful demeanor, replied, Your guidance, Madame Zhong, is much appreciated. Qian Chunmei teased, Madame Zhong, you are the true heroine here. It is said you possess extraordinary talents. Since you are indeed remarkable, could you share some tales of your adventures with us sisters? Song Jifeng licked her lips and began. Truth be told, I, Song Jifeng, have traversed through storms of blood and strife, yet I emerged unscathed. Once, Song Jifeng was a gentle and sheltered young lady, living a carefree and proper life. However, one day her father, Song Bin, was imprisoned by Governor Qin, accused of colluding with the rebel Fu Youlian and plotting treason. Consequently, he was stripped of his titles and sent to the capital for punishment, where he met a tragic end after a year in captivity. Song Jifeng's family fell into hardship, wandering to Huyang village in Chumping County, where they finally settled. On one occasion, while accompanying her mother to the Sangguan temple to pay respects, they were accosted by two ruffians as they entered the temple. One of them swaggered forward, laughing. "What are you trying to boast about, little girl?" The Marquis of Malbua County is none other than Song Bin, who has been taken to the capital for punishment. You should reveal your identity, for only we two can protect you and your entire family. So, what is your choice? We are at your service. Song Jifeng responded boldly. I refuse to choose, however. If you insist, whichever of you believes he can best me, I shall become his wife. So, who will come first? Two men lunged at her simultaneously, leaving Song Jifeng no time to devise a strategy. With a surge of determination, she swung her fists. The earlier assailant shouted, Hong Lai, cut off her escape. True to his words, the one named Hong Lai crouched low and launched an attack. Song Jifeng took a punch that sent her staggering. In a moment of fiery resolve, she pivoted and delivered a flying kick to Hong Lai, sending him sprawling. Hong Lai cried out, "This is a flying thief. Quick, capture her." Yan Qing echoed the call. The flying thief has committed murder. Confused onlookers armed with sticks and forks rushed into the alley, shouting but too fearful to approach. Yan Qing pointed at Song Jifeng, declaring, "She is the female thief from beneath Fengzi Mountain. Seize her at once and deliver her to the authorities for punishment." Hong Lai boldly proclaimed, "She is the maid of the rebel Song Bin. She is killed before." The crowd shouted, "Capture the maid of the rebel Song Bin." Realizing they had labeled her a notorious bandit, a fierce anger ignited within Song Jifeng. Seizing a wooden stick from one of the men, she swung mercilessly at Yan Qing, who collapsed with a thud, unable to rise. Unrelenting, she approached Hong Lai and struck him as well, leaving him bloodied and lifeless on the ground. Standing defiantly in the middle of the road, Song Jifeng proclaimed, "Whoever dares to approach shall be struck down." At her words, the crowd dispersed in panic. She then made her way to the residence of the Zhang family in Chaojing, where the young master, Zhong Ting, witnessed the scene and asked, "Alas, what is your name?" Song Jifeng replied with her name. Zhong Ting scrutinized her closely and remarked, "It appears you possess a notable background. Should you fail to clarify your circumstances today, I shall have no choice but to deliver you to the authorities." Song Jifeng replied, "I inadvertently injured two individuals in Huyang village. They are rascals of considerable standing. To avoid implicating my family, I fled. I never anticipated that arriving at the Zhong residence in Chaojing would lead me into a trap." Zhong Ting then challenged, "Song Jifeng, shall we engage in a few rounds in the back garden? Do you dare?" With her head held high, she responded, "What is there to fear? A few rounds shall suffice." The back garden was transformed into a makeshift arena for combat. Zhong Ting launched the first attack, striking with his palm, to which Song Jifeng swiftly countered by pivoting and absorbing the blow with her elbow, then executed a side kick. Zhong Ting deftly evaded. But as Song Jifeng retaliated with a punch, he performed a graceful roll to evade her. Seizing the moment, he grasped her, causing her to fall to the ground, her legs extending in defiance. Zhong Ting, unable to maintain his stance, also collapsed, and they engaged in a mutual struggle, pushing against each other's legs. Rising swiftly, Zhong Ting seized Song Jifeng by the neck and declared, "Is it not time for you to concede?" With her eyes closed, she replied, "I submit to your will. Young master, I harbor no grievances." At this, Zhong Ting pulled her to her feet and suggested, "You shall serve as my maid." Song Jifeng lowered her gaze and said, "I understand. You wish for me to become your concubine. Given the circumstances, I have no choice but to comply." Zhong Ting laughed heartily. "I, Zhong Ting, have never touched a woman before. You shall be the first. I shall not take a concubine before securing a wife. You, Song Jifeng, are to be my wife, and we shall hold our wedding tomorrow night. What say you?" Song Jifeng then nodded and said, "Then embrace me." Zhong Ting leaned in, showering her with kisses. Song Jifeng wiped her lips and remarked, "You're making it hard for me to breathe." Zhong Ting chuckled, "Only in this manner do you find joy." Nie Shuangyun clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Madame Zhong, impressive. I humbly bow to you." Qian Chunmei added, "According to what you say, it seems that it is not Zhong Ting's martial prowess that has conquered you, but rather you who have captured this husband of yours. Quite remarkable." Song Jifeng waved her hand dismissively. "Remarkable? A woman is destined to be paired with a man from birth. However, some women find themselves paired due to fortuitous circumstances, which one might elegantly refer to as fate, or simply destiny." Both Nie Shuangyun and Qian Chunmei nodded in deep understanding. Yu Jiying lost her mother at the tender age of 4 and suffered the loss of her father at 15. Before his passing, her father instructed her to seek refuge with her uncle, Man Shun, at Manjia Slope. Their neighbor, Kan Jing, assisted in her father's burial. Yet she could not solely rely on others for support and thus accompanied her uncle to Mangia Slope. Her father left behind more than 100 taels of silver, of which 20 taels were spent on the funeral. All properties were bestowed upon the neighbor, as they had managed her father's care, living under another's roof. She was naturally unwilling to remain idle in her chamber. Each day, she descended to the kitchen, taking on the responsibilities there. Her aunt urged, "Inger, rest a while. Let the servants handle some of the tasks." Yu Jiying replied, "The servants must venture out to gather firewood, ensuring they are well prepared for both sunny days and harsh winters, so they do not suffer unduly later on. Do not worry, aunt. I am fully capable of managing the kitchen duties myself." Yu Jiying had just finished washing the dishes and was about to select some celery when a young man entered the kitchen and inquired, "Is there enough to eat in here?" Yu Jiying replied, "Brother, there are 2 pieces of flatbread in the pot. I'll bring them to you." The young man continued, "Jiying, you have been at my home for over half a month, haven't you? Come to my study this afternoon to play. I'll call for you then." Yu Jiying hesitated, asking, "Uncle, do aunt and the others permit this?" "Only if they allow it. Would Jiying dare to set foot in my study?" she added. The young man sighed in frustration. "What sort of rule is that? Let the capable handle their own affairs. Why must their approval be sought? Such feudal customs are truly burdensome." Yu Jiying chose not to respond and continued with her tasks. After dinner, the young man took Yu Jiying's hand and led her into his study. With her head bowed, she remained silent, prompting him to say with a smile, "Jiying, sit down and speak with me. There is no need to feel shy. Has your cousin bullied you?" Yu Jiying replied, "Confucius stated that men and women should not have physical contact. Besides, I, Yu Jiying, am without support and dare not breach decorum." The young man chuckled. "In my presence, such conventions are not upheld. Those who are capable deserve respect, while I detest parasites who reap without labor, regardless of their noble lineage. Now, let me teach you how to write. Grip the brush with 2 fingers. Yu Jiying interjected, "Allow me to compose a poem for you." With that, she picked up the brush and began to write. The young man exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, your calligraphy is remarkable. The grass on the plain grows anew each year, withering and flourishing in turn. Wildfires cannot consume it all. The spring breeze brings it back to life. Though it consists of merely 20 characters, it reveals your extraordinary talent. Such a talented individual as yourself, relegated to the role of a mere kitchen maid, seems an unfortunate misallocation of your gifts. Starting tomorrow, you shall no longer toil in the kitchen, but accompany me in the pursuit of knowledge and the art of writing." Yu Jiying shook her head, protesting. "How can that be?" Man Chong rose to his feet, gazing at Yu Jiying as he replied, "Isn't it ultimately up to me to decide? Thus, you need not be so reluctant. If there are unspoken troubles, share them." The matron interjected, "Inger, you must change out of those kitchen garments. They are meant for servants. Put on this red floral dress and tie it with a sash. A young lady must adorn herself." Yu Jiying responded, "I am without support. Having sought refuge in your household, how could I be so ungrateful as to desire more?" The matron insisted, "Do not utter such words. Your cousin holds affection for you, and you must not defy his wishes." Upon realizing that the matron had unveiled this layer of truth, Yu Jiying felt compelled to accept her fate. 2 months later, Man Chong finally expressed his desire. "Inger, let us wed." Yu Jiying lowered her gaze, stating, "Whether we marry or not is still in your hands." Man Chong chuckled heartily. "So, you are in agreement then. Before the wedding, allow me to leave a mark upon your lips," he exclaimed, drawing her close for an impassioned kiss. In a spacious hall of the Dai family, a woman stealthily entered. Her face was exquisitely delicate, with an oval shape, slender brows, and enchanting phoenix eyes that sparkled with life. She had a slightly flat nose and a petite mouth, which revealed subtle dimples when she smiled. Although she donned a loose gown, it could not conceal her ample bosom and graceful figure. Her melodious voice chimed, "What are the sisters so engrossed in? I, Kanhongdi, have arrived," yet none seemed to notice. Rui Xiaoying hastily interjected, "Oh dear, Mrs. Zhang has come. I, Rui Xiaolon, was so absorbed in conversation that I failed to attend to you. I sincerely apologize for my oversight. Please, take a seat." Kanhongdi replied, "No, thank you. When sisters gather, it is inevitable that some things may be overlooked. Mrs. Dai, with your remarkable capabilities, your affairs are managed splendidly. Were I to handle this matter, it would surely descend into chaos, and I would be utterly at a loss." Yu Jiying rushed over, exclaiming with delight, "Sister Hongdi, you have arrived. We were so engrossed in our chatter that we did not notice you slipping in quietly." "You are now," Kanhongdi interjected. "I am not of the Liu family. I escaped from the Liu household." My husband is Zhang Yijiang. On the very day Yu Jiying ventured to Manjiapo. Can Hongdi felt stifled at home and decided to take a stroll outside. As she approached a house in the courtyard, she overheard Can Song speaking. The son of the wealthy Lu Yuanwai from Lu family lake, Lu Antong, has inexplicably gone mad. It is said that Lu Yuanwai has brought this upon himself. His family is now faced with calamity, and the gods have turned their backs on him. The other voice belonged to Lu Kai, who responded, though Lu Yuanwai is affluent, he is a man of many misdeeds. There is not a soul in the entire Lu family lake who does not fear him. Whenever he conducts business, the whole village must present a generous gift. Yet when they are in need, he remains indifferent and expects them to invite him as an honored guest. Can Song lamented, the gods may not hold Lu Yuanwai, Lu Bing, accountable, yet they have certainly found his son, Lu Antong. Lu Antong was in a state of utter madness, sometimes so oblivious that he would soil himself. Crawling aimlessly on the ground, hardly more capable than a 3-year-old child. Lu Kai remarked, Can Jing gets along splendidly with Lu Bing. The girl was betrothed to Lu Antong at the tender age of 3. I cannot fathom how Hong Di will manage her life after marrying into his family. Father, do not deceive your daughter. I resolutely refuse to wed that lunatic, Lu Antong. Upon hearing this, Can Hong Di incited Can Jing's fury, who bellowed, Whether you wish to or not, you will marry him. I shall bind you and deliver you to the Lu family at Lake Lu. You will not escape your fate. Can Hong Di was assisted by the matchmaker to the threshold, yet she resisted entering. Suddenly, 2 women approached and forcibly pushed her inside. The matchmaker was meant to conduct the remaining rites, but unexpectedly, the groom collapsed onto the ground, pointing at Can Hong Di, who was adorned with a red veil, exclaiming, You are a ghost, a headless ghost. Startled by his outburst, Can Hong Di removed her red veil, taken aback by the sight before her. The groom resembled nothing human. Disheveled and wild, with an unhinged expression, crawling on the ground. As Can Hong Di sat dazed on the edge of the bed, the madman suddenly sprang to his feet, attempting to seize her. She pushed his hand away, but he reached for her again. In a moment of desperation, she darted away, only to find herself cornered. The madman lunged, grasping at her, and after a struggle, she mustered her strength and forcefully knocked him to the ground. She contemplated fleeing the bridal chamber, but hesitated, realizing that once she entered, escape would be futile. She secured the door tightly, ensuring that neither she could escape nor anyone from outside could enter. As she sat quietly on a chair, she dozed off, and by the time the clock struck midnight, Can Hong Di resolved to flee. With determination, she endeavored to pry open the window. Fortune favored the diligent, and at last, she succeeded in pushing the window ajar. Without hesitation, Can Hong Di squeezed through the opening and slid down the slope outside. She ran and ran, losing track of the distance covered. By the time she reached Zhangjikyo, exhaustion overtook her, compounded by a gnawing hunger, and she collapsed onto the ground. Uncertain of the passage of time, Can Hong Di awoke to find herself in a thatched cottage. Just as she attempted to rise, a man remarked, You're awake. You must be famished. I have brought you a bowl of porridge. Sitting up, she, driven by hunger, eagerly consumed 2 bowls. The man's surname was Zhang, and his given name was Yijiang. This was indeed Zhangjikyo, where over 20 households bore the Zhang surname. Zhang Yijiang was preparing for a wedding, and the entire village had contributed gifts. Can Hong Di and Zhang Yijiang exchanged vows and became husband and wife. After 5 or 6 days, the village elder visited the newlyweds and cautioned, You two must not linger in Zhangjikyo. Lu Bing is a notorious bully from Lujiawi, feared even by the county magistrate. If he learns of Can Hong Di's presence here, the entire village will mobilize to protect you, yet it will be in vain. Instead, Zhangjikyo will suffer the consequences. As you are but wanderers in a foreign land, Lu Bing will have no power over you. Pack your belongings and leave at once. That very night, the couple fled, running until they reached Daijia's store, where they decided to settle. As Shi Miaoqin emerged from her bridal chamber, she listened to Can Hong Di's tale and chuckled heartily, saying, I, Shi Miaoqin, share the same dream as you, Can Hong Di. I merely burst forth from the bridal chamber. Song Jifeng remarked, Madam Chu, your courage and insight are commendable. It is individuals like you whom I admire, those who dare to act and take responsibility, shining brightly in the face of adversity. When life deals us misfortunes, we find no solace in tears. Such lamentation only leaves us vulnerable to exploitation. Only by embracing a fearless spirit, willing to risk everything, might we carve out a path to survival. Shi Miaoqin, adjusting her hairpiece, responded, Is there truly anyone who begins with a massacre? It is desperation that drives one to such extremes. and only when left with no other choice does one dare to risk their life. Can Hongdi, smiling, urged, having listened to my story, Madam Chu, do share yours as well. It was revealed that Shi Maoqin too had been betrothed through a childhood promise. At the tender age of 16, she yearned to step beyond the confines of her home and behold the wonders of nature. Disguising herself as a youthful lad, she donned a black outfit, gray trousers, and a felt hat, exuding an aura of strength. Naturally, she carried with her 5 taels of silver, prepared to rest at an inn. While dining at the Xinglong Inn in Miao Town, a young man noticed the silver in her pouch and immediately began to follow her. In the desolate expanses of the wilderness, the young man intercepted her, declaring, "Be sensible and hand over the silver in your pouch, and I shall spare you." Shi Maoqin retorted, "You are committing an act of banditry, blocking the road and robbing. You deserve death." The ruffian cursed back, "You dare to insult me even as death approaches? I will have you." With a ferocious lunge akin to that of a ravenous wolf, Shi Maoqin had no choice but to engage in combat, her fists thrusting forward. After exchanging blows for a brief moment, she sensed the precariousness of her situation and feigned a strike, swiftly turning to flee. However, an unexpected stone tripped her, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. The bandit swiftly approached, pinning her down and seizing her pouch of silver, stowing it away on his person. As Shi Maoqin struggled to rise, he swept his leg, sending her crashing to the ground once more. Bound tightly, she was pushed along by the brigand. Upon reaching the midpoint of a wooden bridge, the villain leered menacingly and proclaimed, "Today, a year from now, will mark your anniversary." With a casual shove, he sent Shi Maoqin plummeting into the water like a kite severed from its string. It took a considerable time before her body surfaced. In the distance, Chiudi, out hunting, spotted a figure floating on the water's surface. He sprinted forward, leaped into the water, and pulled the bound Shi Maoqin ashore. "You must have encountered bandits today. I am certain they have stripped you of your silver," he remarked. "Indeed," Shi Maoqin replied. "This bandit possesses great strength and skill," indicating he frequently engages in nefarious acts of murder and theft. After a moment of contemplation, Chiudi added, "Bandits have not been known to frequent the area around Qingjiakong. It could be that Sun Guangtian from Sun Jiazue has been active, indulging in petty thefts and robberies." With indignation, Shi Maoqin retorted, "Scoundrel! A month ago, you robbed me of 5 taels of silver in the open area behind Qingjiakong. You bound me and subsequently shoved me off the bridge into the river. Fortuitously, someone came to my rescue. Otherwise, I would have perished as a ghost in that river. Look, that pouch of coins on the table is mine. Do you still intend to deceive me?" "You shall not deceive me," Sun Guangtian declared. "That was merely a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been clarified, let us consider the matter closed. We shall continue as husband and wife." Shi Maoqin retorted vehemently, "Pa, who would ever wish to be your wife? You vile scoundrel. I am leaving this instant." With a sinister grin, Sun Guangtian replied, "Once you have entered the Sun household, there is no escape for you. This is beyond your control." He rushed to the door, securing it firmly. Without hesitation, Shi Maoqin swiftly removed her outer garment and brandished a small table, propelling it towards Sun Guangtian. Enraged, he evaded her attack, extending his arm to retaliate. In response, Shi Maoqin seized a small stick from the silver table and struck him, causing him to grimace in pain. Sun Guangtian drew a gleaming long knife from the wall, brandishing it menacingly. "Shi Maoqin, cease your actions at once, and let us converse civilly, shall we?" Unmoved, Shi Maoqin clutched the stick defiantly, declaring, "You wicked villain. I refuse to live as your wife. Today, I shall fight you to the end." Thus, a fierce struggle ensued. Sun Guangtian swung his knife, only for Shi Maoqin to parry with a chair, which splintered upon impact. Undeterred, she spun around and struck him from behind with a swift blow to his head, causing him to collapse. Disregarding his plight, she seized the long knife from his grasp and plunged it fiercely into his chest. Sun Guangtian straightened momentarily before succumbing to his fate. Shi Maoqin flung open the door and exited. She made her way to Qingjiaking, inquiring of many individuals until she finally located the residence of Chu Yudi. Upon learning the circumstances, Chu Yudi graciously offered her shelter. A few days later, the two were wed. As it happened, her parents insisted she marry, to which she replied, "I refuse to let you dictate my life. I shall choose my own path in matrimony." Her father, Ma Kashan, admonished, "Jiome, you are now an 18-year-old young lady. Do not act impulsively. It has been said since time immemorial, a man should marry when he comes of age, and a woman should wed when she is ready. Surely, you cannot dismiss this wisdom." Margiome smiled and countered, "Father, Mother, we currently live in tumultuous times, and in such chaos, one cannot afford to choose a weakling as a spouse. Otherwise, one becomes prey for others' whims, enduring robbery and even abuse while remaining helpless. I shall marry someone whose martial skills surpass my own. Are you implying that you will only consider suitors who can best you in combat? Her father inquired. What age must such a man be? Ma Jume replied. The youngest should be 17, while the oldest may be no more than 21 or 22. Ma Kaishan nodded. So? You mean those aged between 17 and 22? Suddenly, Ma Jume added, wait, I have one more condition. Any suitor must be someone I know. If a stranger were to appear out of nowhere, how could I trust him? How could I possibly follow him without knowing his character? Ma Kaishan acknowledged her reasoning. So, only those whom you approve may challenge you in combat. Those unapproved shall not lay hands upon you. Very well, let us see whom you might find suitable. A young man approached, and Ma Jume declared, In Shui, it is your turn to make the first move. The young man tentatively executed 2 feigned attacks, only to recklessly charge forward. Little did he anticipate that his opponent would sidestep, hooking a leg and sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Clearly, In Shui's challenge had ended in failure. Suddenly, a bearded man approached and declared, I am Wang Jin, 22 years of age, and I meet your criteria. May I challenge you to a duel? Ma Jume replied with a clear voice, You reside at the western end of the village, Wang Jin. Go ahead and make your move. Wang Jin launched a move reminiscent of a mountain pressing down, but Ma Jume countered with a swift double kick to the ground, propelling him out of bounds. Unable to mount a comeback, Wang Jin conceded defeat. He rose, licking his lips in resignation, and remarked, the rules were set by her. There is no room for remedy. Wang Qi, Wang Qin, Injiu, and Li Taqing were all vanquished by Ma Jiome. One man noted, 6 have been toppled by Jiome. There is no one below who can match her prowess. Another man chimed in, Alas, Hu Qin, you could surely bring her down. Hu Qin replied, She claims not to recognize me, so it would be inappropriate for me to engage in combat. Consequently, no one stepped forward to face her. Suddenly, a man shouted, Isn't that Zhu Wei? Let him take on Jiome. Zhu Wei approached, and many urged him to enter the fray. He stepped forward and said, I, Zhu Wei, wish to spar with you, to exchange skills. Do not read too deeply into it. Ma Jiome responded, Zhu Wei, you are a gentleman of integrity and would not resort to underhanded tactics. Let us spar as intended. Zhu Wei then proclaimed, I shall make my move. Mountain press. Ma Jiome recognized his feigned attack and swept a leg toward him, only to find him unmoved, steadfastly advancing. Ma Jiome stepped back beyond the boundary, gracefully collapsing to the ground as she declared, I have been defeated. I concede. Zhu Wei chuckled and remarked, You fell intentionally. That does not count. With her head bowed, Ma Jiome replied, I do not regret it. Having become your defeated opponent, it is only natural that I marry you. Zhu Wei patted her shoulder and said, I was merely trying to frighten you. My martial skills are rather modest, a victory without merit. Let us exchange a few more moves for the audience's entertainment. Ma Jiome, leaning into Zhu Wei's embrace, quipped, I am already yours. Do you still wish to play the cat and mouse game? Zhu Wei lowered his head and sighed, No more fighting. No more. Please rise. Seizing the moment, Ma Jiome kissed Zhu Wei. He wiped his mouth and, with a resigned gesture towards the onlookers, smiled before rising to leave. Shi Miaoqing piped up, it seems you used the duel as a pretext to reel in your beloved Zhu Wei. Even if he cannot defeat you, Ma Jiome, would still feign surrender. Truly, you are worthy of being a lady of Zhu. Your theatrical prowess is exceptional. Princess Longlu, Fei Yanfang, spoke up. People call me Princess Fei Yanfang of Longlu, yet I have never experienced a true princess's life. I have always been the subject of jealousy, exclusion, and even neglect. Rui Shouying added, Everyone here has shared their backgrounds. Princess Longlu, would you recount your experiences? Fei Yanfang pulled up a chair and began to speak softly. It turned out that her birth mother held a low status. Her name was Su Tsuehua, and her initial title was merely that of a Zhaoxuan. Due to the Longming Emperor's affection, Fianfang was born as the 4th princess. When she turned 13, her 6 sisters gathered in Qinian Palace to play. 2 rings were left on the table. The 16-year-old second princess, Fianlan, picked them up and mused, What purpose do these 2 rings serve? Especially this one with the most connections? The 3rd princess, Fianfun, took them for a moment before discarding them and went off to play shuttlecock. The 5th and 6th princesses, being only 4 or 5 years old, were blissfully unaware of the situation. The 4th princess, Fianfang, toyed with the rings for a while and suddenly discerned a pattern, managing to connect the 2 rings. As she continued, the The task became more intricate. She formed a third ring, and her interest was piqued. Finally, she connected the last ring, achieving a harmonious union. A smile graced her face. At that moment, eunuch Shuangyun entered and exclaimed, "Fourth princess, why are you playing here all alone?" Fang replied, "I have connected these rings." Shuangyun, astonished, remarked, "You have managed to connect the 9 rings. Many court officials cannot accomplish this. How is it that you are so clever? Now, please disassemble it for me to see." Fang promptly and skillfully took it apart. Shuangyun clapped his hands in admiration, saying, "You are truly remarkable." Eunuch Shang reported the 4th princess's feat with the 9 rings to the Longming emperor, who immediately summoned her to the court. Upon her arrival, the 4th princess knelt and said, "Daughter Yin Fang pays her respects to Father Emperor." The Longming emperor replied, "Rise, 4th princess, and come sit here. You shall demonstrate your skill with the 9 rings." The 4th princess responded, "As you command." She became adept in her skills, and before long, she had connected the intricate puzzle of the 9 rings. Shuangyun took it and presented it to Emperor Changming, who stroked his beard and remarked, "Indeed, this is how it should be. Yin Fang, please disassemble it." Fang proceeded to separate it into 2 parts. The emperor laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The 4th princess is truly clever." This 9 rings puzzle had been discarded by the former Minister of War, Huang Yanghao, and for over a year, no one in the court had managed to solve it. Several ministers, including Xia Peilu, praised the 4th princess's remarkable talent. Delighted, Emperor Changming conferred upon her the title of Princess Longlu and ordered the creation of a seal. Shuangyun's words indeed proved prophetic, as the jealous Nie Shuangyun, mother of the 2nd princess Fei Yinlan, lamented before the emperor, "You are biased. Today you must grant Yinlan a title and announce it in front of all the court officials." The emperor replied, "The 4th princess has demonstrated exceptional intelligence by successfully manipulating the 9 rings in the court, earning the unanimous praise of the ministers. Yinlan has not showcased any talent. How can she be given a title so frivolously? Is it not true that the 1st princess Yinji also lacks a title? Enough of this, go away." Nie Shuangyun cried out, "Your Majesty, you are truly biased. Do you wish for your reign to remain secure?" The 4th princess, confident and focused on her training, aspired to one day occupy the dragon throne. Angered, Emperor Changming bellowed, "Bring forth this madwoman Nie Shuangyun and cast her into the cold palace. She shall remain confined until she learns to adhere to decorum." Shameless lunatic. The punishment of Nie Shuangyun was meant as a lesson, ensuring that she would refrain from making baseless accusations and causing unrest. A month passed before her confinement was lifted. Nie Shuangyun harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the 4th princess, Yin Fang, for her cunning ways, which had led to the former's month-long imprisonment in the cold palace, suffering greatly during that time. "Humph. Just wait and see how I deal with you, you little vixen." Wu Ping learned from her son that Peng Ziyong had reported all the female members of the household to the court. Immediately, she informed Fei Yin Fang of the situation. Disguising herself as a man, Fei Yin Fang fled under the cover of night to Rui family village. Subsequently, Shuangyun sent a message to Fei Yin Fang, advising her to steer clear of the villages surrounding Wugu. The patriarch of the Rui clan provided her with a letter of introduction, allowing her to seek refuge with the Rui family in Inga village, Chunshui County, Bingzhong province. Although Fei Yin Fang felt somewhat awkward in her male disguise, she exchanged her garments with a beggar who was overjoyed with his newfound attire. Armed with a stick, she navigated her way with ease, as no one suspected her true identity. Her journey was relatively smooth, and within 5 days, she arrived at Inga village. Just 2 days after settling at the home of Rui Binyi, the county magistrate Su Qi rode in hastily. Princess Longlu was astonished and remarked, "Su County Magistrate, why is your horse so damp? This must be a matter of urgency." Su Qi confirmed, "Indeed, Nie Shuangyun is determined to see you perish, and the foolish monarch has heeded her slander, believing you have aligned with the rebels and must be executed. Rui Fei has instructed General Shang to protect you at all costs. What brings you here in such haste?" Su Qi replied, "Had you delayed even a moment longer, you would have fallen into the jaws of the tiger. In the capital, you escaped from Yuan Palace overnight, and the Imperial Guard has already sealed off the entire Pingdu, turning everything upside down without locating you. Master Qinyu has arranged for you to reside in Wujiao village." Upon hearing that a woman had arrived there, the eunuch Peng Ziyong promptly dispatched someone to Wujiao village, but he was too late. "You have taken refuge in Ruijia village, and Peng Ziyong has petitioned the emperor to send troops there. It is unclear who leaked the information. But it has been rumored that Inga village is the ancestral home of the Ruijia family, and Princess Longlu is surely hiding there. General Shang has learned of this and has instructed Master Qin to send me post-haste to inform you. It seems imperative that you find a place where no one is aware of your presence. Fei Yanfeng remarked, Sir Su. It is best to call me by my name and refrain from referring to me as Princess Longlu. Addressing Grandfather Ruijia, Fei Yanfeng bid farewell. She took a small bundle and mounted her horse, with Su Qi riding ahead, guiding the steed away. Upon hearing this, Shen Koubao was elated and exclaimed, This is indeed a splendid opportunity for substantial gain. Here is the plan. You shall spend the night at my residence, and we will rise early to inform the county magistrate tomorrow. Once we acquire the funds, we shall ensure that no one is the wiser. The two conspired and reached an agreement. The farmer Wu Qijin emerged to tend to his goats and inadvertently caught sight of Wu Yong's figure, instantly becoming alert and tracking his movements. Upon noticing Wu Yong entering Shen Koubao's house, he stealthily listened in from behind the abode. Wu Qijin conveyed this ominous news to Jin Yuanwei, who was restless, murmuring, I have been entrusted with the duty of safeguarding Fang Yin. Yet I am unable to protect her. What shall I do? Wu Qijin replied, Fang Yin was once comfortably settled in your home. This villain Wu Yong, a worthless scoundrel, must not catch wind of anything. He should focus solely on his nefarious pursuits. I sense that when he feels the pressure, he will be driven to desperate measures. In my view, Fang Yin ought not to encounter any misfortune in your presence. You must urgently urge her to flee. She emerged from the mountains and had not wandered far when she encountered a man. Brother, what is the name of the village to the east? She inquired. The man replied, It is Lianpo. This village comprises around 50 or 60 households, scattered yet appearing quite large. Fei Yanfeng introduced herself, I am Fang Yi. What is your name, brother? The man responded, I am Sun Shuangyun. Alas, how old are you this year? Fei Yanfeng replied modestly, I am 22 years old. The man, astonished, remarked, with such fine skin, it is hard to believe you are already 22. And how old are you? She asked. I am 20, he replied. Let us become sworn brothers. You shall be the elder brother, Fang Yi, and I shall be the younger, Sun Shuangyun. They promptly fashioned a makeshift altar from earth, bowed, and pledged their brotherhood. The two then proceeded to the town and entered it into rest. Fei Yanfeng produced a silver tael and said, Brother, take this to purchase some snacks for our merry gathering. Sun Shuangyun, noticing her generous nature, cast a sidelong glance at the bag. After their meal, they departed the inn and made their way to the sea god temple to rest. Fei Yanfeng said, Brother Sun, I am contemplating seeking refuge with the bandit Wang Sun of Daqi Mountain. To speak plainly, my enemies are pursuing me and with nowhere to turn. I am left with no choice but to resort to a life of banditry. Sun Shuangyun furrowed his brow and replied, Wang Sun is a tyrant, possessing a temperament as narrow as it is cruel. I believe it would be wiser for us to establish our own foothold at Xiaoqi Mountain. As night fell, Sun Shuangyun harbored ulterior motives, waiting for Fei Yanfeng to succumb to slumber. Once she was asleep, he seized the bag from her embrace and slipped away without a word. Fei Yanfeng had already experienced several upheavals and could discern that the individual before her was not quite right. Thus, she feigned sleep, producing a rather loud snore. Sun Shuangyun nudged Fei Yanfeng and slipped his hand into her pocket. Unexpectedly, he was seized by the wrist, startling him. He feigned calm and remarked, I was merely checking to see if you were truly asleep. Fei Yanfeng had come to work briefly at the residence of the Zhou family in Qishan, and upon hearing of Dan Shuzhan's rise to power, she sought refuge with her. In the meantime, Huang Ziqin had assumed the role of a makeshift host, specifically catering to those who sought sanctuary or engaged in negotiations. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding warmth and astuteness. Given that such matters were relatively infrequent, she often found herself feeling somewhat bored during her leisure hours. Thus, she discreetly began to consider a prospective husband, and before long, her gaze fell upon Wang Shunqing. Wang Shunqing was merely a humble patrol leader, overseeing a mere dozen sentinels. Whenever he found a moment to spare, he immersed himself in reading romance of the Three Kingdoms. Noticing his particular interest in the strategies devised by the advisors, Huang Ziqin surmised that he was a man of considerable cunning, likely to ascend to the rank of general in the future. She approached Wang Shunqing and inquired, You seem quite absorbed in your reading. Who, in romance of the Three Kingdoms, do you deem to be the master strategist? Wang Shunqing replied, When it comes to master strategists from the Three Kingdoms era, there are many, Zhuge Liang, Pang Tong, Guo Jia, Sima Yi, and Lu Su, to name a few. However, The true master among them is undoubtedly Sima. Why do I say this? He is steady and precise, surpassing Zhuge Liang in many respects. While Zhuge Liang is often hailed as formidable, he is overly eager for quick results and lacks patience. In this regard, both Cao Cao and Sima Yi are indeed top-tier strategists. Huang Ziqin remarked, since you've mentioned it. Would you lend me a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms to read? Wang Shunqing replied, if I lend it to you, then what shall I read? Moreover, during the night, while on watch, it would be quite difficult to read peacefully. How about this? You read during the day, and I shall read at night, allowing us both to attend to our respective duties. Upon hearing Wang Shuanqing's agreement, Huang Ziqin would come over each night to borrow the book. Days passed, and Huang Ziqin invited Wang Shunqing to the eastern hillside, claiming that the scenery there was exquisite and away from prying eyes. Wang Shunqing accepted the invitation, and the two of them pushed through the dense foliage to sit upon the rocky outcrop at the summit. Huang Ziqin teased, "Do the two birds flying in the sky not remind you of us?" Wang Shunqing responded, "Huang Ziqin, since you've invited me to discuss matters, please speak plainly about what it is." Huang Ziqin replied, "There is a young lady who wishes to be your partner. Can you guess who she is?" Wang Shunqing shook his head, saying, "I shall not guess, for I currently possess no achievements and do not wish to burden anyone." Your refusal to guess indicates that you are timid and averse to trouble. I, Huang Ziqin, am not like you. Wang Shunqing stood up and said, "So, you have summoned me here merely to engage in riddles. If there's nothing else, then I shall take my leave." Huang Ziqin hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his sleeve, saying, "Wang Shunqing, since we have come this far, could we not sit together for a little while longer?" Wang Shunqing replied, "Very well, a brief pause it shall be. But do remove your hand." Yet Huang Ziqin stubbornly held on to his hand, asserting, "Is it not pleasant for us, as siblings, to share our hearts together?" Huang Ziqin, your beauty is striking, and you possess an undeniable charm. However, I must clearly inform you that we are currently in service to others, and it is crucial for you to understand the rules of this place. Even if we were to engage in a relationship, the leader must be informed and grant her consent before we can be united as partners. Otherwise, we risk reprimand at best, and imprisonment, or worse at worst. Have you contemplated this? Huang Ziqin was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Shunqing interjected, urging, "Enough of this hesitation. We must leave this place swiftly." The following day, under the pretext of returning a book, Huang Ziqin intentionally leaned into Wang Shunqing as he reached to take it. Startled, he caught her, asking, "What is the matter?" She replied, "I don't know why, but I felt dizzy and could not maintain my footing." He inquired, "Are you all right now?" She assured him, "I am fine. Thanks to your timely support, I might have otherwise fallen onto the stones." Later, as Wang Shunqing lay asleep, Huang Ziqin quietly approached and pinched his nose. He stirred and rolled over, continuing to sleep. To her surprise, Huang Ziqin lay beside him, and, noticing his stillness, she gently turned him towards her. Upon opening his eyes and seeing her beside him, he abruptly sat up, bewildered, and exclaimed, "Ziqin, how could you do this?" With a playful smile, she responded, "If I am willing to be your wife, why must you react so fiercely? Do you not realize how disheartening your response is?" Wang Shunqing, finally swayed, confessed, "Ziqin, I truly find myself at a loss when it comes to you. I accept you, but as for the relationship with Shan Zh, you must address that yourself." Huang Ziqin smiled and said, "Shunqing, as long as you acknowledge me, Huang Ziqin, I shall take on the matter regarding Shan Zh without hesitation." Upon hearing Huang Ziqin's request, Shanshu, with a beaming smile, replied, "So, it seems you have fallen for Wang Lang. I, Shanshu, shall facilitate your union and will not act against your love home. I shall arrange a wedding banquet for you both tomorrow evening." Yin Jie playfully punched Huang Ziqin and remarked, "You little monkey, how can you be so formidable? It's quite audacious of you to have captivated the heart of the man you desire so thoroughly. Truly impressive." Nie Shuangyun expressed her envy, saying, "Huang Ziqin, you are indeed fortunate, forging your own path without hindrance from others. A woman should be as free and unrestrained as you." Shi Miaoqin added, "Shuangyun, one must adhere to 6 principles: timing, location, and harmony among people. Lacking any of these elements will thwart one's desires. Huang Ziqin wishes to become Wang's wife. With all 3 aspects in her favor, she shall achieve her aspirations. Presently, the most formidable woman is Rui Xiaoying. Perhaps she will accomplish great feats. However, she possesses extraordinary talents, rendering her unmatched." Zhang Bifeng interjected, "Rose, you have digressed. Let us focus on the bond among us sisters. Commanding storms and invoking winds are the pursuits of great heroes, endeavors we can only aspire to. The demeanor of the monthly flower is indeed enviable, bold, and accountable. Swift as a blade, how splendidly gallant. Thus, the bond between Huang Ziqin and Wang Shunqin culminated in marriage, a testament to the pursuit of love by the woman. The union of Yunjie and Yuan presents a unique charm. In the presence of Shanshu, Yunjie assumes the role of a handmaiden, attending to various trifles. To Shanshu's eyes, both Huang Ziqin and Yunjie possess striking beauty. Huang Ziqin displays a youthful, frivolous demeanor, while Yunjie exudes the grace and dignity befitting a daughter of a wealthy family. The duties of a handmaiden are manifold, yet when faced with physically demanding tasks, Yunjie clearly finds herself at a disadvantage. She struggles to maneuver a box of silver, inching forward before dragging it along the ground. Observing her plight, Yuan approaches and suggests, "Yunjie, let us lift it with a stick. It will require far less effort than dragging it." He then inserts a branch into the handle of the box, instructing, "I shall take the rear while you lead. Let us lift." With no alternative, Yunjie complies, finding the task considerably easier with the box positioned towards the rear. Upon reaching the mountain stronghold, Yuan assists her in transferring the box to the storeroom. "Thank you." Yunjie acknowledges with a nod. Yuan playfully retorts, merely expressing gratitude verbally, without any tangible action, does not suffice. Flushed with embarrassment, Yunjie replies, "I apologize for the levity." At that moment, Huang Ziqin rushes in, exclaiming, "The carpenter's house has been robbed by Wu Yong, who has escaped with a bag towards the graveyard." Shanshu immediately commands, "Yunjie, swiftly lead Yuan down from Fengzi Mountain to intercept Wu Yong. We must not allow him to flee." She continues, "This is dire. We cannot linger on the northern peaks of Daqi Mountain. We must hasten to Shaoqi Mountain. If Rui Chenfei regains control of the court, we shall have to align ourselves with them. We cannot afford to oppose Rui Chenfei. In combat, we stand no chance against her forces." With urgency, they prepare to depart without delay. In the span of 2 days, Dan Shu established a stronghold on Shaoqi Mountain, a site that pales in comparison to the grand stronghold on Dachi Mountain. The number of personnel had diminished by over 800. Yunjie remarked, "Chieftain, we still have 500 men, and there remains hope for future prosperity." Dan Shu replied, "Fortunately, we have transported provisions, so enduring a winter on Shaoqi Mountain poses no concern. The reduction in our numbers is beneficial, as it mitigates the risk of attracting unwarranted attention." Dan Shu instructed, "This time, I am sending you to investigate at Luoyan Pe, accompanied by Huang Ziqin. You two shall disguise yourselves as local women. Additionally, I will dispatch 3 scouts to support you. I have heard that beneath the chaotic graves at the foot of Feng Zi Mountain lies a cellar containing a substantial cache of jewels. You must find a way to locate this underground chamber." Yunjie and Huang Ziqin, disguised as young women, ventured to Luoyan Pe, traversing the entire village in search of clues, yet they found nothing. As night fell, they had no choice but to take cover near the chaotic graves, hoping for a discovery. In the dead of night, a figure suddenly emerged from the western side of the graves and dashed toward Luoyan Pe. Yunjie contemplated pursuing, but Huang Ziqin cautioned, "We cannot catch up. The distance is too great, and we are unfamiliar with the terrain. Instead, we should investigate the various graves on the western side. Perhaps we may stumble upon something extraordinary." Yunjie nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us proceed there." Upon reaching the western side, Yunjie noticed numerous graves without headstones and had a sudden inspiration. "Let us specifically push the headstones before the graves." Huang Ziqin responded, "If the headstone is movable, it surely conceals something of significance. Let us go." Huang Ziqin began to push the headstones to the north, yet discovered nothing out of the ordinary. Yunjie glanced southward and noticed a stone tablet devoid of grass. She rushed over for a closer inspection and found it firmly in place. Taking a seat, she pondered for a moment and examined it again, discovering that the dark spots could be pressed with her fingers. After pressing them repeatedly for over 10 times without any response, she moved to the back of the tablet. The space was quite confined, yet she pressed on 2 dark spots, which emitted a hissing sound as the stone tablet surprisingly shifted. "Ziqin, come here," Yunjie whispered urgently. Huang Ziqin approached, her eyes wide with delight as she exclaimed, "So it's here." Yunjie replied, "I will descend to investigate first. You remain outside and keep watch for anyone approaching." Huang Ziqin cautioned, "Sister Yunjie, please be careful." Yunjie entered the underground passage, stepping onto the stairs. Just as she entered the tunnel, someone suddenly emerged and seized her, demanding in a hushed tone, "Who are you?" Yunjie retorted, "And who are you?" The stranger released her and, with a sigh of relief, remarked, "Ah, you are Yunjie. How did you find your way into this tunnel?" Yunjie exclaimed in surprise, "You are Yuan. What a coincidence." Yuan smiled and replied, "Perhaps it is fate that brings us together. How did you discover the tunnel beneath the graveyard?" Yunjie succinctly recounted the events that led her there. The two hurried out and called for Huang Ziqin to join them, resolute in their quest to uncover the whereabouts of the jewels. The trio entered the cave, with Yuan leading the way. They reached a fork in the path. Yunjie suggested, "Let us mark the way we have taken. Yuan, please mark the side from which you came." After eliminating the two paths, it was evident that the remaining route was the one they needed to pursue. Yujun casually picked up a stick that lay discarded nearby, atop which were some mountain berries. He struck flint to ignite the berries and grasped the burning torch, dashing forward. Yunjie trod ahead, with Huang Ziqin closely trailing. Suddenly, they encountered a fork in the path, but the tunnel to their left was so narrow that it was scarcely navigable. They could only curl up and crawl within. Huang Ziqin suggested, "Let us first take the main road, and then we can venture down this narrow path. There is no need to mark our trail." Yunjie acquiesced, and the pair continued their hurried advance, oblivious to the passage of time until they stumbled upon a set of steps. Ascending the stairs, they pushed against what appeared to be an exit, revealing a resting pavilion complete with stone benches. A glance around made it evident that they were situated halfway up the mountain. Yunjie crawled forward and, at last, discovered a bag tucked away in a corner. She climbed up to open it, and indeed, it was filled with jewels. She contemplated delving deeper, but found the passage had reached its terminus. With one hand holding the torch and the other dragging the bag, she moved cautiously forward. Huang Ziqin peered into the bag and remarked, "It seems there are many gold and silver ornaments within." Yunjie conjectured, "This must be the hidden stash of some mountain bandits." Huang Ziqin lifted the bag and exclaimed, "Sister Yun, this bag is quite heavy." Yunjie took a turn to lift it as well, confirming, "Indeed, it is quite burdensome. Let us carry it together." The pair did not venture far before they paused to rest. After 7 or 8 breaks, they still had not reached the fork in the road where they had separated from Yijun. The fire of the mountain berries had extinguished. They pressed onward, and as Yunjie collided with another person, he stared intently at her for a considerable time in the dim light. Yunjie confronted Yijun head-on, finally exclaiming, "Yijun, will you yield?" Yijun chuckled heartily, replying, "Now that you've spoken, I see your face is ashen and disheveled, a sight to behold. I presume it is the smoke from the mountain fire that has done this." Yunjie then declared, "I found it. This is the bag. Neither of us can lift it. You, the strong man, should carry it." Yijun hoisted the bag, remarking, "Indeed, it is quite heavy. Even I find it somewhat burdensome." He then suggested, "I shall shoulder it, but you must fetch a branch of mountain fire." Yunjie grasped the lit branch, leading the way, followed closely by Huang Ziqin, while Yijun bore the weight of the bag behind them. They emerged from a dwelling, and soon after, they were joined by Fu Zhu and Hua, making their journey considerably smoother. However, Yijun and Yunjie lagged behind. They settled on a stone, playfully teasing one another, with Yunjie saying, "If you truly care for me, then kiss me." Upon hearing this, Yijun embraced Yunjie and kissed her, exclaiming, "Yunjie, it appears we are quite fated." Yunjie touched his lips, retorting, "You never cease to cling to me. Try as I might, I cannot break free. Now that I am your wife, how do you intend to treat me?" Yijun laughed heartily, proclaiming, "You, Yunjie, are my wife. I, Yijun, shall heed your every wish. What more is there to discuss?" Yunjie then playfully nestled into Yijun's embrace. In a small gathering, Zheng Bifang was the last to arrive at the Dai residence. Fei Yanfang stood up and announced, "Today, we sisters have gathered here at the Dai mansion, initially for a simple entertainment. Let us take a moment to contemplate how to make this gathering of sisters vibrant and memorable." Zheng Bifang proposed, "Shall we engage in a sisterhood ceremony? It shall not be dictated by age or individual status. Each of us will be assigned a floral nickname. How shall we determine these names? I have already compiled 86 different floral nicknames and placed them into a container. Each person will draw one at random, and whatever name appears will be their floral moniker. Henceforth, we shall address one another by these names. What do you think?" Yunjie responded, "Excellent. Now, dear teacher, please hasten to organize this." Fei Yanfang added, "This is merely a form of entertainment, but what about the festivities?" Rui Xiulan suggested, "Let us host a banquet at my residence, surely. A gathering among sisters calls for a toast." Ma Jume chimed in. At our banquet, we shall play a game of throwing darts. Those who hit the target will not have to drink, while those who miss shall be obliged to consume a cup of wine. And those who refuse will have to crawl like a dog. Fei Yanfang nodded with a smile, affirming, this is a splendid idea. The essence of our gathering is to revel in joy. Nie Shuangyun proposed, I suggest that each person present a talent, whether it be singing, magic, storytelling, or performing with clappers. In this way, everyone will participate, leaving no one behind. Our entertainment will surely become rich and diverse. Rui Sholan declared, I shall instruct the chef, Long Chi Bao, to begin preparations. Fei Yanfang urged everyone to consider how they might shine. After a while, we shall commence the drawing of names. Zheng Bifang retrieved a container, shook it vigorously, and announced, the names are written on pieces of cardboard. We shall draw them one by one. Upon drawing a name, please announce your floral nickname so that I may record it. After the registration was completed, the next person came forward to draw lots. Huang Ziqin was the first to draw, revealing a rose. Nie Shuangyun stepped up to draw, but Zheng Bifang covered the container, saying, don't rush. Wait until I finish the registration, and then you can draw. Nie Shuangyun drew a chrysanthemum. Ma Jiumei drew a wintersweet. Fei Yanfang drew a rhododendron. Qian Chumei drew a begonia. Yun Jie drew a peony. Song Jifing drew a jasmine. Yu Jiying drew an orchid. Can Hongdi drew a rose. Shim Aoqin drew a rose. And Rui Xiulan drew a daffodil. The last to draw was Zheng Bifang herself, and upon revealing, it was a plum blossom. Huang Ziqin chuckled and remarked, it seems that each flower corresponds quite well to each person's character. Fei Yanfang then suggested, let's sit down and play a game of folding paper. 2 large tables were combined, perfectly accommodating all 12 participants. Ma Jiumei and Can Hongdi lifted one of the large tables to join it with the one on the west side. After arranging the benches, everyone took their seats freely. Sitting on the north side were Xi Miaoqin, Yun Jie, Zheng Bifang, and Ma Jiumei. On the west side were Huang Ziqin and Yu Jing. On the south side were Qian Chumei, Nie Shuangyun, Can Hongdi, and Rui Xiulan, and on the east side sat Song Jifing and Fei Yanfang. Fei Yanfang stood up and announced, we shall now begin the game of folding paper, starting with the rose and proceeding in order. I, the rhododendron, will be last. Zheng Bifang concurred, stating, it's settled then. Whoever's turn it is must not evade their duty. Otherwise, they will have to crawl through the table stack. In the midst of the enchanting peony blossoms, Yun Jie plays the flute, serenading the melody of high mountain and flowing water. Mei Hua, with grace, recounts the tale of Wu Song battling the tiger. In the courtyard, Ma Jiumei erects a wooden board adorned with a circle from a distance. She skillfully tosses 5 iron nails, each landing within the confines of the circle, earning resounding applause from the onlookers. The ever-spirited Huang Ziqin, with a bamboo clapper in hand, exclaims, Dear sisters, listen to my proclamation, for all who are present are valiant flowers. They emerge from the palace, stepping forth from the pit, escaping the snares without faltering, ascending the mountain with wisdom and strategy. Fei Yanfang embodies the azalea flower, pure and untainted. She immerses herself in the mountains and rivers, achieving sublimation. With unwavering resolve, she ascends Qi Mountain, as Rui Xiulan epitomizes the daffodil. Steadfast and composed, like a mountain, she moves with ease, unburdened by worries. From adversity to prosperity, Qian Chun Mei truly embodies the begonia flower. With a fighting spirit, she paves the way, gaining admiration from the officials. Unafraid of frost, she exemplifies nobility, as Nie Shuangyun undoubtedly represents the chrysanthemum. In the competition for suitors, she dismisses the superficial, her martial prowess as fluid as the clouds. With a discerning heart, she seeks a worthy partner. Song Jifeng is, without doubt, a jasmine flower. Maintaining her integrity, she cherishes her dignity, her thoughts loyal and sincere, never cunning. A gentleman's affection is not easily forsaken. Yu Jiying is indeed an orchid. To have fallen into the fiery pit is unfortunate, yet she stands resilient, never bowing to adversity. Fortuitously encountering a savior, Can Hongdi naturally embodies the rose. In the bridal chamber, she recognizes the bandit and fights valiantly against the old foe. Steadfast in her quest for a benefactor, Shim Aoqin transforms into a rose. Amidst the icy winds and snow, she conquers the chill, blossoming with laughter. With exceptional martial skills and charm, Ma Jiumei is, at heart, a winter-sweet flower. Resplendent and magnificent, she captivates like a painting, endowed with remarkable talents. Yun Jie is originally a peony flower, born into nobility. She faces constraints and often finds herself in peril. With unwavering diligence, Zhang Bifang has become a plum blossom braving the winds and frost. At this juncture, Huang Ziqin abruptly halted. Shi Miaoqin exclaimed loudly, "Is there more?" Huang Ziqin replied, "That's all. Is the 11 heavenly generals not enough?" Fei Yanfeng remarked, "The rose was merely playing tricks." The next was the orchid. Yu Jiying rose and moved a screen in the corner to conceal her figure. Soon, the sound of galloping horses echoed, and a village emerged, accompanied by the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs. To everyone's astonishment, someone shouted for help to extinguish a fierce blaze, as a cacophony of voices erupted. This was the orchid performing ventriloquism. Hiding flower Qian Chumei left her seat and came forward to display a series of monkey fist techniques. Chrysanthemum Nie Shuangyun remained at her place, conjuring 10 eggs from an empty bowl. Rose Quan Hongdi tied up Nie Shuangyun, only to deftly shake the ropes free. Narcissus Rue Xiaolan picked up scissors to craft a design of a magpie pecking at a plum blossom. Jasmine Song Jifeng began to hum a tune. Finally, it was Azalea Fei Yanfeng who snatched the board from Huang Ziqin's hands and began to strike it, saying, "The rose, Huang Ziqin, is truly cunning." She mentioned the 11 heavenly generals, but omitted the 12 flowers. This flower captivates the beholder, adept at deception and change. A hen swiftly transforms into a drake, often uttering sly remarks. In pursuit of the one they cherish, shedding garments, they ultimately unite in a beautiful tale. Today, we gather 12 flowers, each performing splendidly. With unwavering resolve and pure intentions, we advance with grace and vigor. Fei Yanfeng cast aside the bamboo board, produced a long red string, folded it, and ultimately fashioned an 8-knot. She declared, "This 8-knot is a gift for the host." As Chef Long Qibao prepared a sumptuous feast, 2 maidservants, Chuanjun and Xiang Ko, approached. Chuanjun announced, "The stir-fried dishes will soon be served. Ladies, allow me to distribute chopsticks and wine cups." Xiang Ko then brought forth a jug of wine, pouring it generously for each guest. After a brief interlude, Chuanjun appeared again, carrying a tray with 3 bowls of exquisite stir-fry. Placing them in the center of the table, Fei Yanfeng exclaimed, "Sisters, let us indulge in these delightful dishes." After a moment of polite exchanges, everyone began to savor the food. "Ah, this stir-fried 3 delicacies is exceptionally flavorful, simply delectable," Kan Hong praised. Yun Jie chimed in, "Indeed, the chef possesses remarkable culinary skills." With a smile, Fei Yanfeng reminded everyone, "Let us not only commend the dishes but also partake in the wine. Those who have not sipped shall not reach for their chopsticks." Rising from her seat, she declared, "I toast to my sisters." And with that, she tilted her head back, finishing her cup of wine. Although the others echoed her sentiment, none truly raised their glasses in a toast. Women, after all, lacked the carefree elegance of men when it came to drinking. Their gestures were more symbolic than substantial, merely dipping their lips into the wine. A delightful array of dishes graced the table: braised pork with radish, stir-fried chicken with greens, tofu duck soup, and braised lion's head meatballs, among others. This banquet was indeed splendid, not only for the variety of dishes, but also for their exceptional taste. One could surmise that even the emperor's fare could scarcely rival the flavors of today's meal. "This chef truly excels," Jian Chimei remarked, while Ma Jiomei added, "It is rare to find a chef who prepares such delectable dishes. In all my years, I have never tasted anything as flavorful as what we have today." Zhang Bifang remarked, "The dishes prepared by a skilled chef are distinctly different from those made by an ordinary cook. Today's culinary offerings are truly delightful. Who could resist such flavors?" Song Jifeng added, "Having encountered such an exceptional chef today, we must complement the experience with some fine wine." Shi Miaoqin suggested, "Let us invite the chef to join us. We should raise a toast in his honor and take a moment to appreciate his presence." The chef approached with a warm smile and declared, "I, Long Qibao, toast to all the esteemed ladies here. Please, enjoy yourselves." Fei Yanfeng immediately encouraged, "Ladies, let us all stand and raise our glasses to the chef." The atmosphere grew lively, and the chef beamed as he continued, "Ladies, may you dine and drink well. I, Long Qibao, wish you all joy and camaraderie, growing ever younger with each passing day." Yun Jie inquired, "Daffodil, do tell us, where does this chef hail from?" Rue Xiaolan replied with a smile, "The peony appreciates the talents of the chef. You should certainly attend more banquets in the future." She added, "One must have opportunities to partake in such gatherings. Without opportunities, how could one attend?" Huang Ziqin interjected, "Daffodil, there must be an intriguing story behind this chef. Please share his background with us." Rue Xiaolan nodded and said, "Indeed, his origins are quite extraordinary." She then began to recount the tale. It turned out that Long Qibao had fled with 3 others from their village, only to be ambushed by a band of bandits upon reaching the southern slope of Yinzhai Mountain. The 5 were taken to their lair, where they were stripped of all their possessions, leaving only the clothes on their backs. Lung Jinyun lamented, "We are utterly destitute and unable to survive." Li Tsongkai remarked, "These bandits are devoid of humanity. When they rob others, they should at least leave some money behind." Long Qibao's cousin, Long Qishuan, vehemently cursed the bandits. Beasts born of demons, worse than pigs and dogs, destined for an unmarked grave, with crows pecking at their eyes, hair floating in water, and worms infesting their bellies. The bandit leader, Husan, bellowed, "He knows how to curse," shut his mouth and impale him on the flagpole outside. Without delay, Long Qishuan was impaled. Brothers Li Tsongguang and Li Tsongkai were similarly impaled on the beam of the room, while Lang Jinyan had her hair tied to the window beam, her legs bound to a pillar, and her arms restrained behind her, leaving her entire body suspended. Long Qibao was the 5th to be bound, tied to a pillar with only the tips of his toes touching the ground, too fearful to move. One bandit called out, "Which of you is willing to work here for no pay? If you show any hesitation, I'm afraid you will find yourself at the gates of the underworld." Long Qibao pleaded, "Great king, if you release me, I shall cook for you, catering to your every taste. Should that not suffice, I shall accept whatever fate you deem fit." Upon hearing this, Hussein perked up and said, "Oh, you have a knack for cooking. Let us see your skills right now. Shijio, you go and untie him." With his body freed, Long Qibao moved to the kitchen. Hussein then released Long Qishuan and the other 4. Following Long Qibao's recommendations, Long Qishuan would open a grocery store at the foot of the mountain to gather information about passing travelers. The brothers Li Tsongguang and Li Tsongkai would forge various iron tools, and as for Lung Jinyun, she was skilled in hunting and could provide the bandit stronghold with an array of game. One day, more than a month later, Master Huangba, accompanied by 5 or 6 skilled individuals, visited the Yinzhai Mountain stronghold. After savoring the exquisite dishes prepared by Long Qibao, he immediately issued an ultimatum. "Hussein, I shall offer you 1,000 pounds of rice for this chef. Otherwise, your stronghold shall vanish without a trace." Hussein firmly declined, replying, "Master Huang, a gentleman does not seize another's treasure. As for rice, we have an abundance at Yinzhai Mountain. I appreciate your kind offer." Master Huang fell silent. But 3 days later, he laid siege to the stronghold, overpowering it. Hussein managed to escape with only 2 trusted confidants, seeking refuge with Wang Sun of the Dachi Mountain. Feeling utterly frustrated, Hussein confided in Wang's son. "Master Huang has a chef named Long Qibao, an unparalleled culinary genius. Just a single bite of his dishes is enough to leave one yearning for more. Truly, such a remarkable chef is impossible to find elsewhere." Wang Sun, sitting upright, responded, "Long Qibao's culinary skills are indeed extraordinary. I intend to secure him for myself, in alliance with Master Huang." However, Ma Junshi interjected, "Long Qibao was in my possession for less than half a month before he and his cousin, Long Qishuan, took advantage of the chaos to flee. I have already reported this to your esteemed king. Why does he not believe me?" Ma Qijio, with a calculating glint in his eyes, remarked, "Master Huang, your hold on Long Taoshan is tenuous. This stronghold is not particularly formidable. I advise you to merge with my king, and you may take the second seat." Upon hearing Ma Qijio's counsel, Wang Sun was incensed and declared, "Damn it. Master Huang is obstinate and chooses to defy me. Gather everyone tomorrow and let us flatten Long Taoshan. I wish to see how many heads Master Huang possesses." 3,000 troops arrived at Longdu Mountain. A sea of dark figures. Huang Bei became flustered, resembling a headless fly. His confidant, Ma Jiao, remarked, "My lord, we scarcely have over 500 men. How can we possibly contend with Wang Sun's 3,000 troops? Our priority must be to escape." With a deep sigh, Huang Bei acquiesced, "Very well. We shall retreat into the cave and head towards Renan." Wang Sun, having obtained Long Qibao as he desired, delighted in the delectable dishes he prepared, savoring his triumph. However, a little over a month later, he met his demise at the hands of the formidable army led by Rui Chenfei. Meanwhile, Long Qibao and 4 others found themselves stranded at Konglong Mountain, taking refuge in Shanshu stronghold. In preparation for a sisterhood gathering, Rui Xiaolan enlisted Long Qibao as the chef. "Dai Jiaoyo, good day. We are leaving now." The women bid farewell as they departed, while Dai Jiaoyo merely nodded, murmuring repeatedly. Rui Xiaolan remarked, "It seems you've truly been through too much. Your courage has waned. With so many sisters wishing to gather at my home, I cannot turn them away, can I?" Dai Jiao replied. If someone were to inform the court, and Liang Mingtai actually dispatched troops to apprehend us, what then? At that point, we would have no choice but to flee to Daqi Mountain. Furthermore, we are related to Rui Xiaoying. And with Fei Yanfeng being the princess of Longgo under the reign of Emperor Longming, we cannot escape the calamity. How could you invite them over for a gathering as if you were courting disaster? Rui Xiaolan remarked, Jialu, during our flight from disaster, it was Princess Longlu, Shi Miaoqin, and Song Jifeng who safeguarded us, navigating the treacherous waters with the imperial forces, allowing us to escape the calamity of pursuit. Not only do you fail to repay their kindness, but you also fear that they might implicate you. How have you become so timid? Dai Jiao was taken aback and replied, Alas, we are left with no options. We could seek refuge with King Gu, yet he remains at Jihu. Rui Xiaolan countered. If you are so fearful, then divorce me. I shall ascend the Daqi Mountain to become a bandit, while you go to Liang Mingtai, who might still grant you an official position. Dai Jiao, disheartened, said, Very well, let us proceed according to your plan for Daqi Mountain. Rui Xiaolan continued. I will venture to Daqi Mountain, and you shall remain at Dai Jia's store, content to bide your time. If necessary, you can concoct various excuses to avoid burning bridges. Dai Jiao nodded earnestly and said, Agreed. I shall still serve as an advisor to Magistrate Ma. Rui Xiaolan warned. Ma Yuanji is a quintessential conservative bureaucrat, utterly lacking in adaptability. It is said that his character is questionable. He frequently frequents the Manchun Pavilion and sometimes spends the night there indulging in debauchery. He is cunning and greedy, squandering most of his acquired wealth in that establishment. Dai Jiao lowered his voice and cautioned, Though Ma Yuanji's wife may complain, you must not echo her grievances. Such words would only enter one ear and exit the other. Otherwise, while Magistrate Ma cannot control his wife, he will direct his pent-up resentment toward others. Do not become a scapegoat. Rui Xiaolan replied, Do you think I need your guidance? I am well aware of the intricacies involved. Although I am indeed quite the gossip, I never meddle in the private affairs of others, rest assured about that. The bond of sisterhood remains strong as Ma Jiomei, Yu Jiying, and Can Hongdi chose to stay behind. Rui Xiaolan called upon them to assist by finishing the leftover dishes while they continued their casual conversation. After dinner, the three women retreated to the back room, where Rui Xiaolan brought them sunflower seeds in a thermos, saying, If you wish for hot water, feel free to pour it into your teacups. I will take care of some household matters and join you shortly. Can Hongdi responded, Xiaolan, go ahead with your tasks. We do not require your attention here. Once Rui Xiaolan departed, their conversation flowed freely. Today, we three have remained here at the behest of Xiaolan, Yu Jiying remarked. Ma Jiomei teased. She genuinely wanted you to stay. Hongdi and I are merely accompanying you. Otherwise, why would we linger? But she invited both of you as well. Do not try to deceive me, Jiomei, Yu Jiying countered. Can Hongdi added, It is delightful to have all 12 sisters together. And our flower names are quite fitting. Ma Jiomei chuckled, saying, Zheng Baifeng is quite inventive. She named us after flowers. Aside from the 12 flowers named by the sisters, there are also peach blossoms, lotus flowers, apricot blossoms, and forsythia, totaling an impressive 86 names. The flowers each of us received were purely coincidental. Can Hongdi nodded in agreement, stating, Although Nie Shuangyun's hairstyle is simple, I find it quite pleasing, neat, and tidy. To be honest, when I grow older, I would also opt for a hairstyle like hers. When it comes to opulence, one must mention Yunjie, who possesses an innate talent for adornment. Huang Ziqin radiates vivacity, a trait inherent to her character. At this moment, Rui Xiaolan entered and remarked, This gathering of sisters has been orchestrated by Zheng Bifeng, with Fei Yanfeng issuing the invitation. However, many have yet to respond, such as Jin Miaohua, Li Xiufan, Wang Kohu, as well as Kai Gendi and Yang Fenjiu, among others. Can Hongdi interjected, There are several reasons for those who have not attended. Firstly, they may be preoccupied with family matters. Secondly, their partners may be overly domineering, instilling fear of disobedience. Thirdly, the depth of their connections with us may be insufficient. Lastly, some may simply be timid and averse to confrontation, fearing the responsibilities that may arise. Yu Jiying shook her head and said, Oh, if the flames have not yet reached them, they may feel unburdened. Yet, when the fire does encroach, they will have no choice but to confront their responsibilities. Li Xiufan aspires to marry Shi Hao's third son, Shi Fanggue, but Shi Hao dismisses her due to her family's modest standing, thus leaving the proposal unfulfilled. I fail to comprehend the allure of marrying into a prominent family. It is often said that a union between two individuals must be balanced, and stark disparities can lead to unfavorable outcomes. I, being somewhat simple-minded, once remarked about Li Xiufan that securing a marriage requires careful navigation. Well, I wonder if she has come to realize this truth. Ma Jiomei commented, everyone harbors different perspectives, and sometimes it is difficult for outsiders to express their thoughts. Speaking bluntly may invite scorn from others. Truth be told, Yu Jiying, your candor can be quite harsh. Perhaps you should convey your insights in a more subtle manner, allowing the individuals involved to draw their own conclusions. If they fail to comprehend, that is their own predicament. Rue Shilan lamented. Marrying Dai Jiaoyou felt akin to fleeing a disaster. My father was wrongfully accused by treacherous officials, and our family was scattered in every direction. I had no autonomy upon entering the Dai household. Although Dai Jiaoyou is timid and easily frightened, he remains composed and has treated me fairly well after our marriage. My parents are domineering, concerned only with their own convenience in social interactions. The girl, having fallen into the pit of fire, finds herself in a veritable hell, with little hope of ever rising above her circumstances. Yu Jing remarked, ultimately, a woman must possess her own capabilities. Without them, one is left to the whims of fate. Zhang Bifang, Yun Jie, Huang Ziqin, Nie Shuangyun, Jin Miaohua, and Qian Chumei are 6 individuals who have defied conventions, mastering both the arts and martial skills, thereby carving out their own paths from their families. Though Nie Shuangyun became a concubine to Zhuyin, he holds her in considerable esteem due to her talents. However, Nie Shuangyun longs for recognition. Perhaps she should embrace her fate with a cheerful heart, for her sorrow is not as profound as it may seem. Qian Chunmei has fared the best, swiftly becoming the wife of Qin Liang. Qin Hongdi observed, men in power tend to be exceedingly domineering, while ordinary men often show understanding towards their women. Yu Jiying chuckled and replied, in this world, all crows are black. Powerful men act according to their whims, and women pay the ultimate price. The emperor, unlike any common insect, has 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines, treating women as mere weeds that grow beneath the earth, some of whom he never even glances at. In the official realm, those who seek multiple wives and concubines do so for the sake of maintaining appearances. Dai Jiaoyou is still considered a good man, and Rue Xiulan should not be ungrateful, for he treats her with respect. Ma Jiomei playfully tugged at Yu Jiying's braid, laughing. You, Madam Man, are quite fortunate. You receive much favor. Yu Jiying responded, Jiomei, you are kind-hearted, yet in this moment, as you seize my braid and expose my vulnerabilities, I merely share my life experiences. Do you not feel it? Teased Ma Jiomei. My dear, my mother adores you. Other women may wish for my touch, yet I would not lay a finger on them. Are you pretending to be elderly? Could it be that you were born merely 2 or 3 years ago? Ma Jiomei patted Yu Jing's shoulder and remarked, such a naive girl. I am your elder mother, and our ages are certainly not aligned. The young ladies sweetly call me mother, and my mother dotes on you even more, my dear little one. Indeed, Ma Jiomei is truly remarkable. She possesses both literary and martial prowess, capable of besting 3 or 5 men in a fight. Her humor is sharp, reminiscent of someone well into their years, which commands admiration. Qin Hongdi raised her thumb in approval and continued, tonight, you 2 shall share the east room, while I shall be considerate and retire to the west room. The 3 of them prepared fish and boiled cabbage. Fei Yanfang remarked, during the day, we only sipped a little wine at Xiulan's. Most of our time was spent enjoying each other's performances. Alas, we have yet to witness a full opera. Huang Ziqin added, none of us have ever been performers. How could we possibly enact an opera? Suddenly, Hu Xiaolian rushed in and said, Miss, there are 2 women and a man seeking refuge here. Yunjie replied, these 2 women arriving at such a late hour must have encountered some calamity and are now seeking shelter. Fei Yanfang insisted, bring them here. I have questions to ask. Yunjie proposed, Fei Situ, if you wish to inquire, let us hasten to conclude this dinner. Fei Yanfang spoke nonchalantly, suggesting that they partake in a few bites before clearing away the bowls and cups, dismissing the need for formality as they were not dealing with any high-ranking individuals. The newcomers stood in the vacant space, led by a woman who stepped forward and bowed, introducing herself as Shizili, accompanied by her maid, Lan Ying, and servant, Yuan. She had come to seek refuge at the Shaoqi mountain stronghold. Fei Yanfang responded, I am Fei Situ, and the leader is not present at the mountain. Pray tell, what brings you to our humble abode? Shizili recounted her unwillingness to remain confined to the confines of her chamber, yearning instead for the opportunity to engage in scholarly pursuits or martial training. Her parents had vehemently opposed her desires, instead arranging her marriage to Su Huaichang, who was 25 years her senior. In defiance, she resorted to fasting, only to be met with her parents' harsh reprimands. At last, seizing the opportunity when her parents attended the wedding banquet of the county magistrate's son, Shi, with the assistance of her servant, successfully escaped from the Shi family residence. With nowhere else to turn, she sought refuge in the Shaoqi mountain stronghold. Fei Yanfang remarked, "Miss Shi, our stronghold does not harbor idlers. Everyone must possess a useful skill. Pray tell, what can you contribute?" After a moment of contemplation, Shi replied, "I can perform operatic roles. As for her companions, Lanning can play supporting roles, and Yuan can run errands, fetching supplies from town." Huang Ziqin interjected, "Fei Situ, you should allow them to stay. Her ability to perform operatic pieces would surely entertain our brethren." Fei Yanfeng consented, "Very well. Xiaolian, please arrange accommodations for these three." The attendant acknowledged and escorted the newcomers out of the assembly hall. Fei Yanfeng addressed Huang Ziqin, instructing her to visit Shi and further investigate her family's circumstances as well as the state of the Shi family's establishment. Huang Ziqin promptly responded, "Understood," and strode out. Yun Jie remarked, "Shi claimed she fled her wedding to come to Shaoqishan. Her fiancé, Su Huaichang, is 25 years her senior. How did her father consent to this? There must be some explanation." Fei Yanfeng replied, "What is so unusual about parents arranging marriages?" Yun Jie sighed, "Alas. Shi's father must have received a substantial sum from Su Huaichang. Otherwise, he would never have cast his daughter into such turmoil." Fei Yanfeng said, "Once Huang Ziqin returns with inquiries, we shall know the truth." The two engaged in casual conversation for a while until Huang Ziqin re-entered, stating, "Shi's father is named Shi. Both he and Su Huaichang are notorious bullies in Shijiadan. The nearby villages of Kegu, Huzigang, Henanliai, Qianjiazwang, and Huyuantai all fall within their sphere of influence. In these villages, their word is law. No one dares to oppose them." Yun Jie inquired, "What connection do these two bullies share?" Huang Ziqin recounted, they once engaged in a high-stakes gamble, casting dice to determine the winner. Shi Qian, having lost repeatedly, was visibly distressed, and he wagered 500 taels of silver, betting on a low score of 6 dice. However, Su Huaichang, exhibiting superior skill, rolled only 1 point, while Shi Qian had 4 points. In a dire predicament with no funds to settle his losses, Shi Qian, undeterred, raised the stakes to 1,000 taels. Su Huaichang, in turn, made an outrageous demand. Should Shi Qian fail to pay, he would surrender his daughter as collateral. Shi Qian unexpectedly agreed. This time, the stakes were high. He first rolled the dice and obtained 3 sixes, but to his surprise, Su Huaichang rolled 6 fives. Thus, Shi was destined to marry Su Huaichang, and the date had already been set. Fei Yanfeng slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "This Shi Qian is truly a scoundrel. No wonder even his loyal servant helped the girl Shi escape from her family." Yun Jie remarked, "If Shi enters the Su household, she would undoubtedly be leaping into a fiery abyss." Fei Yanfeng replied, "Indeed, a woman ought not to suffer when faced with wicked parents committing vile acts. A daughter becomes no better than a mere cat or dog." Yun Jie asserted, "We women refuse to willingly plunge into the inferno, allowing ourselves to be butchered. We have become rebels against our own families." Fei Yanfeng sighed and said, "Taking on the role of a rebel is a harsh reality that life has cruelly thrust upon us." As for the recruitment of performers, Huang Ziqin remarked, "Without the companionship of Lan Ying, how could Shi travel to various estates in search of performers?" Fei Yanfeng chuckled, "That is precisely why you, Huang Ziqin, must endure some hardships. You shall disguise yourself as her husband, tasked with protecting her. At times, when the need arises, you can engage in negotiations under the guise of a man." Huang Ziqin questioned, "Fei Situ, if someone inquires who is seeking the performers, how should I respond?" Fei Yanfeng clapped her hands and said, How could I have overlooked that? Let me think. If the topic arises, simply decline and state that it is for Gu Wang, who enjoys watching plays. Hence you are commissioned to recruit performers." Huang Ziqin nodded and said, "Since you have mentioned it, Fei Situ, I shall accompany Shi to travel across various estates, carrying out the decree of Lord Gua to summon talented performers." That very afternoon, Huang Ziqin, Shi, and Lanning set forth on their journey. Huang Ziqin, adorned with her hair styled in a traditional manner, now presented herself as a young man named Li Jing. Shi was dressed as the woman Lu Rong. while Lanning took on the guise of the maid Jean Eyre, sporting a centipede braid. Their first destination was Wu Guzhuang, where a charming little garden flourished, adorned with a plethora of chrysanthemums interspersed with fragrant osmanthus trees, creating a picturesque scene. A middle-aged villager approached and inquired, "Which household are you visiting?" Huang Ziqin smiled and replied, "Old Fu, we seek to inquire whether Wu Yong is still fit to perform as an artist." The villager immediately scoffed. "You wish to know about Wu Yong? That fellow aspires to do everything yet excels at nothing. He abandoned his career as a performer long ago, preferring to engage in petty theft and mischief instead of pursuing honest work." Just then, a matronly woman approached and chimed in, "Wu Yong is utterly worthless. Unable to carry a burden or lift a hand, he indulges in feasting and drinking more voraciously than anyone else. Currently, many have spotted him loitering around abandoned graves, unaware of what treasures he believes may await him there." As the matron spoke, 5 or 6 individuals rushed over. An elderly man asked, "What brings the 3 of you to our Wu Guzhuang?" Huang Ziqin responded, "The court is in search of performers for theatrical performances. Wu Yong, who once belonged to a troupe here, has ceased to be a performer, and we are uncertain if there are any suitable candidates among you for this role." The old man said, "If you gaze towards the southeast, you will find a dressing table halfway up the hill. There resides a woman named Chen Yulo, who plays the role of an old gentleman." Huang Ziqin smiled and replied, "Thank you, esteemed elder. We shall proceed to the dressing table at once." As they passed through the chaotic graveyard, a ghost unexpectedly emerged in broad daylight, brandishing its claws and lunging towards them. Huang Ziqin chuckled, "Do not attempt to frighten us. Spirits emerge only at night, shunning the light of day. What brings you here? Speak." To their astonishment, the ghost responded. Huang Ziqin continued, "I, Li Jing, have come today with my wife and maidservant to pay a visit to the performers. Wu Yong, who is currently not performing, has led us to seek talent at the dressing table." The ghost remarked, "Remove your mask. In the darkness, you would indeed be terrifying." Upon revealing his face, Zili instantly recognized him and exclaimed, "You are Wu Yong. If you wish to perform, join our troupe." Wu Yong shook his head, saying, "I have no desire to be a performer with the constant rigors of the stage and the burden of memorizing lines. Moreover, where shall I find lodging at night? In the biting cold, one would shiver to death and still be required to perform. It is utterly miserable." Huang Ziqin responded, "Wu Yong, should you ever wish to return to the stage, seek me, Li Jing, or her, Zili, at the Shaoqi mountain stronghold." Wu Yong nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "We shall discuss it then. If I were to resume my former profession as a performer, what could I possibly convey as a painted face?" The trio traversed the graveyard and climbed over a hill, discovering a villa situated high above a sorghum field. Zili remarked, "That villa is indeed the dressing table." Surrounded by picturesque trees, including weeping willows, magnolias, and osmanthus, Huang Ziqin remarked, "Thus, the vanity table at this estate possesses a unique charm." Lanning exuberantly added, "From a distance, this estate appears remarkably enchanting, resembling a splendid garden." A rather dignified woman interjected, "You have come to seek my Chen Yulo to join your theatrical troupe. Pray, enlighten me about your troupe's particulars." Huang Ziqin responded, "Master Gu Wang delights in the theater. He wishes to establish a drama troupe and has summoned me to gather talented performers. Upon hearing of your status as a performer, I have come to pay my respects." Chen Yulo replied, "I am merely an old sheng. And what role do you play?" Huang Ziqin playfully responded, "I am the troupe leader, merely playing supporting roles." Zili chimed in, "Yulo, he does not perform. I am the actress, a Hua Dan." Chen Yulo continued, "My partner is also a supporting actor. Yet he possesses the talent for scriptwriting." Upon hearing this, Huang Ziqin clapped her hands and exclaimed, "That is splendid. With a scriptwriter on board, we can broaden our theatrical avenues." Chen Yulo gestured towards her partner, saying, "He is my husband, named Su Chia, whose scripts are quite beloved. We need to seek out Sheng and Cho roles, as well as recruit 2 individuals for the literary aspects." Huang Ziqin replied, "You are well aware of this. We shall require your guidance for our visits." The man then spoke, "I know a few performers, but we do not ride horses, and traveling on foot is rather slow. Not to mention lodging can pose a challenge. Perhaps we should rehearse 2 or 3 short plays. It would ease our journey and cover our travel expenses." Huang Ziqin nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed as you suggest." After 2 days, they produced 3 plays. Yang Bu kills the dog, Wang Qiao Lu grinds tofu, and Ming Jiang Nu weeps at the Great Wall. A party of 5 set forth on their journey. Su Chi remarked, Let us first proceed to Mei Jia Bao to find Li Yiwen, who plays the role of Shang. There are several talented performers in Miaozhen, including those who can handle the Wenchang roles. Finally, we shall reach Shun Jiashan to seek out Shun Hihua, who is adept at the Wu Dan roles. Qin Yulu responded, with just these few individuals, we can form a drama troupe. However, you must also put pen to paper and compose fresh plays to captivate the audience. Su Qi nodded in agreement, saying, of course. Li Jing, let us set off at once. The journey to Mei Jia Bao was quite lengthy, and with some detours, they were compelled to spend the night at Songjiatai. That evening, they performed Yang Bu Kills the Dog, and the villagers requested an encore. The next night, they staged Meng Jiangnu Weeps at the Great Wall. The village elders insisted on another performance, to which Huang Ziqin replied, our troupe is not yet complete, and we cannot perform adequately. Therefore, let us present Wang Chao Lu grinds tofu tonight. If we continue to perform, we shall run out of repertoire. We shall return to Songjiatai and perform for 10 days next time. 3 days later, they were finally able to head towards Mei Jiabao. Being men of purpose, they naturally took the main road, avoiding any encounters with bandits. As they turned a bend along the road, Qin Yulu suddenly spotted someone traveling not far off and shouted, Li Yiwen, halt. The individual complied and came to a stop. Qin Yulu approached him and inquired, Yiwen, where are you headed? Li Yiwen replied, I am on my way to Miaozhen to seek out the Jin Long troupe for a performance. Su Qi interjected, currently. Gu Wang has entrusted Li Jing with the task of assembling a drama troupe, and he was just looking for you. Huang Ziqin, with a cheerful smile, remarked, Li Yiwen, I have heard that you possess considerable acting skills. We are here at the behest of Master Gu Wang to recommend you. Li Yiwen, taken aback for a moment, replied, very well. I shall lead you to Miao Town to meet Jin Long. He has a well-rounded group of people at his disposal. Huang Ziqin clasped his hands in salute and said, that sounds splendid. When we encounter Jin Long, I shall certainly persuade him to join us. Who knows? We might even form a royal troupe, and should the emperor take a liking to our efforts, the rewards could be substantial. Upon their arrival at Miao Town, they first disembarked at the Huaying Inn, securing 3 rooms, all of which Huang Ziqin graciously paid for. After a day's time, Huang Ziqin, Su Qi, and Li Yiwen made their way to Jin Long's residence. Jin Long inquired, what skills do the 3 of you possess? Huang Ziqin responded, Boss Jin, I have heard that your troupe comprises 5 or 6 members. With Master Gu Wang's decree to form a theatrical company, I propose you bring your people along. The prospects are undoubtedly promising. As for the extent of that promise, I cannot predict. Su Qi added, Boss Jin, if you bring your troupe into Master Gu's theatrical company, you need not worry excessively about future endeavors. Li Yiwen also chimed in, Boss Jin, the aim of Master Gu's troupe is to innovate and develop new performances. If your members join forces with our 5, and we seek a few more to fill in the gaps, the future holds tremendous potential. Jin Long shook his head and said, as the leader of my theatrical troupe, I rely on this for my livelihood. If you take my people away, I shall be left with nothing. Huang Ziqin, smiling, reassured him, Boss Jin, you shall still be the head of this newly formed troupe. I have no intention of competing with you, as I have my own affairs to attend to. What do you say? After a moment of contemplation, Jin Long finally nodded in agreement. Faced with Director Wu's demand, Jin Long had no choice but to acquiesce unconditionally. After his departure, Jin Long immediately convened a discussion with the others, stating, Director Wu has requested our troupe to perform 10 unique plays, without any repetitions. Otherwise, we shall face his severe penalties. Li Jing, do you have any plays at hand? Huang Ziqin proposed 3 titles. Jin Long replied, you have 3 plays. While I can present 7 without hesitation. An hour later, Wu Tianbao rushed into Jin Long's residence and announced, Master Jin, after deliberation among our group of over 10 individuals, we have finalized the program for the next 5 days and hope you will not make any alterations. Jin Long inquired, what are the 10 plays? Wu Tianbao listed. The 10 plays are as follows. On the first day, Wang Chao's tofu grinding in on the wall. On the second day, and Shoubao selling himself and selecting a son-in-law. On the third day, beating Jiao Zhan in Heavenly Fairies match. On the fourth day, Jade Hairpin and Madame San teaches her son. On the fifth day, 3 crossroads and the empty cut. Master Jin. We have already posted the announcement. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to bring them to me. What do you think? Jin Long nodded and replied, not much to consider. Director Wu, the plays you have selected are indeed excellent, and our troupe will perform them as scheduled. I hope you, along with Lu and Zhang, will provide us with your invaluable guidance at that time. Wu Tianbao waved his sleeve and declared, Master Jin, it is settled. On the 50th day, during the initial performance, as Wu Tianbao departed, Jin Long promptly gathered everyone to deliberate. He stated, Wu Tianbao, Lu Zhiyong, and Zhang Kaiyang are formidable figures in Miao Town, particularly Zhang Kaiyang, who is known for commanding the 5 tigers and 8 heroes, also referred to as the 13 guardians. The townsfolk call him Zhang the Wolf, in any matter he engages in. None dare to oppose him. He truly embodies the phrase what he says goes. Since Wu Tianbao has taken the initiative to propose 10 performances and has made the necessary arrangements, we must adhere to this commitment. Today, we need to finalize the talented performers for the upcoming shows, ensuring we deliver an exceptional performance. Su Chiha remarked, Indeed, Boss Jin. You are correct. The directors have already determined the repertoire and posted announcements. However, we must assign the performers for the roles to avoid any last-minute confusion and chaos. Let's focus on the first day. The first scene has few roles. Chen Yulo will play Wang Chaolu, Shi Zili will portray Wang's wife, and Li Jing will take on the role of Boss Gu. For the evenings on the wall, there are 10 characters. How shall we arrange them? Jin Long replied. The lead role of Li Qianjin will be performed by Yi Jianmei, while the other lead, Pei Xiaojun, will be portrayed by Li Yuan. Pei Xingjian, a painted face character, will be played by Gu Qiandian, and the wet nurse, also a comical role, will be performed by Hang Mei. I will take on the role of Li Xingjie. Shi Zili will portray Mei Xiang. Su Chiha, you will play Zhang Qian, who Sabao will perform as the elderly courtier, and Lan Ning, being of shorter stature, will portray Duan Duan. My son Shenyang will take on the role of Chong'an. Su Chiha inquired. Who will portray the 2 lead roles in the second day? Zhan Xiaobao sells himself. Jin Long remarked, This is easily arranged. Chen Yulo, you will portray Gu Fengying. Li Jing, you shall take on the role of Xiao Anshubo, and Zhong Haiyuan will act as Dan Shubo. With the protagonists settled, the remaining roles will follow suit. Hu Sabao will play Wang Jinlong. Su Chiha, you will embody Wen Yang. I shall portray both the Emperor and Lu Banqing. Li Yuan will take on the roles of San Shu and Lu En. Gu Qiantian will depict Wang Gue. Shi Zili will represent Su Mei. Hang Mei will be cast as San Yang, and Lan Ing will play Shi Tai. As for the character allocation in selecting a son-in-law, Jin Long continued, that can also be easily arranged. Yi Jianmei will portray Zhang Liang. Li Yuan will play Li Junsheng. Gu Qiantian will take on the role of Zhang Fu, Zhang Tianshan. Chen Yulo will embody Zhang Mu, He Shi. Zhang Haiyuan will play Wang Tian. Hu Sabao will portray Wu Sanding. I shall assume the role of the county magistrate. Hang Mei will represent the county magistrate's wife, and Li Jing will act as a constable. Su Chiha nodded. Then we should hasten the rehearsals for the 4 performances over the next 2 days. By the way, do we have enough people for the literary portion? Jin Long replied. There are 3 individuals for the literary segment, the brothers Ji Kailong and Ji Kaifeng, along with Fei Shuani. You and I will assist them with the percussion instruments. After performing 2 shows on the first day, they garnered unanimous acclaim from the audience. The 3 prominent figures in the town rushed to congratulate Jin Long and his troupe. Wu Tianbao exclaimed, Boss Jin, your theater troupe is sure to be well received on the road, generating a symphony of praise. Jin Long responded, as entertainers, we merely pursue this craft to make a living. If our performances fall short, we kindly ask for your understanding, esteemed sirs. Lu Zhiyong bluntly stated, as long as you, Boss Jin, are willing to spend generously to show your appreciation to the 3 of us, it won't matter if the performances are lacking. In life, one must be grateful and repay kindness. Otherwise, one may encounter insurmountable obstacles. What do you think, Boss Jin? Jin Long remarked, Mr. Lu, your guidance is appreciated. There is indeed a gratuity for tea, which I shall present to you 3 esteemed gentlemen shortly. Zhang Kaiyang replied, Boss Jin, you are exceedingly courteous. Today, if we receive a tip, it shall come after the final performance of Lost Sky Slash, which promises a considerable return. We can then offer you a token for tea. You need not be overly formal in this regard. Wu Tianbao added, Boss Jin, your troupe is commendable, and the expenses for meals are substantial. We cannot afford to offer much more. Moreover, the performers rely on their craft to support their families. I must say, the portrayal of Mr. Gu In Wang Chiao Lu grinding tofu was exceptional, strikingly lifelike, almost as if it were reality. As Jin Long retreated to the inner room, Wu Tianbao proposed, let us visit his back room to gain insight into Jin Long's actual circumstances. Lu Zhiyong scoffed. What aspirations could individuals of such low standing possess? They're akin to the courtesans, both peddling laughter. Wu Tianbao countered, Mr. Liu, that perspective is misguided. Performers are not merely like courtesans who offer companionship. They are artists who earn their living through skill. If their performances are lacking, attendance will dwindle, and thus their earnings will suffer. Lu Xiong shook his head, saying, alas. Actresses and courtesans are not so different. Both trade in appearances. The only distinction is that actresses frequent various venues, while courtesans wait for clients. Zhang Kaoyang responded, Mr. Liu, you must not underestimate those in the theatrical profession. Their earnings are hard-won and should not be likened to those of courtesans. If you desire fish, pursue the larger catch. Do not disdain the smaller fish and shrimp, for even the smallest creature has its own life. Wu Tianbao smiled and said, Lu Yuan, why? If you wish to indulge in duck, it is the plump ones that provide true delight. You see, slaughtering a duck before it has fully matured yields scarcely any meat. Lu Xiong finally nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Jin Long emerged, presenting each of the three men with a small bundle, remarking, a modest token. I hope you gentlemen will extend your support. Zhang Kaoyang replied, though the townsfolk may fear me, I assure you, I am quite amiable. Master Jin, simply perform your craft well, and I shall surely applaud your troupe from the audience, ensuring your pockets remain plentiful. Jin Long nodded respectfully, saying, with such words from you, Master Zhang, I feel reassured and shall wholeheartedly encourage the performers to deliver an extraordinary show. Wu Tianbao interjected, Master Jin. The two gentlemen wish to take a glimpse at the performers rehearsing in your back room. Rest assured, they will merely glance and depart. Jin Long explained. They are indeed rehearsing in the back room today, preparing for 2 performances. He added with gravity, acting requires skill. I must also observe their performances beforehand. Those lacking ability cannot be permitted on stage, for that would surely result in a blunder. Wu Tianbao winked and said, Master Zhang, it is essential for Master Jin to select carefully. One cannot take to the stage without due consideration. Zhang Kaoyang nodded, stating, I understand. A gentleman always aids others in achieving their potential. Wu Tianbao playfully nudged Zhang Kaoyang, exclaiming, indeed, we must aid others in their success. The two then erupted into hearty laughter. The following day, the performance of Shobao sells himself commenced, captivating the audience from the very beginning. Seated above are the prominent figures of the town along with their wives and daughters, while the common folk and the servants of the wealthy are relegated to the lower seats to witness the performance. One man remarked, this Wen Yang is indulging in grandiose dreams. He ventured far and fell ill, now utterly destitute. It turns out that Shobao resorted to selling himself, entirely out of desperation. And Wen Yang, in turn, unjustly reproached his wife without reason. Another man interjected, Wan Laosan, you must realize that scholars are often pedantic. Only by adapting can one survive. And Wan Liang, with no money to his name, remains trapped in the temple. Lacking the ingenuity to find a way out, he might as well await his demise. Oh dear, and Wan Liang, how careless you are. In your flight, you have unwittingly overturned the stove. A leaky boat encounters a headwind, and a weasel seeks out the sickly chicken to prey upon. Wan Laosan lamented, Niahao. There truly exist unfortunate souls. A widow clings to a tree that withers away, crops yield no grain, bridges collapse for no apparent reason, and chickens succumb to disease. Niahao responded, this Gu Fengying is indeed a tragic figure, while searching for her husband amidst a heavy snowfall. She had no choice but to take refuge under a dilapidated roof, only to give birth in such dire circumstances, truly adding insult to injury. A man from the back remarked, this play is the mark of the tooth. I have seen it before. Wan Laosan replied, When Yo Xiao, perhaps the theater troupe has merely changed the title of the play. It is not surprising. Niahao added, this play is known as The Roof of the Cart Over by Jihu, and the storyline is identical to the one performed today. Suddenly, the steward Zilai rushed over to admonish Wan Laosan, Niahao, and Wu Yo Xiao, your incessant chatter during the performance disturbs others' enjoyment. If you must converse, kindly step outside to do so. Lu Yuanwei summoned me to investigate which 2 spectators were incessantly chattering during the performance. I advised him that they were surely formidable individuals and urged them to refrain from speaking. Wan Laosan pleaded for mercy, promising that they would remain silent henceforth, and implored me not to disclose to Lu Yuanwei that the 3 of them had been conversing during the show. Zalaquan gestured dismissively, indicating that no further noise should be made. The conversation from above would not disturb those below, as Zhang Kaoyang jovially remarked. I have achieved the status of a successful candidate, and my own mentor turns out to be my son, completely unbeknownst to me. It was only later, upon reuniting with his wife, that he learned his mentor was none other than his son, and Shoubao. Wang Tianbao added with a chuckle, "This is a reversal of roles. The son assumes precedence, as the examiner is indeed his father. Although Wen Liang is the father, he is merely a candidate himself." "Oh, this play is woven so masterfully that it captivates the audience," Zalaquin remarked. He then lamented, how could the Wang brothers be so treacherous? Poisoning their own elder brother and mistreating their sister-in-law, Li Sume, in the mill? Their wife is equally a heartless vixen. Zhang Kaiyang, with a grin, quipped. The fangs of the green serpent and the stinger of the yellow wasp both possess venom, yet the most lethal of all is the heart of a woman. When a woman turns malevolent, her malice surpasses all others. Zalaquin sighed. Both Li Sume and Gu Fengyin claim that Wang Jinlong is their son, fiercely defending their positions. A fair judge finds it challenging to resolve family disputes, as both women present their arguments with compelling logic. Wu Tianbao remarked. The debt of life is not as great as the debt of nurture. The kindness of upbringing surpasses all. Yet, Gu Fengyin, unable to support her son, was compelled to allow Wang Yuanwai to adopt him. In the end, the emperor rendered a judgment, leading to a resolution that pleased all parties involved. Lu Zhiyong remarked. Today's performance was splendid. What play is scheduled for this evening? Zalaquin replied, the suitor selection. Zhang Kaoyang chimed in, Lu Yuanwai, do come early tonight. I shall bring to Hong Pao tea leaves for you to savor. Lu Zhiyong shrugged his shoulders, his face alight with joy. That sounds delightful. I have yet to taste a Hong Pao. As night fell, the clamor of drums and gongs echoed throughout the town, a cacophony of sound. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Lu Zhiyong joyfully took his seat at a table on the second floor, exclaiming, I can hear the distant drums. It must be Fei Shuani striking the gong, Su Chiha beating the drum, and Boss Jin clashing the cymbals, while Ji Kailong plays the gong. What a raucous celebration. Wu Tianbao arrived, placing a bag of sunflower seeds on the table. Lu Yuanwai, would you like to shell some sunflower seeds? He inquired. Lu Zhiyong responded, Wu Li sure. You are too kind to bring such an abundance of sunflower seeds. Wu Tianbao continued, let us enjoy the play while chatting about mundane matters. Sipping tea and snacking on sunflower seeds together, Zhang Kaoyang appeared, with the servant Chao Wangdong carrying a kettle of boiling water. Zhang Kaoyang pointed. You sit at that table on the west side. When someone calls for hot water, you shall serve them. Chao Wangdong replied, Zhang Yuanwai, I understand. I will come immediately when called. But for now, I will prepare tea for Wu Lishur and Lu Yuanwai. As the sound of drums and gongs finally subsided, Li Yiwen presented a comedic performance, praising Wu Tianbao, Zhang Kaiyang, and Lu Zhiyong, much to their delight. The evening culminated in a display of 3-card magic tricks. As the performance of choosing a son-in-law commenced, Mother Zhang, he sure, proclaimed that the Wu family was wealthy, while Father Zhang, Zhang Tianshan, contended that the Wang family was affluent, leading to a heated dispute. Lu Zhiyong chuckled, remarking, indeed, it is a classic case of each party believing their own argument. People are naturally inclined to favor their own kin. As the saying goes, water flows to lower ground, and people ascend to higher places. Zalaquin clapped his hands in exasperation, exclaiming, oh dear, with 1 girl and 3 suitors at her doorstep, to whom does she ultimately belong? It poses quite the dilemma. Lu Zhiyong observed, Wu Sanding is undeniably a wealthy man, riding a grand steed and adorned in splendid attire. On the other hand, Wang Tian is stylishly dressed and arrived on an opulent yacht. Yet, this Li Junxing appears to be a down-and-out scholar, bearing a disheveled image, and alas, the girl has taken a liking to him. It truly is a matter of fate. Zhang Kaiyang remarked, it would indeed be challenging for the authorities to adjudicate this case. Wouldn't it? How could the county magistrate be played by a different person? Zalaquin explained, the original actor, Jean Laoban, fell just before the performance, sweating profusely, and had no choice but to send a substitute. It is said that a Li Jing is playing the magistrate, albeit a bit shorter in stature. Wu Tianbao commented, the magistrate's performance was quite commendable. How remarkably lifelike it was. Zhang Kaoyang chuckled. The magistrate and his lady have their own schemes. Once the magistrate has a plan, he becomes quite imposing. Alas, what is he saying? You bold deaf man, this simply cannot stand. Wu Tianbao laughed heartily. He has altered the lines. It should be you, bold servant. Yet, it all makes sense. When asked to strike, you have gone so far as to kill someone. The magistrate merely intended to reprimand the girl, Zhang lying, but the constable was too heavy-handed. In the county office, a death is but a trifling matter. Zalaquin remarked, certainly, no one would desire the deceased. Yet, It is astonishing that the scholarly Junxing remains unwavering in his affections. Even in death, he yearns for Zhang Liying. This undeniably attests to the depth of his love. Consequently, the county magistrate resolved the case, affirming that true lovers ultimately unite. The spectators below, having witnessed the performance, erupted into applause, praising the excellence of the play. On the third day, the show de Jiao Zhan was staged, a martial play featuring the lead role of Yang Paifeng, portrayed by Yi Jianmei, and the other principal character, Jiao Zhan, played by Zhang Haiyuan. Old Wan pointed at the stage as Wu Niu chuckled. Yang Paifeng is merely a firewood girl. Yet she has mastered remarkable martial arts skills. Chao Wangdong interjected, women are no less fierce than men. Some, like Nie Hao's sister, Nie Shuangyun, possess considerable prowess but have been taken by Zhua Yin to be his concubine. Nie Hao, infuriated, retorted, Chao Wangdong, please refrain from naming names. To which Chao Wangdong quickly defended himself. If my words were inappropriate, I deserve to be reprimanded. Nie Hao, I apologize. I shall never again speak of your sister. Meanwhile, on stage, a fierce martial arts scene unfolded, the drumbeats intensifying with each moment as Jiao Zhan struggled against the female opponent, ultimately succumbing to her prowess. Suddenly, a voice cried out that a fire had broken out, causing the audience to surge forth like a tide. The bandits, having gleaned valuable intelligence, anticipated that the entire town would be engrossed in the performance, thus planning to rob Zhang Kailiang. However, they misjudged their target. Zhang Kailiang was formidable. Striking a fly on a tiger's head was no trivial matter. Mountain bandits typically targeted wealthy families, seizing their riches to enjoy a few months of comfortable living. Some families, burdened by poverty, feel overwhelmed and seek refuge with the bandit king in the mountains. It is said that Nie Hao's brother took to the hills to become a brigand. Faced with the choice of starvation or a life of crime, he chose the latter. Scholar Hu Tang reproached Pan San, saying, Pan San, why do you aspire to learn from the wicked instead of the virtuous? Those who choose a life of crime meet with dire fates. To suggest that one should become a fierce bandit due to hunger is nothing short of disgraceful, especially for a man of stature. Pan San chuckled, I merely jest. I have not become a bandit. It is Nie Hao's brother, Nie Song, who has taken that path. Hu Tang insisted, while we enjoy the performance, let us refrain from frivolous talk and strive to be individuals of integrity. As the evening unfolded, the play commenced, adorned with exquisite scenery that resonated with poetic charm. Chao Wangdong remarked, the seven fairies are portrayed by Shi Zili, while Dong Yong is played by Li Yuan. This Dong Yong is not the scholar of yore, but merely a farmer. Hu Tang interjected, how can Dong Yong, originally a scholar, be transformed into a farmer? This alteration is quite unsatisfactory. Wan Laosan countered, a farmer is indeed admirable. Without farmers to till the land, humanity would face starvation. Scholars may only read and aspire to take exams, and if they fail, they endure a life of despair. To suggest that the seven fairies would fall for such a hapless scholar, who cannot bear burdens or lift a finger, is utterly implausible. People often say that those who fear death are the ones who shy away from hard work. How could the seven fairies be drawn to such a person? Chao Wangdong interjected. Let us focus on the play and refrain from further commentary. The singing is so melodious. Are you not ruining the essence of the performance with your chatter? Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent, engrossed in the play. Zelequin anxiously urged, Director Wu, instruct Su Chiha and the others to complete the performance below. It cannot be interrupted midway. Wu Tianbao stamped his foot, exclaiming, today, Boss Jean is suffering from a stomachache and cannot oversee the performance. How could such a splendid show be interrupted? We've already had 2 sessions today, and there have been calls for help in between. How alarming. Alas, the gongs and drums have already begun to sound, indicating that the troupe intends to continue the performance. Come, let us return to enjoy the show, Zelequin joyfully declared. At that moment, everyone rushed toward the theater. On the 4th day of the performance, a strong west wind blew in the morning, causing people to shiver as they walked. Wan Laosan remarked, what is happening today? In my 30 years of life, I have never experienced such cold in October. The west wind is too fierce. Wu Niu commented. Indeed, it is quite cold. It is primarily the wind. Even on rainy days, it has never been this frigid. Today's theater experience is far less comfortable than the previous 3 days. Wan Laosan chuckled. Watching the performance today won't be too cold. Sitting together generates some warmth. However, it is not as enjoyable as when Director Wu and a few patrons are present, with hot tea to sip and warm coats to wear. Wu Niu replied, the wealthy always find comfort and joy, while the poor suffer during harsh weather. At that moment, Xiao Wangdong approached and inquired, "What are you two discussing?" Wu Niu responded, "The west wind is quite strong today. We are all feeling extremely cold." Xiao Wangdong remarked, "The terrain here is flat to the west, while there are towering mountains to the east. Whenever the westerly winds pick up, they come rushing straight towards us. However, this year's winds have been exceedingly outrageous, blowing with such ferocity. Alas, what performances shall we witness this afternoon and evening?" Yuan Laosan replied, "Both plays are lamentations of women suffering. Watching them will surely bring tears to your eyes." Xiao Wangdong responded, "Women have their own sorrows. Must we, the bachelors, accompany them in shedding tears?" Yuan Laosan, in a despondent tone, lamented, "Having lived over half a lifetime, I have never even brushed against a woman's sleeve. Alas, I am solitary and forlorn, with no one to care for my well-being. A wealthy man can find a single maidservant, yet he may require 2 or 3 for his whims. Wu Lishir has 2 young ladies, while Lu Zhiyong, a man of peculiar talents, has managed to marry 3 wives, living a life of ease and indulgence. Zhang Kaiyang is even more outrageous, having taken 5 wives. At the slightest stamp of his foot, the entire town trembles. We, the bachelors, will ultimately perish, and our remains will be tossed into a nameless grave, perhaps merely covered with a layer of decayed earth." Wu Niu interjected, "Alas, Yuan Laosan, there is no need for such melancholy. We live one day at a time. People cannot be compared so easily. You were born into poverty, while Lu Zhiyong emerged from wealth, never engaging in virtuous deeds, merely draining the lifeblood of others, living a life of comfort and luxury." Yuan Laosan shook his head and said, "Lu Zhiyong is worthless, only capable of petty theft and deceit. Otherwise, he trails behind Wu Lishir and Zhang Kaiyang, wielding their power, boasting and swindling for sustenance." Xiao Wangdong remarked, "The sound of gongs and drums has risen in the theater. Dong dong clang, dong dong clang. Come, let us go watch the performance." Wu Niu urged, "Yuan Laosan, let us not linger here in the cold wind." The 3 paid their admission and entered the theater just as the curtain rose. They stood at the back, observing the play, and before long, more patrons entered. In a short time, the theater was brimming with people. Xiao Wangdong commented, "Why are there so many spectators today?" The man Li Yubao replied, "The weather is frigid, prompting many to seek warmth inside the theater. The crowd generates heat, and besides, no work can be accomplished in this chill." Yuan Laosan said, "The actress on stage is named Li Xiaoying, a leading role played by Chen Yulo." Li Yuao added, "Guanyu is a villain. He desires to marry Li Xiaoying, and when rejected, he concocts malicious schemes against her." Yuan Laosan chuckled, "Gu Wenyor is indeed an antagonist, a scoundrel. The matchmaker is beguiled by him, and together they conspire to grievously harm Li Xiaoying." When Youshao remarked, "Indeed, there are many evildoers in this world, solely concerned with their own gain. When their plans fail, they focus on harming others." Li Yubao laughed and posed a question. Wen Youshao, "Do you think there are more good people or bad people in this world?" Wu Youshao shook his head and replied, "In times of peace, good people abound. In chaotic times, it is the wicked who emerge. Scoundrels and malevolent spirits come forth, and the virtuous often suffer." Yuan Laosan stated, "Those who diligently adhere to their principles and rely solely on their own hands for their livelihood are truly good people that would never resort to harming others. Conversely, those who seek easy gains are mostly bad, and those who take to the mountains as bandits are all villains, capable of committing the most heinous acts. Alas, how shall I articulate this? The malevolent seek to turn their fortunes overnight, aiming for wealth with reckless abandon, disregarding the consequences for those around them. And yet they question the morality of their actions." Li Yubao lamented that Li Xiaoying bore unspoken suffering. Her partner, deceived by the malefactor's whispers, subjected her to abuse, and she endured it in silence, embodying the tragic plight of one who silently sips from the cup of bitterness. Yuan Laosan remarked that Chen Yulo possessed a talent for performance, his singing voice being quite melodious. The formidable Li Yuquan squeezed into the crowd, exclaiming, "Oh, how bitterly cold it is outside. Let me merge with the throng to seek warmth." Wen You's narrative continued, "What winds still blow from the west? The gusts have lessened significantly, yet the chill remains more biting than before. I ventured out to relieve myself, and I felt as if I had been frozen through. At this moment, venturing outside is unwise. It would leave one shivering to the core. I cannot fathom why this year has brought such frigid weather." Li Yuquan expressed his astonishment. Xiao Wanong chuckled heartily, saying, "In such cold, Li Yuquan, will you still attend the evening performance of San Yang Teaches Her Child?" Li Yuquan replied, "Attend a performance? Not even for a golden show will I go. I shall dine, and then retire early to my loft." Yuan Laosan scoffed. How can a man of such stature be so lacking in ambition? To overlook such splendid theater is to squander an opportunity. Once the Jinlong theater troupe departs, who knows when we shall witness their performance again? Wu Lishur permitted him to leave the temple town only after 5 days of performance. Li Yubao urged, Brother Yuquan, do join us this evening. Sleep is not a luxury you have never experienced. Besides, no matter how cold it is, once inside the theater, warmth prevails. Others travel to the county seat to enjoy performances. Thus, Li Yuquan reluctantly acquiesced, promising to attend the show that night. After the evening performance, Chao Wangdong remarked, Tonight, after the show, you all expressed that it was chilly. Come to my humble abode for a drink, where we shall indulge in 2 delightful accompaniments, fried peanuts and stir-fried vegetables with meat. Li Yuao chuckled heartily, with these 2 delights to accompany our drinks. It feels as though we are living a celestial existence. What a treat. Chao Wangdong continued, Wan Laosan, Wen Xiao, Yu Bao, and Yu Quan. The 5 of us shall gather to drink and converse. Let us make our way to my home. Li Yubao responded, Tonight, Chao Wangdong, you truly have the spirit. Chao Wangdong replied, We are comrades in this life. What is the significance of enjoying a modest feast together? Those with wealth and influence, like Wu Lishur, Zhang Kaiyang, and Lu Zhiyong, may revel in their riches, but we, the less fortunate, deserve our moments of joy as well. Life is meant to be savored, Wan Laosan suggested. Since we are heading to Chao Wangdong's for drinks, let us hurry. The fried peanuts 1 tea take long, but the stir-fried vegetables with meat require some effort. Let us all lend a hand. The 5 of them departed from the theater, making their way westward. Although Chao Wangdong lived alone, his home was furnished and organized with care. At that moment, he was frying peanuts while Li Yubao tended to the fire, making the process much swifter. Wan Laosan, Li Yuquan, and Wen Yoshu busied themselves with washing the vegetables and preparing the pork, while the peanuts were set aside to be stir-fried with the vegetables and meat. As they drank, lively conversation ensued. Li Yuan stated, Among us 5, Wan Laosan is the eldest at 30, while Wen Yoshu is the youngest at 24. Chao Wangdong, smiling, added, One belongs to the horse sign, and the other to the ox. Li Yuan continued, I am the 2nd eldest, born in the year of the sheep. And I am 29. Our friend Yu Bao belongs to the rooster at 27. Chao Wangdong remarked, Alas, my 3rd brother, who is also born under the sign of the sheep, is younger than you, merely 29 years of age. Among the 5 of us, only you have found a wife. The rest of us are still bachelors. Li Yuquan replied, What is the scarcity of women attributed to? There are 2 reasons. Firstly, the wealthy have taken them all. Emperors and generals possess numerous wives. In our town, for instance, Director Wu has 2 wives, Lu Zhiyong 3 and Zhang Kaiyang 5. Secondly, many women have chosen the path of asceticism, becoming nuns or Taoist priestesses, while others venture into the mountains as formidable female leaders. Tell me, how can a penniless fellow like me find a wife? It is no wonder we remain single. Yuan Laosan chuckled heartily. Bien Kohong from Wuga village came to your doorstep, bearing you 3 children, the eldest a lad of 8, a 5-year-old girl, and a 2-year-old little one. I, Yuan Laosan, have not been so fortunate. After much effort, I managed to court Li Chogue, only to end up with nothing but disappointment. Chao Wangdong sighed. Oh, let us drink, drink. Indeed, there is much conversation with little liquor. Bring me all the peanuts and the braised vegetables to fill my belly. Come, everyone, let us drink together. The 5 of them became joyful, their bowls clinking together in celebration. On the 5th day of the performance, a fierce wind had blown yesterday. Yet today it rained. Wen Yoshu decided to pull up a small stool and sit down. Li Yuan remarked, This stool is far too low. I can hardly see the show, let alone hear it. Wen Yoshu smiled and said, During the martial arts scenes on stage, I will stand on this stool to see better. A man named Wu Yanko exclaimed, If you stand on the stool, those of us behind you will be unable to see anything. Standing at the forefront, Wan Laosan remarked, Wen Yoshu, please bring the small stool over to me, leaning it against the side so as not to disturb others. Wen Yoshu complied, positioning the stool in front of him and standing upon it to watch the performance. Wan Laosan chuckled, Wen Yoshu, after the show concludes, let us both pay a visit to Chao Wangdong's home to catch a glimpse of his wife. Wen Yoshu, taken aback, retorted, Where did he acquire a wife? I cannot fathom it. You, Wan Laosan, are a genuine trickster, spinning tales to deceive. Wan Laosan, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, What purpose would I have in deceiving you? This is nothing but the unvarnished truth, yet you refuse to believe it. After the performance, summon Li Yuan and Li Yubao, and the four of us shall visit his household, and in the evening we shall indulge in a feast. Albeit we shall bear the cost to congratulate him. Following the conclusion of the show, Wu Niushao called upon Li Yuquan and Li Yubao, with Wu Yangko trailing behind. Wan Laosan quipped, Chao Wangdong's wedding banquet, and you, Wu Yangko, have tagged along to contribute to the celebratory gift. Wu Yangko waved his hand dismissively, whatever you contribute. I shall match. Besides, I share a good rapport with Chao Wangdong. It is only fitting that I partake in his joy. The five of them arrived at Chao Wangdong's residence, where he greeted them with a beaming smile. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea. Wan Laosan interjected. Tea is unnecessary. Have your wife join you so we may behold the two of you together. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianhua eagerly emerged from the kitchen. Smiling as she said, You big brothers, come here. Wangdong and I shall sit together for your viewing pleasure. Chao Wangdong and Zhang Lianhua settled on the same stool. And he cheerfully announced, I trust this will satisfy you. My Lianhua will brew tea for you all. Li Yuan remarked, We shall forego tea. You attend to the banquet while we venture into the streets to procure meat, fish, and tofu. Wu Yangko replied. This evening's joyous feast shall see us five brothers indulging to a delightful excess. With that, everyone set to work, and the banquet was swiftly prepared. The table was adorned with 8 bowls of dishes, 1 bowl of stir-fried pig liver with chives, 1 bowl of spinach with tofu, 1 bowl of stir-fried shredded meat with celery, 1 bowl of braised meat with flat beans, 1 bowl of vermicelli, 1 bowl of braised pork, 1 bowl of large Crucian carp, and 1 bowl of egg skin stir-fried with bell peppers. Chao Wangdong said, Brother Wan, you and Yuquan should take the honored seats. Wan Laosan shook his head, saying, This evening, none of us should occupy the esteemed places. It is only fitting that you and Lianhua take the seats of honor. What do you all think? Li Yuquan urged Chao Wangdong to sit, saying, Please take a seat. It is appropriate. Lianhua, are you also to be pushed? Sit down, so we may find our places. The group collectively encouraged Zhang Lianhua to take her seat. With no alternative, Zhang Lianhua complied and sat to Chao Wangdong's left. Wan Laosan declared, Let us take our seats accordingly. He then settled onto the bench at the eastern side, while Li Yubao quietly joined him. Li Yuquan took his place on the western bench, with Wu Niushao sitting beside him. Wu Yangko occupied the southern bench alone. Wu Niushao busily poured the wine, exclaiming, Allow me to toast my sister-in-law first. Zhang Lianhua waved her hands, saying, I do not drink. I have never partaken. Wu Niushao replied, Your reluctance to drink is of no concern, but do make the gesture of drinking. The wine in your cup shall be the responsibility of brother Chao Wangdong. Come now. Sister-in-law, raise your cup and clink it with my little uncle. Whether you drink or not is entirely up to you. Under the persuasive insistence of Wan Laosan and the others, Zhang Lianhua found it impossible to resist and reluctantly raised her cup, feigning a toast. After partaking in the celebratory drinks, Zhang Lianhua proceeded to wash the pot and brew tea. Wan Laosan proclaimed, With the addition of Wu Yangko, we are now 6 brothers. From this day forth, we must continue to support one another. Though we may not share fortune equally, we must stand together in adversity, always ready to lend a helping hand to anyone in need. Would you not agree? Li Yubao replied, I wholeheartedly endorse Brother Ruan's words. Zhang Kaoyang, Lu Zhiyong, and their ilk exploit us poor folk and commit unspeakable wrongs. We must unite our efforts to ensure that these vile creatures do not prey upon any among us. Chao Wangdong interjected, To be candid, our camaraderie is rooted in our shared sense of righteousness. Li Yuquan added, Brother, now that you have wed Zhang Lianhua, you must be wary of Lu Zhiyong. Should he target you, you will find it unbearable. Wan Laosan slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, Indeed. Lu Zhiyong is a predator. When he speaks, he opens his jaws like a lion, devouring without mercy. It would be prudent for you and Zhang Lianhua to avoid Miao Town altogether. Chao Wangdong pondered for a moment, suggesting, Perhaps we could go to Annie at Chaojing village. Wan Laosan shook his head. No, we must steer clear of all the surrounding villages, for Lu Zhiyong's reach extends far. If he gets to you, both of you will face great peril. Chao Wangdong scratched his head in frustration. Where then shall we go? Li Yuquan suddenly exclaimed, I've got it. You should seek out the opera singer Li Jing. He has powerful connections. Wu Zhangko remarked that the performers traverse numerous remote villages, and if they have acquaintances, they can discreetly find refuge in a secluded locale. Lu Zhiyong's influence does not extend to such places, allowing for a tranquil existence. Wan Laosan added that one must hasten to locate the actor Li Jing, for tonight marks the final performance before their imminent departure. Li Yuquan chuckled, and inquired whether they knew if Li Jing was male or female. Wu Niuxiao interjected that Li Jing is married to Shi Zili, thus cannot be male. It is a misconception. Li Jing is unequivocally a woman. Li Yuan waved his hand, recalling that he had waited behind the stage for Yonko, and after a prolonged wait, Li Jing emerged for some fresh air. He jested that she could easily pass as a man, to which she retorted that she was indeed a man. He countered, asserting that she could not deceive him. Her gait was distinctly feminine, with a slender waist and a soft, melodic voice. When she continued to deny it, he proposed a wager. Should she be a man, he would regard her as a sworn brother. If she were a woman, she would become his wife. He queried if she accepted the challenge. She evasively declined, claiming his discerning eyes made her uneasy and requested his discretion. After the performance concluded, Li Yuquan swiftly made his way to the stage, calling for Li Jing. Upon her arrival, she cast him a reproachful glance and questioned his intentions. Suspecting him of ulterior motives, Li Yuquan lowered his voice, indicating he wished to discuss a serious matter, and beckoned her closer before revealing the news of Chao Guangdong's marriage to Zhang Lianhua. The false Li Jing remarked, I can assist you with this matter, but you must vow to maintain discretion. It is imperative that you speak of it to no one. Should you divulge this information, it could prove perilous for you. Tomorrow morning, meet me here to receive a confidential letter. You must not open it for inspection, he continued. Chao Guangdong shall only be permitted to unveil it upon his arrival at Kao Jingswang. Li Yuquan immediately responded, Thank you, my dear brother. Alas, I must trouble you, dear sister. The performance of Lost Sky / extended late into the night, concluding only at the stroke of midnight. After the show, each individual returned home without exchanging a word. Li Yuquan, burdened with concern, arrived promptly the following morning at the rear of the theater to wait. The false Li Jing emerged and entrusted him with the letter, cautioning. This confidential message must not be opened in haste. The presence of many eyes could lead to complications. It is safest for Chao Guangdong to wait until he has crossed Kao Jingswang before he dares to read it. Li Yuan assured him, Rest assured. I shall ensure that Chao Guangdong adheres to your instructions. At the mountain pass, the theater troupe finally set forth. Jean Long, filled with trepidation, expressed, It is wise for us to depart from Yaojin as swiftly as possible. It is a place rife with troubles, and the sudden emergence of unforeseen events is overwhelming. Du Qiantian lamented, Boss Jean, you are astute and typically prudent in your endeavors. Yet I fail to comprehend why you heed Li Jing's counsel and lead the troop to face the Gu family. Frankly, I harbor a deep-seated fear of encountering noble houses. Their temperament is as fickle as that of an emperor, their wrath as swift as the turning of a page. As Su Dopa wisely stated, it is lonely at the top. The golden dragon sighed helplessly, I find myself in a predicament. Gu Wang has been thinking of me. If I steadfastly refuse him, he shall not bestow upon me any favorable outcomes in the future. As the saying goes, fame brings fear. Much like a pig dreads becoming fat, Gu Wang is aware of my presence in Miao Town, and if I, the golden dragon, do not heed the call, what shall become of me? Ancient Tian remarked, Since we have caught Gu Wang's attention, it seems we have no choice but to respond to the summons. The path ahead appears bleak and uncertain. Who knows what the future holds? The golden dragon continued, Beyond this hill lies the Shan family estate. There is a spirited young actress there, and we shall take her along since it is fortuitous. Su Chiha added, Our troupe is lacking a spirited young actress. With her, our ensemble would be complete. Alas, what is her name? The golden dragon replied, You must inquire with Li Jing, as he is the one who knows. Upon arriving at the Shan family estate, the group paused. The false Li Jing stated, I shall venture ahead to take a look. You all rest here for a moment. He dashed into the courtyard of the Shan family, calling out, Is Shinhua home? The elder sister approached and asked, Sir, what brings you to seek Shinhua? The false Li Jing smiled and responded, Sister, do you not recognize me? I am Huang Ziqin, requesting your Hua to come out. The elder sister, taken aback, exclaimed, You are Huang Ziqin, disguised as a man. How could I have recognized you? Hua is currently busy digging yams to the south. Please, come inside my home, and I will summon her. Shenhua remarked, It is nearly mealtime. We should invite everyone to rest and dine at my place. Huang Ziqin replied, I fear this will trouble your household. Very well, I shall call them over, she responded. The troop soon arrived at Hua's home, and the courtyard quickly became overcrowded, bustling with people. The parents, brother, and sister-in-law of Hua were all busily engaged in their own pursuits. Shenhua enthusiastically remarked, Huang Samei, you are truly remarkable. My elder sister has come to admire you. Jean Long, Gu Qiantian, and Su Chiha were taken aback, realizing that Li Jing was not a man, but a woman. Zili chuckled and said, "Her name is not Li Jing, it is Huang Ziqin. She skillfully deceived me into believing she was my husband, and managed to keep it from everyone." Huang Ziqin smiled and added, "There is a person in Miao Town named Li Yuquan who uncovered my secret. I asked him to keep it hidden, and he agreed." Li Yuan interjected, "Huang Ziqin, how could you disguise yourself as a man so convincingly, yet still be recognized by Li Yuquan?" Huang Ziqin replied, "He is quite astute. He is cunning, crafty, and persuasive. When he employed those three tactics, I became flustered and revealed my true identity. Fortunately, his heart is kind. He is a good person. Had Lu Zhiyong discovered this, I would have been in deep trouble." After their meal, the theater troupe hastily continued on their journey. The scenery along the way was quite pleasant, with many trees still adorned with verdant leaves. Several freshly tilled fields exuded a fragrant aroma, eagerly awaiting the farmers to sow wheat. As the horse-drawn cart ascended a steep slope, they reached the mountain's edge, when suddenly a powerful westerly wind surged forth. Jin Long exclaimed, "This is bad. The strong west wind has picked up. We must quickly take shelter in the mountains, or the journey will become even more arduous." The men exerted their strength to push the cart forward, while Fei Shuani incessantly urged the horses, shouting, "Go on, go." The women, meanwhile, busily carried their belongings. After some time, they finally entered the mountains. Although the sky was filled with tumultuous clouds and the air was thick with mist, the path was not overly difficult to traverse. Suddenly, Gu Qiantian exclaimed, "Master Jin, trouble is upon us. There are wolf howls nearby. Everyone must remain vigilant. Those lacking martial skill should stay in the center, while the skilled should lead the way, and we need someone to guard the rear." Jin Long shouted, "Everyone, do not panic. When faced with wolves, we must not act in haste. We must devise a means to drive them away." Huang Ziqin declared, "I will take the lead. Zili, Qin Yulo, Yi Jianmei, as well as Hang Mei and Lan Ying, do not fear. Shen Hehua and I possess martial arts skills. We will ensure the wolves do not harm you." Jin Long remarked, "Oh, that was truly alarming. Huang Ziqin, I cannot reproach you for disguising yourself as a man. It turns out you possess exceptional martial prowess." Hu Sabao added, "Huang Ziqin, do you truly believe that slaying one wolf will resolve our troubles?" Huang Ziqin laughed, "In truth, I learned this from my fourth sister, Nie Shuangyun, who is now the wife of General Zhuadin." Gu Qiantian clasped his hands, stating, "Today, I am thoroughly impressed. There truly are heroic women in this world, equal to men." Shen Hehua praised, "Third sister, you are remarkable. Before I could even act, you have already driven the pack away." Zili laughed, "What do you all think? Is my faux husband impressive or not?" Qin Yulo gave a thumbs up to Zili, saying, "Zili, with this false protector by your side, you need not fear anything as you traverse the land." Jin Long urged everyone to move swiftly, and the group continued their journey. After traversing the mountains, they soon discovered a manor. Jin Long announced, "We shall spend the night at that manor." The head of the village, Song Lipei, emerged to inquire, "What brings you to our West Song village?" Gu Qiantian replied, "We are a theatrical troupe, en route to Gu Wang, and we seek lodging for the night at your West Song village." The village chief asked, "What performances can you present? Please provide a list of your plays for me to peruse." Gu Qiantian responded, "To stage a grand performance requires 20 taels of silver. Can your village afford such an amount?" The chief scoffed, "Ing Jihao alone can muster that sum." Upon hearing the request for a performance, Jin Long produced the playbill for the patron to select from. The chief chose the empty space / to which Jin Long replied, "This play will cost 25 taels of silver." The chief agreed, "Very well, 25 taels it shall be. You may lodge at the Qinhuang Temple tonight. It is quite spacious." Suchiha interjected, "Village head song, let us propose this. We shall perform for 20 taels. And the remaining 5 taels will cover a meal for our troupe, which consists of 17 members." The chief acquiesced, agreed, "But ensure your performance is of high quality. Should our villagers be pleased, we shall provide you with additional refreshments after the show." Upon learning of the evening's performance, the villagers hastily erected the stage. After dinner, the sound of gongs and drums resonated, dong dong clang, dong dong clang. It was truly captivating. Villagers flocked into the theater, filling it to capacity. The stage faced north, and opposite it, at a distance of 5 or 6 zhang, stood 2 tiers of seating, where the esteemed guests occupied the upper tier. Furnished with 7 or 8 small square tables, upon which teapots and an array of delicacies were laid out. The performance was lengthy, and those who arrived late stood on either side. The host of the gathering, named Ma Yin, was a minor nobleman with 500 households. Now in his 60s and living a life of leisure. He sat in the center of the viewing platform, took a sip of tea, and remarked, "Ah." The portrayals of Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yun, Wang Ping, as well as Ma Dai and Sima Zhao, are all by women in disguise. Sima Yi, played with a white face, is clearly a villain, along with Sima Shi and Ma Su. Zhuang Tu commented, "I noticed that among the troupe, there are 7 actresses. If one isn't careful, one might mistakenly think there are only 6. Ma Yin replied, "Actors are most adept at cross-dressing, blurring the lines between reality and performance." "What is the name of the actress playing Zhuge Liang?" Zhuang Tu answered, "She is called Chun Yulo, specializing in the roles of old male and female characters. Her husband, Li Yiwen, is portraying Sima Shi tonight." Ma Yin said, "Please check if any of the actresses are unmarried. If so, I shall take one as a concubine." Zhuang Tu, not daring to defy him, quickly replied, "I will go and inquire right away." Zhuang Tu ran up to the stage and observed the performance for a while. He saw Huang Ziqin idly assisting with the musical instruments, as her role today was minor. Zhuang Tu struck up a conversation, "Among you 7 actresses, are any of you still unmarried?" Huang Ziqin laughed, "We women have all married. Men are so dominant. Women are like lambs, with nowhere to hide when confronted by aggressive wolves." Su Qihe announced, "Prepare to strike the big gong." Just as Huang Ziqin recited Zhuge Liang's lines, she struck the gong at the right moment, creating a resounding clang. Zhuang Tu inquired, "Who is your husband?" Huang Ziqin replied, "My husband is named Wang Shunqing, a general." Zhuang Tu, skeptical, remarked that the general would surely seek out a woman from their troupe. Huang Ziqin retorted, "What of the actress? It seems you have peered through the cracks of the door and misjudged our worth." Zhuang Tu inquired, "The one portraying Zhuge Liang, who is her husband?" Huang Ziqin replied, "Observe closely. The one playing Sima Shi is indeed her partner. Pray, what is your intention in scrutinizing the women of our troupe? I beseech you to be forthright and avoid ambiguity." Zhuang Tu, slightly flustered, confessed, The old Yinjihu, well past 60, seeks companionship. If your troupe has any unmarried women, they would surely be in high demand before him." Huang Ziqin suddenly struck a large gong, resounding. "And what of the actress playing Zhao Yun? Who is her husband?" With a smile, Huang Ziqin responded, "Her name is Shi Zili, and her husband, Gu Qiantian, will portray Zhang He tonight." "Alas, they are all wed, Zhuang Tu. To disrupt the bonds of matrimony is a grievous sin. Such immoral acts are innumerable and must be avoided, lest one becomes akin to demons and malevolent spirits." Wang Tu, taken aback, feigned composure. "I merely seek to understand the circumstances of your troupe, nothing more." After the performance concluded, the troupe stayed at Zhuang Tu's Taiping temple. Huang Ziqin remarked, "Zhuang Tu's inquiries were laden with hesitation. The old Yinjihu, despite his age, still yearns for a concubine. I made it clear that the women of our troupe were all married. And I subtly warned him that those who tear apart families are the most nefarious of villains, akin to demons and monsters. Qin Yulo, Hang Mei, and I are all truly devoted to our husbands. Shi Zili, I jested that the actor playing Zhang He, Gu Qiantian, is your husband, and as for the others, I shall broadly assert they have found their own spouses. Tomorrow, the esteemed Ingji Marquis shall personally visit the theater troupe, and each person ought to seek their desired partner, even if it means feigning a marital bond for the time being. This serves to prevent the sheep from falling prey to the tiger, to alleviate the shortage of performers in the troupe, and to avert any unforeseen consequences. Shi Zili, Shen Hehua, Lan Ning, and Yi Jianmei. You 4 sisters must contemplate how to navigate this impending challenge." Shi Zili declared, "I recognize Gu Qiantian as my husband, and there shall be no further discussion on the matter." Jin Long remarked, "Gu Qiantian, what is your stance?" Gu Qiantian replied, "I have been courting a woman from Huzigang for 3 years without proposing. Now, far from my homeland and wandering the rivers and lakes, should Shi Zili acknowledge me as her husband, I fear you may regret it later." Shi Zili asserted, "The spit I, Shi Zili, have uttered is like a nail. I shall not retract my words." Jin Long said, "Well then, you 2 shall be wed." Yi Jianmei winked at Li Yiwen and said, "I shall marry you." Li Yiwen laughed and replied, "I could not wish for anything more." Shen Hehua stated, "Zhong Haiyuan, you will be my husband. Should you find me lacking after tomorrow's ordeal, you may still have the final say." Zhong Haiyuan chuckled, "I am a careless man. Ultimately, it will be your decision, not mine." Su Qihe nodded in agreement, affirming the arrangement. "Lan Ning, what of you? Aside from Hu Sabao, you have the likes of Kai Long, Kai Feng, and face Shuanyi within your sphere. Lanning declared without hesitation, I choose Hu Sabao. Huang Ziqin remarked, all 7 of us women have our own life partners, even if they are temporary. Tomorrow, we shall assemble at Ingjihos. The collaboration between men and women must be harmonious. We cannot afford any lapses. After a hearty breakfast, the troop was preparing to depart when the head of the troop approached with 5 others. Jin Long responded, Songzhuangto. Gu Wang has already sent someone to urge us to hasten to his location. We cannot afford to linger in Zhaisongzhuang. The troop leader replied, your troop consists of 7 women. There must be some unmarried. The single women must remain in Zhaisongzhuang. Jin Long chuckled. They all have their own husbands. Need I say more? At that moment, Ingjiho interjected, all couples stand together. Those without husbands, I regret to say, must remain. Upon hearing this, 6 pairs of couples naturally gathered, leaving only Huang Ziqin alone. Ingjiho then asked Huang Ziqin, what is your name? With a smile, she replied, I am Huang Ziqin, also known by my stage name Li Jing. I have informed Song Zhuangto that my husband, Wang Shunqing, is a general. Ingjiho squinted and said, your words are rather deceptive. A general would never marry an actress. I find that hard to believe. Huang Ziqin laughed. What of an actress? By the command of Gu Wang, I am the head of the troop. The 3 individuals beside you are no match for me, even if they came at me together. I would leave them scrambling for their teeth. Do you believe me? The troop leader exclaimed, Huang Ziqin, you are quite bold. Who are you speaking to? He is Ingjiho Ma Yin. Huang Ziqin tilted her head and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, I, Huang Ziqin, have never been one to serve others. The only way I would remain is if the sun were to rise from the west. The camp commander pointed at a towering figure and sneered, little lady. Do not boast. Can you truly contend with him? Huang Ziqin replied, please, reveal his esteemed name. I have no desire to engage with an unknown adversary. His name is Zhang Rongfu. One punch from him, and you will be reduced to a mere pancake. It would be wise to reconsider your stance. Huang Ziqin chuckled and retorted, I have yet to experience his prowess. Shall I retreat merely upon your whispered warnings? Absolutely not. Inzikue, step forth and spar with her. The camp commander exclaimed in indignation. If you take her down, I shall reward you with 2,000 taels of silver. A man promptly emerged, declaring loudly, my lord. Zikue is at your service. He assumed a stance, preparing to attack, while Huang Ziqin moved to the opposite side, saying, make your move. Inzikue was indeed formidable. His steps rapid and his body agile. Huang Ziqin swiftly evaded him, the 2 exchanging positions. Inzikue launched another assault, but Huang Ziqin continued to dodge. After 2 failed attempts, he swung his fist once more, and Huang Ziqin, lowering her body, slipped behind him and pushed with both palms, sending Inzikue crashing to the ground. Standing aside, Huang Ziqin addressed the camp commander, Commander, this Inzikue may possess considerable force, yet he now lies defeated. What more do you desire? The camp commander waved his hand dismissively, saying, let us speak no more of this. You may go your own way. Having departed from Zhaisongzhuang, they were no longer obstructed by any hindrances. Ascending the hillside, after navigating a few turns, they were suddenly confronted by 7 or 8 individuals emerging from the grass. Huang Ziqin stepped forward and declared, step aside. Face Situ's guests have arrived. Let us not frighten them. Captain Li Ji remarked, Huang Honglu. You have brought such a multitude. The complexity of their backgrounds makes it difficult for us to discern their identities. We must consult Face Situ. Huang Ziqin replied. Then please hasten to inform Face Situ. I cannot have my guests left waiting here. They passed through the gate and entered the mountain stronghold. Huang Ziqin led the troop to the entrance of a large room, instructing, everyone, please rest inside. As for the arrangement of individual quarters, we must await Face Situ's planning. She turned to Jin Long and said, ensure that the theatrical props are placed down carefully. Soon someone will attend to you, guaranteeing your comfort during your stay here. As Huang Ziqin departed, unease settled among the men. Gu Qiantian expressed his worries, saying, Boss, this place does not resemble the residence of Gu Wang. It seems more akin to a bandit's lair. Su Qihan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it does appear so. Once ensnared in a den of thieves, escape seems nearly impossible. What shall we do? Jin Long patted his head in frustration. It is entirely my fault for being swayed by Huang Ziqin's persuasive words. Once aboard this pirate ship, there is no hope of disembarking. Remain calm, assess the situation, and engage with them wisely. We must not confront them aggressively. Li Yiwen added. There is no need for undue alarm. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. We are performing for them, after all. They must provide us with sustenance. Nie Shuangyun concluded, having entered this stronghold, we must not exhibit any signs of panic. It is imperative to maintain an appearance of composure. In the innermost part of the west room, Chen Yulo expressed her anxiety, saying, Shirzili, this place resembles a bandit's lair. How could Huang Ziqin bring our troop here? It sends shivers down my spine. Shirzili, unfazed, replied, as performers, we must take to the stage wherever we go. Our livelihood depends on our art. Do you yearn for a life of aimless wandering? We might find a semblance of tranquility here. Lanning approached and reassured her. Sister Yulo, rest assured, the inhabitants of this stronghold will treat us kindly. They will not harm a single soul. Chen Yulo confessed, in a place where weapons are wielded. I cannot help but feel a sense of dread and discomfort. Shirzili chuckled, I differ from you. I find a peculiar sense of security here. Sister Yulo, I advise you not to dwell on unfounded fears. At that moment, Jianmei stumbled out and inquired, Zili, where exactly is this place? Shirzili responded with a smile. This is temporarily the stronghold of Dan Shu, though she is not currently present. Fei Situ is managing things for now. Who is Fei Situ? Jianmei asked, curious. Shirzili, with a wink, cautioned, I must stress that you should not speak carelessly. Fei Situ, known as Fei Yanfang, is the princess of Longlu, sister to the illustrious Gu Wang. So, be mindful. Reckless words and actions will bring no benefit. It is best to remain composed. Jianmei hurriedly replied. We women can be modest and restrained, but I fear the men may not find their emotions so easily quelled. Shirzili suggested, when Huang Ziqin arrives. You may inquire with her. It would be difficult for her to deceive us further. Just then, Huang Ziqin quietly entered, extending her arms and asking, what is going on? What unresolved thoughts linger in your minds? Embrace the present. Overthinking will only lead to hesitation, ultimately binding your own hands and feet. Yuanmei hurriedly interjected. We harbor no unresolved thoughts. Alas, you may continue with your affairs. Having arrived here, one must find tranquility. Yulu, Yuanmei. Along with Hang Mei and Lanning, you must learn to be more open-minded and refrain from trailing behind short-sighted men, engaging in senseless chatter. Huang Ziqin waved her hand and remarked, I am about to encounter Master Jin. Su Qi, he responded. Huang Honglu, your radiance is indeed remarkable. Huang Ziqin replied, my brilliance, Huang Ziqin shall also illuminate you all. Am I dragging you down? It is time to cast aside your doubts and focus on your performance, ensuring a harmonious atmosphere. Should you heed my advice, I, Huang Ziqin, guarantee that you will perform with stability and grace. Let us refrain from excessive chatter. Too many words may cast one as a deceiver. And I cannot predict how you will shine in the future. After Huang Ziqin departed, Jin Long commented, Su Qi he, cease your fussing. Huang Ziqin has made her stance clear. Fortune favors the bold. At this juncture, we can only forge ahead. The path ahead is shrouded in darkness. Who can claim to know it? Even if Yuan Tiangang and Lu Bowen could foresee the future, their words would be vague and ambiguous. Gu Qiantian added, Su Qi he, we are like travelers in a cave without a torch, compelled to move forward with our eyes closed. Even if we open them, clarity remains elusive. Jin Long said, everyone, please settle down. Perhaps Fei Situ and the others will arrive with some performances. If we continue to hesitate, we may provoke the ire of the grandmothers in the stronghold. Su Qi muttered, well, let us take it one step at a time, accepting whatever fate may bring and enduring as best as we can. Not long after, they entered the gathering hall, where Fei Yinfang waved her hand and said, Master Jin, please take a seat. Jin Long stepped forward and offered a respectful bow, stating, Fei Situ, you have summoned me. Please, command me as you wish. Fei Yinfang replied, tonight, you may rest and recuperate. Tomorrow morning, could your troop perform a play for the brothers and sisters of the stronghold? Jin Long responded, Fei Situ, how could you say such a thing? To perform for you all is indeed a great honor. Fei Yinfang continued, in that case, please present the list of plays so I may select the performances. Jin Long promptly retrieved a piece of paper from his bag, holding it aloft. Fei Yinfang accepted the list and said, Master Jin, please take a seat. There is no need for excessive formalities. After examining the list, Fei Yinfang immediately selected 7 performances. Mu Guiying takes command. The Phoenix returns to the nest. The Green Jade Hairpin, choosing a son-in-law, female Mulan, the female champion, and the Empty Space Slash. They would perform one play each day in the morning for 7 consecutive days. Should the single stronghold leader come to watch, she might even reward your troop. Fei Yinfang gestured with her hand, saying, Master Jin, Ensure the actors put forth their utmost effort in delivering a splendid performance. Su Chihi remarked, the day after tomorrow, we will present The Phoenix Returns to the Nest. The characters will be finalized, with a rehearsal scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Jin Long remarked, I shall take the lead, and then you may adjust accordingly. Zhang Haiyuan will portray Mu Juri, Gu Qiantian will take on the role of Cheng Pu. Li Yuan will embody Zhu Huanran, Hu Sabao will play Duke Zhou, and I shall portray Marshal Hong. As for the female roles, Shi Zili will perform as Sun Shui. Lan Ying will embody Sun Shuiyin. Chen Yulo will play Lady Qing, Yi Jianmei will take on Chuan Xiang, and Hang Mei will portray Xiao Yan. Li Yuan responded, this arrangement is satisfactory. Let us refrain from further adjustments. The rhythmic sounds of gongs and drums heralded the commencement of the performance. Just as the play was about to begin, Huang Ziqin escorted a distinguished female guest and seated her in the center of the audience. Fei Yanfang excitedly informed her that today's performance was Mu Guiying Takes Command, to which the lady nodded in approval. It is dreadfully dull at the Ma residence. Passing the days in idle chatter with the maidens. Who would have thought one could enjoy a play in this mountain stronghold? Fei Yanfang replied. I specifically instructed Huang Ziqin to recruit a theater troupe to provide you with some entertainment. I assure you, today's production of Mu Guiying Takes Command will surely delight you. As the plot unfolded on stage, the valor of Mu Guiying enthralled the female guest. She expressed, when a woman's intellect is unleashed, it rivals that of a man. The harmful Confucian doctrine suppresses women, and the subsequent corruption and folly of the scholars, in collusion with inept emperors, have pushed this doctrine to extremes. We women have suffered greatly, entirely bound by the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, reduced to mere tools for childbearing. I urge you to create more dramatic pieces that extol the virtues of women. I would find great pleasure in viewing them. Fei Yanfang replied. I have arranged for performances of female Mulan and woman top scholar. Tomorrow's play will be The Phoenix Returns to the Nest. The esteemed lady remarked, tomorrow, after I have witnessed the performance, I shall descend the mountain, primarily to observe the dynamics of the pseudo-Jizhao court. It is said that Consort Rui has liberated herself from the shackles of Liang Mingdai. She is indeed a force to be reckoned with, and it is likely that the pseudo-Jizhao court will not stand a chance against her in the future. Should she seize control of the realm, we, the small Qi mountain, must hasten to pledge our allegiance. Perhaps she would even grant us a favorable position. After the gathering, the lady was surrounded by Fei Yanfang, Huang Ziqin, and a dozen others in the Hall of Justice. This esteemed lady was none other than the chieftain, Shan Shu. Emotionally, she addressed her sisters present. I have come to the Qi mountain stronghold in secrecy. I cannot linger here for long, lest it arouse scrutiny from the outside world. I must inform you that Consort Rui has departed from Pingdu, having been rescued by a multitude at the execution ground. The former General Shan Xian was one of her subordinates, and now all his forces belong to Consort Rui. Furthermore, the king of Jihu has also mobilized his troops, and they are advancing towards us. It seems these 2 factions will soon converge, with their swords aimed at Pingdu, heralding the imminent downfall of the pseudo-Jizhao court. Shan Shu, along with Fei Yanfang, Qin Hongzi, Shi Miaoqin, and Huang Ziqin, convened in a secluded dwelling on the back mountain to discuss the situation. Fei Yanfang expressed her concerns. Once the king of Guo and General Shan Xian's forces unite, we cannot predict the direction in which the situation will unfold. We must remain vigilant. Shi Miaoqin added. I fear whether Consort Rui will be willing to accept our faction. If she does, what position could she possibly offer us? Such matters deserve our contemplation. Shan Shu responded. What you both have articulated has also been on my mind. This resembles a game of chance. Victory brings joy, while defeat spells sorrow for us women. Huang Ziqin remarked. If I may interject, why not place our bets in 2 directions? One faction could ally with Shan Xian's forces, should he emerge victorious. We could seamlessly align ourselves under the banner of Rie Qinfei. The other faction should guard this stronghold without raising any flags. If Gu Wang arrives, we shall support him. As for the false Qi court, we shall resolutely oppose it to the end. What do you think? Dan Shu, with a sigh, replied, In the world of rivers and lakes, one is not in control of their own destiny. Let us refrain from further discussion and observe for now. The topics we have deliberated upon should remain undisclosed to others. Stabilizing hearts is of utmost importance. Fei Situ, your initiative to recruit a theatrical troupe is commendable. Below, I received 2 members of the troupe, one portraying Mu Guiying and the other, the troupe leader. Fei Yin Fong inquired, Master of the Stronghold, will you meet them here? Dan Shu shook her head, stating, I will summon them privately in the gathering hall. First, Let us meet the actress playing Mu Guang. I shall proceed to the gathering hall. Dan Shu took her seat at the head of the table, with Fei Yinfang on her left and Huang Ziqin on her right. Shun Hahua entered, bowing respectfully. I, Shun Hahua, humbly present myself before you, esteemed ladies. Dan Shu responded, You are Shun Hahua, the actress portraying Mu Guang today. Very well. Please, take a seat. Fei Yinfang added, Sit right before me. Do not feel constrained. After all, we are all women here. Shun Hahua replied, As an actress, it feels somewhat inappropriate to sit amongst such esteemed individuals. Dan Shu reassured her, This is not a formal occasion. Do take a seat. Shun Hahua cautiously settled down. Dan Shu remarked, Shun Hahua, you must perform well here. The brothers and sisters in this place require your artistry to soothe them, and your contributions will be significant, although there may be no immediate rewards for the performance. Future compensations will be doubled, and perhaps your troupe might even be transformed into a royal ensemble. Would you be willing? Shun Hahua replied, I shall heed your words, my lord, and dedicate myself to the performance here. However, I fear that some members of the troupe may not share this commitment. Dan Shu raised her hand and said, Therefore, I ask you to take the lead and encourage them to remain focused. Shun Hahua responded, I shall do my utmost. Yet I am apprehensive about potential dissent from a few individuals. I may not withstand it. Dan Shu smiled and replied, The strength of a horse is revealed over distance, and the true nature of a person is unveiled over time. Achievements will be recognized based on performance, while indecision leads to sorrow. You must convey this message to every member of your troupe and ensure that those who listen do not succumb to regret. Huang Ziqin said, Shun Hahua, have you heard? The leader has entrusted you with the important task of comforting the troupe, so the outcome now rests upon you. Fei Yanfang turned her face and added, Shun Hahua, you must emulate Mu Guang's unwavering resolve. Indecisiveness is looked down upon. Shun Hahua replied, Fei Situ, I shall remember your words. Dan Shu continued, The responsibility of entertaining and comforting our brothers and sisters in the stronghold now falls upon you. Shun Hahua. As Shun Hahua rose to depart, Jin Long was summoned in. Jin Long bowed respectfully. Fei Yanfang pointed to a stool and said, Jin Banju, please sit and speak. Jin Long then took a seat on the adjacent stool. Dan Shu remarked, Master Jin, bringing the troupe here is a significant achievement in itself. For now, let us perform to console the brothers and sisters in the stronghold. In the future, when Rue Chenfei has restored the land, your troupe will be the royal entertainers, and your contributions will be even greater. Do you accept this? Jin Long rose and responded, Since the chief has spoken thus, I, Jin Long, am willing to serve the stronghold with utmost dedication, harboring no ulterior motives. Dan Shu smiled and waved her hand, saying, Master Jin, please sit down. However, as we are currently engaged in warfare, your performances are commendable, yet we may not be able to reward you just yet. Rest assured, once peace is restored, you shall be doubly rewarded. For now, we cannot predict the outcome, but your daily provisions will not be lacking. You must ensure that each member of the troupe is comforted and encouraged to perform their best. Jin Long nodded earnestly, replying, I will certainly devote myself wholeheartedly. Zheng Bifang, in her role as a bride, turned to Song Su and said, I invite you to watch a performance. You cannot spend every day buried in books. Song Su replied, Although I have privately pledged my life to you, we are not yet married. It would not sound well for us to be seen together at a play. Zheng Bifang laughed, You have read so much that you have become a bookworm. And that is quite unfortunate. As a woman, my thoughts have evolved. Must you, a man of stature, remain so constrained? Come, broaden your horizons and refresh your mind. Do not be so rigid. Song Su conceded, Very well, I shall heed your advice, lest I be underestimated. Zheng Bifang added, Song Su, one must be forthright and unambiguous in life, without leaving any lingering doubts. We ventured to the mountain village of Shaoqi Shan to watch a performance. You must carry yourself with dignity, shoulders straight, I proclaimed. As your wife, Zheng Bifang, I shall bask in the radiance of your presence. Wouldn't you agree? Song Su replied, Do not put me in a difficult position. How could my shoulders possibly droop? Though you women may be assertive, moderation is key. With a smile, Zheng Bifang reassured him. Rest assured, I shall maintain propriety, for both husband and wife share the same countenance. Come along. Song Su, with self-deprecating humor, remarked, Alas, here I am, a man, being led by a woman by the nose. Zheng Bifang retorted, Oh, to speak thus is to be ungrateful. I merely suggested a change of perspective. What is wrong with that? Nodding in agreement, Song Su conceded, "Very well, my lady, lead the way." Upon arriving at the theater, the performance was already underway. Huang Ziqing called out, "Sister Bifang, come and sit here quickly." Zheng Bifang tugged at Song Su, insisting, "We shall sit there." Song Su hesitated, "But that area is full of women." "Oh dear, what is there to be embarrassed about?" Zheng Bifang urged him, "Come now. Shall I have to carry you?" Her jest elicited a chorus of laughter. Xian Miaoqin chimed in, "Mr. Song, I must ask, do you truly wish to marry Miss Zheng Bifang? A man must speak with decisiveness and clarity. You cannot meander." Gan Hongzi interjected, "My father arranged for me to marry Lu Intong, the son of the tyrant Lu Bing from Lu Jiahu. Intong is quite mad. On the night of our wedding, I fled. I ran to Zhang Jiaqiao, where I was discovered by Zhang Yijiang. I immediately expressed my intent to marry him, though he initially objected until I shared my plight. He then married me." The clan leader stated that we, as a couple, could no longer remain at Zhangjiaqiao and must flee. Thus, we arrived here. Mr. Song, you have been enjoying yourself here. You should have been acquainted with Miss Zheng Bifang by now. Song Su remarked, "I fear that my father may not comprehend this situation." Dan Shu interjected, "Do not project your concerns onto your father. It is a matter of your own disposition." Song Su replied, "Let us proceed with the marriage. But you must send someone to persuade my father." With a wave of her hand, Dan Shu declared, "You have consented. As for your father, we shall send someone to speak with him, and I assure you he will not oppose." Shi Miaoqin chuckled heartily. "We shall enlist Fei Situ, Can Hongzi, Yunjie, and Huang Ziqing to speak on your behalf. Even the most obstinate stone can be persuaded to sprout." Ma Jiumei leaned forward and inquired, "Zheng Bifang, where will your wedding take place? Essentially, where is your maternal home?" Zheng Bifang replied, "We can simply find a room on this mountain, can't we?" Fei Yanfeng shook her head. "That is inappropriate. What would that say about the Song family's reputation? It would be best to find a house at the foot of the mountain." Huang Ziqing suggested, "Oh, we could use the home of Rui Shulan in Daijia town for the ceremony. It is relatively close to the Song family." Rui Shulan laughed. "Oh, how delightful. When my family marries off a daughter, it's a joyous occasion. Zheng Bifang, you must pay your respects to my husband and me before your wedding." Zheng Bifang smiled. "Your family can stand in for my parents. It matters not to me." Rui Shulan beamed. "Excellent, dear girl." Song Su's parents could not withstand the persuasive words of Fei Yanfeng and the others and promptly agreed to arrange the wedding for their son. On that day, pigs were slaughtered and sheep were butchered, and joyful couplets were posted, creating a bustling atmosphere of celebration. That night, Zhang Bifang took refuge in the west room of Rui Shulan's home, rising late the next morning. The bridal sedan chair from Sanjiatai arrived at the Dai family doorstep. And Daijia, brimming with delight, called for the bearers to enter and partake in tea and pastries. After about half an hour, Zheng Bifang, adorned with a red veil and supported by the matchmaker, emerged to kneel before the bodhisattva, bowing thrice before turning to depart. Approaching the sedan chair, the matchmaker instructed her to don the embroidered shoes of her husband's family before she settled inside. As 3 Swana horns played, the melody was truly enchanting, albeit tinged with a hint of melancholy. Once they left the Dai family shop, the Swana shifted to a joyous tune, invigorating the bearers. And the sedan chair swayed with enthusiasm. The sun cast its warm rays upon the hills, breathing life into the flora, and the houses appeared more vibrant than ever. Sanjiatai had long been prepared for the wedding procession. Upon hearing the jubilant notes of the Swana, firecrackers were ignited, and those with small whips took their positions. As the bridal sedan arrived, firecrackers exploded in unison, accompanied by the continuous, joyful melodies of the Swana. Supported by the matchmaker, Zhang Bifang gracefully entered the Song family's parlor, where she promptly performed the wedding rites. It was said that a new play was to be staged, and the likes of Fei Yanfeng, Shi Miaoqin, Huang Ziqing, and the merchant woman Jin Miaohua had specially come to Sanjiatai to watch. Fei Yanfeng remarked with a smile, "Today, watching the play at the foot of the mountain, there are so many common folk gathered. Even in a time of peace, one seldom sees such a turnout." Shi Miaoqin replied, "If it weren't for the court's corruption, we would not have to venture into the deep mountains. It is truly fate's cruel jest." Fei Yanfeng added, "I, Fei Yanfeng, am perhaps the most stark example of contrast as a dignified princess of Longlu. I am forced to flee and live in the shadows due to my father's blindness and the whispers of slander. Escaping from the capital to wander the rivers and lakes. Let us not speak of it, for the mere mention brings forth profound sorrow," sighed Shi Miaoqin. "The women who ascend this mountain carry with them astonishing tales of change. Otherwise, what brings them to dwell in this rustic enclave?" Suddenly, Huang Ziqin interjected, "Face Situ, look. Yunjie and her husband Yuan have also arrived on horseback to witness the performance." Fei Yanfang remarked, "Huang Ziqin, she was your former mistress. You should have escorted her and her husband here to enjoy the show. I shall promptly go greet them." Huang Ziqin replied eagerly. Yunjie, filled with joy, inquired, "Huang Ziqin, which of our companions have come to watch the play?" Huang Ziqin proceeded to enumerate those present, and Yunjie clasped her hand, exclaiming, "Splendid. Let us gather together, dear sisters." Approaching Fei Yanfang with enthusiasm, she greeted, "Greetings, Fei Situ. Today, I, Yunjie, have brought my husband to enjoy the performance." Fei Yanfang responded, "Well then, let them sit right before me, but do ensure that your sister and her husband do not separate." Huang Ziqin clapped her hands in agreement, saying, "Indeed, a couple in love should remain united for a lifetime. Today, I shall observe if my brother-in-law is as honest as he appears." Yunjie laughed. "Huang Ziqin, you are no longer under my jurisdiction. You may act freely, even at the risk of embarrassing me in public. Let us revel in the festivities." "How can that be deemed reckless?" Huang Ziqin retorted. With a chuckle, Shi Miaoqin added, "Huang Ziqin, today's amusement should center around Zhang Bifang. Why must you provoke Yunjie instead?" Huang Ziqin waved her hand dismissively, stating, "Yunjie is my sister. She ought to indulge me, wouldn't you agree?" Yunjie nodded. "That is indeed true. Shall we procure some snacks then? Sunflower seeds, peanuts, I shall provide the money." Jin Miaohua remarked. "The newlywed couple must be concerned about not being able to draw a crowd." Huang Ziqin replied, "Sister Yunjie, with the four of us together, you need not worry about attracting an audience. We could easily carry them along." She then added with a flourish, "As for the groom, let us bring him over. It's as simple as calling him brother-in-law. Let us go." The four of them arrived at the bridal chamber, and Huang Ziqin stated directly, "Bifang, we are not here merely to indulge in sweets. The performance is about to commence, and you and your husband must join us to enjoy the show. So let us move." Songsu interjected, "You go ahead, Bifang, and I will be there shortly." Huang Ziqin chuckled and said, "Brother-in-law, please don't try to deceive us. Today, you and Bifang must enter the theater hand in hand for the performance to be truly splendid." Jin Miaohua added, "Yunjie is bringing her husband to watch the play. So you should be even more eager to join us at the door. No dawdling now. Hurry along. Otherwise, we shall have to carry you and your husband away." Zhang Bifang protested, "You cannot do that. I have already promised you. Let me at least prepare some refreshments to welcome you, and those present should share in the joy." Yunjie laughed. "Bifang, you are being cunning. The four of us came prepared for this very trick. Hurry up, or we shall take action to bring you and your husband along." Shi Miaoqin chimed in, "Oh dear, Bifang, you would do well to comply cheerfully. Otherwise, you risk embarrassing yourself in front of everyone. Wouldn't you agree? Now let us go." With that, she pushed Zhang Bifang out of the room. Shi Miaoqin and Yunjie pushed Songsu along, to which he protested, "I will run. I will run. Please don't hold my hands. It's so embarrassing." Shi Miaoqin retorted, "If we don't hold you, you won't run. The groom should be more agreeable to save us the trouble of dragging you." "Fine, I will run now," he conceded. Zhang Bifang was supported by Huang Ziqin and Jin Miaohua, and she had no choice but to plead, "Please let go. I will run." The newlyweds were ushered to the theater, where Fei Yanfang cheerfully instructed, "Zhang Bifang, sit between you and your husband. Hurry up. Ah, Yunjie, you and Yi Jun should sit on that side. It's a splendid view for watching the performance." Huang Ziqin clapped her hands and said, "Fei Situ's arrangement is indeed excellent. However, we must now hear how Zhang Bifang and Song Su's sister-in-law formed their bond." Fei Yanfang called out loudly, "Tell the performers to begin. The hosts have arrived, so hurry." With a resounding bang, the gongs ceased, and the drums beat urgently as the curtain was drawn open. Jin Miaohua, adjusting her hair, remarked, "I truly have no temper when it comes to my Ziqin. But, will Yunjie really stay overnight?" Huang Ziqin replied, "If you agree, she won't be able to escape, especially since she was my former mistress. As for Bifang, she would not ascend the mountain at night. She wished to enjoy some warmth with her husband. However, during the day, she had to go up, for if she didn't, she would not be able to bear the consequences of missing a meal." Jin Miaohua nodded and said, "Very well. I will heed your advice and accompany you to Mount Qi this evening." Zhang Bifang, accompanied by her husband, approached and remarked, "Tonight, none of you shall depart. Stay for a delightful evening repast before ascending the mountain." Huang Ziqin replied, "What do you mean? Since I am the one lingering, I shall naturally ascend. Besides, With so many of us dining at your residence, it appears you have made no preparations. Bifong, we would be better off at the mountain stronghold. However, you must ascend tomorrow and not remain at Sangjiatai to watch the performance. The four of us sisters should gather first. Perhaps we can also invite Nie Shuangyun and Qian Chame to join us. Just think of how rare this opportunity is. Zheng Bifong nodded, saying in that case, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Rest assured, I shall certainly arrive at the mountain stronghold tomorrow morning. I will not disappoint you. Song Su interjected, wait a moment. I shall fetch some candies for you. Zhang Bifong responded, now, that is the spirit. Song Su, do ask Chunjio to accompany you and bring plenty of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and rice cakes for my cherished sisters to enjoy. Huang Ziqin interjected, no, just 2 pieces of wedding candy for each of us will suffice. Bifong, feeling touched, remarked, our sisterhood is invaluable. Such bonds cannot be purchased with gold or silver. Fei Yanfang dashed over, stating, I have already spoken with the head of Song Village. Let us go. Song Su hurried over and instructed, Chunjio, give them the 2 bags. If you refuse to stay for the evening repast, you are free to depart. Huang Ziqin and Xi Miaoqin accepted the bags, with Huang Ziqin smiling. Mr. Song, your hospitality is overwhelming. We shall graciously accept. Zheng Bifong added. Indeed, it is only proper. If you do not accept, it would bring shame upon the Song family. Zhuangtou Song Baojin approached and greeted, Fei Situ, please do not leave. Come to my humble abode for an evening drink. Fei Yanfang replied, we shall not impose any longer. It is far better for us to remain at the mountain stronghold, where we can be free and unrestrained. Your family has just celebrated a joyous occasion. We sisters feel somewhat constrained. Yun Jia was about to lead a horse when Xi Miaoqin interjected, allow me, Zheng Baifong. You keep Yun Jia company, while Huang Ziqin engages in conversation. Fei Yanfang remarked, I have heard that you 6 sisters have taken to the study together to learn martial arts and have embarked on this journey side by side. I truly envy you. Xi Miaoqin responded, it is indeed fate. Were it not for these turbulent times, our bonds would be even stronger. Huang Ziqin added, this time, with Zheng Baifong's marriage, it presents an opportunity. Song Su's father is an open-minded man. Had he been a traditionalist, the situation would have been quite different. Yun Jia, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Ziqin, you have yet to marry Wang Shunqing. Now you remain the last unmarried lady. When will you host us, as Baifong does? Huang Ziqin retorted, should I marry Wang Shunqing, I would heed your antics without a care. I am akin to a beggar playing a monk. What is there to be constrained by? Fei Yanfang teased, do not speak so harshly. When the time comes, we shall have you 2 publicly kiss, and it must be done with flair. Otherwise, we shall impose a penalty upon you and Wang Shunqing to start anew. Jin Miao Hua inquired, wasn't Zhao Gao portrayed by a woman? Is that so? Huang Ziqin nodded and responded, how did you discern that? I noticed her voice had a slightly sharp intonation, and her mannerisms were somewhat exaggerated. Indeed, she is a woman, named Hang Mei, the wife of the troops manager Jin. She excels in portraying the clown, and with the antagonist Zhao Gao possessing a round face, she is well suited for the role. Yun Jie remarked. Zhao Gao was a treacherous minister of the Qin dynasty, deftly manipulating the second emperor of Qin, leading to chaos in the court with his infamous act of declaring a deer to be a horse. It was he who ultimately caused the downfall of the Qin dynasty. As they engaged in conversation, they unknowingly arrived at the bustling mountain stronghold. Welcome to the lively stronghold, Miao Hua and Yun Jie. You are our esteemed guests. Please, take your seats. Huang Ziqin gestured invitingly. Yun Jie responded, we are not like those pretentious men who adhere to hierarchies. Among sisters, familiarity is paramount. Jin Miao Hua added, the essence of enjoyment lies not in rank, but in equality. All should sit as equals. The great poet Li Bai often lowered his status, sometimes by as much as 4 generations. I suggested, sisters should embrace a relaxed atmosphere. Wherever we choose to sit is perfectly fine, and being overly formal can feel rather uncomfortable. Huang Ziqin chuckled and said, your reasoning is flawed. The guests should follow the host's lead. If you 2 do not take the higher seats, and Fei Yanfang and the others arrive, it would reflect poorly on me, Huang Ziqin, for not properly receiving guests. Yun Jie replied, Ziqin, when the time comes, we shall take our places. For now, we are merely enjoying each other's company, so there is no need to adhere to formalities just yet. Fei Si2 and Xi Miaoqin have already gone to the dining hall. It won't be long before they arrive here. Once they see this, they will surely criticize me. Yun Jie playfully linked her arm with Huang Ziqin's and continued. We were intending to enjoy each other's company first, yet you persist in urging us to take our seats early. Isn't that akin to a toad leaping onto a scale to flaunt its own worth? Huang Ziqin smiled and remarked, I cannot compete with the two of you, truly. The old adage holds, a skilled hand cannot triumph over two fists, and a lone palm cannot create a sound. Yunjia chuckled, Madam Song. You have departed from us to pursue business and amassed a considerable fortune, I presume. Jin Miaohua responded, while it is said that merchants can earn money, they must also be diligent and astute. The intricacies involved are vast, far beyond a mere phrase or two can convey. My understanding of commerce is but superficial. Women in business face constraints and cannot freely engage in grand endeavors. This is something you all should know. Yunjie continued, in the myriad of professions, each harbors its own mysteries. To grasp these secrets all at once requires a process. Others' words can only serve as a reference. I admire Jin Miaohua for her discretion. The secrets of commerce cannot possibly be divulged to us. Huang Ziqin interjected, Yunjie, whether you encounter danger or not. It seems that Yi Xian is always there to protect you. This is indeed a blessing. Those without such fortune, when faced with peril, are like crabs without legs. Vulnerable to being trampled upon, such a fate is truly lamentable. Yunjie added, my encounter with my beloved husband was passive, while you took the initiative to pursue yours, leaving Wang Shunqing defenseless. In the end, it was you who captured him, not the other way around. Jin Miaohua, what say you? Is Huang Ziqin not a spectacle? Jin Miaohua smiled and replied, that is not merely a spectacle. What else could be deemed as such? Just as Huang Ziqin was about to speak, a group of 6 or 7 individuals suddenly entered. Huang Ziqin exclaimed in astonishment, so many have arrived tonight. Shen Hehua, Shi Zili, and Chen Yulo. You 3 have also ascended the mountain. Fei Yanfang remarked, no worries, there are rooms available in the lodge. She continued, with the 3 of you here, we can indulge in some delightful singing and enjoy the pleasure of your voices. Huang Ziqin joyfully responded, let us warmly entertain Madame Song and Madame Yi, our esteemed guests from afar, this evening. Yunjie interjected, Miaohua and I have merely come to engage in some casual conversation. Your grand hospitality leaves us quite flattered. Fei Yanfang gestured dismissively, let us dispense with idle chatter and partake in a light supper. Ziqin, please summon the kitchen to serve the dishes. Yunjie then commented, Fei Situ, it seems you are growing younger by the day. Fei Yanfang shook her hand, saying, oh Yunjie, do not flatter me. It would be more accurate to say I am becoming more aged. In this world, we have little control over our appearances, grooming and adornment fall to the wayside. And we are left with simplicity. How could I possibly be growing younger? Meanwhile, you, Yunjie, have remained as beautiful as ever, unchanged from before. Jin Miaohua added, Fei Yanfang is approachable and down-to-earth, engaging with us in laughter and conversation, which makes us feel entirely at ease. What need is there for pretense? Such airs only lead to isolation, and that is hardly desirable. Fei Yanfang waved her hand, asserting, we sisters must foster a harmonious and intimate relationship. Let us not emulate those deceitful men who, upon gaining power, seek to amass wealth and indulge in the company of women, as if the number of women they possess elevates their status. It is no exaggeration to say that a woman devoid of any true ability who relies solely on her beauty may find herself ensnared by unscrupulous men, leading to irreparable consequences. We women must uphold our dignity. Hence, it is imperative that we strive to acquire as many skills as possible. A multitude of exquisite dishes graced the table, and Huang Ziqin remarked, Fei Situ, General Can, please take your seats. Fei Yanfang interjected, let Yu Jiedre and Jin Miaohua sit. After all, they are our esteemed guests. However, both Yu Jiejie and Jin Miaohua declined, shaking their heads. Huang Ziqin insisted, Fei Situ, General Can, please be seated. I will ensure that everything proceeds smoothly. After a round of polite exchanges, the seating arrangement was finally established. From west to east sat Yu Jiedre, Jin Miaohua, Shen Hehua, and Huang Ziqin, while opposite them were Shim Aoqin, Rui Shulan, Shi Zili, and Chen Yulo. The wine was poured into everyone's cups, and they were prompted to raise their glasses to drink. Fei Yanfang proposed a drinking game involving guessing numbers. Those who guessed correctly would finish their drinks. She produced 10 stones for all to see, then covered them with a bowl, stating, let the guessing begin with Kanhongdi. Those who have already guessed a number are not permitted to repeat. Kanhongdi guessed 10, Yu Jiejue guessed 1, Jin Miaohua guessed 2, and Shen Hehua guessed 3. Fei Yanfang chuckled, declaring, Shen Hehua, you are correct. Drink up. Shen Hehua, skeptical at first, was astonished when Fei Yanfang lifted the bowl to reveal 3 stones. With no other choice, she complied and drank. Shen Hehua placed a stone down, which was then correctly guessed by Shim Aoqin, who subsequently drank. The lucky ones included Huang Ziqin, Shi Zili, and Rui Xiulan. When Huang Ziqin guessed a second time, she remarked that the game was not entertaining, took a sip of her drink, yet refused to place down a stone, stating, "Let us try a different method. This way, only the lucky ones get to drink, while the rest are left yearning for wine. Besides, our capacity for alcohol is rather limited. Overindulgence could lead to dire consequences." In this manner, the game of poetic lines commenced, wherein each participant would recite a verse, and those who faltered must partake of a cup of wine. The next individual would then attempt a verse, and should they also be unable to articulate one, they too would drink until they succeeded. Fei Yanfang nodded in agreement, and Huang Ziqin promptly declared, "The waters of the spring river warm, the ducks are the first to know." Shen Yulo struggled to conjure a second line of spring poetry and, with no other recourse, took a sip of wine. Shi Zili also found herself at a loss and followed suit. Rui Xiulan interjected, "Does this line count? The spring river refuses to retain the traveling guest." Fei Yanfang replied, "That counts." "Shi Qiao, your turn," she prompted. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Qiao responded, "In February, the spring breeze is like scissors." Fei Yanfang continued, "The color of grass appears distant yet is devoid of substance." Then, Can Hongzi added, "On the branches of the red apricot, the essence of spring is tumultuous." Yun Jie remarked, "In a small loft, I listened to the spring rain throughout the night." Jin Miaohua chuckled, "Before the ailing tree, myriad woods herald spring. As for me, it is my turn to begin, so let me recite a line that includes flower from my name," said Shen Hehua. "Flowers possess a fragrant purity, the moon shines bright." Huang Ziqin followed. "In the courtyard of pear blossoms, the moonlight is gentle." Shen Yulo casually stated, "In the shadow of willows, another village reveals blooming flowers." Shi Zili laughed. "Outside the bamboo, a few branches of peach blossoms, and the sunlit lotus flowers bloom in unique shades of red. Both the lotus and peach blossoms are indeed delightful." Rui Xiulan remarked, "Since you, Xiulan, have shared 2 lines, I find it challenging to offer another. Let me ponder." "Ah, in the home of Huang Si, flowers abound along the path." Shi Qiao chimed in, 1,000 trees and 10,000 trees blossom with pear flowers." Can Hongzi added, "Frosty leaves are redder than the flowers of February." Fei Yanfang suggested, "This game of poetic lines consumes time. Let us, 10 sisters, venture outside to dance around the bonfire, lively and spirited, with none left idle." Yun Jie agreed. Indeed, this way, no one is burdened with the effort while others sit idly. 10 individuals arrived at the empty field, where the henchmen gathered sticks and dry branches, setting them ablaze. The 10 encircled the bonfire, dancing joyously, while numerous henchmen joined in, cheering in unison, creating a vibrant sea of merriment. Shen Fanqiang, Lian Zhaoxin, Zhang Ting, and Man Chong joined the revelry, and the dance became even more spirited with their presence. In the Sanjiatai village, villagers Hu Shi, Yu Lai, and Tu Hong entered a house, where Yang Xiao suggested, "Hu Shi, please take a seat. I shall brew some tea for you." Hu Shi chuckled, "No need for that. We are not tea drinkers." They settled down to converse and share stories, relishing the joyous atmosphere. Tu Hong remarked, "This time, the village head has generously allocated funds for 3 consecutive days of performances, allowing us to partake in this delightful occasion." Yang Xiao smiled and added, "Our village head is quite open-minded. He treats everyone well, whether they are surnamed Song or otherwise, always approachable and never domineering." You commented, "Master Song is well loved. He is empathetic, and even when someone in the village errs, he is forgiving. Just look at how harmonious our relationships are in Sanjiatai." Hu Shi noted, "During this performance in Sanjiatai, the audience is plentiful, with families from every household attending." Tu Hong remarked, "The people of the Shaoqishan stronghold all speak highly of the Sanjiatai villagers, claiming there isn't a single person who resents the grain allocation. However, the stronghold's inhabitants are reasonable. They do not act recklessly and refrain from imposing on the truly needy, sometimes even providing them with food." Hu Shi clapped his hands and remarked, "The interpersonal relationships among our people here are truly commendable. There is no sense of rivalry or competitiveness. To be frank, it would be quite a challenge to find a place with better social ties than ours at Sanjiatai." Bai shook his head and pondered, "What do you think makes our Sanjiatai superior to other villages?" Hu Shi replied, "Our village head is a good person who positively influences the entire community." You added, "Primarily." The Song family fosters mutual respect, which has become a cherished tradition. Yang stated, "The people of Songjiatai are honest and straightforward, devoid of any cunning or deceitful individuals." At that moment, Nie's siblings were interrupted by Hu Bao, who approached with a lowered voice, saying, "Ninth Master, I have lost 20 taels of silver, and my room is also missing 12 taels. It is likely that Wu Yong is the thief." This claim, though grandiose in its presentation, left one unprepared for the reality of the situation. Just then, a Yang Shao from a nearby table stood up and declared, "I have also noticed the disappearance of a gold hairpin belonging to my female artisan, along with over 3 taels of silver. I fear Wu Yong is responsible." Tu remarked, "It is indeed likely that he is the culprit. I saw him running through the alley near your house." Bai responded, "Let's send someone to find Wu Yong. If we locate him, we shall strip him of his skin." The village head of Song sighed in resignation, "But where can we find him? He has likely fled long ago. Even if we chase him to Wuge village, it would be of no use." Bai questioned Hu Bao, "Why did you choose to associate with someone like Wu Yong? He is a notorious thief." Nie Song remarked, "When we engaged him in play, it was evident that his eloquence was extraordinary. He spoke of camaraderie as if we were brothers reborn, urging us to emulate the bonds of the peach blossom garden, steadfast and unwavering, sharing joys and bearing hardships together. Alas, it was my folly, along with Hu Bao, to place such trust in his words." Song Zhuangtou interjected, "Upon first encountering him, I sensed an insidious nature within him. What led me to this conclusion? I observed him scanning his surroundings wherever he ventured, his speech laden with evasion. Some may perceive him as possessing a visage akin to that of a bodhisattva, considering him a personage of significance. Yet, one must scrutinize the demeanor of an individual. A relaxed and open countenance speaks volumes. Conversely, if one's brow is furrowed, suggesting a measure of cunning, it is clear that such a person does not hail from noble origins. Enough of this, let us indulge in tea." Hu Bao nodded and added, "With his silver tongue, he is capable of weaving the most enchanting tales, capable of elevating mere grass to lofty heights through his words." Nie Song replied, "Indeed, he could transform straw into golden bars, tricking you out of your money while compelling you to assist him in counting it. Alas, it appears he possesses such prowess." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Brother Nie Song." He looked up to find his sister, Nie Shuangyun, and expressed his surprise. "Shuangyun, what brings you here?" Nie Shuangyun explained, "I have come from Song Su's residence. His wife, Zheng Bifong, is one of my closest friends. She married Song Su and specifically sent someone to Qinshan to bring me to the Song family estate to watch a play. Now, she has led me to Hu Bao's home, where I fortuitously caught sight of you." Nie Song gazed at the young woman before him, who was unmistakably a lady of high status. Her hair was elegantly adorned with a golden hairpin and prominent hair ornaments, while exquisite jewelry graced the sides of her head. Brilliant gold earrings dangled from her ears, and she wore a sky-blue silk garment complemented by a bright yellow scarf around her neck. Her waist was accentuated by a white skirt, and her feet were encased in embroidered palace shoes, reflecting on his own disheveled appearance. He could not help but feel a sense of inadequacy. Stammering, he began, "It has been over 4 years since I left Nie Shuangyun. The changes in the world are truly beyond one's imagination. Your sister is merely 18 this year. I wonder to whom you are wed and what is your husband's name?" Nie Shuangyun, with a keen wit, replied, "Brother, it has been 4 or 5 years since we last met. You must have experienced quite a lot. If there are matters you find inconvenient to discuss, let us step outside and find a suitable place to converse." Upon hearing this, Nie Song followed her outside. The siblings made their way to a tree at the hillside, where a gentle breeze rustled the branches. Nie Shuangyun inquired, "Brother, do you have a sister-in-law?" Nie Song responded, "I have wandered alone, making it impossible to establish a family." "Alas, to whom have you been married? Surely he is a man of great distinction." Nie Shuangyun explained, "Brother, I could not remain at home. The bandit Hussein threatened to take me as his wife. My parents, desperate and out of options, sent me to Qiushui town to serve as a maid for the daughter of the wealthy Jean Sanyi, accompanying Miss Jean in her studies. Eventually, we became close friends. However, amidst the calamity brought by the bandits, the 6 sisters I studied with were scattered. On one occasion, while inadvertently practicing my martial arts, I caught the attention of General Zhuayin, who took me as his minor wife. Now, he has granted me the position of a secondary wife. Brother, how have you fared since immersing yourself in the world?" Nie Shuangyun inquired. "What are your plans now?" Nie Song replied, disheartened, "I have no particular plans. I merely seek a stable place to reside, yet I find nowhere to call home. Nie Shuangyun suggested, in my opinion, you should not harbor grand aspirations. Instead, strive to live a humble and ordinary life. Why worry about not having a place to settle? Brother, heed my advice and consider finding work in the Shaoqi Mountain stronghold. In due time, I will arrange a modest opportunity for you. However, she cautioned, I must emphasize that you should not dream of wealth and glory. It is far better to live as an honest commoner. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Song finally nodded in agreement, saying, Sister, I shall follow your counsel, navigating my way steadily and not acting with undue haste. At that moment, Zheng Bifang approached, exclaiming, Shuangyun, why not accompany your brother to the theater? The performance is about to commence. Nie Shuangyun responded, Sister Bifang, as a trusted confidant of the stronghold leader. I hope you might advocate for my brother to secure a position within the Shaoqi Mountain stronghold. Zhang Bifang smiled. Currently, the leader is absent from the stronghold. A brief word with Fei Situ will suffice, but your brother must remain loyal. The three hastened to occupy the empty seats, just as the drums and gongs began to resound. As the clamor ceased, the performance commenced. In a spacious hall of the Shaoqi Mountain stronghold, several square tables were arranged, each hosting 3 to 7 individuals. The women at each table engaged in lively discussions, sharing tales of family life, extolling the cleverness of their children, recounting harmonious interactions among family members, and occasionally delving into the darker aspects of individuals and events. At the main table sat 7 individuals: Fei Yanfeng, Xi Miaoqin, Zhang Bifang, Yun Jie, Huang Ziqin, Nie Shuangyun, and Jin Miaohua. Huang Ziqin rose and remarked, Indeed, we long for those bygone days. Otherwise, why would we, 5 sisters, eagerly await the arrival of Qian Chame? Much like a mouth missing a tooth, it becomes rather unsightly and displeasing. Xi Miaoqin responded, I, Xi Miaoqin, fully comprehend the sentiments of you 5 sisters at this moment and yearn to recreate the joy of your past experiences. I, too, wish to share in the delight alongside Fei Situ. Rui Xiaolan approached and said, It appears that the camaraderie at your table is most vibrant. The essence lies in the deep bonds shared among the 5 sisters, allowing for free and unrestrained conversation. Fei Yanfeng added, Another reason is that our table accommodates the largest group, resulting in a plethora of engaging topics. In contrast, 2 or 3 individuals gathered together have considerably limited discussions. You should join our table and amplify our gathering. Rui Xiaolan replied, Fei Situ, allow me to share a matter of interest. The theater troupe's owner mentioned that he should not have heeded Li Jing's counsel. It turns out that Li Jing hails from the small Qishan stronghold. He also remarked that Li Jing is quite the charmer, originally a woman disguised as a man, whose true name is Huang Ziqin. Since her arrival, she has been performing incessantly, yet aside from lodging and meals, there is no remuneration. Even hiring a carriage requires funds. I sense she is inclined to leave this place, and I fear it won't be long before she departs. Nie Shuangyun remarked, In that case, my brother Nie Song can certainly take charge. He claims to have spent nearly 3 years with the Qi Yuan Theater, during which he led the troupe for a year. Fei Yanfeng responded, So, Shuangyun is suggesting that your brother is well acquainted with the management of this theater. This should endear him to the leader of the band. Who knows? He might even be appointed as the Minister of Rights. In the Not Night Mountain stronghold, the steward Rong Chunyang addressed his subordinates with utmost seriousness. Brothers, it is imperative that we execute the lady's orders flawlessly, especially since they come directly from the queen herself. Tonight, the women will celebrate, and we must ensure that the lanterns are abundantly prepared. The area surrounding the gathering hall must remain illuminated at all hours. You must now gather sufficient supplies and remember to replace them in a timely manner. Should any of you neglect this duty, do not blame me for the repercussions that follow. The preparations, while seemingly demanding, were not overly burdensome for the men. Firstly, an ample supply of lanterns was essential. Secondly, security measures must be thorough, with strict vigilance at all checkpoints, allowing no undesirables to pass. Thirdly, confidentiality must be upheld, meaning that no one within the stronghold is permitted to leave the mountain, ensuring a tight defense. Although these stipulations were stringent, they invigorated the men, as they anticipated the chance to behold the beauty of the ladies. The gathering hall of the Shaoqi Mountain stronghold was aglow with light, and a stage had been erected outside. Soldiers were on high alert, particularly at the checkpoints, which were fortified with care. Inside the theater, the seats were occupied entirely by women, while the men encircled them. However, after dinner, the esteemed ladies took their places within the gathering hall. The leader, Shan Shu, seated gracefully in the grand chair, proclaimed, "This evening, we shall gather the sisters for an occasion of joy, to deepen our bonds and enhance our camaraderie." Fei Situ has made meticulous arrangements for the various activities. Most of those present are familiar faces, yet there are many newcomers, making it essential for us to become acquainted. The second to present was Yi Jianmei, whom Fei Yanfang promptly introduced. This is Yi Jianmei, a skilled performer of the Huadin role, and her husband is Li Yuan. Following her were Shi Zili, Lan Ning, Qin Yulo, Hang Mei, Jiang Shunjiu, and Hu Lan. In the second row sat Mrs. Shi Hao, Dong Ali, Mrs. Ji Peifeng, Ing Chuanxiang, Mrs. Tung San, Lin Haitu, Mrs. Shang Yuan, Lin Suofang, Mrs. Zhong Yu, Li Xiufan, Mrs. Hao Zhihua, Yang Finjiu, Mrs. Zhang Bang, Wang Kohu, and Mrs. Yu Gui Kaigandi. The third row included Zheng Bifang, Nie Shuangyun, Huang Ziqin, Yin Jia, Ma Jiomei, Song Jifeng, Yu Jiying, and Qin Hongdi. In the fourth row were Zhang Lianhua, daughter-in-law of Chao Wangdong, Fang Samei, daughter-in-law of Song Hubao, Bian Kohong, daughter-in-law of Li Yuquan, Song Xiaomei, daughter-in-law of Su Wenhai, Li Chougui, daughter-in-law of Yin Zikue, He Xiaoyan, daughter-in-law of Wu Tishi, Han Wuqin, daughter-in-law of Song Lipei, and Hong Qiuping, daughter-in-law of Fei Shanchuan. The fifth row comprised Yu Finjin, Xiao Mangtu, Dai Rume, Shui Finqin, Du Fengying, Yuan Haijin, Qin Finjin, and Qin Baisua. The sixth row featured Xing Luyan, Ding Huizhen, Ran Hongfan, Shi Qing'er, Li Haitang, Yang Xinghua, Lu Jinxiu, and Gu Meizhen. After the women made their appearances, Shan Shu raised her hands and declared, "Our little Qishan village thrives with the support of gentlemen. Now, let us introduce the 16 gentlemen to everyone, so that you sisters may greet them as well." Our Qishan village has 4 aides. The 4 aides emerged together to greet the sisters present at the venue. At that moment, 4 individuals approached, waving to the crowd. Fei Yanfang explained, "From the east, the first person is Grand Master Lian Zhaoxin, the second is Grand Tutor Tung Sun, the third is National Master Song Su, and the fourth is National General Zhu Wei." The 4 once again waved to everyone. Following them were the 4 stewards: Chief Steward Rong Chunyang, Administrative Steward Zhang Yijiang, Financial Steward Song Gan, and Military Steward Zhang Qian. The 4 warriors were Wang Shunqing, Man Chong, Yi Duan, and Chu Yudi. The 4 guards included Xin Fanqiang, Zhong Ting, Wu Liangkuan, and Wu Zixia. After the 16 gentlemen made their appearance, Fei Yanfang remarked, "The leader of the camp understands the current situation and must advocate for justice for the people, raising the banner of rebellion. Currently, Consort Rui and King Gu are about to unite their forces to resist the traitors Liang Mingtai and Xia Peilu. Our troops cannot contend with them. It is prudent to avoid the storm. A wise person knows how to adapt and must act within their means. If the new Ao Bing dynasty is established and does not abandon Little Qishan, we shall certainly serve the nation earnestly. Tonight, the leader of the camp and all the sisters shall celebrate together. This evening, we shall perform the play Lost in the Void, consisting of 3 consecutive acts. The night sky is resplendent with stars, a gentle breeze stirs, and the weather is splendid. Let us revel in merriment and freedom, for such beautiful moments are fleeting. Let us seize this opportunity to deepen our sisterly bonds and share our daily lives, which is a joy in itself. Now, let us proceed to the theater and take our seats to enjoy the performance." The central seats in the theater were evidently reserved for the camp leader and Fei Sikong along with her companions, while the other women naturally chose to sit beside them. Fortunately, over 50 women filled the available spaces. The sound of drums and gongs resounded, creating a lively atmosphere. The entire theater buzzed with lively chatter, while the women who had not entered the assembly hall largely gathered in the western section. One woman remarked, "Sister Wenqin, you have been inside the assembly hall for quite a while. You must have met many distinguished individuals. We younger maidens, none of whom have gained entry, are filled with envy towards those of you who have." Han Wenqin responded with a smile, "Su Longxiang, we who were permitted entry by Fei Situ are all married women. Not a single maiden is among us. You see, if you were to enter, Fei Situ would find it inappropriate to simply address us as ladies." Su Longxiang playfully stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, "Alas, it is indeed difficult for us maidens to gain entry." Another woman chimed in, "Sister Wenqin, which notable figures did you encounter within the hall? The leader of the gang is incredibly impressive. She spoke to us in a most amiable manner. There were many formidable women present, such as Ma Jiomei, Nie Shuangyun, Yun Jie, Zhang Bifang, and Huang Ziqin, alongside the talented actresses of the Pear Garden. Additionally, there were several mothers from nearby villages. We met with 16 men, all of whom greeted us with warm smiles and gestures. Upon hearing this, the women surrounding her were filled with admiration. One young lady lamented, "If only we maidens could venture outside, our horizons would surely expand. Alas, our families do not permit us to leave, insisting we remain at home to sew." Su Longxiang replied, "Song Shaitsuan, your parents are rather old-fashioned, believing daughters should be well-behaved. It is thanks to the persistent encouragement from Huang Ziqin, Zheng Bifang, and others, combined with the enthusiasm of you and your companions, that you were able to come here to enjoy the performance." Song Liujia shook his head and remarked, "Confined at home, one knows nothing. Stepping outside brings everything to life with a sense of novelty." Su Longxiang replied, "The play is about to begin. Let us watch." At her words, the crowd fell silent, their attention riveted to the performance. To their surprise, the character of Zhuge Liang was portrayed by a woman, her voice unmistakably feminine. "What is the name of this performer?" Song Liujiao inquired, astonished. Han Wuqin chuckled. "Indeed, Zhuge Liang is played by a woman named Chen Yulo, who excels in the roles of the old male and female characters." Su Longxiang then asked, "And what about Zhao Yun? Is she also portrayed by a woman?" Han Wenqin responded with a smile, "You sharp-eyed girls are quite perceptive. Zhao Yun is played by Shi Zili, who typically stars as a young female, but this time she is taking on a male role." Song Shaitsuan interjected, "Sima Yi is a great painted face, a villain." "Sister Wenqin, do you know the name of this actor?" Han Wenqin replied, "I cannot recognize the male performer, as no one has introduced him, nor have we encountered them before. Perhaps we could ask Master Jin or Huang Ziqin." In the vibrant atmosphere of Shisong village, Li Qiugui, despite residing there, found herself in a carriage, engrossed in conversation with the women of Miao Town. Wu Tianbao had become a council member of Miao Town. Though not entirely ill-intentioned, he often acted as a mediator. Had it not been for his intervention, Zhang Kaoyang would have whisked me away. Alas, I was meant to marry Ruan Jin's son, but due to Wang's persistent affection, I was abducted. Subsequently, he fled, leaving me stranded in Shisong village, where the local lord paired me with Yin Zique. Though Yin Zique is somewhat of a brash man, he is still willing to heed my words, which makes our marriage rather satisfactory. Qiugui, you may say that life has been full of twists and turns, yet in the end, you have attained happiness." Li Qiugui quietly inquired of the woman across from her, "Ko Hong, may I ask if Ruan Jin's son has found someone yet?" Bien Ko Hong replied, "As for Ruan Laosan, after his marriage to you fell through, he spent 3 days and nights without eating or drinking. After much persuasion from the two brothers, Li Yuquan, he finally resigned himself to the situation. Since then, he has engaged in laughter with others, never mentioning the search for a partner." Li Qiugui nodded gently, saying, "He truly had no choice." Upon disembarking from the carriage, Li Qiugui noticed the horsemen Wang Shunqing and Shen Fanxiang dismounting, greeted warmly by the village head, Song Lipei, who welcomed them into his home. The villager, Song Tianyuan, rushed over to say, "The coachman can disembark. Come to Song Lipei's residence for tea, and then you may proceed." The carriage was tied to that tree, so there was no need for concern. The two horsemen dismounted, tethered their horses to the tree, and followed the villagers. Li Qiugui called out, "Ko Hong, you three should come down and rest at my home. Don't wait for me to call you again." Bien Ko Hong responded, "Since you've mentioned it, the 3 of us will visit your home for a bit." Fong Samei urged his companions, saying, "Wenqin, let us disembark. Qiugui is waiting for us." Upon their arrival at Yin's residence, Li Qiugui invited, "Please, sit down and engage in some casual conversation while I prepare some tea." Bien Ko Hong interjected, "No need to rush. We aren't tea here for tea. Sit with us and let us chat." Li Qiugui replied, "Brewing tea won't take long. The time will pass swiftly." Fong Samei remarked, "Literati, you must understand that had Gu Wang not taken a keen interest in her, Li Qiugui would not have established her roots here. Otherwise, she would still be in Miao Town, where we often gather for casual conversations." Chao Wenqing shook her head and said, "Alas, I have heard the elders say that a woman is akin to a floating reed, taking root wherever she lands." Bien Ko Hong interjected, "Zhang Lianhua, Song Xiaomei, and Miss Huang Fujiuhua have been summoned by Hong Choping." Fong Samei added, "They are likely quite familiar with each other by now." Li Qiugui placed a bowl of oil rice cakes on the table and said, "Please, try these." Bien Ko Hong responded, "We 3 came to your home for leisure, not as guests. You are being overly courteous." Li Qiugui smiled and said, "It is rare for us to gather, as this is your first visit to my home. I am unable to offer anything extravagant. Alas, I shall pour each of you a bowl of hot water, so you can nibble and sip. Each person was presented with a bowl of hot water and a pair of chopsticks. Bien Kohong said, "I truly feel embarrassed. Chiogui, you are far too gracious." Li Chiogui urged, "Do not disdain the taste. Please, indulge yourselves." The three guests began to sip the hot water and eat. After some time spent in casual conversation among the four of them, they prepared to depart. As they reached the village head's home, they found a multitude of men and women gathered, resembling a lively assembly. Wang Shunqing, Shun Fanqiang, and two others stepped onto the street. While the villagers came out to bid farewell to the guests, General Wang, General Shin, when you visit Shisong village in the future, please come directly to my home. I assure you, you will be treated with utmost regard. Shin Fanqiang remarked, Master Song, please hold on. Wang Shunqing and I must escort the 6 women from afar to Miao Town, where we will reunite them with their families. We are on our way now. As the 2 horse-drawn carriages departed, the women of Shisong village accompanied them, only halting their steps once the vehicles had vanished from sight. Li Chiogui, Hong Qiuping, and others waved farewell to the departing carriages. Zhang Lianhua leaned out of the carriage, continuously gesturing to those bidding them farewell from Shisong village. He Xiaoyan commented, Huang Ziqin, disguised as a man, has established herself as the head of a troop and befriended Zhang Lianhua. She, along with Feng Sanmei and the 6 unfortunate women, specifically arranged for 2 carriages to transport them to the Shaoqi Mountain stronghold to witness a performance, thereby broadening their horizons. Li Chiogui and Hong Qiuping, being sisters-in-law, found common ground with them and forged a delightful friendship. Hong Qiuping chuckled, the more friends we have, the more paths we can take. They understood the hardships each had endured, making their interactions rather effortless. It is often said that kindred spirits resonate with one another. Su Longxiang, Song Shaizuan, and Song Liujiao, along with several other young women, clustered around the 3 elder sisters-in-law, exchanging lively banter, creating a joyful commotion. At that moment, one woman interjected. During your visit to the stronghold to watch the performance, you encountered many adults. Dai Shumei smiled and replied, among the 5 of us, only when Qin entered the gathering hall. If we all had gone in, wouldn't it have been overcrowded? Dai Hongmei added, in Daijia Town, there are many young ladies, yet only 3 of us are matrons. Hence the distinction. Meanwhile, we from Shisong village numbered nearly 40, with 17 young ladies among us. Yunjie and Rui Xilan, amidst a throng of admirers, arrived at Xiao Liuyun's residence, where the family welcomed them like esteemed guests, brewing tea and preparing delicacies, the house bustling with people. In the elegant Sanjiatai, Huang Ziqin and Nie Shuangyun escorted 18 ladies, engaging in light-hearted conversation along the way. Upon entering the Sanjiatai village, Huang Ziqin darted past several homes, exclaiming in astonishment. This village is richly cultured. Each household boasts innovative couplets on their doors, and they are quite refined. Nie Shuangyun remarked, this family's door displays the couplet, deeply hidden, ancient charm, leading the world's tides. The lintel inscription reads, only by leaning on the railing can one appreciate the scenery. Thus begins the journey of life amidst mountains and waters. The horizontal inscription proclaims, spring's elegance is exquisite. As they approached the second home, the couplet read, nature forms the essence. Culture shapes humanity. The lintel proclaimed, in the water village, the mountain valley is caressed by a gentle breeze, with poetic pins. We explore fragrant grasses for 1,000 miles. The horizontal inscription, fortunate land, heavenly realm. The third home directly faces a serene expanse of mountains and waters. Huang Ziqin and Nie Shuangyun noted as they examined the door's couplet. The grand entrance declared, harmony of wind and moon. Life eternally retains spring. The lintel stated, reinforced corridors make matters easier. The autumn hues of cold stones are ever so pleasant. The horizontal inscription read, spring unfolds its splendor. Nie Shuangyun commented, this family's abode is truly remarkable. The couplets are perfectly suited to their surroundings. Huang Ziqin swayed in agreement, stating, the scenery here is indeed delightful, and the characters of the couplets are imbued with vitality. They can be described as a match made in heaven. Yang Xinghua waved her hand, saying, matters in the world are shrouded in mystery. Who knows what misfortune may befall those who cannot restrain their tongues, potentially dragging their families into trouble. Huang Ziqin clapped her hands in approval, declaring, Miss Yang Xinghua, you are absolutely correct. Some matters are best left unspoken. Even when one is aware, it is prudent to keep them buried within. Those who engage in divination often refrain from articulating the peculiarities they foresee, for only a fool, eager to showcase their prowess, would boldly proclaim such revelations. However, if one divulges secrets of the official realm, escape from dire consequences is nearly impossible. Otherwise, how would one explain the treacherous nature of the bureaucratic world? Alas, the couplet affixed to this household, written on plain white paper, clearly indicates a death in the family. Nie Shuangyun approached and recited, "A life well lived, honor and virtue remain. Though the body departs, the essence lingers." The inscription above the door read, "In this world, the greatest virtues are loyalty and filial piety." A dutiful nephew honors his uncle in the end. The horizontal inscription praised two individuals, the deceased and the nephew, though the deceased left no heirs. He had performed numerous good deeds during his lifetime. Huang Ziqin nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of the statement. Shi Qing'e remarked, the deceased, named Song Heping, was a good man. His wife perished during childbirth, leaving him without descendants. For over 3 months before his passing, he was cared for by his nephew, Song Jun, who also financed the burial. The entire village sang his praises, and every household offered mourning papers. At the time of interment, all the villagers gathered at the gravesite to bid farewell to this good soul. The village chief's wife and Yang Xinghua, along with 3 others, continued their journey forward. Huang Ziqin and Nie Shuangyun felt unable to decline Song Baojian's invitation to his home. Upon entering, they were greeted by a refreshing aura of cultural sophistication. The couplet on the door aside, the walls adorned with calligraphy were a feast for the eyes. The position of the household deity featured images of towering pines and celestial cranes, flanked by couplets. There is no need to seek exquisite scenery. Serendipity will surely arrive in early spring. The horizontal inscription read, "Fortune accumulates like a great sage." On the right side stands a door, clearly leading to the back room. To the left, there is a masterpiece of calligraphy, a cursive rendering of Li Bai's gazing at the heavenly gate mountain, accompanied below by a painting depicting verdant mountains, flowing rivers, a crimson sun, and a distant sailboat drifting away. Nie Shuangyun clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Song Zhuozhu, your family is a genuine scholarly lineage, brimming with cultural heritage." Song Baojian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "There is nothing extraordinary here. It's merely my son and I dabbling in words and ink, unworthy of the grand stage." Huang Ziqin interjected, "Song, you are far too modest. These calligraphic scrolls from your home would be esteemed treasures in the governor's residence, truly a demonstration of artistry." Song Baojian urged, "You two should not stand on ceremony in my home. Please, have a seat." The 2 ladies complied and sat down. He continued, "Feel free to relax. I am not the type of antiquated gentleman who is overly formal. My thoughts are quite open-minded. I will step into the back room for a moment and return shortly. I have heard that you both possess a certain literary flair. I shall summon my son, Song Su, to meet you, as he cannot remain in the house and offend 2 esteemed guests." Huang Ziqin smiled and remarked, "Mr. Song, you are truly a gentleman of great humility. Yet your knowledge is profound, and your talents are exceptional." Song Su shook his head, saying, "It seems you, Huang Honglu, are quite the eloquent speaker. How can I?" Song Su, compared to your blend of literary and martial prowess, along with your sense of responsibility, Madam Nie, you too are remarkable. I hold in high regard those capable women like yourselves. As for the ladies and daughters of high-ranking officials, I find them unworthy of admiration, as they are born merely for the amusement of others, lacking autonomy and reliant on the whims of others. Song Baojian approached and said, "Ladies, allow us to enjoy some egg tea to settle our stomachs. After the meal, my son and I would like to engage in a cultural discussion with you, to exchange insights." Huang Ziqin remarked, "We are not hungry." Nie Shuangyun also added, "Please do not trouble yourselves." However, the maid had already entered with a tray, presenting 4 bowls, which Song Su placed on the table before gesturing for everyone to be seated. Song Baojian said, "Huang Honglu, please take a seat." Huang Ziqin shook her head, "I shall sit at the southern side." With a smile, Song Baojian replied, "Oh dear, I, Song Baojian, am not one to adhere rigidly to conventions. My thoughts are quite progressive. As guests, it is only fitting that you take the prime seats." Huang Ziqin chuckled and responded, "Oh, I am not a simpleton either, yet it is prudent to uphold the established customs. Otherwise, the clamor of the crowd may lead us astray." Upon hearing her words, Song Baojian took the honored seat himself, with Song Su on the east, Nie Shuangyun on the west, and Huang Ziqin on the south. After the egg tea was served, the maid presented 2 basins filled with water, each accompanied by a towel. She first offered a hand towel to the guests, who washed their hands, and then proceeded to the other basin, offering towels first to the father and then to the son. This sequence of actions was executed with impeccable order. Wang Ziqin remarked. Your family, the songs, possesses a profound cultural heritage and exemplary etiquette. I could compose a couplet to encapsulate your family, inheriting the virtues of the sages, cultivating knowledge and practicing propriety through self-reflection, engaging in scholarly pursuits for the nation's betterment, establishing trust and sharing wisdom to benefit all. Song Baojian waved his hand, saying, Wang Honglu, you flatter me excessively. Nie Shuangyun remarked, Ah, what a compliment. To phrase it thus, emotions captured in ink, heart's essence embodied, a lineage steeped in tradition. The pin's legacy passed down. This couplet fits your Song family perfectly. Song Su replied, Ladies, do not overly praise my family. It is you who deserve the accolades. Allow me to present you with a couplet, a talented woman, radiant and poised, a valiant general, imposing and courageous, Song Baojian added. The couplet that comes to mind is, the great river flows eastward, waves surging forth, washing away the heroes of ages past. In spring's arrival, blossoms compete, blooming two illustrious flowers of the fairer sex. You two are indeed those flowers. Nie Shuangyun shook her head repeatedly, saying, Your words truly humble us. We do not deserve such honor. As for the joyous occasion at Luoyan Slope, Gu Meizhen succinctly recounted the events before and after the performance, prompting Mr. Shun to exclaim, Ah, who would have thought our village's women would witness such grand spectacles? This is indeed a celebration. They have erected pavilions both front and back, beating drums and gongs to rejoice. With his words, the men present sprang into action. Mr. Shun gestured, saying, Please, come to my home. Let us converse in comfort. It would be improper to discuss matters standing in the street. Do come in. Kong and you entered the house, and Mr. Shun invited them to sit. Yu Jiying initiated a conversation. May I inquire your esteemed name, Mr. Shun? We have only addressed you as Mr. Shun thus far. Mr. Shun chuckled heartily. There is no need for such formality. I am called Shin Baiken. In our village, nearly everyone bears the surname Shin, with but a few scattered others. During this visit to the theater in the village, 9 individuals attended, 5 of whom were wives from the Shin family, while the 4 young ladies all bore the surname Shun. Consequently, when I speak in the village, my words command attention. Neighbors frequently seek my assistance in resolving disputes. Yu Jiying remarked that Secretary Zhang Bifang had recorded the names of the 9 attendees at the performance in Luoyanpa, among the 5 wives. Aside from Lu Jinxiu and Gu Meizhen, there were also Li Dongxiang, Xiu Guiying, and Ren Yanhua. As for the 4 young ladies, their names were Shun Xuanji, Shin Xiuji, Shin Dewang, and Shin Xiaowan. Lu Jinxiu noted that Gu Meizhen was the wife of her second brother, and the 2 sisters-in-law entered the Juyiting together. Mr. Shin commented that all 4 could indeed be considered sisters-in-law, except for Ren Yanhua, who belonged to a younger generation. Shun Xuanji and Shin Xiuji were the daughters of my second brother, Shin Bihui, while Dewang and Xiaowan were the daughters of my cousin, Shin Bida. Qin Hongdi inquired whether these 4 young ladies had found husbands yet. Lu Jinxiu replied that Shin Xuanji had just been promised to Chao Liangyu from Shinjiashan, and coincidentally, Shin Dewang was also being matched with Wu Yuanping from Yuzhuang. No sooner had she finished speaking than Gu Meizhen rushed in, exclaiming that 4 individuals from Shinjiashan had arrived to deliver a gift of wine, and Bihui had invited the entire family to dine. Mr. Shun, taken aback, exclaimed, How is it that our relatives from Shinjiashan have come so promptly? It has only been about 8 or 9 days. Gu Meizhen added that today, our village was bustling, with 3 or 4 people from Yuzhuang also coming to deliver wine to the Bihui family. Lu Jinxiu smiled and remarked, In Liampo, joyous occasions abound. Additionally, 2 families are preoccupied with arranging weddings for their sons, one being Shin Bixing and the other Ji Quanbao. Both households boast strapping young men, industrious and swift in their labors. As Qin Hongdi and Yu Jiying approached the village entrance, they were greeted by a vibrant spectacle of red and green decorations adorning the gates, with firecrackers placed in front of 4 or 5 households. Yu Jiying clapped her hands in awe, exclaiming, Oh my, just look around. Luyampo is indeed a festive abode, radiating joy in every corner. In contrast, Wuga village exudes an aura of mystery and strangeness, instilling fear in outsiders who dread the sudden appearance of malevolent spirits. In response, shamans and witches have emerged, their incantations revered by the villagers as sacred. This time, only 7 women ventured to the village to witness a performance, all of them older matriarchs. Their attendance was achieved through much persuasion, for not a single young lady dared to show herself, remaining sequestered within their homes. Qin Findren remarked, Perhaps daytime is more tolerable. At night, however, the spirits are most active. Zhong Ting chuckled, So it seems we must spend the night in Wuga village. That might be for the best. Upon leaving the host's residence, the malevolent spirits are likely to be cautious of the host, refraining from their mischief. Qin Baisao nodded in agreement, saying, General Zhong, perhaps you and your companion can quell the demons of Wuga village, forcing them into hiding until your departure, when they will re-emerge to frighten the living. Ji Ailing added, Baisao, once you three enter the Hall of Brotherhood, you will come to know the names of these two generals. I, Wu Qirong, Shenlihua, and Xiaoyan have not entered, thus our knowledge is limited. Chu Yudi explained that the gathering hall is quite small, and those who have entered have filled it entirely, leaving little room to move. Each of the 9 villages must arrange for several individuals, and proportionally, your Wu Pavilion village has the most attendees. The Falling Goose Slope has sent 9 people, but has only arranged for 2. Suddenly, Chun Finjian exclaimed, General Zhong, look at that person over there. Zhang Ting glanced over nonchalantly and remarked, what is so frightening about that? The individual is merely wearing a terrifying mask. I approached, confident that he would flee. Boldly, Zhang Ting strode towards the person, causing them to retreat in fear. Chiyudi suggested, Zhang Ting, let us escort these 7 ladies to the village chief, Wu Qichao. He will take charge. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ting nodded in agreement, acknowledging that as the village chief, Wu Qichao should ensure the safety of the villagers and address those monstrous figures. The 7 women concurred with this plan. After dinner that night, someone knocked on the door. It was Wu Qijin and his wife, Yuan Haijin. Wu Qijin said, Brother, tonight my wife Haijin does not dare to stay at home. I too have noticed apparitions appearing in front and behind our house several times. It feels ominous, and we must seek your counsel. Shen Bihong lamented, Qichao, as the head. You refused to allow me to visit the village for the performance, causing me to miss such a splendid opportunity. What of Ji Ailing and the other 3? Yuan Haijin replied, the gathering hall is small. With attendees from 9 villages, we can only select a few representatives. Although Ji Ailing and her 3 companions had never met the esteemed individuals at the gathering hall, they had spent an entire night immersed in a splendid performance, one so exquisite that even the townsfolk seldom had the privilege of witnessing such artistry. Wu Qijin remarked, Ah, Hong, you have truly missed an opportunity. Your maternal family at Luyampo has sent 9 individuals. As for General Zhang, the most peculiar happenings in our village stem from the northwest corner S-Ball Game Mound and the eastern mountain deity temple. When these 2 places conspire, fiery orbs incessantly roll into the village, bringing misfortune to whichever household they enter. Zhang Ting chuckled and reassured them, Fear not, heed this wisdom, the ugly frightens humans, while the wicked terrifies spirits. If you stand strong, the malevolent will not dare to act recklessly. If you doubt, come and witness tonight whether it is the living or the supernatural that instills fear. As they conversed, there came a knock at the door. It was Shi Xiong and the couple Wu Qirong. They expressed their trepidation, claiming that the night was rife with eerie occurrences, rendering them too fearful to spend the night in their own home. Chu Yudi waved his hand dismissively. Old Shi, do enlighten us on the peculiarities of this night. Shi Xiong replied, A strange glow emanated from behind my house, illuminating my dwelling. Upon investigation, I beheld a figure growing ever larger, nearly obscuring half the sky. Zhong Ting laughed and reassured them. Do not be alarmed, both of you. Master of the house, may I borrow the bow you have mounted on your wall? Wu Qichao interjected, This bow weighs around 100 pounds. I doubt you can draw it. Zhong Ting chuckled in response with such a declaration. You have no choice but to lend it to me. He then reached up to retrieve the bow, slinging the quiver over his shoulder. Let us venture to the northwest corner and find a place to conceal ourselves. We shall observe before taking further action. 5 men and 3 women concealed themselves in the tree hollow at the northwest corner, and soon enough, phantoms began to dance, their red tongues protruding as if in search of something. There seemed to be howling spirits as well, lamenting the mischief of restless wives, with ominous consequences to follow. Zhang Ting chuckled softly, remarking that these were not true specters, but mere humans masquerading as ghosts. Suddenly, a firelight burst forth from which emerged a colossal deity. Growing increasingly larger, its clawed hands appearing as if ready to seize. Zhang Ting quietly knocked his bow and, with a swift release, sent an arrow flying. A distant cry of despair echoed, and the ethereal flames vanished without a trace. Chui Yudi sprang into action, exclaiming the need to capture the ghost. Both Zhong Ting and Chui Yudi dashed towards the site of the manifestation. A handful of creatures, sensing their pursuit, fled desperately towards the graveyard. Chui Yudi, swift on his feet, sprinted past a gravestone, seizing one of the apparitions and hurling it to the ground, commanding, If you move again, I shall take your life. Zhong Ting rushed over, lifting the phantom and removing its mask, laughing. So, you're merely a pretender. Speak honestly. Where have the others fled? The wretch pleaded, brave sir. I was merely aboard someone else's vessel. The ones who escaped headed for the tunnels within the graveyard. There are several paths, but I cannot specify which ones. Upon returning to the Grand Temple of Wu Guzhuang, Wu Qichao immediately recognized the captured ghost, scolding, You, Shen Yangbao, a decent person, have chosen to become a specter. Shen Yangbao bowed his head, confessing, I was dragged into this by Wu, and I have committed many ghostly deeds. Wu Qichao remarked. Lead us to see which ghost has been struck. Shen Yangbao hesitantly replied, It is Qichou. Wu Qichao laughed heartily, to frighten others as a ghost. Only to perish from an unwarranted calamity, serves him right. Zhang Ting, with a resounding voice, commanded, Wu Shuangyun. Summon a few men to carry that dead ghost's body to the main street, so the entire village can witness what manner of ghost has been troubling you. Without delay, Wu Qichao called upon 3 or 4 sturdy men to transport Qichao's lifeless form to the heart of the village. Chu Yudi approached Shen Yangbao and inquired, What say you? Shall we visit those few witches? If not, you too shall find yourself sprawled in the center of the street like Qichou. Shen Yangbao, his face paling with fear, nodded fervently, I shall lead. Then you shall guide us forth, first to Hu Xuanju's home. For both he and his wife are spirits. Zhang Ting interjected, Is it sufficient for you 5 to continue haunting the village? The 5 ghosts have vowed to cease their spectral mischief henceforth. Wu Qichao insisted, You 5 must each swear an oath. Or else tonight you shall accompany Qichou to the underworld as guests. The 5 spectral figures quaked in terror, repeatedly bowing their heads, promising never to engage in ghostly deeds again, lest they meet a dreadful fate. Shen Yangbao and Zhou Longsho, a man and a woman, even broke their foreheads in their fervent pledges. At Shun's familial abode, an atmosphere of jubilation enveloped the brothers and their kin, enhanced by the village's festive blessings. With firecrackers resounding throughout, creating an unprecedented spectacle. The most animated among them was Shin Bifu, whose wife, Yufinjin, along with their 2 daughters-in-law, had ventured to the village to enjoy a theatrical performance, brimming with excitement. The 2 sons who were separated from their family also lit incense at home. After Shin Xiufu ignited the fragrant sticks, Xiao Mangtu and he bowed in unison. Shin Xiufu suggested, Let us together call out to the second brother and bow to our parents. Xiao Mangtu replied, Today, father has been busy entertaining Ma Jiome and Song Jifeng at home. I, along with Dai Rume, have had the pleasure of their company, and we must not neglect them. Upon arriving at the second brother's abode, they found that he and his wife had already stepped out. The 4 of them then proceeded to their parents' house to offer their respects. Xiao Mangtu and Dai Rume exchanged warm embraces with Ma Jiome and Song Jifeng, signifying their camaraderie. Yu Finjin, being of a higher generation, brought out teacups and invited Ma and Song to sit down and enjoy tea and rice cakes. She remarked, Hihua, why don't you keep our female heroes company? Shen Hua took her seat and said, Please make yourselves at home while at my house, do eat. Ma Jiome chuckled. Although we may not share the same close ties as you do with Huang Ziqin and Nie Shuangyun, we are nonetheless old acquaintances. We shall not be overly formal when it comes to food. Song Jifeng added, During our recent trip to the village for the performance, neither the heads of Shinjiashan nor Wujizwang allowed their wives to attend, suggesting they do not trust us as mere villagers, nor us as individuals. Ma Jiome laughed. Perhaps those 2 village heads view us women merely as decorative objects. I must say, their thoughts are quite antiquated. Suddenly, a man and a woman entered. Shen Hua promptly stood to offer her seat, inviting her uncle and aunt to join the 2 female heroes for tea. Shin Bifu entered upon hearing the commotion and said, Brother and sister-in-law, please take a seat. He straightened up and introduced, This is Ma Yingxiang, and this is Song Yingxiang. He is my elder brother and the owner of the estate. The woman replied, By Guang, I was supposed to attend the performance in the village, but you refused to let me go. Look, Bai Fu's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, along with Bai Quan's partner Du Fengying and Bai Qin's daughter-in-law Xue Fenqin, all went to enjoy the show. The 5 of them met many distinguished guests at the Jui Hall. What a splendid opportunity one have been deprived of. Shin Bai Guang countered, There will be other opportunities in the future. Song Jifeng smiled and remarked, Opportunities must not be missed. They do not come again. The owner of Wu Ge Village, Wu Qichao, and his associate Shin Bihong also lost a great chance due to their reluctance to attend. Ma Jiome inquired, Why did the leaders gather so many women in the village to watch the performance? Is it to convey to the world that women should not be confined to their homes like tamed lambs, but should instead showcase their skills and intelligence in society? Shen Hehua mentioned, I once heard Secretary Zheng Bifang say that the world is upheld by two individuals. Without either, it cannot function. These two are men and women. Men are strong and vigorous, while women are cautious, meticulous, and resilient. Seizing the moment, Song Jifeng added, if women are kept from the world, how can their wisdom and talent be acknowledged? Finally, Xinbai Guang nodded and conceded, I acknowledge my short-sightedness this time. As the carriage approached Pingwang Terrace in Miao Town, Chao Wangdong leaped up from the ground, lamenting, women who come to watch the performance cannot enter the town. Zhang Kaiyang has confined the 5 men, including Song Hubao. In the Grand Temple, I have been hiding in a cave, lying in the grass, waiting to deliver news to you 6 women here to watch the show. Old Meng dismounted and inquired, what is your name? Zhang Lianhua replied, Old Meng, he is my man, named Chao Wangdong. Old Meng grasped Chao Wangdong's hand and assured him, brother, today you need not worry. Our concern lies with the 13 guardians. Should they dare to wreak havoc, their end will be nothing short of tragic. If you do not believe me, just observe from the side. Your wife, Zhang Lianhua, is currently in the town. Witness how Lu Zhiyong reacts. Old Shi added, Chao Wadong. Do not be afraid. Our people will appear in the town and strike back with great force. Chao Wangdong, somewhat skeptical, watched as the 2 carriages entered Miao Town, unaware that 2 mountain dwellers had followed without a care. Once the carriages vanished, he stealthily made his way into the town as well. The Tiger King of the mountain, Wang Tianbao, arrived and seized Old Meng, dragging him away. Old Shi protested, why must you be so unreasonable, grabbing people without cause? Wang Tianbao then snatched Old Shi as well, declaring, Fang Xiamei, Yin Kohon, and Song Xiaomei, you 6 women have left Miao Town without permission, tarnishing its reputation. This evening, the Wu Council, together with Lu and Zhang, will teach you 6 wayward women a lesson. At that moment, a mountain dweller approached and bellowed, halt. If anyone dares to advance, I shall render them incapacitated. Wang Tianbao and Wu Kei abandoned the woman and hurried back. Wang Tianbao shook his muscular legs and retorted, from whence do you hail? I do not strike at nameless foes. The mountain dweller replied, you inquire about my name? I am your nemesis, known as the opponent star. Wu Kei scoffed, opponent star? Who do you think you are? As he reached out to seize the man, he was unexpectedly caught by him, who swiftly spun around and hoisted him onto his back, subsequently hurling him towards Wang Tianbao, who fell to the ground with a thud. The 2 ruffians, despite their skills, quickly regained their footing and charged at the mountain dweller. The mountain dweller, fueled by fervor, delivered a punch that knocked Wu Kei down, then pivoted to send Wang Tianbao sprawling once more. Panther Wu Guixin hastily slipped away to summon reinforcements. The steward, the mountain tiger Zilai Quan, and the scholar Hu Tang, though lacking martial prowess, devised strategies. Zilai Quan suggested, Wu Sangwa, join forces with Wu Guixin to aid Wang Tianbao, for against one, how formidable can he be? Hu Tang called out, Wu Sangwa, lend your hand here. As Wu Sangwa dashed to strike from behind the mountain dweller, he was suddenly seized by another individual, who yanked him by the collar and threw him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Pan San, Zhu Zhibao, and the Li brothers were all felled as well. Wang Tianbao, Wu Kei, and Wu Guixin, the 3 fierce tigers, continued to fight valiantly, but as the subsequent mountain dwellers joined the fray, they sequentially succumbed to the ground. At that moment, Chao Wadong clapped his hands and exclaimed, bravo. This is how one ought to confront the 5 tigers and 8 brutes. Zalaquan and Hu Tang, do not even think of fleeing. Today, not even your master can aid you. Upon hearing these words, Zalaquan and Hu Tang were so frightened that they dared not move a step. These 2 gentlemen, accustomed to drinking and reveling in the town, now lowered their heads and hurried over. Zhang Chaiwang, why have you imprisoned our men in the Grand Temple? We 6 women merely went to Shaoqi Mountain to watch a performance. What law have we transgressed? Are we akin to the chickens and ducks confined in your courtyard? Wang Shunxing approached and patted Zhang Kaiyang on the shoulder, declaring, speak up in public. If you remain silent, I shall ensure your head remains bowed. Zhang Kaiyang, terrified, insisted, it is not my concern. It is they who meddle in affairs. Wang Shunxing chuckled, so it is not your affair, but solely their misdeeds. Very well. I shall examine their hands and feet. Wang Tianbao screamed as if slaughtering a pig that it was unbearable. Wu Wan shouted that his shoulder was dislocated. Wu Guixin cried that his leg was broken. Wu Sangwa lamented that he could not move his arms. Pan San and the other 8 either had their arms rendered useless or could not run due to their legs. Shen Fanxiang laughed and said, Lu Zhiyong, I hear you are a gentleman. renowned for your sharp tongue. This will surely affect your future meals." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiyong immediately knelt, bowing his head and pleading, "Hero, spare me. From this day forth, I, Lu Zhiyong, shall refrain from speaking excessively in town." Shen Fanxiang replied, "Very well. Today I shall not lay a hand on you two gentlemen, for you still have lives to lead in the town. However, you must promise to refrain from causing further trouble for the 6 sisters who ventured out to watch the play." The 2 individuals nodded their heads in agreement, resolutely no longer imposing difficulties upon the 6 women. Wang Shenqing stated, "At present, I must trouble you both to escort Song Hubao and his 5 companions here, so they may publicly apologize to everyone." The 2, known for their unwavering demeanor, walked away with their heads bowed. Upon the arrival of Song Hubao and his 5 associates, astonishment washed over them. The 5 tigers and 8 heroes appeared utterly disheveled, some sprawled on the ground, others leaning awkwardly, and some looking utterly despondent. The 2 gentlemen stood obediently, daring not to utter a word. "Zhang Yuanwei, you must apologize to them first. Speak." Zhang Kaoyong, with a feeble voice, addressed them, "Song Hubao, Zhong Yuanrong, you 5 have suffered hardships locked in the Great Temple, and I, Zhang Kaoyong, acknowledge my mistakes." Lu Zhiyong also lowered his head, admitting his folly and pleading for the victim's forgiveness. Chao Wangdong then approached, assisting his wife into Old Meng's cart. Confused, he remarked, "General Wang, having dealt decisively with Zhang Chaiwang and Lu Zhiyong, why do you still permit my wife and me to leave?" Wang Shenqing replied, "Precisely because we have dealt with those 2 local tyrants. They dare not act against you, Chao Wangdong, and your wife. However, they might incite outside villains to harm you. Today, having faced such humiliation, their resentment will inevitably be directed at you." Shen Fanxiang interjected, "If we choose to intervene in a rescue, we must see it through to the end. You 2 should return to the village. There will surely be tasks awaiting you. Depart from Miao Town, for it can no longer accommodate you." As the 2, Can Hongdi and Yu Jing, entered, Fei Yanfang inquired about the festivities at Lianpo. Yu Jing remarked, "Every household has adorned their doors with red couplets, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the new year." Several individuals had gathered at the entrance, all intertwined in merriment. Can Hongdi, with a smile, added, "This village has received gifts of wine from 4 neighboring villages, all in anticipation of marrying off the daughters of Lianpo. Moreover, 5 young women have already become engaged to suitors from outside, accompanied by numerous eloquent matchmakers arriving to facilitate these unions. Wouldn't you agree that Lianpo is indeed celebratory?" Fei Yanfang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lianpo is filled with joy. All the auspicious events have converged at once. Huang Ziqin chuckled, "The song father and son cornered us, insisting we compose couplets. Although I, along with Shuangyun, have not studied extensively, we managed to craft a few, albeit with great effort. To our surprise, we received commendations from the song duo. Nie Shuangyun expressed, 'I wish to discover the most picturesque spot in the village. I wonder where it might be found.' With renewed enthusiasm, Song Su led us on a quest, and the 4 of us traversed every street of the village. In the southeast corner, we discovered blooming magnolias, their elegance and simplicity captivating. Yu Jing, with a playful grin, observed, 'It seems you 2 possess quite a reservoir of knowledge.' She continued, 'If Can Hongdi and I were to visit the Song residence, it would be akin to placing sweet potatoes in the fire, destined to burn.' At that moment, Shen Hehua, Mar Jiomei, and Song Jifeng entered, inquiring about the customs at Shenjiashan. Shen Hehua replied with a smile, 'Every household reveres the deities, setting off firecrackers to convey blessings.' Song Jifeng added, 'Coincidentally, the village is holding a fair, with the sounds of gongs and drums echoing, accompanied by the continuous crackle of firecrackers.' Fei Yanfang exclaimed in astonishment, 'The abundance of malevolent spirits in Yuzhiwang has rendered the entire village suffocating, filled with chaos and eerie apparitions.' Shen Hehua replied, 'This is the consequence of your men's actions. We women lack such audacity. The monsters have grown so large that they obscure half the sky, truly enough to terrify anyone.' Fei Situ assigned the task of escorting, reserving the more perilous duties for your valiant men. One could assert that Fei Situ is rather astute." Yunjie remarked, "The dressing table is not far from Shaoqi Mountain, yet not a single woman from the village has come forth." Huang Ziqin added, "The dressing table and Meijia Fort are relatively small, and their inhabitants lack courage, feeling quite uncertain." Zhang Ting interjected, "So, you mean to say that you have severely injured the 13 protectors of Miao Town?" Wang Shenqing responded, "I mentioned that in 5 or 6 days, a healer would come to release them. They must reflect on their actions in the past few days and be warned not to commit further misdeeds, lest they meet a dire fate. Fei Yanfang expressed her surprise. If you're so ruthless, we must quickly send someone to release the pressure points of the 13 protectors of Miao Town. Otherwise, the people there may gravitate towards malevolent forces, and we would only add unnecessary troubles. Huang Ziqin chuckled heartily. There is no need for us to panic excessively. It is indeed essential to strike decisively against evil forces. What do we call this? A powerful counterattack. After 3 or 4 days, we shall discreetly send many people into Miao Town, and we will need to utilize Director Wu from the town. With his involvement, matters will become significantly more manageable. Fei Yanfang nodded in agreement. You are quite right. Huang Honglu. In summary, our recent event proved to be quite significant, educating the public, particularly women, and broadening horizons, fostering the understanding that we are all human, dispelling the antiquated notion of superiority and inferiority among individuals. As the situation is already unfolded, the meeting is adjourned. On the bustling streets of Miao Town, fortune tellers thrived, with merchants appearing one after another, selling various wares, from pottery to haircuts and flowers, in an unending stream. In the distance, a voice called out, announcing the sharpening of knives. The clanging resonated through the air. People could not discern whether it was the sound of a blacksmith's tools or the jingling of a sugar vendor's bell. Wu Tianbao stepped out of his residence, standing on the street to observe the lively commerce. Indeed, there were numerous vendors, some shouting about rough rice, others advertising shoes, roasted sweet potatoes, and even those calling out for weighing scales. Suddenly, he heard a cry, fortune-telling. 1 tael of silver for a life reading. Wu Tianbao, infuriated, exclaimed, how outrageous! How can one's fate be worth a tael of silver? Such exorbitance cannot exist. The cries grew closer, ultimately reaching his immediate vicinity. Wu Tianbao, fuming, asked, pray tell, why does a life reading cost 1 tael of silver? The leading man replied, esteemed sir, you may not be aware, but our fortune teller typically charges merely a copper coin for a reading. However, should one desire an explanation, that incurs an additional 10 copper coins. If one requests alterations to the reading, that would demand an extra 100 copper coins, hence it is simply stated that a life reading costs 1 tael of silver. Song Su set aside his walking stick and remarked, my lord, if you share your birth date and time with me, I shall provide you with an accurate reading. If you claim that I, the blind master, am inaccurate, I shall not take a single coin from you. Wu Tianbao then revealed his birth date and time, and Song Su raised his hands, murmuring incantations. He stated, my lord, the fate I have divined for you today can be summarized in these 4 lines. Do not presume that the wise surpass others. All matters depend on oneself, not on others. When the time is right, plans may come to fruition. If one seeks success, await the auspicious moment. Very well, that will be a coin. Wu Tianbao implored, please elaborate further. Song Su tilted his head and replied, if you desire a detailed explanation, it will cost you an additional 20 coins. Wu Tianbao gritted his teeth and conceded, 20 coins it is. Song Su continued leisurely, you, my lord, are the head of Miao Town, as astute as a rabbit, able to evade danger. Though the town is rife with bandits, acting with reckless abandon, you remain unperturbed, steadfast as Mount Tai. However, to establish your authority and conquer the bandits, you must seize opportunities with great skill. Do not inadvertently let them slip away. Opportunities lost may not return. Should you align yourself with the will of heaven and guide the bandits towards righteousness, benefiting Miao Town, your merits will be immeasurable, and your prestige will follow. Conversely, if you act against the will of heaven, succumbing to the bandits, Miao Town will descend into chaos, and you shall meet a fate of eternal ruin, leaving a stench for all time. Now, that will be 20 coins. Wu Tianbao promptly summoned the steward to pay the coins. Song Su graciously remarked, I beg your pardon. Upon entering the Liu family hall, Song Su was taken aback and said, Master Liu, your fortune is considerable, yet I fear a great calamity looms. If you withdraw early, you may escape unscathed. Liu Jiong, astonished, replied, you, blind master, have not even inquired of me. How do you know that I am facing a great misfortune? Song Su remarked, as a blind man, the moment I entered your esteemed residence, I detected a peculiar scent. Since you, sir, have graciously invited me in, I am obliged to reveal the underlying truth. However, it must be said, should you engage in virtuous deeds, fortune will undoubtedly come to you unbidden. Conversely, if you turn a blind eye, calamity will inevitably loom, and escape will be futile. The choice is yours. I shall take my leave. He rose and seized the bamboo stick that Li Ji had offered. Lu Jiong, taken aback, inquired, "How can you depart, fortune teller?" To which Song Su replied, "You, sir, are unwilling to part with a single coin." Lu protested, "Alas, I have no intention of withholding even a copper coin from you. Please, have a seat." Song Su continued, "Then do provide me with your birth date and time. Should your words be sincere, I, as a blind fortune teller, shall surely calculate accurately." Song Su cautioned, "If you experience a sudden epiphany and turn back from the brink, all shall return to tranquility. Should you continue to perform good deeds and speak kindly, you shall find no one opposing you. With harmony, prosperity will follow, and in your abode, where gentle breezes and soft rains prevail, conflict shall be absent." Lu Jiong nodded with a smile, acknowledging, "You speak wisely. Here are 30 copper coins, and I assure you, I will not shortchange you." Upon receiving the payment, Song Su repeatedly expressed his apologies and allowed Li Ji to escort him out. Ultimately, the blind fortune teller lingered before Zhang Caoyang's door, prompting Zhang to summon him inside. "Fortune teller," Zhang Caoyang inquired, "may I ask why your fees are so exorbitant?" Song Su, incensed, responded, "Sir, if you find my fees too steep, you are welcome to seek a lower-priced fortune teller elsewhere. I shall take my leave." Zhang Caoyang, flustered, exclaimed, "Ah, fortune teller, I merely posed a question. Why must you take offense and depart? You seek divination. Since you have invited me, Master Xian, into your abode, it is incumbent upon you to heed my counsel rather than question it." Zhang Caoyang, humbled, replied, "Very well, please take a seat and elucidate. I, Zhang Caoyang, shall listen attentively." Song Su, setting down his cane, leisurely began, "As a fortune teller, I charge a single copper coin for a reading of one's fate. Should you desire a detailed interpretation, an additional 20 copper coins are required, and if alterations to your fortune are sought, a further 100 copper coins must be paid. Thus, for a straightforward reading, the fee amounts to 1 tael of silver. You are perhaps unaware of this, my lord." Upon Zhang Caoyang revealing his birth date and time, Song Su calculated meticulously, furrowing his brow as he proclaimed, "My lord, I have discerned the following. One who is kind-hearted may endure hardship and worry, while those who gather in the mountains may associate with malevolent companions. Refrain from engaging in conflict to fend off thieves. The master, however, shall find joy in leaving." Zhang Caoyang implored earnestly, "Please, sir, provide a thorough explanation. I shall compensate you generously, without fail, with a copper coin." Song Su responded, "My lord, you have previously attracted great misfortune. Your 13 generals are now under duress. Should this peril not be swiftly alleviated, they risk becoming incapacitated. And how could you find mirth in such a predicament? Heed my words, engage in virtuous deeds and refrain from malevolence. The thieves shall retreat, and you shall remain unscathed. In the coming days, there will be those who offer healing. Approach them with sincerity, and your generals will surely feel gratitude. Walk in accordance with heavenly principles, prioritize righteousness, and aid good deeds, and you shall accrue merit, enduring in the annals of time." "Very well, I have even provided guidance for alterations. You need only pay 50 copper coins." Zhang Caoyang promptly settled the fee, and Master Xian, repeatedly apologizing for any offense, departed from the Zhang residence, vanishing without a trace into the alleyway. On the streets of Miaojin, a sign of benevolent healing appeared, and Hu Tang approached the physician, saying, "Kind sir, I implore you. I have been feeling anxious these past few days, plagued by nightmares at night, and I tremble with fear whenever I step outside." The physician, none other than Chu Yudi, compassionately took Hu Tang's pulse and slowly remarked, "You are afflicted with a malady of the heart. Allow me, as your physician, to remedy your ailment. It suffices to utter a single phrase. Though you possess a wealth of talent, you can find yourself at home, playing the role of a facilitator for others. Why not seek refuge at Shaoqishan? Although it may be ruled by a woman, perhaps there lies your rightful path, where you could achieve great accomplishments. Alas, why cling to your stagnant abode, shutting yourself off from the world, while heeding the words of petty individuals?" Hu Tang rose, momentarily taken aback. "Since you have discerned my affliction, how much silver should I offer you for your services? As for your treatment, dear scholar, I shall accept no payment today. Should you act upon my advice without delay, you may repay me in due course." With a bow, Hu Tang turned to leave. Then, Wu Guixin hobbled out, his gait unsteady, and urgently exclaimed, "Sir, today you have finally exercised your healing abilities. My thigh has been grievously injured, and I am unable to flee. I beseech you, grant me your healing touch. Your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my memory." Chu Yudi replied, Please, take a seat and allow me to speak. Wu Guixin obediently sat down, placing his cane aside. What is your name? How did you come to sustain such an injury to your thigh? Share your tale with me, so that I may properly assist you. Otherwise, I may inadvertently harm you, missing the chance for your recovery, a regret that would linger through the ages. Wu Guixin recounted the events of that day, to which Chu Yudi responded, Your leg can be healed, but you must not harbor ill intentions in the future. You must heed the path illuminated by my master. Upon hearing that his injury could be treated, Wu Guixin solemnly vowed, I shall harbor no deceit against others. If you guide me on the right path, I will wholeheartedly strive to transform and steadfastly follow it. Ah, Wu Guixin, you are a person of great potential, destined not to be confined in the temple town as a mere pawn. You should align yourself under the banner of Lady Rui Chenfei to achieve great accomplishments. Your future is boundless. Wu Guixin declared, If you cure my leg, I shall surely serve Lady Rui Chenfei, dedicating myself to her cause with unwavering loyalty. Without delay, Wu Guixin paid 30 copper coins and departed. He rushed to Wu Wan's home, elatedly announcing, A miraculous physician has arrived in town. After his massage, I was able to cast aside my crutch and run without a hitch. Look at you, unable to move your arms, reliant on family for sustenance, living a half-alive existence. You must come out quickly and seek this physician's healing. Guided by Wu Guixin, Wu Wan approached the physician. Chu Yudi remarked, Wu Guixin, this individual harbors a troubled heart. You cannot remain present, for it may hinder the efficacy of the treatment. Wu Guixin promptly nodded and said, Master, your benevolence to the world compels me to take my leave. Upon hearing this, Wu Wan felt despair. He humbled himself, kneeling on the ground, pleading, Master, have mercy on me. I beseech you to heal me. I shall no longer harbor resentment towards the one who harmed me. The physician instructed, Rise and sit upon the stool. Recount the events to me honestly, without embellishment. If the truth of the matter is not disclosed, I shall resolutely refuse to provide you with treatment, leaving you to a life of disability. Wu Wan had no choice but to recount the events as they transpired. The physician, with a grave demeanor, remarked, It is evident that you are behaving obstinately. The individual merely applied pressure to your acupoints, and you still harbor a grudge. Is this not a distortion of truth, a refusal to accept reality? Wu Wan interjected, I vow to forget any animosity towards that individual, should I hold a grudge again. May the heavens strike me with thunder, leaving me without a place to rest. The physician replied, Since you have discerned right from wrong and chosen to amend your ways, let me examine your arms. The physician inspected the injured areas and suddenly grasped Wu Wan's arm, forcefully pushing it twice before seizing his hand and giving it a sharp twist. Now, shake this arm. How does it feel? Wu Wan moved his arm with ease and beseeched, What of this arm? Utilizing a similar technique, Chu Yudi tended to him. Wu Wan found both arms free to move, no longer feeling as though they were severed. Another physician, Zhong Ting, had set up his stall at the northern end of the temple town. He had successfully treated 5 individuals, Li Laokai, Li Laojun, Zhu Zhibao, Tianjin Jia, and Wu Xinli, all of whom departed in high spirits, each paying 30 copper coins. A man with a crooked neck approached, pleading, Can you, sir, cure my crooked neck? Zhong Ting assessed the situation and, patting the man's head, replied, You aspire to be a hero but instead choose to be a subordinate, akin to a tiger yet, in truth, merely a dog. As for Matishi, he once dealt in kiln products. This time, he transported a cartload of kiln wares from Dingzhou, arriving punctually in the streets and alleys of the temple town. An elderly woman, upon noticing someone selling pottery, immediately purchased 5 bowls and a sand jar. Li Yuquan joyfully approached to buy 3 large bowls and also acquired a sand jar. Zi Laiquan then swaggered over, adopting an affected tone, and inquired, Hey, seller of pottery, what varieties do you have on your cart? Matishi replied, I have large bowls, small bowls, sand jars, plates, spoons, and so forth. Do you have teapots? Zi Laiquan pressed on. Yes, I do, but there are only 4 or 5. Upon hearing this, Zi Laiquan commanded, Quickly bring them out for me to see if they are genuine. Matishi, maintaining his composure, presented a teapot for him to inspect. As Zi Laiquan observed the inscription on the teapot, he began to read aloud, May it clear the heart. Matishi chuckled and remarked, Do not underestimate these 5 characters. They possess 5 distinct pronunciations. Intrigued, Zi Laiquan retorted, Are they truly authentic? Read them, regardless of which character you start with. They all form a coherent sentence. Zi Laiquan followed suit, and, indeed, each arrangement produced a valid phrase. He stuck out his tongue, amazed, and pondered aloud, That teapot bears 4 characters, by your logic. It must have 4 pronunciations as well. Ma Tishi then said, take the 4 characters clear heart, bright eyes, and read them. Shuangyun nodded in agreement after attempting the reading. He then set aside 2 teapots, suddenly discovering one with 7 characters, which he promptly presented before Ma Tishi. According to your assertion, these 7 characters must yield 7 pronunciations? Ma Tishi replied, this teapot bears the phrase, one cannot be without this gentleman for a single day. Read them one by one, and you shall see. Shuangyun sequentially recited, clapping his hands, seller of kiln goods, you possess 5 teapots in total. I shall take 3 at once. Can you offer a discount? Ma Tishi chuckled and replied, either you increase your payment, or how can we discuss a reduction? These are teapots I am delivering to several noble lords. If you take 3, how am I to account for this to them? Shuangyun retorted, you are deceiving me. Deceiving you? Consider the noble Wu Jing of Shimen Town, the Lord Ma Yan of Shisong Zhuangying, and the county magistrate Yang Zihua of Huping. Shuangyun, resigned, declared, then let it be at the original price. I shall pay you in copper coins. He handed over the coins and, as he departed, casually took a bowl, exclaiming, this is a gift from you. Next time, I shall come to purchase many kiln goods. The 2 individuals who had been waiting to buy kiln goods finally approached Ma Tishi for business. One remarked, he is Shuangyun, the cunning tiger of our Miao town, steward of Zhangchailang. He is undoubtedly shrewd. The other added, he purchased 3 teapots. Surely they are intended as gifts. The cunning tiger excels at flattering the wealthy and influential, gifting teapots to Director Wu and noble Wu Jing, while keeping one for himself. His calculations are astute. None in Miao Town can rival his cleverness. Liu Tian, which kiln goods do you intend to buy? I find the sand jars appealing. They are perfect for stewing delectable dishes such as chicken and pig trotters. And you, Wan Yin, what do you wish to purchase? Wan Yin expressed his intention to purchase a sand jar, in addition to acquiring 3 bowls and a plate. The 2 individuals swiftly procured their wares from the kiln and settled the transaction with copper coins. Ma Tishi remarked with a sigh, generally, people in this world are quite agreeable. However, some wealthy individuals deliberate excessively over their purchases, as if money were their very lifeblood. Liu Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, you may not be aware, but some affluent individuals can be exceedingly difficult towards the less fortunate. Yet, when it comes to their own affairs, they squander their wealth without restraint, as if it were an endless tide. Wan Yin interjected, it is merely ostentation, a display of their affluence before others, as if to demonstrate their capability. Upon learning that the Shaoqi Mountain stronghold had dispatched someone to Miao Town, Wu Chikai volunteered to visit the town himself. Skilled in the art of scale making, he promptly prepared a dozen unfinished scales and set out to appear in the bustling streets of Miao Town. Liu Bao, filled with delight, exclaimed, today we have a scale maker in our town. I shall have him craft a small scale for my household, so that my neighbors may use it as well. We can make our purchases without being in the dark. He approached Wu Chikai and inquired about the scales. Wu Chikai instructed him, saying, the first scale is calibrated to 10 coins for a pound. Observe, it totals 10 coins. The second scale can measure up to 4 pounds, using long coins. Liu Bao took the scale and weighed a small bundle, commenting, indeed, your small scale is remarkably precise. In the back street, Wu Chikai fashioned a large scale for a shopkeeper, capable of weighing up to 100 pounds. Upon hearing that Chen Jikuan had commissioned a large scale, Lu Zhiyong immediately summoned a servant to fetch Wu Chikai to his own courtyard for the scale installation. As Wu Chikai entered Lu's yard, Lu Zhiyong conspiratorially instructed, Wang Wu, please close the outer gate. The servant promptly shut the door. Upon witnessing this, Wu Chikai felt a twinge of unease, yet he feigned composure and inquired, sir, what weight can your scales measure? Lu Zhiyong replied, it must be capable of weighing at least 100 or so jin. A small scale for 10 jin costs 3 taels of silver. A small scale for 50 jin costs 5 taels, while a large scale for 100 or more jin is priced at 15 taels. Lu Zhiyong paused momentarily and added, if someone nails a large scale, they receive 15 taels of silver, but I shall offer 30 taels, provided it utilizes my family's scale beam. Wu Chikai, sensing the peculiarity, insisted, as craftsmen, we adhere to our principles. If the price for nailing a large scale is 15 taels, then it must be precisely that amount, not a single coin more. For one must not be greedy. Lu Zhiyong, irritated, retorted, hey, you're quite the craftsman, yet you spout so much nonsense. Let me ask you plainly. Can you nail the scale for me? Wu Chikai chuckled and replied, how could a craftsman refuse work that comes to hand? However, it depends on the nature of the task. Lu Zhiyong shook his head and said, since you wish to conduct business, then get on with it. Wang Wuxiao. Fetch me that scale beam. Wang Wuxiao immediately responded affirmatively. Wu Chikai took the beam, feeling its weightlessness. Upon closer inspection, he noticed both ends were wrapped in tin, indicating it was not of good quality. Standing upright, Wu Chikai stated, I cannot nail this beam. It is too fragile and may break easily. Forgive me. But my skills in nailing scales are lacking. You should seek another for this task. He lifted his burden, preparing to leave. Wang Wuxiao threatened. It is easy to enter, but difficult to exit here. Well, if you do not nail the large scale for Lu today, you shall not escape. Wu Chikai chuckled and remarked, Lu Zhiyong, you must not desire to see your courtyard awash in blood. Therefore, it would be prudent to allow me to depart forthwith. I have no inclination to engage in a tumult over trivial business matters. Kindly instruct your servant to open the main gate for me. Furthermore, I have previously communicated my intentions to you. Your craftsmanship is lacking, so why must you compel me to endure such a predicament? Lu Zhiyong was rendered speechless, helplessly gesturing for Ma Tishi to leave. Observing his master's capitulation, Wang Wu obediently approached and unlatched the outer gate. Li Futai then inquired about the fabrication of a counterfeit scale, to which Wu Chikai responded. He insisted I use his rod for the scale. Upon grasping it, I felt its lightness and immediately discerned that it was hollow, with movable iron weights inside. Tell me, could I possibly create such a fraudulent scale for him? Li Futai asserted, such nefarious deeds must not be entertained. In the future, we shall refrain from using his scale for weighing goods. Today, I have invested 15 taels of silver in a proper scale, which shall prove most beneficial. Wu Chikai gestured dismissively, stating, one must uphold integrity. Engaging in unscrupulous acts transforms a person into a wolf clad in human skin. Realizing I had unveiled his deceit, Lu Zhiyong still attempted to confine me within his courtyard to inflict harm. I threatened him, saying, if you do not wish to see your courtyard drenched in blood, you had better release me immediately. My indomitable spirit quelled him, and he reluctantly commanded his servant to let me exit his premises. Li Futai remarked, to deal with scoundrels like Lu Zhiyong, one must assert dominance. Otherwise, you shall find yourself his prey. The existence of Lu Zhiyong in this world is hardly remarkable. He lends rice and wheat using a small scoop, yet expects to receive back a large one. When conducting business based on weight, his scales are deceitfully unbalanced. When he weighs for you, the scale is tilted downward, yet when you weigh for him, it tilts upward, almost striking your nose. Thankfully, he has not ensnared you with that deceptive scale of his. I must say, you resemble someone who has diligently practiced asceticism for over a decade. Indeed, you are an exceptional practitioner. In another scene, a man filled a sieve with japonica rice, and the woman preparing the popped rice remarked, this rice in the sieve requires 2 rounds of popping. Please show me the sack of rice, so I can ascertain whether the popped rice will fit. The man exhibited a cloth bag, and the woman confirmed it would suffice. The rice was placed into a rolling drum, which was subsequently positioned over a makeshift stove to heat. Meanwhile, the woman tirelessly operated the bellows with her left hand, causing the fire within the stove to roar and crackle. When the moment was right, the woman called out, everyone nearby, please pay attention, otherwise, you'd better move away quickly. She plunged the drum into a prearranged burlap sack, pulled a lever, and with a resounding pop, the sack was filled with fluffy popcorn. The nearby onlookers, drawn by the sound of the popping rice, gathered around. Those who had witnessed the spectacle before began explaining it to those who had just arrived. The man inquired of the woman, how did you learn to pop rice? It's quite simple, she replied. This side of the drum has a gauge, and when the needle points this way, it indicates that it's time for popping. By the way, dear sister, what is your name? I am Chen Finjian, hailing from Wuga village, although my mother's family resides in Ximen town. The man further inquired, Sister Chen, your contraption is quite heavy. How did you come by it at the market in this town? My husband is also a businessman and owns a horse-drawn cart. In the midst of their conversation, a second explosion unexpectedly occurred. The man poured out the popped rice and departed with a large sack of it. A sister then approached and said, Sister Chun, I would like to pop some rice. Chen Finjin replied, certainly, 1 copper coin for each batch. The sister asked, where are you from? Chen Finjin provided a response. The sister smiled and said, I hail from West Gate town as well, residing at the South Gate. What a coincidence, my family is also at the South Gate. My father is named Chintua Xian. The sister chuckled and added, so you are my cousin. My father is Chintua Lian. and I am called Chen Xiaoyin." "Indeed," replied Chen Finjian, "I am Chen Finjian. You, Chen Xiaoyin, have learned to craft cotton garments and embroidered shoes from the third ant." Chen Xiaoyin, having popped the rice, embraced a jar filled with it and departed. Subsequently, many others sought to have their rice popped, prompting Chen Finjian to operate the bellows with one hand while shaking the drum with the other. With a loud bang, another batch of rice was popped. Wang Wu, leading two men, strode into the crowd and directly approached Chen Finjian, exclaiming, "Which woman are you, causing such a ruckus here?" Without lifting her head, Chen Finjian replied, "A craftsman earns a living through their skill. As for your inquiry about my origins, I am from Wu Guzhuang. Are you familiar with the customs of our Miao town?" Chen Finjian smiled and continued, "I only know that a craftsman must hone their craft to satisfy their clients. What other customs are there? Feel free to enlighten me. Have you come to our Miao town to pop rice, or must you pay us a protection fee?" Chen Finjian resolutely declared, "What a joke. I do not require protection from you lot. My husband safeguards me well enough. Should you dare to lay a hand upon me, be forewarned that your limbs may suffer grievous consequences. Do not blame me for the lack of prior warning. Now, step aside. I have work to attend to." Wang Wuxiao smirked and motioned to two burly men who approached to seize Chen Finjian by the arms, compelling her to rise. "What do you intend to do?" she queried. "If you dare to touch me, I shall send you tumbling with no less than 18 somersaults." Wang Wuxiao bellowed, "This woman is insufferable. Li Huming, take her away." Li Huming reached out to grasp Chen Finjian, but she deftly sidestepped and seized the back of his collar, hurling him to the ground with a thud. He fell heavily and lay incapacitated. Another man swung a punch at her, but Chen Finjian countered with her elbow, sending him sprawling as she herself toppled to the ground. Seeing the tide turn against him, Wang Wuxiao attempted to flee, only to be seized by a hand that lifted him up. Wang Wuxiao, accompanied by Li Huming and Huang Jinkai, "You stir trouble in the presence of a woman. Tell me, how many more minions do you have at your disposal? Do you still wish to perpetrate your misdeeds?" Wang Wuxiao raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Good sir, I was momentarily foolish to bully an outsider. I shall cease my wrongdoing. I implore you to spare me, and I shall bow in apology." The newcomer gestured, "First, kneel and pay your respects to this esteemed lady." Reluctantly, Wang Wuxiao complied and knelt, offering his apologies. "Li Huming, Huang Jinkai, will you also kneel and show your contrition to this lady?" Ignoring their own pain, the two men knelt in unison, repeatedly bowing their heads in submission. Chao Yayu, the barber, called out in the bustling street, "Shave! Shave!" A robust man with a beard approached him, only to leave as a fresh-faced scholar. "Ah, the art of shaving," with a box in hand. Chao Yayu continued his cries for patrons. Liu Bao, eager for a shave, suggested they find a nearby tea house, as hot water was essential for the process. The cost was merely a copper coin for a shave, which involved the removal of hair from the forehead, cheeks, and the facial hair around the mouth. Chao Liangyu first applied a warm towel to the guest's face, meticulously shaving the hair above the forehead and clearing the sideburns. Finally, he attended to the mustache, leaving Liu Bao looking significantly younger. Peering into the mirror, Liu Bao exclaimed with satisfaction, "Ah, this shave has made me feel so refreshed. Just a copper coin. What a bargain. Master, allow me to call out for others to come and get shaved. I am certain many will follow." Chao Yanyu replied, "I must express my gratitude." Liu Bao, "Those who assist others are truly blessed." Upon witnessing a throng of patrons rejuvenated by their shaves, Wu Tianbao decided to partake as well. Recognizing Wu Tianbao's esteemed status, Chao Yanyu promptly stated, "I am willing to shave you, but let me clarify beforehand. The cost is a copper coin, and any issues arising post-shave are not my concern." Wu Tianbao, taken aback, responded, "Master, do you take me for a rogue? I am a respectable director of this town and will not engage in any disgraceful behavior. If I come for a shave, I assure you, I will not trouble you. I vouch for my character." Chao Liangyu, hearing Wu Tianbao's earnestness, replied, "If that is the case, please take a seat, and I shall proceed with your shave." Wan Laosan also came to have his hair cut, claiming he wished to shave off the bad luck that clung to him. Chao Liangyu warmly invited him to take a seat and promptly began the haircut. Once Wu Tianbao had finished, he requested, "Master, please trim the hair beneath my head as well." Chao Liangyu responded, "That will cost an additional 5 won. Just half a copper coin, that's agreeable. Here's the deal. You clean my ears while I give you a copper coin. This means the haircut costs 1 copper coin, and my service will total 2 copper coins. Is that acceptable?" Chao Liangyu consented and set to work at the customer's request. When it was Wan Laosan's turn, he declared, "My haircut will also be 2 copper coins. This year, I intend to rid myself of all the bad luck." Chao Liangyu proceeded with the cut, and Ruan Laosan lamented. Every year I rise, facing the winds of adversity, yet today I remain a bachelor, with no woman in this world willing to marry me. How about this? Shave off my eyebrows as well, so they may grow back anew, and perhaps bring me better fortune. Chao Liangyu hesitated. Pondering the unseemliness of such a decision, shaving off your eyebrows would be quite unappealing. I cannot do that. Ruan Laosan jested. I shall pay you an extra copper coin for the removal of my eyebrows. Wu Lisher keeps his word, and I, Ruan Ji's son, will not shortchange you a single cent. Believing him to be sincere, Chao Liangyu ultimately acquiesced and shaved off Ruan Laosan's eyebrows. Having completed the haircut, the customer lingered, gazing into the mirror for an extended period. When 3 or 4 more patrons arrived, he exclaimed, How could you, master, shave off my eyebrows? What shall I do when I meet others? Chao Liangyu, taken aback, replied. Did you not repeatedly request that I remove your eyebrows for a change in fortune? Ruan Laosan exclaimed, I mentioned it was merely for fun. And yet you took it seriously and shaved off my eyebrows. How unsightly. How can I possibly show my face to others like this? I might as well leap into the river and end it all. With that, he burst into tears. The onlookers began to chastise Chao Liangyu, who defensively replied, All right, fine. You all say I shouldn't have listened to him when he said to shave his eyebrows. What am I supposed to do now? Zhang Ting approached to grasp the situation and remarked, Regardless of the circumstances, it is indeed improper to have shaved off his eyebrows. You ought to compensate him. Sigh. Ruan Laosan, how about 3 or 4 taels of silver? Ruan Laosan protested. It will take at least 3 or 4 months for my eyebrows to grow back if I stay at home. Can I possibly survive on just 3 taels of silver for that duration? One individual suggested, How about 4 taels of silver? That seems reasonable, does it not? Ruan Laosan remained silent. Zhang Ting interjected, Let me split the difference. 5 taels of silver. No more than that. If you refuse this, it will have to be decided by the county magistrate. Chao Liangyu lamented, Even when I tally up all my household expenses, I cannot scrape together 5 taels of silver. Zhang Ting proposed, In that case, I shall lend you 5 taels of silver to settle this matter with Ruan Laosan. Faced with this predicament, Chao Liangyu reluctantly accepted the compensation. Meanwhile, the female shoemaker, Shin Chunch, had come to the market to conduct her business. She crafted shoes for both adults and children, charging merely 2 copper coins per pair. Shin Shan suddenly needed 5 pairs of shoes, which would require 10 copper coins. At that moment, she scrutinized the female cobbler, whose hair, styled in a mother's bun, appeared rather unkempt, adorned with a bright red ribbon. The skin on her face was taut, resembling that of a newlywed bride. With a smile, Shin Shan remarked, You seem to have just gotten married. Shin Shuanji responded, How can you tell? Your attire and your delicate complexion give it away. Shin Shan replied. Shin Shuanji chuckled and said, To be honest, I have not yet completed a month since marrying into the Shin family. Is that so? They say a girl often spends a year without doing any labor after marrying into a family. Yet here you are, already working as a cobbler before even a month has passed. You truly can endure hardship. Coming from a poor family, we are not so pampered. It's best to make the most of our youth and be productive rather than idling at home. The women from wealthy families are accustomed to being spoiled, having everything done for them. They are like parasites. Shun Xiaoyin nodded in agreement, appreciating her perspective as she watched Shin Shuanji pull out coarse cotton thread, using an awl to pierce holes, with 2 needles threaded using a hook. Once a pair of shoes was finished, she would insert a wooden last into the shoes and hammer and wooden pegs. The completed shoes were set aside. Shin Shan admired, Sister Shin, your craftsmanship is truly impressive. Shin Chuanji replied, Generally, if one wishes to live well in this world without facing the ire of others, one must learn a skill. Earning one's own keep brings peace of mind and allows for a comfortable existence. Shin Shan said, You are quite capable, Sister Shin. We who are less fortunate truly envy you. Shin Chunch gestured with her hand, saying, Do not envy us artisans. In tumultuous times, when artisans arrive in unfamiliar places, they must contend with the local tyrants. The 6 sisters of Xiaokishan are truly remarkable, each excelling in both literature and martial prowess. They are the ones who possess true skills. Chen Xiaoan remarked, I know 2 of these 6 sisters. One is Nie Shuangyun, who can effortlessly take on 3 or 4 ruffians. The other is Qian Shanmei, who is quite adept in her martial arts. Are you familiar with the other 4? Shinchunch replied, The remaining 4 are these, Jin Miaohua, who is shrewd in business, Yun Jie, who treats everyone equally without any airs, Zhang Bifang, a female scholar, and Huang Ziqin, who is vivacious and reputed to be so skilled in disguise that she can convincingly masquerade as a man. Upon hearing this, one becomes acquainted with the six sisters. We went to the Zyakishan village to watch a performance, and not only did we encounter them, but we also had conversations with them in succession. During our discussions, 5 pairs of shoes were completed, awaiting only the final pair to be last. Then, a woman named Wu Dingying arrived, bringing 3 pairs of shoes. Shuangyun, why are you making so many shoes? Qinshan chuckled and replied, I have crafted 5 pairs of shoes without yet nailing the soles. Today, with your presence as a cobbler, it is fortuitous that we can complete them all at once. Dingying, do you not also know how to make shoes? Wu Dingying, with a calm smile, responded, I find making shoes tedious and clumsy. I am not particularly adept at it. Since a cobbler has come this time, I shall save myself the trouble. At that moment, Chao Liangyu approached with a downcast expression. Lamenting, this time, misfortune has befallen me. I was swindled out of 5 taels of silver. Shinchunch exclaimed in astonishment. You cannot possibly earn such a sum by shaving your head for 2 months. How could you have been deceived? Chao Liangyu was compelled to recount the entire incident. Fortunately, General Zhang had intervened on your behalf and provided the funds to settle the extortion, thus liberating you from their clutches. Why did you not consider the implications more carefully? Shaving off your eyebrows is quite unsightly. How many individuals in this world would choose to do such a thing? It is unbecoming for a man, no less. Chao Liangyu stamped his foot and replied. I made my objections clear at the time and urged him against such an act, yet he insisted on removing the ill fortune, claiming it would change his luck. Little did I know he harbored malicious intent and was determined to extort me. I felt utterly helpless. Shinchunch, seeking to console him, remarked, let it be. One learns wisdom through adversity. There is no need for you to be disheartened. We shall work for a month and repay General Zhang with our earnings. Liangyu, do not be vexed. Simply take this lesson to heart. Chen Shi Oi inquired, Master Chao. Do you know the name of the person who deceived you? Chao Liangyu responded, people call him Losn. His given name is Jinsn. He is the one who deceived me, and I shall never forget his name. Zhang clapped her hands and exclaimed, Oh, Jinsn, the king of extortion, even dares to cross paths with Li Zhyang. Once, Li Zhyang was in a hurry to meet County Magistrate Li and sought his assistance in carrying the sedan chair. He had already consumed 2 large bowls of porridge and was eager for a third. Li Zhyang urged him to hasten. But Losn insisted, I have yet to satiate my hunger, lest I be unable to lift the chair. Li Zhyang, exasperated, implored him to hurry, fearful of missing out on his important engagement. Upon hearing the sudden silence from Losn, he found himself in a predicament halfway through his journey. The bearer of the sedan chair unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground, lamenting that his foot had given out, rendering him incapable of proceeding. Stranded between the village ahead and the shop behind, Lu Zhiyong found himself at a loss. He had intended to take advantage of the situation to ingratiate himself with Magistrate Lu, but instead, he ended up being outmaneuvered. Shinchunzi exclaimed, This is dire. Losn is a man of absolute resolve, a master at manipulating others. Chao Liangyu muttered, with Losn being such a formidable adversary, I, Chao Liangyu, have met my match today. The peddler, carrying 2 baskets, called out, Trade your goods for sweets. Duck feathers, goose feathers, scraps of cloth, cotton, ironware, old copper. Bring them forth to exchange for delectable candies. He intermittently jingled a rattle drum, particularly enticing the children. Upon hearing a call from a household, he set down his basket of sweets. He assessed the worn shoes, tattered cloth scraps, and an old fishing net, promptly adding them to his collection. Then, with a swift motion of his sugar-cutting knife, he struck a piece of malt sugar, dividing it into 5 portions as requested by the customer. After 4 decisive strikes, the 5 pieces of candy were neatly separated, and the customer's 5 delighted children scampered away with their treats. Business was thriving. Any household with children was eager to rummage through their refuse in exchange for sugary confections. The peddler's baskets brimmed with an abundance of discarded items. Just as he was about to return home laden with goods, he was unexpectedly confronted by 2 ruffians blocking his path. Upon seeing him, the 2 bowed and said, Good sir, please proceed. We merely jest with you. Do not take offense. Jiang Fuchang smiled and said, As an outsider, why would I concern myself with your affairs? However, I must impart a piece of wisdom. One should conduct oneself with integrity and never engage in deceitful acts. The distinction between good and evil is known to the heavens. Yet retribution is indifferent to the passage of time. Swift retribution brings calamity in the immediate, while delayed retribution befalls future generations. Alas, I still have business to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Seeing the merchant saunter away, the two felt a lingering dissatisfaction and went to seek out the bandit, Kong Yin. To recount the merchant's audacity, Kong Yin laughed heartily and said, "Wusan, Sun Yin, have you merely accepted the merchant's words without question? Who can attest to his claim of being Jiang Fuhai's brother from Shigong Town? It is entirely plausible that he is merely brandishing a false banner to intimidate you." The tall Wusan replied, "I shall take you to see him and inquire about his capabilities, if he possesses such prowess. Why would he stoop to the trade of a merchant?" Sun Yin also expressed a desire to uncover the truth behind the man's facade. The three men navigated through the narrow alley and intercepted the merchant's path. Jiang Fuchong once again set down his burden and said, "You two have already been persuaded to depart. Why bring a third to confront me? Very well, if you three share your names, I shall converse with you accordingly." The trio revealed their names, and Jiang Fuchong smiled, saying, "Today, your interception of me is merely an invitation for a taste of some malt candy. I shall prepare a sample for you, lest your mouths water in anticipation." Kong Yin scoffed, "Jiang Fuchong, do you take us for mere children? Pray tell, is Jiang Fuhai truly your brother?" Jiang Fuchong chuckled, "Though Jiang Fuhai may not be my biological brother, he is certainly a cousin. What is it that you wish to inquire about?" Kong Yin, revealing a menacing demeanor, retorted, "So you are merely a counterfeit, wielding the power of others. Be compliant and relinquish all the coins you possess, or else you shall remain here, and I shall crush you with this burden of sugar." Jiang Fuchong replied with a grave tone, "Kong Yin, Li San, Sun Yin, heed my words. It is unjust to trouble those who come from afar to conduct their trade. To inflict harm upon them is to sever their ties to home. I advise you to withdraw, for I, a mere peddler, have not provoked you. So why escalate matters to such an unbecoming degree?" Sun Yin provocatively challenged, "Who do you think you intimidate, peddler? Must we three extend our greetings to you? That would be a most ludicrous turn of events." Li San lunged forward with fierce intent, but Jiang Fuchong merely waved his arm, causing Li San to tumble backward. Falling flat, Kong Yin bellowed, "Seize this outsider. How dare he retaliate against the people of Miao Town?" Both men charged at him simultaneously. Jiang Fuchong deftly kicked Sun Yin aside and seized Kong Yin by the arm, rendering him immobile and speechless. With a gentle push, Kong Yin stumbled against the trunk of a poplar tree. Jiang Fuchong then lifted his burden and called out exuberantly, "Exchange sugar here. Rags, worn shoes, duck feathers, goose feathers. Scrap metal, all can be traded for sweet confections." Sun Yin remarked with a crooked smile, "This candy vendor must have practiced his skills. He strikes with such ease it is as if he exerts no effort at all. Today, we have encountered a formidable opponent." Kong Yin, shaking his arms, added, "Let us not dwell on it. The three of us have faced a tough situation today." The tambourine vendor, a robust woman with a plump physique, swung her large basket while rhythmically striking her instrument, calling out, "Large needles, small needles, hairpins, hair clips, jade, small scissors, combs, powder boxes, chopstick holders, weaving shuttles, cotton fish. Come and take a look." Zhang Dingying waved her hand, saying, "Vendor with the tambourine, I wish to make a purchase. I would like a hairpin, a comb, and 3 hair clips." The tambourine vendor paused, placing her basket on the ground, and methodically retrieved the requested items. After paying with copper coins, Zhang Dingying inquired, "From where do you hail?" "I am from Shigong Town," replied the vendor. "I usually engage in small business to supplement my family's daily expenses." Zhang Dingying straightened up and said, "Ah, there is a peddler who comes to our town. He claims to be from Shigong. Do you know him?" The tambourine vendor chuckled. "Oh, he is my husband." Zhang Dingying remarked, "Both you and your husband are skilled merchants, yet you must be cautious while conducting business in our Miao Town, for ruffians may emerge to cause trouble. By the way, what is your name?" "I am Siet Sunxiang," she replied. "I strive for fairness in my trade, placing trust in others, ensuring honesty for both young and old alike." "Xia, my dear," Zhang Dingying cautioned, "when ruffians seek trouble, they do not concern themselves with fairness in business. They are merely out to exploit." Siet Sunxiang, shouldering her basket, responded, "I shall heed your advice and remain vigilant." "Thank you, sister, for your warning." She had not run far when a woman named He Xilan approached, seeking to purchase weaving shuttles and cotton fish. Siet Sunxiang once more set down her basket and retrieved 2 items. Zhang Dingying remarked, "Xilan, you are a restless soul. Few women purchase such items as these, preferring jewelry and adornments." The other woman chuckled in response, "Generally, Every woman delights in beautifying herself. However, I am of an age where further embellishment invites gossip. They say that even if one dresses beautifully, it won't fetch the price of an old duck. It is wise to consider one's family and engage in meaningful endeavors. That is the essence of propriety. Sun Nian, of diminutive stature and clad in a red garment, resembled a monkey. Upon hearing that the basket seller was named Nie Shuangyun, the very woman who had caused him distress, he hurriedly dashed off to inform Kang Yin. Upon learning this, Kang Yin replied, "We are powerless against her husband, but now that she is here alone, we ought to bind her and vent our frustrations." Sun Nian, with a crooked smile, added, "With Yujin and Hu Shuaba joining us, there will be 5 of us. Even if Nie Shuangyun possesses some martial prowess, she surely cannot escape unscathed." Kang Yin declared, "We shall encircle Nie Shuangyun and see where she might flee." Sun Nian signaled, and Li San rushed over. Sun Nian whispered to him, and both Yujin and Hu Shuaba, eager for action, energetically approached. Observing the ominous turn of events, Zhang Dengying exchanged a knowing glance with Nie Shuangyun before hastily retreating. Sun Nian swaggered over and inquired, "Do you have any jade hairpins for sale?" To which Nie Shuangyun jestingly replied, "Indeed, I possess all manner of jewelry fit for a royal consort." "You inquire about a jade hairpin, I presume, for your wife? Release me, and allow me to choose," Nie Shuangyun stated with an air of authority. "I am not like others who sell goods. The customer must present their coins before I offer my merchandise. As for allowing customers to select, that is simply unacceptable. Do you have any coins with you?" Sun Yin revealed a menacing expression, shouting, "Damn it, a mere woman from Shigong Town dares to be ignorant of her place. Watch how I deal with you today." He lunged forward to seize Nie Shuangyun. In response, she swiftly tossed the gong into the basket and deftly grasped his outstretched hand. In an instant, he cried out in desperation as she pivoted and hurled Sun Nian onto the approaching Li San. The 2 thugs, upon witnessing Nie Shuangyun's transformation, turned pale. Their faces contorted with fear and fled in panic, convinced they had encountered a ghost. Ma Genha and Hu Shuabao, bandits hailing from Dinosaur Mountain, could hardly believe that a ghost would manifest in broad daylight. Drawing their machetes, they charged at Nie Shuangyun with intent to strike. Ma Genha brandished his gleaming blade, declaring, "Demoness, perish." Little did he expect that a hand would seize his arm, causing him to involuntarily spin around and confront another figure with a similarly fearsome visage. In fright, he abandoned his weapon and fled, followed closely by Hu Shuabao. Nie Shuangyun expressed gratitude to General Zhong, who smiled in return, saying, "No need for thanks. We have come to discipline those scoundrels in Miao Town." As she was about to depart, Nie Shuangyun called out to Dang Ying, cheerfully greeting her. "Dang Ying, do not be afraid. My face changing was merely to frighten Kang Yin and Li San. The 2 who followed later wore masks as well. So do not let your imagination run wild. Farewell, I must be on my way." Zhang Dengying remarked, "Shuangyun, your words have alleviated the burden on my heart. I am grateful for your visit to comfort me. Safe travels." Hu Jin, the blacksmith, carried his load, producing a melodic clink with every step. "Hey, blacksmith. I need to replace my copper spoon and spatula," a customer called out. Hu Jin examined the worn copper utensils, remarking, "These have seen considerable use. Nearly half of their substance is gone. You shall owe me 50 copper coins." "Must it be so much?" the customer protested. Hu Jin held up the new copper spoon and spatula, declaring, "These are substantial. The copper alone is double that of your old set." "Well, your new utensils are indeed admirable, but the price is steep. Could you perhaps lower it by 2 coins? The customer inquired. "If I were to reduce the price by 2 coins, I would incur a loss. However, since you've made a request, I shall agree to 48 copper coins." Hu Jin replied. Having concluded the transaction, Hu Jin proceeded further until he reached the doorstep of Lu Zhiyong. There, an elegantly dressed woman inquired, "Blacksmith, how many copper coins would it cost to craft a pair of gold pendants?" Hu Jin smiled and responded, "The price depends on the size of the pendants. A large pair would cost no less than 7 or 8 taels of silver, while a smaller one suitable for a child would be 3 taels." The woman presented a sizable gold pendant, asking, "Would 8 taels suffice for this size?" Hu Jin shook his head, stating, "This pendant is indeed substantial. You must provide at least 10 taels of silver. I cannot accept a lesser amount." After an extensive negotiation, the woman reluctantly agreed to pay 10 taels of silver. Hu Jin set down his burdens, ignited the small charcoal stove, and retrieved the scales to weigh the gold. After the refining process, he finally crafted a large gold pendant. Lu Zhiyong's wife examined the finished product and inquired, Would you accept 9 taels of silver? Hu Zhen, irate, retorted, we had an agreement. How can you renegotiate like this? Am I to incur a loss? Lu Zhiyong emerged, exclaiming, you are so fierce. My wife is frightened by you. There is no escape for you now. Hu Zhen, putting away the completed pendant, replied, you rush out without understanding the situation and turn the tables on me. I shall not engage in this transaction any longer. I am leaving. The woman protested. Oh, why are you so hasty? I did not say I wouldn't buy it. Why leave after just a few words? Hu Zhen responded. Madam, you are asking for too much, suggesting a deduction of 1 tael of silver right off the bat. What use do I have for a copper work arrest burden? Your husband comes out only to deceive me. I might as well leave promptly. Lu Zhiyong bellowed, you refuse to give my wife the gold pendant she commissioned. Are you toying with her? Set down the copper worker's burden and let us finalize our agreement before you depart. Hu Zhen placed down the burden and stated, a new gold pendant has been crafted. It is 10 taels of silver. If you wish to proceed, let us conclude the deal. If not, I have labored in vain at your doorstep and shall take my leave. Lu Zhiyong, with a fierce glare, declared, you have frightened my wife. What do you intend to do about it? Hu Zhen lifted his burden once more, asserting, you are unreasonable. I shall take my leave. Lu Zhiyong shouted, you cannot escape. Someone, stop him. Hu Zhen, filled with indignation, set down his burden and declared with an air of authority, what do you intend to do? If you do not wish to conduct business with me, then I shall take my leave. If you seek to extort me, I assure you, you shall not succeed. Wang Wuxiao, bind this fool who knows not his fate together with Hu Ming and Huang Jinkai. Act now. Lu Zhiyong observed that Wang Wuxiao remained utterly unmoved by his plight, even displaying a countenance of despair. Turning his gaze towards Li Huming and Huang Jinkai, he found them as still as statues, their eyes devoid of focus. Following Wang Wuxiao's line of sight, Lu Zhiyong noticed a man approaching with a deliberate swagger. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out. Lu Zhiyong, it seems you have gained some audacity, daring to play tricks with the artisan. What is it you intend to do now? In a state of panic, Lu Zhiyong stammered, do not come any closer, do not approach. But the man continued to advance, stating, Lu Zhiyong, what do you propose today? I have been observing every move you and your concubine, Ran Yuxiang, make. Do you still wish to extort the copper craftsman? Lowering his gaze, Lu Zhiyong replied, I do not wish to extort the craftsman, I merely what? Speak. Lu Zhiyong trembled as he uttered, I only wish to negotiate the price, nothing more. Hu Zhen interjected, your concubine desires a gold pendant. Would you accept it for 10 taels of silver? Lu Zhiyong faltered, she has yet to decide, she is still contemplating. The man, with an air of authority, retorted, Lu Zhiyong, since the craftsman is crafting the pendant at your concubine's behest, and the agreed price is 10 taels of silver. If you wish to proceed, refrain from any further idle talk. If not, you must still produce 10 taels of silver, not a single coin less. Hastily, Lu Zhiyong nodded. Yes, I will take it. A visitor approached the copper craftsman and said, we need to go to Lu Zhiyong's residence to retrieve some silver. Upon arriving at the Lu household, Hu Zhen handed a gold pendant to Ran Yuxiang, while Lu Zhiyong relinquished the silver. The visitor remarked, Zhang Kaiyang has 13 bodyguards and has become more subdued after some lessons. Yet you continue to act recklessly. I fear you have yet to open your eyes. With that, he seized a grimy cloth from the table and declared, today, I shall wipe the grime from your eyes. The filthy rag scrubbed vigorously against Lu Zhiyong's eyes. Bowing his head, Lu Zhiyong confessed, I acknowledge my mistake. I will no longer trouble others. The visitor patted his shoulder and said, I hope you keep your word. It would be best to wash your hands of this life and lead an honest existence. The visitor was none other than Jiang Fuzhong, which explained why Wang Wuxiao, Li Huming, and Huang Jinkai dared not heed Lu Zhiyong's commands. Later, Lu Zhiyong lamented, why did you not warn me sooner? I would not have found myself in such a predicament. Wang Wuxiao, still shaken, replied, Jiang Fuzhong is formidable. The moment we laid eyes on him, our spirits fled. In another tale, Song Tuhong was a skilled cooper, adept at crafting water barrels, ladles, wooden basins, bathing tubs, as well as toilets and waste buckets. Li Yubao called out, Cooper, I have wood. Please make me a bathing tub. Song Tuhong set down his burden at Li Yubao's doorstep and retrieved his tools, axe, chisel, and plane. However, upon inspecting the wood Li Yubao had gathered, Song Tuhong shook his head and said, though it may seem you have ample wood, it is insufficient to construct a bathing tub. You must search for more. Li Yubao then entered his house to seek additional materials. Song Tuhong picked up an axe to shape the timber subsequently smoothing it with a plane. Crafting a bathing tub requires considerable effort. When mealtime arrived, Li Yubao called out, "Tub maker, pause for your meal." During the meal, Li Yubao engaged in conversation, asking, "Master tub maker, where do you hail from?" Song Tuhong replied, "I am from Songjiazwang, and my name is Song Tuhong. At the age of 18, I apprenticed in the art of tub making with Master Jie in Keojingswang." Li Yubao chuckled, "When my son turns 15, he shall apprentice under you." In the midst of their conversation, Ruan Laosan arrived and inquired, "Master tub maker, how much would it cost for you to craft a water tub for me?" Song Tuhong responded, "If you provide the timber, I will supply the wrought tan. That would be 20 copper coins." Witnessing Ruan Laosan's order for a water tub, Pan San called for Song Tuhong to craft one for him as well. After crafting the water tub, Pan San requested a wooden foot bath. Once completed, Song Tuhong stated that the total for both items would be 50 copper coins. Pan San took the 2 wooden items inside but emerged to say, "I do not possess that many copper coins. I only have 21. How about this? I will give you 20 copper coins now and owe you 30 until I have the funds to repay." Song Tuhong replied, "What sort of person are you, demanding that I craft 2 wooden items without the means to pay? Furthermore, if you lack copper coins, why not borrow some from a neighbor?" Pan San insolently retorted, "Which position do you speak from, tub maker? In our Miao town, we adhere to our own customs. If you cannot comply, then be gone." Song Tuhong remarked, "You are nothing but a boorish individual. Now, summon the esteemed Wu from the temple town, and tell him that the artisans refuse to work without compensation, while insisting that my cooper should depart. I must inquire, whose reasoning is this?" Pan San, tilting his head, replied, "I truly cannot produce 50 copper coins. Perhaps you could lend me some, and I shall find a way to repay you later." Wu Tianbao shook his head, saying, "I shall not lend you anything. Since you possess no coins, you ought not to summon the cooper to craft your wooden wares. Now, if you wish to incur a debt, be prepared for the consequences, and do not blame others for their harshness. Alas, reflect carefully on the futility of deceit." Upon hearing the resolute tone of the visitor, Pan San could only lower his head in submission, stating, "I shall pay the full wages." He entered the house and retrieved the coins, handing them over to Song Tuhong. Zhang Ting interjected, "Pan Gue, while they call you Pan San, I advise you not to become a despicable scoundrel in the future. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a predicament, struck down until you are left searching for your teeth, at which point you might finally behave properly." As for the flower seller, the fresh blooms were utterly enchanting, their fragrance delightful. Huang Ziqin, with her long braid, showcased her melodious voice. Upon arriving at Beha Street, she was soon surrounded by a throng of women. Zhang Dingying inquired, "Flower girl, how do you sell your flowers?" 2 carnations for 1 copper coin, a gardenia for 1 copper coin, and a paper flower costs 2 copper coins, as it guarantees durability for at least 2 to 3 years. Additionally, we have white orchids and jasmine, each priced at 1 copper coin for 2. Zhang Dingying picked a gardenia. Wu Dingying, with a smile, remarked, "I find the fragrance of carnations to be more pronounced. I shall take 2. Fong Samei interjected, "You too, Dingying. One desires gardenias, and the other carnations. I shall procure jasmine, as it is quite lovely." Bian Kohong and Huang Fujiuhua teamed up to purchase 2 white magnolias, claiming they're sent to be quite rich. Qinshan chuckled, saying, "Li Youchuan's wife and Zhong Yuanrong's wife have also combined their efforts to buy white magnolias, which is rather agreeable. I personally favor gardenias." Huang Ziqi noted, "This is the last gardenia." "Indeed, I shall acquire it," came the response. I observed Zhang Dingying placing the gardenia atop her hair, which looked splendid. I decided to do the same. The trio of Hang Shoujuan, Su Fonglin, and Yin Lanying all carried jasmine, walking away merrily. 3 elegantly attired women approached, with Lu Xiong's concubine, Ran Juhua, declaring, "I wish to have a gardenia, but they are all gone." In total, there were but 2 gardenias. One was purchased by Wu Tianrong's craftswoman, Zhang Dingying, and the other by Lu Zhizhong's craftswoman, Chen Xiaoying. I was left with no choice but to take 2 carnations. Zhang Caoyang's 3rd wife, Go Xiuqin, stated, "Chao Shuada's craftswoman, Wu Dingying, has a fondness for carnations. Well, I find jasmine to be not unattractive." Gong Guiying, the first wife of Wu Tianbao, remarked, "Earlier, the craftswomen of Xian Yuejian, Zhang Qian, and Wu Tianyun all bought carnations. In truth, carnations are quite delightful, possessing a subtle yet elegant fragrance." As Pan Sandai and the 3 women departed, they approached and said, "I shall buy carnations for my craftswoman." As he spoke, He carelessly crushed a flower with his hand. Huang Ziqin rebuked, "You, a grown man, buy flowers and then ruin one. Why wouldn't you ask me to fetch it for you?" Pan San, unfazed, replied, "Oh, it's nothing of great consequence, merely a nuisance of picking." "Then why didn't you ask your maid to do the picking?" Huang Ziqin retorted. Pan San, swinging his legs, responded, "I thought you looked presentable, so I was merely teasing you." As he spoke, he reached out to tug at Huang Ziqin's long braid. Quick as a flash, she seized his shoulder, prompting Pan San to wail like a slaughtered pig, "My shoulder, my shoulder." Unwilling to heed him, Huang Ziqin dragged him toward a nearby deep pond, causing Pan San to plead repeatedly, "No, please, no." With a gentle push, she remarked, "You deserve to wallow in your own mischief." Pan San tumbled into the pond. Landing on his back, struggling to rise, he attempted to escape the water several times, only to be met with failure, growing increasingly frantic. He had no choice but to wait for someone to pass by and call for help. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly noticed someone approaching and shouted, "Please, passerby, pull me up. I would be eternally grateful." The passerby was Ruan Lao San, who, upon reaching the pond's edge, inquired, "Pan Gui, how did you end up in this pond?" With a grimace, Pan San replied, "A flower-selling girl pushed me into the water when I wasn't paying attention, and I found myself suspended in midair." Ruan Lao San chuckled, "You are not telling me the whole truth. Surely you were trying to flirt with that flower girl. Otherwise, why would she have pushed you into the pond without cause?" Pan San exclaimed, "Please, spare me your jesting. I was merely admiring her long braid, which nearly trailed down to her waist. I wished to grasp it for a closer look, only to find that this woman possessed remarkable strength, seizing my shoulder with a grip that rendered me utterly powerless. Alas, I have suffered for my folly." Ruan Lao San teased, "I can certainly pull you up, but you must call me daddy for me to comply." With a tone of desperation, Pan San pleaded, "Oh, Ruan daddy, I implore you, lift me up. Ruan Jin Sun daddy, please perform this kind deed." Ruan Lao San replied, "Just wait a moment. I will fetch a rope to assist you." He then went to the nearby Zhang Qian's home to retrieve some hemp rope, tossing one end to Pan San. Grasping the rope, Pan San began to ascend, while Ruan Lao San held the other end securely. After a considerable struggle, Pan San finally emerged from the deep pond, panting heavily. Meanwhile, from the back street of Miao Town, the call echoed, sharpening scissors and chopping knives. Li Yubao stood at his doorstep, calling out, "Ah, knife sharpener. I have 2 pairs of scissors that require your attention." The knife sharpener, Zhang Yijiang, a skilled hunter, set down his long bench and opened the small bundle he carried on his back, placing the sharpening stone upon the bench. He poured some lye from a bamboo tube and began to sharpen the scissors. Before long, both pairs of scissors were honed to perfection. He said, "Bring me some scraps of cloth or some damaged cotton, and I shall demonstrate their sharpness for you." Li Yubao retrieved the ragged strips and declared, "I shall test them myself." Indeed, the scissors proved remarkably sharp, effortlessly shredding the fabric into tiny pieces. He praised, "Your sharpening skills are truly exceptional. Here, take this copper coin as a token of my appreciation." Zhang Yijiang remarked, "I practice my craft, and if my clients are dissatisfied, I would never demand payment from them." He sighed and inquired, "Where do you hail from?" "I am from Zhangjiaqiao," he replied. Zhangjiaqiao is a small village with merely over 20 households. Zinuajian called for him to sharpen a kitchen knife, and after Zhang Yijiang completed his task, it appeared exceptionally sharp. Lu Zhizhong also had his knife sharpened. Through the promotion by Li Yubao, coupled with the praises from Zinuajian and Lu Zhizhong, several individuals, including Chao Shueda and Zhong Yuanrong, queued to have their scissors and kitchen knives sharpened by Zhang Yijiang. He was engrossed in his work when suddenly a burly man with a fierce expression approached him and said, "Please sharpen this large knife." Zhang Yijiang glanced at the man and replied, "Wait until I finish sharpening these 2 pairs of scissors." The man urged, "Hurry up. I need this knife." Zhang Yijiang dismissed Chao Shueda and the others before taking up the large knife, stating, "This is a weapon. I cannot sharpen it, as it could take a life. I advise you to destroy it." The man retorted harshly, "Hey, knife sharpener, will you do it or not? Why all this nonsense? Do you think I won't pay you?" Zhang Yijiang sharpened the knife briefly before halting, explaining, "This knife cannot be sharpened further. It will become damaged." The man picked up the knife and said, "Your inability to sharpen this knife suggests that you are a fraud, yet you still have the audacity to roam the streets with your stool." Zhang Yijiang replied, "Whether I can sharpen knives is for others to judge. Those who praise my work far exceed the idle and aimless individuals in this world." A menacing figure emerged. pointing and exclaiming, "Which one are you referring to? I assure you, my blade is no mere trinket." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yijiang immediately rose to his feet and inquired, "I merely spoke my mind. What are you planning to do?" The intruder retorted fiercely, "If you insult me, I shall end your life." With that, he swung his large knife, prompting Zhang Yijiang to hastily block the blow with a long bench, which astonishingly shattered into two pieces. Realizing the assailant was indeed intent on violence, Zhang Yijiang swiftly pivoted, using his foot to trip the attacker. He then propped the shattered bench against the assailant's weapon-bearing arm and forcefully wrested the knife from his grasp. Subsequently, he twisted the man's arm behind him and, using the remnants of the bench's rope, bound him tightly. From a short distance away, Song Hubao called out, "This man is Wu Jin, a bandit from the Dinosaur Mountain stronghold. He has taken many lives, including that of Zhong Yuanming from Miaojin." Wu Tianyun approached, scrutinizing the captive, and suddenly remarked, "He goes by Wu Jin now, but in truth, he is Sun Guangtian from Sunjiachuo. Even if he were turned to ash, I would still recognize him." In shock, Song Hubao exclaimed, "How can he be Sun Guangtian? Let me take a closer look." He hurried over, examined the man intently, and declared, "Indeed, he bears a scar from a knife on his forehead. Sun Guangtian, you are a genuine bandit, brazenly robbing an unwed bride in broad daylight and harboring murderous intent, binding her and casting her into the river. Fortunately, she was rescued. And on her wedding day, she recognized her groom as this vile murderer. In the bridal chamber, a fierce altercation ensued, resulting in the bride inflicting a grievous head injury. Seizing a large knife, she thrust it forward, believing him to be dead, and fled the Sun household. To her astonishment, he had not perished. Instead, he took refuge in the treacherous Dinosaur Mountain, becoming a bandit. The townsfolk gleefully spread the news that the notorious Sun Guangtian, a murderer and thief, had met his end. His head displayed upon a tree along the rear river street. Wu Tianyun reported the incident to the town's councillor, Wu Tianbao, who rushed to the scene, bewildered, exclaiming, "Isn't this Wu Jian? How could he be mistaken for Sun Guangtian?" Wu Tianyun suggested, "Inquire with Song Hubao. He is most familiar with the situation." Frustrated, Wu Tianbao stomped his foot, lamenting, "Every day brings new troubles to our town. Lu Zhiyong and Zhang Kaoyang, both self-proclaimed gentlemen, are certainly no saints. Recently, Zhang Kaoyang has been subdued, primarily because his 13 protectors were dealt with. Alas, there remain petty troublemakers on the streets, stirring up chaos." Wu Tianbao insisted that Wu Tianyun guide him to find Song Hubao, who was busy constructing a trellis for Lufa at Lijiawan. Hubao paused for a moment. "I have an inquiry." Surprised, Song Hubao responded, "Counselor Wu, what brings you to Lijiawan?" Wu Tianbao inquired, "How is it that the bandit Wu Jin from Dinosaur Mountain is being referred to as Sun Guangtian from the Sun family?" Song Hubao recounted the tale of this individual and his involvement with Kanhongdi. With a smile, Wu Tianbao thanked him. "Hubao, I appreciate your assistance. I shall take my leave." He arrived in town and said to Lu Zhizhong, "Could you please go to the Dai family shop and find Kanhongdi? Have her come to verify whether the corpse of Wu Gunha is indeed Sun Guangtian from Sunjiazui. If this is confirmed, I can handle matters in Miaojin with legitimacy, and no one will dare to raise any objections." Lu Zhizhong immediately hurried to the Dai family shop. Wu Tianbao assigned Li Yubao, Wu Tianrong, and Chao Shiweta to bury the bandit's body in a neglected graveyard. Afterwards, he rushed to Zhang Xiaoyang's home, stating, "There have been numerous incidents in Miaojin lately, and I wish to discuss them with you today." Zhang Kaoyang, wearing a pained expression, replied, "Wu, please spare me your feigned sympathy. My 13 bodyguards have faced repercussions, and they have all retreated like turtles, filled with trepidation. I feel as though I have been stripped of all my feathers. At this moment, what can I say regarding matters of the town? Brother Zhang, do not be so pessimistic. You are a person of talent. Gu Wang has recognized your abilities, and I have heard he wishes for you to manage his granary. For now, serve as a warehouse clerk in the town and await Gu Wang's summons." Wu Tianbao replied in a measured tone. Zhang Kaoyang felt intrigued and said, "Wu, if I were to reject your offer, it would be truly dishonorable. Rest assured, I will manage all matters related to grain and supplies on your behalf." Wu Tianbao smiled and said, "Zhang, then it is settled. As for your 13 bodyguards, do not keep them under tight reins. Let them be free. If they have nowhere else to go, they will still work under you." Zhang Kaoyang nodded in agreement and called for Wu Qianrong, instructing him to find Pan San, as he had questions to ask. Not long after, Pan San arrived. Wu Tianbao inquired, "How did you fall into the deep pond yesterday morning and fail to climb out?" Speak the truth. Pan San scratched his head and replied, Alas, I do not know from where that flower-selling girl came. I intended to pick a flower, but accidentally damaged one. She demanded compensation in coins, which I refused to give her. Seizing the moment when I was distracted, she pushed me into the deep pond. Fortunately, Ruan Laosan happened to pass by and helped me out. Wu Tianbao scoffed. You still have not told the whole truth. That woman is named Huang Ziqing, the wife of Wang Shunqing. What relation does Wang Shunqing have to your family? Pan San, with a stiff demeanor, responded, He is my cousin. Wu Tianbao retorted. That woman is clearly a maiden, sporting long braids. Raising his voice, Wu Tianbao continued, You cannot deny that you intended to flirt with her, not realizing she is your cousin's wife. Indeed, she dresses like a girl in her red attire. Huang Ziqing has not been harsh with you. If she had been, you would have been no match for her, and you would have found yourself searching for your teeth. You must mend your ways and strive to be a better person. Pan San sighed and attempted to walk away. Pan San, do not be stubborn. I have warned you, yet you remain silent, reverting to your old habits. When they asked you to provide water and a wooden tub, you only offered 20 coins, as if to brush it off. I advise you to pay the full wages. Your obstinacy will lead you nowhere. Later, when someone seized your collar, only then did you obediently give the carpenter 50 coins. What sort of upbringing have you had? Why not aspire to be a good person? Pan San mumbled, I shall not repeat this again, and walked away with his head hung low. Wu Tianbao entered the council room and began perusing the town's accounts from recent years, carelessly tossing the papers onto the table. He addressed Lu Zhizhong, stating, From now on, should any issues arise in the town, you must inform me promptly. Some matters can be resolved on the spot, leaving no lingering consequences. If allowed to fester, they could potentially escalate into significant disasters. Lu Zhizhong replied, As long as I am aware of any situation, I will report it to you immediately. However, there are instances beyond our knowledge, which could indeed lead to grave troubles. For example, when Pan San mocked the flower-selling girl in a secluded area. How could we have known? Wu Tianbao continued, I have heard that Rui Chenfei has recently sent people to our Miao town. We must not be negligent. Rui Chenfei is a formidable female general, and if she takes an interest in our town, it would be quite consequential. Regardless of the circumstances, we must extend a warm reception to her representatives. Lu Zhizhong nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we must not create troubles for ourselves. At Dinosaur Mountain Village, Hu Shuabao stumbled along the rugged mountain path, entering the village in a state of panic. Boss, it's terrible. Lao San has been beheaded in Miao Town, and his head is hanging from a tree. It's a horrific sight. The village chief, Wu Dayo, who sat on a tiger skin chair in the assembly hall, asked in alarm. Who committed such a heinous act? Hu Shuabao stammered. It was a knife sharpener. He discovered that Wu Gina's true identity was Sun Guangtian from Sunjiazui and promptly executed him. Wu Dayo, taken aback, exclaimed, Lao San identified himself as Wu Gunha and even claimed kinship with me. It seems he adopted the Wu surname. But his actual name is Sun Guangtian. There must be a story behind this. Hu Shuabao lamented, the situation is quite peculiar. It is his own fault. He attempted to rob a woman of her belongings and even cast her into the great river. Little did he know, this woman was rescued and turned out to be his fiancée. On their wedding night, she recognized him, naturally refusing to comply, which led to a chaotic altercation. In the scuffle, she dealt a lethal blow, leaving him sprawled in a pool of blood, while she escaped through the window. Wu Dayo sighed. Perhaps this is a karmic entanglement from their past lives, a tale without a beginning. Alas, where is the second brother? Hu Shuabao cried. The second brother has already descended the mountain. His whereabouts are unknown. I fear that our small group cannot linger here any longer. Elder brother, you must take charge. Wu Dayo, patting the chair, said sorrowfully, It is unfortunate that our strategist is a coward at heart. Although he is the second in command here, when trouble arises, he swiftly retreats. In daily revelries, none can outdrink him, nor can anyone rival his boastfulness. Yet, in times of peril, he is the first to cower. Look at this. In a moment of crisis, we sought his counsel, yet he has vanished without a trace. It is truly disheartening. Hu Shuabao inquired, Elder brother, what shall we do now? Wu Dayo, with a quivering voice, replied, Oh, Hu Laosi, what options do I possess? With 11 or 12 of us confined in this mountain stronghold, we are merely consuming our resources. I believe this temple is too small. We cannot remain here any longer. It would be wise for each to seek their own path. Hu Shuabao promptly departed, and by noon, he was no longer in sight. Wu Dayo addressed the remaining 8. This shall be our final meal here. Before the appointed time, Wu had already departed. Today, just before the meal, Hu Shuebiao left without a word, accompanied by Scarface Yin and Li Matzi. Those among you, 8 in total, who wish to accompany me, Wu Dayo, may seek refuge at Zuelong Mountain under Wang Yin. Those who do not wish to follow may remain as they please. One man spoke. I, Li Yozhua from Miaojin, have an elderly mother at home. I truly cannot leave. At Longshan, Daki Mountain, or Shaoqi Mountain, I can still care for her. How can I ascertain her condition from afar? Another man added, I also cannot venture far. For my aged father has no one to look after him. I am his only son. Neglecting him would be unconscionable. A third man remarked, You, Li Yozhua, speak of caring for your mother. And you, Wang Zhichai, speak of attending to your elderly father. Both of you are exemplary sons. As for me, Chao Shuiyu, I cannot go far because my family runs a grocery store in Miaojin, and there is no one to manage it. Wu Dayo waved his hand and said, Li Yozhua, Wang Zhichai, Chao Shuiyu, since the 3 of you do not wish to venture far, we shall part ways here. Those who choose to follow me are my sworn brothers, bound by life and death, never to be separated. After the meal, the bandits disbanded, and the Longshan stronghold fell into an eerie silence, leaving behind a disheveled assembly hall and several empty rooms. In merely 2 or 3 months, at Luyanpo, over a dozen girls had been married off, and 7 young men had also taken wives. Shinchioji, after a brief courtship at the vanity table, became the wife of Su Qiping within just a few days. At 18, though adorned with a hairstyle befitting a bride, she still retained the semblance of a girl. Upon hearing that my brother-in-law and sister were engaged in the trade of barbering and leatherworking in the temple town, I noted that although my brother-in-law had been swindled out of 5 taels of silver, someone had come to his aid. My sister, during her time as a bride, ventured to the temple town to work as a leatherworker, forming numerous friendships along the way. She was not one to remain idle at home, preferring to engage in meaningful endeavors. Shinchioji took cotton thread and visited Su Chiyu's residence, as familial visits are quite natural. Moreover, Su Chichuan's wife, Shinjinji, is her own cousin sister. Shunjinji remarked, Chioji, you have just married and are already busily attending to household chores. You ought to take some rest. To this, Shin Shioji replied, Women from impoverished families are not so delicate. My sister, upon marrying into the Shin family, did not even wait a month before heading to the temple town to work as a leatherworker, crafting shoes for others. Oh, Chioji, you jest, exclaimed Shinjinji in surprise. Who would have thought that our 3 sisters from Lianpo have become sisters-in-law at the Su family's dressing table? The speaker was Shun Guiying, who entered the room and added, Indeed, it is true. Little Wang has married into the dressing table, becoming Su Yurong's wife, thus being a generation younger than us. She must address us as aunts. Shinchuji laughed, saying, I have heard many people say that this is a case of chaotic kinship rather than disordered lineage. Little Wang calls us sisters in Luyanpo, but upon arriving at the dressing table, she must switch to calling us aunts. There is no escaping that. The 3 women stepped outside and made their way to the eastern edge of the village, gazing into the distance, where they observed horse-drawn carts bustling along the hillside, reminiscent of a temple fair. Shin Guiying remarked, These individuals are likely headed to the larger village or perhaps the town. They will not reach our dressing table. Suddenly, one of them noted, Ah, here stand 3 young ladies. Hey, you Shua, which one have you set your sights on? The speaker, possessing a square face and an appealing demeanor, initiated the playful banter. The response came from the brigand Chao Shuiyu of the notorious Longshan Mountain. As he opened his eyes and gazed, he remarked, The woman to the south possesses delicate skin and tender flesh. She is likely a newlywed. I have set my sights on her. Shinchioji remained steadfast, and when the assailant reached out, she swiftly spun around, positioning herself behind him, and executed a powerful kick that sent him tumbling to the ground. As the square-faced thug charged forward, Shinchioji effortlessly pushed him away, causing him to roll down the steep slope, utterly disheveled. A woman approached, astonished, and exclaimed, Isn't that the one who rolled down the slope, Wu Yong from Wuga village? What brings him here to disgrace himself at our vanity table? Upon recognizing her, the man hastily attempted to flee. Seeing his companion escape, Chao Shuiyu scrambled to his feet, panic overtaking him as he hurriedly fled from the vanity table and dashed towards the distant hillside. Shin Guiying, trembling with fear, exclaimed, I was terrified. Suddenly 2 strong men appeared, intent on attacking us women. Chioji is unafraid. I cannot fathom how she possesses such courage. Shin Jinzi said, I too feel weak-kneed in the presence of fierce men. Shin Shioji replied, Why should I be afraid? I have trained in martial arts alongside my sister. Although I have only learned the basics, it is sufficient for self-defense. Today, on our own estate, even if I cannot best those two ruffians, should anyone arrive, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Besides, if you show fear, it only emboldens the wicked. Shin Jinzes lamented, alas, Qiuji. Do you recognize the man whom Qiuji kicked down the slope? Wu Qiugui waved her hand and said, I recognize him. His name is Wu Yong. He is usually idle and lacks any skills, often loitering aimlessly. Those who associate with him are hardly reputable. I praise Qiuji as a heroine, asserting that as women, we must not be timid. When the time calls for action, we must act decisively. In moments of peril, with no man around. If a woman does not fight with all her might, she merely awaits her fate. Suddenly, Shinjinji pointed to the east and exclaimed, Ah! Why are 4 horse-drawn carriages heading towards our dressing table today? Wu Qiugui looked up and confirmed, Indeed, there are 4 carriages. Shin Guiying remarked, There is no one outside our dressing table playing the role of an official. Who could it be? Shin Jinji replied, We shall know once the carriages arrive before us. Shin Qiuji interjected, Sister, I have seen you perform in the Shaoqi mountain village. On that night, you portrayed Zhuge Liang, looking remarkably handsome on stage. Shin Yulo chuckled. In that case, you know me, yet I do not recognize you. My apologies, Shin Yulo. Please do not take offense. It was merely a matter of timing. Tsuchiya suggested, Let us all disembark. It is not far to my home. From the 4 carriages emerged 10 women and 2 men. Shin Qiuji said, Sister Yulo, please introduce them to us 4. We are only familiar with you. Shin Yulo began the introductions. One of the men was her partner, while the other was Li Yiwen, the partner of EGMA. As for the 10 women, 3 of whom are performers, Jin Sui Mei, Shi Zili, and Chen Yulo, the other 7 are Huang Ziqin, Yun Jia, Zheng Bifang, Jin Miaohua, Yu Zhiying, Lin Suifeng, and Ma Jiumei. The home of Su Qiha has become lively. They immediately borrowed the large table from Su Qiyu's household. The guests settled down for casual conversation, while 5 or 6 of the Su family's sisters-in-law busied themselves. In a small gathering at the dressing table, Shin Qiuji clapped her hands and exclaimed, How delightful! Indeed, the courtyard of the Chitsuan family is spacious enough to accommodate the entire village. Most importantly, the eastern side of their home features a natural high platform. Shin Yulo remarked, Qiuji, please inform everyone in the village that we shall be performing in the courtyard of the Chitsuan family tonight, and there will be no charge for admission. Nie Shuangyun pondered for a moment and said, Chunmei, since we have arrived at this village, let us appreciate its beauty. Qian Chunmei replied, from a distance, This village resembles a garden, truly exquisite. Very well, let us explore every corner of it. As they approached the center of the village, Shin Qiuji joyfully exclaimed, Ah, Mrs. Kan and Mrs. Zhua, what brings you to our dressing table? Qian Chunmei explained, We were merely passing by. From afar, your village appeared like a beautiful garden. So we specifically requested the carriage driver to bring us here for a closer look. Shin Yulo interjected, Mrs. Zhua, your words sound distant. Once you arrive at my home, you are a guest. Do not worry about whether the Su family can entertain you adequately. Come, let us sit at the large table. The room is filled with our sisters. The 2 took their seats at the western table, and Zheng Bifang inquired, Shuangyun, how did you and Chunmei know we were at the dressing table? Qian Chunmei remarked, Indeed. We followed our men to Miao Town, where they paid a visit to Director Wu. Upon our chance meeting, we decided to visit Rui Xiulan's home at Dai's shop. However, Yun, with her dual clouds, mistakenly took the wrong path. Instead of heading towards the western hillside, she wandered to the eastern slope. From a distance, the dressing table resembled a garden, and thus we inadvertently found ourselves here. How could we have known you were here? Yun Jie responded, Rui Qinfei is an extraordinary woman, well-versed in strategy and possessing an iron will. It is said that her forces are invincible, akin to a whirlwind. Zheng Bifang added, I wish to suggest that the leader of the Shan faction rallied the troops to join Rui Qinfei, but she claimed to be a bandit, unappreciated by society. Therefore, I refrained from further comment. Huang Ziqin lamented, Alas, most of us women are rather obstinate, while men exhibit remarkable adaptability. Even the likes of Zhao Xian, Zhu Wei, Man Shong, and Zhang Yijiang have pledged allegiance to Rui Qinfei, and it has occurred with such stealth. My husband, Wang Shunqing, is also contemplating a departure without notice. To speak frankly, I, Huang Ziqin, follow his lead, though the future seems bleak and uncertain. Besides, we women are not akin to Lu Bowen. The changing times are unpredictable for us all. Marjome struck the table and declared, "Today, my sisters, let us gather not to discuss national affairs but to celebrate our sisterly bonds." "What say you? Is my sentiment not true?" Jean Miaowok concurred. "I stand with Marjome's words. Today, the 6 of us sisters shall sit at the western table. Yu Jiying and Madame Shang, do join us." Lin Suifeng added. "Very well. I propose, Yu Jing, that you call me Lin Suifeng, and I shall refrain from addressing you as Madam Man. As we are all sisters, addressing one another as Madam feels rather distant. Furthermore, we women are indeed human beings. It is merely in the presence of numerous men that one might refer to someone as Madam to save face." Chen Yulo remarked, "Chi He, you and Li Yuan should go to Qi Jin's house for a drink, bringing along 5 groomsmen, which will make for a splendid feast. At my home, we have 2 tables filled with our mothers-in-law, so let us enjoy some freedom." Li Yuan stood up and said, "Old Su, as 2 men, let us take our leave and not disrupt the ladies' sisterly gathering." Su Chi he humorously replied, "When one's own wife issues an edict, one must comply, even if reluctant. If I were to displease her and she reports it to Rui Chenfei, we would be in quite the predicament." Chen Yulo ushered several sisters-in-law to sit at the eastern table, stating, "Today, the esteemed seat shall be occupied by Qiuji." Shen Qiuji protested dramatically, "How can I sit in the esteemed seat? You would be the death of me." Shen Jinji and Wu Qiugue firmly held Shen Qiuji down, insisting, "Today, you shall take the seat. After all, you are the bride. And you even chased away Chao Shuiyu with your own hands, utilizing 2 ruffians." Nie Shuangyun clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, do tell about how Shen Qiuji sent 2 ruffians fleeing." Shen Guiying chuckled and recounted, "Just before your carriage arrived, Jin Ji and I accompanied her to the eastern edge of the village for a stroll, when suddenly 2 strangers appeared. Without much ado, they attempted to seize us 3. And that rascal Chao Shuiyu even demanded that Qiuji sleep with him. Just as he made his move, she kicked him down to the ground. And when Wu Yong advanced, she pushed him down the steep slope. Wu Qiugue called him Wu Yong, and the fellow, frightened, quickly slipped away." Huang Ziqin clapped her hands in praise, exclaiming, "Who says that women are inferior to men? Today, Shen Qiuji has proven otherwise, bringing honor to our gender." Zhang Bifeng urged. "What are you waiting for? You all at the east table, come and join us." Shen Qiuji, "Do not be so formal. There are no men in this room. When your sisters invite you to sit, you ought to take a seat without any reservations." Reluctantly, Shen Qiuji took the seat of honor, accompanied by Shizili. Yijiamiai and Chen Yulo occupied the east side, while Shen Jinji and Shen Guiying sat to the west. To the south were Wu Qiugue and Marjiome. Chen Yulo stood and addressed the gathering, saying, "Sisters, since we have gathered here, we should celebrate our togetherness. And what better way to do so than with a little wine at my home? As for how much one drinks, that is a matter of personal choice. Even those who do not drink should at least let the wine touch their lips. Otherwise, they do not deserve to partake in today's festivities. Wouldn't you agree?" Chen Yulo continued, "I have brought 2 flasks of wine, 1 for each table." He placed the wine flasks on both tables. On the east side, Shen Guiying poured the wine, while Huang Ziqin took charge at the west table, exuding an air of authority that made it difficult for anyone to decline. As for whether one drank or not, that was to be determined later. Yun Jie rose, saying, "On behalf of our host, I would like to propose a toast to the sisters at both tables. Let us drink to our gathering. Cheers from me, Yun Jie. Everyone, please feel free to partake." With that, she tilted her head back and downed her drink. The sisters gathered together to indulge in libations, each partaking in varying quantities, yet the atmosphere brimmed with merriment. During a tea gathering, Yun Jie remarked, "To be a woman is to shoulder the responsibilities of motherhood. What good is beauty if it is not accompanied by duty?" Huang Ziqin chuckled and replied, "Women are inherently endowed with a certain eccentricity. Tell me, which woman does not meticulously adorn herself? Every woman dons gold earrings, and jewelry is merely the finishing touch. When we step out, each woman resembles a blooming flower, except perhaps when age has dulled her allure." She contrasted this with men, who often appear disheveled and lack any sense of grooming. Shizili, with a hint of melancholy, lamented, "I find myself wed to Gu Qiantian by a twist of fate." Yijume and Li Yuan's union was equally hasty. Huang Ziqin retorted playfully, "Oh, Gu Shenyang, there's no point in dredging up the past." In Zisong's Wang, "If you do not recognize Gu Qiantian as your husband, you shall be resigned to a life as the concubine of Ingji Homayan." Shizili scoffed, "I would rather not be shackled to that old coffin maker. I lack your prowess, Huang Ziqin, to have vanquished the 2 brutes, Zhang Rongfu and Yin Zikue. Thus, I must accept Gu Qiantian as my spouse. Yi Junmei interjected. It is not out of willingness that I married Li Yuan under someone else's roof. One must bow their head. However, he has treated me decently. Sighing, she continued, today, at our eastern table, only Marjiome enjoyed a drink, while the others sipped sparingly. At the western table, Yun Jie raised a toast to all present. Has anyone else ever emptied their cup? Lin Suifeng remarked with a click of her tongue. The way we women indulge in alcohol is truly akin to a turtle consuming barley, a sheer waste of resources. Zheng Bifang clapped her hands and stated today. I shall offer my observations. There is no doubt that Shen Xiuji is a married woman. The most amusing of all is Huang Ziqin, who, despite being a woman, pretends to be a young maiden with her long braid and vibrant red attire, exuding an air of youthful innocence. She sells flowers in Miao Town. And the rogue Pan San dares to covet her. Little did he know that Huang Ziqin would seize his arm, rendering him immobile, ultimately toppling him into the deep pond from which he could not escape. As she spoke, she cast a glance around and continued. The most elegantly adorned is Madame Shang, Lin Suifeng, and the fortunate one is Qian Chunmei, the esteemed Lady Kansas. The one adept in accounting is Jin Miaohua, while the talented and refined is Yun Jie. With a slender waist, Eugene captivates all, and the gifted is Nie Shuangyun. Among those with singing prowess, there are, of course, Master Gu, Mistress Li, and Chen Yulo, the trio of exceptional performers. The formidable martial artist is Madame Zhu Majiome. As for Jinshi, Guiying, and Chogue, you three are sisters-in-law to Qiuji and Yulo, maintaining a good relationship. Yun Jie rose and said, Zheng Bifang, you, as the esteemed Lady Song, surpass us all in intellect. A true paragon of wisdom. Thus, your pairing with Song Su should be deemed a match made in heaven, a harmonious union. Shen Qiuji inquired, Sister Yulo, where will the 5 horsemen be staying? Shen Yulo replied with a smile. He has already arranged accommodations for them in the temple's guest quarters, as the monks are away on their pilgrimage. Meanwhile, we shall all gather in the courtyard of Zhujixiang to enjoy the performance. As for me, I must attend to the stage and prepare for the play. She finished speaking and walked out with Shirzili and Yi Jianmei. Yun Jie said, let us go too. Zhujixiang, lead us sisters to your home. Upon her words, everyone rose and headed outside. The courtyard of Su Qiqing was indeed vast. The theater could accommodate 200 people, and the vanity table was a small estate, with the children and adults combined totaling little more than 200. Several elderly individuals could not endure staying up late, nor could they watch the performance outdoors. After the first act concluded, Shen Qiuji exclaimed. Yulo's portrayal of the male character Wang Qiaolu was remarkably vivid, and her singing was delightful. Shirzili played Wang's wife, her voice quite pleasing. Alas, Yi Jianmei also took on a cross-dressing role as the owner Gu. Though her part was limited, it left a lasting impression. Su Qiqing chuckled. This is a genuine performance with 3 women, executed with such authenticity. Shen Jinzhang remarked, Qiqing, when women converse, why do you, a man, feel the need to interject? It is quite bothersome. Su Qiqing nodded in agreement. My dear, could you not grant me a modicum of respect? I shall refrain from further comment. Wu Chogue stated. Gambling harms families. Look, a perfectly fine household, yet Wang Qiaolu lost all his money, and life became unbearable. Fortunately, he ultimately realized the folly of his ways and ceased gambling. Shen Lanying added, some individuals become invigorated by gambling. I cannot comprehend why throwing dice becomes such an addiction. Yishutu remarked, Lanying, gambling is essentially extortion. It all depends on your ability to strategize. If you calculate well, fortune will favor you. Shen Lanying replied, indeed. It is nothing but cunning, playing tricks with one's mind. Nie Shuangyun inquired of Shen Jinji, is Laning and shout to your sisters-in-law? Shen Jinji responded with a smile. Laning is the second daughter of my uncle, married into the Zhao family of Shezuantai. Her husband is Zhao Jiatsai. Xiao Tu, whose surname is he, is a girl from Yaojin and is also a sister-in-law to Shen Laning. Her husband is Zhao Jiatian. By the way, my eldest cousin, Shen Xiaoying, is also married into Shezuantai, and her husband is Qiu Yubao. Nie Shuangyun remarked, Jinji, your little Shezuantai boasts 3 different surnames. Shen Jinji continued, indeed. The Su family is prominent. Out of 10 families, 9 bear the surname Su. There are 5 or 6 families with the surname Zhao, while only 2 families are named Qiu. With a sigh, she added, the opera is beginning again. It is Yang Bu Tu Go. This play features few characters. Merely 3 individuals and 1 dog, thus 4 roles in total. Shen Jinji expressed her astonishment. Is the dog portrayed by a person? Nie Shuangyun chuckled. If it were acted by a human, how could a real dog possibly perform on stage? Zhu Zhixiang expressed her indignation, saying, "This Jiao woman is not only insidious, but also defiant." Wu Qiugui commented, "Jiao mistreats her mother-in-law. She is truly an unfilial daughter-in-law. When her mother-in-law desires oil cakes, she offers dry steamed buns instead. If her mother-in-law refuses, she tosses them to the dog. When her mother-in-law craves noodles, she herself feasts on them while her mother-in-law is left with broth. Ultimately, she even resorts to striking her mother-in-law. How despicable!" As the plot progressed, the audience began to catch their breath. He Xiao who applauded. This play teaches women everywhere to honor their in-laws and refrain from defying heavenly principles. Shen Guiying added, "So this is the essence of Yang Bu Tu Go. The dog is portrayed by a person. Its antics are truly amusing." Shen Qiuji remarked, "This performance has not featured any cross-dressing. The role of Yang Bu is indeed portrayed by a man, embodying the character in A Scissor Orchid. Shi Zili plays the role of Jiao Shi, while Yi Jianmei takes on the part of the grandmother. He plays the character of Guzi, and unless one observes closely, one might not even realize it is he." After the two acts concluded, Chen Yulo stepped forward to address the audience. "Tonight's performance has come to an end. Please do not rush. Look out for one another. Those residing in the fields should travel in pairs and take care of each other. Wishing everyone a safe journey home." In another conversation, Jin Ye chatted with Zheng Bifang, saying, "We six sisters have been classmates for nearly 2 years, forging a deep bond. After just a year, I, along with Yun Jie and Jin Miaohua, took on the roles of young ladies. Yet we cannot compare to the three of you maids. Nie Shuangyun, you are the left madam, Qian Chunmei. You are the can madam, and Huang Ziqin, you are the general's madam." Nie Shuangyun waved her hand dismissively. "I am no left madam, but merely the concubine of the left family, as left Yin has conferred upon me the title of a legitimate wife. I cannot be compared to Qian Chunmei and Huang Ziqin. They are the true noble ladies." Yun Jie replied, "Nie Shuangyun, do not belittle yourself. Being a concubine is indeed a title of respect. When they call you left madam, it is not erroneous. Furthermore, you are the matriarch of the left family, which is quite substantial. As for me, married to Yi Xian, I am at best the wife of a minor general, and he possesses no soldiers under his command." Jin Miaohua added, "They refer to me as Madame Tsong, yet I feel as though I am merely a common merchant's wife, unable to claim a title even as a teacher's wife." Zheng Bifang, placing her hand on her chest, remarked, "It truly embarrasses me to say, my husband is but a pedantic scholar, and I, Zheng Bifang, am merely the wife of such a man. Such is my fate, and I harbor no regrets. What is there to regret? The path we tread is forged by our own steps. Even if Song Su were to fall into destitution, I would accompany him in begging for alms, steadfast and unwavering, just as the dog we keep at home remains loyal." Huang Ziqin clapped her hands and declared, "Madame Song is indeed virtuous. Such women of grace deserve recognition from the court." No sooner had she spoken than Chen Yulo entered the room and instructed, Jin Miaohua, "Nie Shuangyun, you two former companions have taken refuge at Wu Qiugui's residence." Wu Qiugui, standing at the door, smiled and said, "Jin Miaohua, Nie Shuangyun, come with me. My home is not far. You are indeed tasked with caring for the Zhua family's children. What can be done? One must accept their fate, even if it means falling into a fiery pit." Shortly thereafter, Chen Xiu unexpectedly entrusted me with her children, pleading for my assistance in caring for Zhua Mingli and the young boy Zhua Jiobao, her tone filled with sorrow. I could not refuse, as Zhua Yin had granted me the title of his concubine, instructing his children to call me Mother Nye. Jin Miaohua remarked, "You might say this is a fortuitous turn of events. A generous opportunity. Nevertheless, it surpasses what I, Jin Miaohua, have experienced. Though I possess a title, my husband's standing is lowly. The world labels me, Jin Miaohua, as merely a merchant's wife, a truth that cannot be denied." Nie Shuangyun responded, "You would rather wed Song Gan. What is there to lament?" Jin Miaohua, with wide eyes, replied, "Why do you think I fled Qiushui town with you? It was to escape a marriage. Little did I know that even when fleeing to the ends of the earth, I could not escape the confines set by my parents beforehand. I accompanied you to the mountain of dinosaurs, where Fei Situ appointed me as the assistant to the grocer in Shigong town. Little did I know that this grocer was my fiancé, Song Gan. He pointed out that the bracelet on my arm bore the character Gan. I was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, I indeed found the character. Resigned to fate, I agreed to marry him." Nie Shuangyun exclaimed, "How fortunate!" My award-winning bracelet also bears a character, Zwa. Zwayin took me to his home, claiming I had accepted his token. I was completely unaware beforehand and now found myself ensnared in his trap, left with no choice but to comply. Nie Shuangyun remarked that, compared to Chen Yulo, Shizili, and Yi Jianmei, who were coerced into matchmaking, we were indeed much luckier. They encountered the decrepit Ma Yan in Shisong village, who insisted that any woman without a man must marry him. Who is Ma Yan, but a true relic of age, on the brink of demise? There was no choice but to hastily arrange marriages, stumbling by the latrine, meeting their unfortunate ends. Jin Yaohua noted, tonight's performance revealed the undeniable chemistry between Yi Jianmei and Li Yuan. Alas, a night of marriage can lead to 100 nights of affection. Even if feelings were absent at first, marriage gradually fosters affection, unless one is made of wood. Nie Shuangyun suggested that considering the circumstances, we should retire for the night. Yun Huang and Huang Ziqin found themselves resting in Shuangyun's west chamber. Unexpectedly, the girl Huang Ziqin disguised herself as a boy, resembling the handsome Panin, adopting the male name Li Jing. It seemed she was seizing this opportunity to test her fortunes in hopes of finding her ideal match. Huang Ziqin pouted and said, Huang Ziqin, am bold enough to speak my mind. Assisting the chieftain in forming a theater troupe is no small feat, and as a woman, it is not easy for me to take charge. Hence, I must present myself in a masculine manner. Unlike you, Miss Yun, who clearly harbors feelings for Yi Wan yet deliberately leads him on. Alas, in that cave, when you found yourself in a man's embrace, sharing kisses, what was that sensation like? Could you indulge me with your thoughts? Yun Jie replied, as a dignified young lady of the Yun family, I find myself outwitted by the very maidservant who attends to me. What can I say? You, Miss Huang, are truly skilled. Though I, Yun Jie, refuse to concede. I must acknowledge my defeat. You lie beside your beloved Wang Shenqing without hesitation. If, at that moment, Wang Shenqing were to suddenly lean over you, how would you feel? Tonight, do share your thoughts with me. Oh, I am not like you, Yun Jie, who becomes a quivering mess at the sight of Yi Wan, speaking in a sweet, affected manner. You feign shyness, all the while yearning for Yi Wan to hold you close, then diving beneath the sheets in a fervor, Huang Ziqin teased. Yun Jie, gritting her teeth, retorted, I, Yun Jie, shall marry Yi Wan with honor. Unlike some who have already pledged themselves to their men, yet still parade around as if they are unclaimed, their long braids swaying down to their waists. Perfumed and yearning for another man's affection, Huang Ziqin pleaded, Mistress, please spare me. But you mustn't lose your temper. Do not strike me, Huang Ziqin. Come now. Let us reconcile and prepare for sleep. Yun Jie laughed, you little monkey, pretending to be pitiful. You are quite the performer. In truth, I admire your audacity. You speak boldly, undeterred by the trials of life. Huang Ziqin remarked, ultimately, we women cannot do without men. Without a man, one is as inconsequential as sand, drifting aimlessly in the waves. However, I, Huang Ziqin, am forthright, whereas you, Yun Jie, tend to be more circuitous, artfully enticing men. Yun Jie chuckled, oh monkey, your words are sharp and often sting. You cannot resist belittling others, can you? Nevertheless, my capacity for forgiveness is considerable. Alas, one must maintain a degree of tolerance. It is a fundamental virtue of being human. Huang Ziqin responded, Miss Yun, your magnanimity is commendable. You do not hold my status as a maid against me. Yun Jie retorted, you, my dear monkey, are no longer merely a maid. You are now the esteemed Lady Wang. And you possess talents that have garnered the admiration of the village chief. Meanwhile, Zheng Qianyi awoke to the melodious chirping of birds outside, sunlight streaming into the room. Qian Chunmei lamented, oh, this high bun is such a bother. It does not look particularly appealing. Perhaps I should adorn it with more accessories. Baifeng. Today I shall style my hair as mother does. Please teach me. Zheng Baifeng smiled. Just watch how I do it. It is quite simple. Taking the scissors from the silver table, Zheng Baifeng inquired, shall I cut here? Qian Chunmei replied, a little higher, perhaps about the length of a ruler. With a swift snip, Zheng Baifeng secured the hair with black thread. Qian Chunmei's bun took shape, plump and adorned with jewels, while azure and emerald hairpins were added beside her ears. She gazed into the mirror and remarked, ah, this bun saves effort and exudes elegance. Zheng Baifeng complimented, you possess the demeanor of a lady. Styling your hair in such a manner is indeed quite impressive. Draped in a vibrant yellow garment, her complexion appeared strikingly delicate. Qian Chunmei cast a glance at Zheng Baifeng and remarked, Your deep crimson attire signifies your literary prowess. It is evident to all that you are a talented woman of letters. Zheng Bifang replied, "Oh, this crimson dress of mine is hardly commendable. It pales in comparison to your splendid yellow ensemble, which exudes opulence." With a playful smile, Qian Chunmei suggested, "Let us exchange garments. And I shall also gift you a jade-green hairpin." Zheng Bifang acquiesced, "Let us indeed swap, but I will categorically refuse your jewelry. Such a grand gesture is unwarranted." As they exchanged their outer garments, it seemed as though they had transformed. Qian Chunmei appeared more profound and seasoned, while Zheng Bifang radiated brilliance. Her complexion softened. Upon exiting the room, Chen Yulo exclaimed, "Madam Can, you seem like an entirely different person today. Your hair is styled in an elegant updo, making you appear even more genteel. Truly, as a noble woman, no matter the adornments, you remain strikingly captivating. Alas, Bifang, in that yellow dress, you resemble a young lady from an aristocratic family, with a complexion so fresh." Zheng Bifang responded, "Having donned Qian Chunmei's attire, I must admit it is indeed flattering." Qian Chunmei laughed, "Oh, Zheng Bifang, there is no notion of gaining or losing in our attire exchange. What matters is the bond we share as sisters." Lin Suifeng arrived and, upon seeing Qian Chunmei's new appearance, exclaimed, "My goodness, Qian Chunmei, as Madam Can, in this attire today, I scarcely recognized you. Now that I see your elegant updo, you look utterly stunning. All of you are adorned in beautiful hairstyles, while I alone wear a high bun, feeling rather out of place. Indeed, I wish to transform my hairstyle into a mother's bun," Lin Suifeng declared. Zheng Bifang, Chen Yulo, and Chen Xiuji remained silent as Lin Suifeng continued, "I implore you all to assist me in styling my hair. None of you are willing to lend a hand." Shen Jinji replied, "Madam Shang, if you truly desire to alter your hairstyle into a bun, as long as you do not regret it in the future, come to my home, and I shall assist you." Lin Suifeng responded eagerly, "Very well, I shall make my way to your house at once." As the two departed, Zheng Bifang remarked, "If Lin Suifeng abandons her high bun, when Lord Shang inquires about who facilitated this change, will it not lead to complications for someone?" Qian Chunmei waved her hand dismissively, asserting, "If she chooses this for herself, how could it possibly implicate others? Moreover, must men always be so domineering? Why should we women not have a modicum of freedom?" Chen Yulo interjected, "While your sentiments are valid, the reality is that men hold the reins of power, leaving women little choice but to adapt. How many women possess the audacity and capability of Huang Ziqin, who dares to speak and act boldly?" Zhang Bifang chuckled. "Yet, Rui Chenfei is even more formidable, commanding the emperor's authority with a decisive approach, blending both literary and martial prowess. No man can withstand her." Soon, Wu Qiugui, Shen Xiuji, and Shun Ging began to bring forth beaten eggs and flour to the table, where a large bowl of golden fruit sat in the center. Shen Jinji entered with a bowl and called out, "Sisters, come and join me for breakfast. Please, take a seat." As Lin Suifeng re-entered, the women in the room clapped their hands and cheered. "Madame Shang has changed her hairstyle. She looks significantly more beautiful." Lin Suifeng beamed, exclaiming, "All my sisters have styled their buns, and here I am, still in the old-fashioned manner. How could I possibly fall behind?" Chen Yulo remarked, "What Madame Shang has said is indeed quite reasonable. Well then, let us all partake in breakfast, lest it grow cold and lose its appeal." After the guests at the Dai family inn had departed, the hosts, Mr. and Mrs. Su, felt compelled to tidy their home to prevent it from appearing too disheveled. Following their midday meal, Chen Yulo exchanged pleasantries with her sisters-in-law before summoning the local carriage driver to convey her and her husband to Shaoqishan. Upon arriving at the Dai family inn, Chen Yulo instructed the driver to halt, as she wished to inquire at the home of Rui Xiulan to see whether the six sisters had visited her. Upon entering Rui Xiulan's residence, she found a gathering of women engaged in laughter and conversation, including Yunjie, Huang Ziqin, Zheng Bifang, Shizili, and Yi Jianmei. "Yunjie," she exclaimed, "it is such a rare occasion for you six sisters to convene, yet you have not gathered here." With a sigh, she continued, "It appears that Nie Shuangyun, Qian Chunmei, and Jin Miaohua claim to be exceedingly busy with matters that could not delay. I attempted to persuade them alongside Zheng Bifang for quite some time, but to no avail. They still chose to depart." Seating herself, Chen Yulo commented, "Among the sisters, the one who has undergone the most remarkable transformation is Qian Chunmei. I cannot fathom why she, as Mrs. Can, has adopted the hairstyle of a mother and forsaken her customary pale yellow attire for a deep crimson gown, albeit she still exudes an air of authority." Zheng Bifang interjected, I never suggested exchanging garments with her. You are unaware that she proposed a swap, offering me a jade hairpin as well. I firmly declined. For what need have I for her valuable trinkets when I possess nothing of worth to reciprocate? Nie Shuangyun remarked. I scarcely recognized her at first glance. It is indeed a marvel. Qian Chunmei possesses an innate aura of nobility, radiating elegance regardless of her attire. Then there is Lin Suifang, who has styled her hair in an exquisite manner, dark and lustrous, exuding a certain youthful vitality. As Xiao Luyun and Ding Huijin entered, they were brimming with enthusiasm. Ding Huijin inquired, Chen Yulo, are you all enjoying yourselves here? Are there performances scheduled for this evening? Nie Shuangyun, with a hint of inquiry, responded, you three, as performers. Can you fulfill the aspirations of the Dai family patrons? Shirzili replied, certainly, although we can only present a few minor roles in the smaller plays. Chen Yulo added, 3 or 4 performances are acceptable, yet we lack an audience to support us. Nie Shuangyun suggested, this is easily remedied in Dai family town. We have Dai Qingqi and Han Wenbiao, both of whom are skilled musicians. Xiao Luyun, please approach the owner, Dai Quan, and discuss this matter. He will handle the arrangements. Chen Yulo exclaimed, with that settled, I shall hasten to summon my husband and finalize the performances. As she spoke, she departed. Ding Huijin joyfully remarked, I merely proposed the idea, and you three readily agreed. Such is the depth of sisterly affection. Shirzili, smiling, queried, sister-in-law, what is your name? Ding Huijin introduced herself. To which Nie Shuangyun added, she is my sister-in-law. Her husband is Dai Jun, who is 2 years my senior. Ding Huijin continued, in the past, it was customary for men to socialize outside while women remained confined at home, oblivious to the world beyond. Now, we women too can partake in social gatherings, fostering a sense of joy and camaraderie. A delicate voice, reminiscent of a soft breeze, chimed in, oh, not at all. In the past, women were not permitted to show their faces, remaining utterly oblivious to the world around them. Upon the arrival of Dai Quan, Nie Shuangyun promptly greeted him, Dear Quan, please feel free to express any request you may have. Dai Quan replied, Nie Shuangyun, kindly ask Xiao Luyun to summon Qingqi and Wenbiao to engage in a performance. I have already made arrangements with them. So, how much shall we pay for a theatrical performance? Nie Shuangyun smiled and said, let us not dwell on monetary matters. Here is my proposal. Tomorrow, a banquet shall be held at my residence, as my main hall is spacious enough. We shall set 3 tables, 1 for men, with 8 gentlemen arranged by you, the master of the estate, and 2 for us women, which we shall manage ourselves. There is no need for you to worry about that. Does this sound agreeable? Dai Quan nodded earnestly, and, satisfied, stepped outside. Xiao Luyun remarked, indeed. Qian Chunmei and Lin Suifang, those esteemed ladies, have taken to adorning their hair in a manner that appears to mock our traditional styles. They refuse to don high buns, claiming to follow contemporary trends. Qian Chunmei possesses a fine countenance, and her hairstyle still radiates fortune. Lin Suifang seems a tad juvenile, yet she greets us with a cheerful demeanor. Nie Shuangyun added, tonight, Luyun, Huijin, and Hong Fan, you 3 shall join me for dinner at my home. Xiao Luyun waved his hand dismissively, such nonsense. Wouldn't dining at your house only bring you trouble? Nie Shuangyun insisted, let us not think that way. The primary purpose of our gathering is to share our daily lives and deepen our bonds. We shall have 10 individuals seated at one table, with 2 sitting at the corner. Huang Ziqin interjected, it is clear that Sister Shuangyun holds considerable influence at the Dai family shop. As even the estate master listens to her counsel, Nie Shuangyun shook her hand and remarked, I, Nie Shuangyun, am not so easily perturbed. Rather, I rely on the esteemed reputation of my sister, Xiaoying, who possesses remarkable abilities. It is said that she can traverse time, knowing all that has transpired in the past 5 centuries and all that is yet to come. The numerous generals under her command heed her every directive, strategizing against foes and triumphing in battles over vast distances. People are aware of my relation to her, even if I were to utter a misstatement. I would not face rebuke. Zheng Bifang responded, indeed, if we liken Rui Qinfei to a towering mountain, then we, like mere grains of sand, would be a remarkable feat to reach her heights. Yun Jia added, let us not feel inferior. We must simply commit to enhancing our knowledge. Comparing ourselves to others is futile. Instead, we should measure our progress against our former selves and evaluate how much we have improved and how our capabilities have expanded. Zhang Bifang expressed, in this regard, I, Zhang Bifang, feel ashamed. I have made no progress and perhaps even regressed. My pregnancy has rendered me increasingly lethargic and unambitious. Nie Shuangyun replied, "This is a common plight for women. During pregnancy, we often falter. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Otherwise, what reliance would there be on men? While men manage affairs outside, women are tasked with bearing children and nurturing them to adulthood." Huang Ziqin interjected, "Nevertheless, women must strive for progress and never become complacent. One must not be like a crab without legs. Of course, during the time of bearing and raising children, one must take time to recuperate. This is an unavoidable reality for any woman." On a particular day, the sisters strolled leisurely through the streets. Nie Shuangyun had risen early, bustling about at home. While Yunjie, Zheng Bifeng, and Huang Ziqin refused to indulge in sloth, instead preparing themselves with care and elegance. After breakfast, at the request of the host, Chen Yulo and the three women decided to perform another play, ensuring that all necessary preparations were meticulously arranged. Yunjie suggested, "Let us venture outside to stroll through every corner of the Dai family shop, inhaling the fresh air." Nie Shuangyun responded, "Indeed. It would be quite delightful for the four of us to converse and share our thoughts in the streets and alleys." The four women paused at the temple entrance, where Zheng Bifeng inquired, "What deities are enshrined in the Ancestor Master Temple?" Nie Shuangyun replied, "The venerated figure here is the Supreme Old Lord." "How many nuns reside within?" "There are 2 nuns, Daoying and Xianyi, with Xianyi being quite young, merely 16 years of age. Her fate is rather bleak, as her family sent her here to become a nun, resigned to a life of solitude and the flickering of a solitary lamp until her old age." Huang Ziqin remarked, "When a woman is compelled to take such a path, it is truly a matter beyond her control. In my perspective, there exist 2 distinct types of women in this world. One who is devoid of possessions, yielding to the whims of fate, and the other who is audacious and exceptionally capable, determined to defy destiny." Yunjie asked, "Which type of woman do you, Huang Ziqin, admire?" "Ah, that is a complex question. A woman who has never been educated naturally lacks remarkable skills. Suggesting that she should resist fate is akin to a fragile egg clashing against a stone. To be a strong woman, one must first undergo education and acquire certain abilities before one can truly contend with destiny," Huang Ziqin explained. Yunjie interjected, "Sister Luyan, your family has not yet secured the courtyard. Once it is enclosed, the entrance will surely be fortified." Huang Ziqin replied, "Her family has such intentions, but for the moment, it remains unoccupied." Nie Shuangyun remarked, "The transportation of stones is arduous. In the future, if it becomes more convenient, I shall certainly secure my family's courtyard." Zhang Bifeng responded, "Let us head eastward, towards the sun." Nie Shuangyun added, "The morning sunlight is not overly intense, and there lies a small pagoda to the east." Suddenly, a madwoman appeared, cursing, "You wretches are here to seduce my husband. I shall fight you to the bitter end." Huang Ziqin brandished her fierce demeanor, retorting, "Whom do you dare to insult? Watch as I tear your mouth apart and break both your legs." The madwoman, terrified, hastily fled. Zhang Bifeng chuckled, "Indeed, Huang Ziqin is formidable. The mere presence of her wrath sends the madwoman scurrying, silencing her insults." Nie Shuangyun inquired, "What has driven that woman to madness?" They explained that her husband, Han Wensheng, had taken a concubine and no longer paid her any heed. In her desperation to converse with him, she was met with violence, which ultimately drove her to insanity. Yunjie commented, "When a woman faces a crisis that she cannot resolve, and if her only recourse is to either flee or remain trapped at home, the likelihood of her succumbing to madness is exceedingly high." Nie Shuangyun lamented, "When a woman finds herself in such a predicament, with no way out from heaven and no entrance from the earth, it is indeed a matter of life and death." They admired the small pagoda for a moment before turning to head north. Just then, Ran Hongfan approached, saying, "You have all made quite an impression at our Dai family shop. The 4 elder sisters have their hair styled in perfect 4-cornered buns, their heads gleaming with oil, captivating all who behold them. As for me, Ran Hongfan, I am a plain woman, lacking the finesse of your quartet." Huang Ziqin replied, "Yet you, Ran Hongfan, in your blue blouse, appear as a youthful lady. Do not belittle your own charm." "Ah, indeed, even with her stammering and her hair in a bun, Ran Hongfan possesses her own unique grace." Ran Hongfan remarked, "The country folk merely tidy themselves up. It is nothing of great significance. Come, let us proceed to Yangjiakang to witness the performance. It may have already commenced." Nie Shuangyun responded, "Zheng Bifeng, let us indeed go and see the play. We must not let Sister Ran Hongfan down." Yunjie added, "We shall make our way to the theater right away. Let us go." With a smile, Ran Hongfan said, "I have a tale to share with you, but I hope it does not incite your ire." Huang Ziqin replied, Sister Ran, do tell, we shall remain unperturbed. The other day, I ventured to Miao Town with Xiao Luyun to procure some fabric and condiments. And I witnessed 3 malicious women hurling vile insults at both you and Yunjie. Their words were exceedingly venomous. Who were these 3 harpies? Queried the group. Lu Zhiyong's concubine, Ran Juhua, Zhang Caoyang's 3rd wife, Go Xiuqin, and his 5th wife, Hu Kofan. These 3 tigresses raged against you, calling one a yellow dog and the other a cloud dog, cursing you to meet a wretched fate, lamenting that you would become carrion floating down the river. Your remains picked up by crows and swarmed by flies, engendering a mass of maggots writhing upon your bodies. How could they utter such malevolent curses against you both? Yun Jie interjected. As we traversed the street, they derided us as female bandits deserving of a grim demise. Huang Ziqin seized Go Xiuqin, while I grasped Ran Juhua by the arm, demanding to know why they slandered us. The 3 women, far from relenting, persisted in their abuse. I commanded, silence. Kneel and confess your sins to us. Yet, Ran Juhua continued her tirade, prompting me to twist her arm, at which point she cried out in desperation, involuntarily sinking to her knees. I then inquired if she would continue her insults, to which Ran Juhua nodded vigorously like a pecking chick, pleading, Auntie, I beg you. I shall no longer speak ill of you. Ran Hongfan remarked, next time you both arrive at Miao Town, deal with those 3 fierce women once more and see if they remain so intimidating. Alas, we are fortunate to catch a performance. Zheng Bifang and Rui Xiulan have reserved a long bench for us, so let us hasten to occupy it and enjoy the show. As the banquet commenced, 2 men carried in a large table, prompting Rui Xiulan's family to quickly arrange 3 tables. The eastern table was evidently designated for the men, while the 2 western tables were set for the women. The host, Dai Quan, ushered Su Qihe to the seat of honor, accompanying him himself. Han Wenjin and Dai Jun occupied the eastern position. Dai Qingqi and Han Wenjin took the southern seats. Dai Feng and Han Wenbiao sat on the western side. The men, possessing a robust capacity for alcohol, initiated the feast. Qin Yulo, Shizili, and Yi Jianmei all declined to take the seat of honor at the western table, leading to Zheng Bifang being pushed to that position with Dai Huli as her companion. Ran Hongfan and Xiao Luyun occupied the eastern seats. Yun Jie and Huang Ziqin took the southern positions, while Shizili and Yi Jianmei remained at the western table. Rui Xiulan rose and declared, Let each of us sisters pour a bit of wine in front of us. We do not insist on how much must be consumed, but it must be fervent. Let us commence. I, Rui Xiulan, am at home here and ought to toast each table with a cup of wine. However, since my tolerance is rather limited, I shall toast all 3 tables at once. Quan, as the host, you must respond enthusiastically. Dai Quan, filled with excitement, replied, Very well. The men at our eastern table must finish this first cup of wine, for failing to do so would not befit the title of a man. The eastern table erupted with liveliness, and the wine contest swiftly concluded. Xiao Luyun inquired, How does one guess the stone? Rui Xiulan remarked, There are 8 small stones on the table. The person will grasp the stones in their hand and sequentially declare how many stones they possess, ensuring that no subsequent individual repeats the numbers previously mentioned. Whoever guesses correctly must partake in a drink. Zheng Bifang interjected, Oh dear, I find myself with child. How can I indulge in alcohol? Dai Huli chuckled and responded, I did suggest, dear, that you could either hide beneath the table or sing a little tune, thus avoiding the drink altogether. We shall commence with you. Please take the stones. With agility, 3 or 4 women swiftly tidied the table, each being served a bowl of hot tea. Zhang Bifang continued, Yunjie, at this moment, we can only observe and assess whether the situation favors us women. If it does, we may discuss serving the court. Otherwise, it would be prudent to quietly stand aside. Huang Ziqin added, One must heed the wisdom of others. It is essential to seek fortune and evade calamity, adapting to circumstances. When opportunities are scarce, one should remain concealed, refraining from ostentation. Therefore, it is best for us women to maintain a low profile and cultivate our strengths. Dai Quan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Huang Ziqin's sagacity. Dai Jun remarked, I hold great admiration for you women, Xiulan. You must surely be celestial beings descended to this earthly realm. Rui Xiulan shook her head and cautioned, Dai Jun, you must not speak thus. Should the emperor learn of this, and if he possesses a petty disposition, he may unjustly cast his wrath upon his women. Once the banquet concluded, the performers departed for Shaoqishan, where the troupe was to rehearse a new play. The Dai family was left with only Yun Jie, Huang Ziqin, and Zheng Bifeng among them. They began to play mahjong, with Zheng Bifeng being the first to play a tile, announcing, Red Dragon. We only allow 7 suits. 1. The plain suit, one short of a complete set, the dragon, the pong suit, 7 pairs, and a pure suit. Other suits are prohibited. Huang Ziqin remarked. The maximum is 5 fan tiles, with the dealer having 6 fan tiles. 1 coin per fan tile, 2 coins for 2 fan tiles, 4 coins for 3 fan tiles, 8 coins for 4 fan tiles, and 16 coins for 5 fan tiles. The highest is the dealer's pure suit, which pays 32 coins. Nie Shuangyun chuckled, saying for us, playing mahjong is merely for enjoyment. After 4 rounds, winning or losing is of little consequence, perhaps just a few copper coins. Yun Jie added, for the 4 of us. Playing mahjong is purely for the thrill, without any stakes, it feels rather bland. The stakes, however small, do not matter whether one wins or loses. Zheng Bifeng stated, they say that playing cards fosters friendship. Over time, as we grow acquainted with one another, bonds are formed. Huang Ziqin commented, some people play mahjong while humming its tunes. I find it distasteful, as it reveals a certain roughness, a thug-like demeanor that is rather repugnant. In fact, the idle sons of noble families spend their days in leisure, engaging in mahjong, revelry, and a life devoid of purpose. Some scions of affluent families devote themselves earnestly to the study of classical texts, aspiring to distinguish themselves in examinations. Hoping to achieve merit in officialdom, this too is a way of life. As for those ruffians, what prospects do they have? They are simply parasites of society. Born to be debtors, nothing more. Nie Shuangyun pushed the mahjong tiles aside and declared, I have won. With 4 pairs, a one-eyed king, my wind direction is south. And I have melded the red dragon, lacking 2 tiles for a flat score. Yun Jie nodded in agreement. Indeed, that amounts to 8 coins. Nie Shuangyun collected her winnings, and the 4 players proceeded to shuffle the tiles. Suddenly, a man named Li Ji entered, saying, ladies, the chieftain has commanded me to escort you to Shaoqi Mountain for an important matter. We must leave at once. The 4 hastily abandoned their game, made a brief tidy-up, and stepped out onto the main road. The carriage halted at Shisong village, and Zheng Bifeng inquired, Li Ji, why has the carriage stopped? Li Ji replied, please remain in the carriage while I summon Hu Shaoyan and Li Chogui. The chieftain does not require their presence. Zheng, the secretary, interjected. The chieftain has pressing matters that require the counsel of all 6 of you, and I have been instructed to hasten your journey to Shaoqi Mountain. As for the nature of the matter, I have not been informed, and even if I were, it is imperative to maintain confidentiality. Wouldn't you agree? Yun Jie remarked. Li Ji is a loyal servant, staunch in his discretion. Huang Ziqin added, naturally, a leak of information can lead to catastrophic consequences. Zheng Bifeng nodded in agreement, indeed. Safeguarding secrets is akin to defending a fortress. A breach can lead to the downfall of great structures. Li Ji, you may proceed, she concluded. As Li Ji entered the village, the 4 women resumed their conversation. Nie Shuangyun speculated, the chieftain's urgent summons must indicate that something significant has occurred. Inquire of Li Ji. But he is unlikely to divulge anything. He may not even be privy to the details himself, and he would not dare to speak out of turn. Zheng Bifeng remarked. Laozi stated that a fish cannot leave the depths, and a nation's vital instruments should not be disclosed to others. Confidential matters must remain undisclosed. Yun Jie concurred. Echoing the sentiments of Han Fizi, success in affairs is achieved through secrecy, while indiscretion leads to ruin. It is not necessarily the individual who divulges secrets, but rather discussions surrounding concealed matters that put one in jeopardy. The leakage of confidential information often occurs inadvertently during casual conversations, and some individuals thrive on acquiring such secrets. Hence, we, as sisters, must be vigilant in our discussions, mindful of our surroundings to prevent malicious individuals from stealing our secrets. Huang Ziqin interjected, indeed. There are 2 adages. One states that careless words and actions can lead to calamity, while the other asserts that plans succeed in secrecy and fail through exposure. The affairs of an army are paramountly reliant on confidentiality. Ultimately, they convey the same message. We must steadfastly guard our secrets to avert unforeseen disasters. With that, Li Jiyang urged his horse onward, and the wheels began to turn.